Chapter 191 New Divine Supernatural Ability. Back in the God realm, Lin Xiao sat on the throne of the core palace of the Kingdom of God and thought. Although he had already decided, he still hesitated before the final choice. How should he choose, and which road should he take? There are actually many roads in front of him now. In addition to the two racial priesthoods of the Great Naga and the Murloc, he can also choose the two powerful priesthoods of creation and ocean. And it is these two priesthoods that he hesitated. It is not about hesitating which one to choose, but whether to choose them together, and whether to choose the other three priesthoods that are possible but have a very low probability of condensation in the end: judgment, truth, and destiny. Yes, it is the powerful priesthood of judgment, and the two super powerful priesthoods of truth and destiny. The priesthood of truth comes from the Tower of Truth. According to the relationship between the wise goblins and the Tower of Truth, there is a high probability that he will produce the prototype of the priesthood of truth in the future. The priesthood of judgment is obtained by decomposing the broken judgment scale of destiny before, and the priesthood of destiny is also obtained in the same way. Creation, ocean, judgment, truth, and destiny are 5 possible priesthoods. In theory, he can aim for them, but theory is only theory. In fact, except for creation and ocean, the probability of obtaining other priesthoods is not high. Among them, the priesthood of creation has long been destined to be condensed, and it can be automatically obtained by becoming a demigod. The priesthood of ocean has already sprouted, as long as he chooses this path next. Whether it is the fishman or the Great Naga, they are all families born in the sea, and they can provide him with this aspect. As for the 3 priesthoods of judgment, destiny, and truth, he only has a primer, and it is very difficult to determine whether he can condense the priesthood. The most important thing is that these 3 priesthoods are too powerful. Judgment is not to be mentioned first. This is a powerful priesthood comparable to the priesthoods of ocean, war, life, and death. Truth and destiny are super priesthoods that exceed these powerful priesthoods. Each of them can support a great divine power in the end. Such super powerful priesthoods, not to mention the difficulty of condensation. The key is that the divinity requirements to support these 2 priesthoods are too high. So high that he is not sure how much divinity is needed to support them. According to the experience of predecessors, the divinity requirement for low-level priesthood is generally less than 5 points. The range of intermediate priesthood is extremely high, with a minimum of more than 5 points. That is, a second-level divine creature, and a maximum of more than 10 or 20 points. And the powerful high-level priesthood requires at least 40 points. That is, at least a divine creature of level 5 or above can be condensed. Needless to say, super priesthood must exceed 40 points. Therefore, most of the players in the God realm, including students of the affiliated middle school of super institutions such as Huiyao, choose the path of becoming a demigod through the middle priesthood. Only a small number of particularly outstanding ones will choose the high-level powerful priesthood at the beginning. Even a cheating player like Lin Xiao is not sure that he can condense a second powerful priesthood after choosing a powerful priesthood. In other words, apart from the 3 priesthoods of creation, Naga, and Murloc, he can only choose one more powerful or super priesthood, and there is no possibility of choosing the second powerful priesthood. So now the question is, truth and destiny, which one should I choose? If I can only choose one, I can only choose one of the 2 most powerful ones, and the other can only be chosen when it becomes stronger in the future. The priesthood of truth is not easy to describe. There are many interpretations of this thing, but from a philosophical concept, truth is the eternal and unchanging truth. Truth is the correct truth that is most in line with reality and eternal. That is, objective things and laws. Truth can also be divided into absolute truth and relative truth. That is, absolute truth is a broad truth that is not restricted by any restrictions. Relative truth refers to a limited truth that is established under specific conditions. It sounds complicated. It is indeed complicated. It means that the holder of the priesthood will master the absolute correctness of the world, which sounds very cool and naturally super powerful. Fate refers to destiny and luck, which refers to a pattern in which things are carried out by a combination of constants and variables. Fate and luck are 2 different concepts. Fate is a constant, referring to a specific object. Luck is a variable, referring to the transformation of time and space. Fate and luck combined together refer to the process of a specific object transforming in time and space. Once luck arrives, fate will also change. In terms of Eastern numerology, fate has two meanings. One is fate, which refers to the nature given by nature. The second is luck, which refers to the changes in the various stages of life. Fate is about life, and luck is about time. It sounds mysterious, but it is actually like this. If you hold the super priesthood of fate, you can control the fate of everything in a crystal wall universe, whether it is gods or planes. So, Lin Xiao is very entangled, because whether it is truth or fate, these two super priesthoods are super powerful. If you choose one that can thoroughly master its rules, you can be promoted to great divine power. So who to choose is very entangled for him. Sitting quietly on the throne for a long time, he carefully considered the abilities of the two priesthoods of truth and destiny, as well as the impact of choosing these two paths. After considering many aspects, Lin Xiao finally made a choice after several days of consideration. Truth. He chose truth. The reason that prompted him to make this choice was simple. Truth was much more low-key than destiny. If he chose the priesthood of destiny, once he condensed the priesthood of destiny in the future, it would immediately have a certain impact on the destiny of the main world, and it would be discovered by the powerful beings in the main world. It would be impossible for him, a mere demigod, to hide his priesthood. The impact caused by this is unknown, and the consequences of being discovered are also unknown. In addition, when he, a demigod with the priesthood of destiny, enters any crystal wall system, because of his lack of strength and inability to restrain himself, it will immediately have a certain impact on any crystal wall system, and will be immediately detected by the original will of the crystal wall system, which will have a very adverse effect on him. Compared with the fate priesthood, the truth is much more low-key. Even if the truth priesthood is condensed, it will not have any impact on the main world, and naturally it will not be easily discovered. It is not because the truth is in the hands of a few people, but the truth will not affect others. It is like someone discovers the truth. As long as they don't say it, it will have a psychological impact on the person involved at most. But before it is exposed, it will not have any substantial impact on anyone. Therefore, Lin Xiao officially made a decision to determine his priesthood goal as truth. Then in the second and third year of high school, all his actions must work hard to condense this priesthood. In his current situation, as long as he works hard to expand the influence of the Tower of Truth, when it reaches a certain point, he can naturally condense the prototype of the priesthood. At that time, as long as the divinity of the truth priesthood is sufficient and enough divine power is accumulated, the truth priesthood can be condensed naturally. What will happen if the truth is mastered? Lin Xiao is very much looking forward to it. After making a choice, the reshaped card collapsed and dissipated in the realm of God. He immediately felt that the two divine supernatural powers that he had long been fixed could be reselected, and the original three basic divine arts could also be reselected. The two divine supernatural powers he now possessed were calling taunt and procreation. One was the original choice, and the other was derived from the rules of creation. Among them, the supernatural power of procreation can continue to be retained, but calling taunt is not needed. This divine supernatural power is useless now. It has great limitations in its use, and its power is not good enough. Even if it is upgraded, it will not be much stronger. The most important thing is that he will not choose the ocean priesthood now, so there is no need to keep it. He has to choose a new one and choose one from the optional divine supernatural power library, according to his current abilities and conditions. With a thought, a light curtain popped up in front of his eyes, and a series of divine supernatural powers were displayed in front of him. Basic supernatural powers such as supernatural strength, supernatural speed, supernatural physique, supernatural regeneration, supernatural will, supernatural spirit, supernatural charm, etc. Choose one, and this aspect of yourself will double. For example, if you choose extraordinary power, the power of the real body will double on the existing basis, and it will double again when you upgrade to the next level, which is extremely exaggerated. But this ability is useless for players in the god realm. They have become gods, and they all fight with divine power or legendary spells. Who would personally go into battle? That's so low. If it really comes to the real body to go forward and fight, it is basically in a desperate situation. At this time, wouldn't it be better to choose an escape ability such as extraordinary teleportation? There are also extraordinary fear spells, extraordinary human immobilization spells, extraordinary monster immobilization spells, extraordinary taunting spells, extraordinary beast summoning spells, extraordinary undead awakening spells, extraordinary teleportation, and other spell-like extraordinary abilities. These are all enhanced versions of spells, such as the extraordinary human immobilization spell, which can immobilize any humanoid creature whose strength is not greater than its own, including bug humanoid creatures such as giants. There are also extraordinary resurrection, extraordinary light, extraordinary killing, extraordinary tsunami, extraordinary natural disaster, and extraordinary foreknowledge. Wait, prophecy? No, it's foreknowledge. Lin Xiao looked at the introduction of this extraordinary ability and waved his hand. That's fine. He thought it was prophecy. All the abilities in this divine extraordinary ability library are divine extraordinary abilities related to his current abilities, except for basic extraordinary abilities such as extraordinary strength, physique, and speed. Other divine extraordinary abilities are different for each person. For example, the extraordinary tsunami is an advanced version of the summoning ridicule. Generally, it only appears when there is a priesthood related to the sea. And the extraordinary natural disaster is generally only seen by priesthoods that can cause various natural disasters, such as earthquakes, storms, lightning, etc. And the extraordinary light and extraordinary killing are related to the priesthood of judgment. Resurrection is related to the priesthood of creation. And priesthoods such as life can also obtain resurrection. Precognition is related to both truth and fate. So the choice is very clear. It must be extraordinary precognition. The effect of this divine extraordinary ability is very simple. When he needs to do something, he can use this ability to predict whether the result is good or bad. At the same time, according to the truth path that Lin Xiao is walking, the principle of truth precognition is to condense the information he has mastered to predict. And the principle of fate precognition is the mysterious fate. Chapter 192, 100,000 Whys about spells. This can be explained by luck. Fate includes two powerful lower priesthoods, luck and bad luck. Predicting for oneself is definitely a lucky side. Woohoo! So jealous. Luck and bad luck. Fate alone has two lower priesthoods, both of which are powerful priesthoods. And they are so powerful that no one dares to mess with them. It's really enviable. If possible, Lin Xiao really wants to choose both super priesthoods, but reason tells him that it's hard to choose one now. He must collect divinity frantically within these 2 years, and must condense divinity that is enough to carry the priesthood of truth before the college entrance examination. Otherwise it will be miserable. Fortunately, the priesthood is not fixed now. After becoming a demigod, the divinity will increase. When the condensed divinity is enough, you can choose other priesthoods. After getting in a good mood, Lin Xiao closed the divine supernatural power panel. According to his current level 3 divinity, he can theoretically choose 3 extraordinary abilities. But Lin Xiao thinks that it is useless to choose so many. It is better to upgrade the existing extraordinary abilities to level 3 to make them stronger and better. Among them, the divine extraordinary ability of reproduction comes from the law of creation and cannot be upgraded. Only precognition can be upgraded. The upgrade method is very simple. Just upgrade on the existing basis as long as the divinity level meets the requirements. Lin Xiao's divinity level is level 3. He upgraded his precognition to LV3 in one breath. The divine extraordinary precognition LV3 obtained has a much stronger effect than the primary precognition. Not only is the precognition clearer, but it also comes with 2 passive abilities, 1 more per level. Secondary passive ability, Omen. When predicting things related to oneself, it is often easier to obtain more detailed information. Precognition is an active ability that can predict oneself and others. The effect will be better when predicting oneself. 3rd level passive ability, Trajectory. Everything in the world will leave traces when it moves. When you predict, you can see the traces left by the predicted object within a day. The effect of the 1st level precognition is mediocre, but when it is upgraded to the 3rd level, the effect is very powerful. As long as you know the general information of the target or even a name, you can find the other party. It is very useful in many cases outside the domain. For example, in the previous summer camp exchange competition, if he had a 3rd level precognition, he could find the last disappearance of the other party just by the unique name of the vampire demigod in the current plane. After resetting the divine supernatural ability, the next step is to reselect the divine art. As a 3rd level divine creature, Lin Xiao can theoretically choose the highest 3rd level divine art to bestow on priests and believers. That is, he can choose the standard universal divine art, Or he can choose to consume his own divine power to study his own unique divine art. Universal divine art refers to a set of standard divine arts developed by the gods of the main world for more than 300,000 years. From the lowest level to the highest level 9. Legendary divine arts do not have universal standard divine arts. But there are standard templates. After the players in the divine domain are enthroned as gods, they can use the templates based on their own priesthood to create their own legendary divine arts. Generally speaking, in the divine creature stage, the level of divine arts that players in the god realm can possess is calculated according to their own divine level, and the upper limit is the level of their own divine level. But once they condense their divine duties and become demigods, no matter how many levels of divine level they have, they can all have level 6 divine arts to bestow on priests and believers, even if they become demigods with only 5 points of divinity. As we all know, the demigod stage is divided into 2 sections: ordinary demigods and high-level demigods. The strongest demigods are very special, and are generally not counted in. High-level demigods can have level 7 divine arts, but cannot have higher divine arts. No demigod can have level 8 divine arts, even the strongest demigods. But once a player in the god realm is deified, not only will he immediately obtain the authority of level 8 and level 9 divine arts, but he can also obtain level 10 legendary divine arts to bestow on legendary priests and believers. Of course, these are too far away from Lin Xiao. He is just a weak divine creature now, and can only choose 9 level 1 divine arts, 6 level 2 divine arts, and 3 level 3 divine arts. The choice now is naturally the standard divine arts. Creating your own divine arts requires a lot of divine power, and there is no extra divine power now. After browsing the huge library of standard divine arts, he quickly made a choice. 9 first level divine arts. Bad luck that makes the enemy fearful and hesitant. Blessing that makes teammates full of courage to attack with extra damage. Treatment of minor injuries. The most important for priests. Divine grace that increases a small amount of teammates' physique and strength. Holy light that causes holy damage to the target. Protection from evil with extremely high defense against evil damage. Eliminating fear that can make teammates no longer afraid. Shield of faith that creates a shining stand to protect teammates. First level summoning monster that can summon a celestial dog. 6 second level divine arts. Bear's toughness that increases any teammate's physique by 4 points. Bull's strength that increases any teammate's strength by 4 points. Wisdom of the owl increases any teammate's intelligence by 4 points. Eagle's brilliance increases any teammate's charm by 4 points. Cure moderate wounds heals teammates or deals damage to undead creatures. Regeneration barrier creates a shield that protects teammates from undead spells. 3 third level divine spells. Cure severe wounds heals teammates or deals a lot of damage to undead creatures. Dispel magic removes a spell effect on a designated target. Remove curse removes a curse effect on a target. A total of 18 divine spells, which Lin Xiao believes are one of the most effective divine spells at this stage, with both attack and defense, as well as healing and status. Perfect. After choosing the divine spells, the next step is naturally to grant priests followers. But before that, you have to choose followers and grant priest status. Priest is a profession unique to the Church of Gods, but there is no so-called priest profession card. Instead, the gods must choose and bestow this profession. Every player in the divine realm can be given the profession, but generally speaking, the number will not be too large, because to become a priest, one must have devout faith and consume divine power to be given. Moreover, the consumption of divine power is not a one-time thing, but depends on the level of the priest. That is to say, it takes a certain amount of divine power to bestow a priest at the beginning, and it also takes divine power to upgrade a priest to level 1. It takes 9 times of divine power to upgrade to level 9. Fortunately, it does not take divine power to bestow divine arts on priests. Among them, the initial bestowal of the priest profession requires a little divine power. That is, 1 million faith powers. And it must be pure faith power. The faith power that Lin Xiao currently has can be converted into 146 points of divine power. That is, 146 million pure faith powers, which is the accumulation of this period of time. Without any hesitation, he communicated with Slarda and summoned his simple church to gather at the Temple of Creation in the center of Naga City, consuming 21 points of divine power. Slarda and the 20 part-time priests at the time were granted to become real priests. Then another 66 points of divine power were consumed. 2 points of divine power for level 1 to level 2, and 4 points of divine power for level 2 to level 3, respectively, to upgrade them to level 3 priests, and grant them all divine arts. After selecting the priest and the spell, Lin Shao redetermined the name of his church, the Church of Creation and Truth. This determination is a complete determination, and it cannot be changed casually in the future. The church's belief method also changed accordingly, from the previous combination of ancestor worship and primitive religion to a completely religious belief method. Finally, Lin Shao opened the sect interface. Sect interface. Sect, Church of Creation and Truth. Holy emblem. A great Naga surrounded by divine light holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other. Belief, religious belief. Voters, unselected. Needs to consume 100 divine power. Spells, 9 first-level spells, 6 second-level spells, and 3 third-level spells. Priests, 21. Initially, it is considered to be in good shape. 21 priests are enough for the time being, and more can be added as the clan increases in the future. Close the panel, and the reconstruction of the divine domain has basically come to an end. The next goal is to quickly develop the divine domain and come up with a simple set of church concepts. Creation does not need to be spread deliberately. No matter how widely it is spread, it is meaningless. The most effective way to increase the understanding of this law is to study and master the rules of creation by yourself. No matter how widely it is spread, it will not increase his understanding of this basic law. Through the form of divine revelation, Lin Shao asked Sada to find a way to expand the spread of the Tower of Truth, and set the core concept of the church as truth, and spread this concept as much as possible. It is another matter to truly obtain the truth, which is not so easy. But before that, get the priesthood first. After coming out of the kingdom of God, many students have already done it, and some have not yet come out. Teacher Dr. Sun is still here, answering some students' questions. There is one theoretical class per week in the second year of high school, and this class is basically one day. This was basically the whole thing in the morning. Later, Dr. Sun seemed to have nothing to do, so he went back to the God's domain. It was not until a few months later that I heard a familiar bell ring in the God's domain. I returned to the classroom and found that it was already afternoon. Dr. Sun was ringing a bell to wake everyone up. After everyone woke up from the God's domain, Dr. Sun slowly stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The light screen in front of Lin Shao popped open, and a string of book titles appeared on the light screen in front of him. Principles of Spells. Spells disassembled and subdivided. The relationship between spells. About 10,000 variations of zero-level tricks. Zero-level tricks. Detailed explanation of the basics of first-level spells. How to become a mage apprentice. Detailed explanation of primary alchemy. About 100,000 whys of spells. Lin Shao opened his mouth and flipped from top to bottom. 100 pages per page. A full 7 pages. All of which were catalogs of various spells and subjects related to spells. At this time, Dr. Sun's voice sounded. This contains all the magic tricks from level 0 to level 9, as well as the corresponding extended subjects, including alchemy, copying scrolls, magic prop manufacturing and other additional subjects related to spells, etc. Your theoretical course task in the second year of high school is to fully master all the standard spells studied by the gods of the main world for more than 300,000 years, and elect any extended subject. Ah, this is a bit scary. Lin Shao randomly clicked on a directory, and the information contained in it was terrifying. All added up, there were probably tens of millions of words. It was a bit too much to learn all this content in 1 year. Chapter 193: The Role of the Tower of Truth. But there is no choice. Since it is a standard course, it must be learned in full. And this is also for their own good. After all, there is still a big gap between gods who can cast spells and gods who cannot cast spells. In the alien crystal wall, it is equivalent to the gap between gods with wisdom and beasts with only instincts. Moreover, if you can cast spells, you don't need to use divine power for everything after entering the alien plane. Some simple enemies can be solved with spells. Moreover, the power system of spells is very powerful. Some super powerful legendary wizards can kill gods with sufficient preparation. The information package that Dr. Sun sent them is very rich in content. And it also comes with video teaching, which explains the principles of each spell clearly. Mortals may still be confused after listening, but for them, These divine creatures. It is easy to understand. At least some low-level principles can be understood quickly. After handing out the materials, Dr. Sun knocked on the table and asked them to go back to God's domain to study on their own. Then he turned into light and left. The classroom was quiet for a while, and students returned to God's domain one after another to seize the time to study. Lin Xiao was also preparing to return to God's domain. Suddenly, he received a message. When he opened it, he saw that someone he didn't know pulled him into a group chat. After thinking about it, he agreed and immediately entered a group chat with only 5 people including him. No one was chatting in it. Only a few people were asking what group this was. At this time, the person named Qi Shuang who had just pulled him and said in the group, "Now everyone is here. This is the special recruitment group. The 5 of us are the 5 special recruitment players from Huiyan No. 2 Middle School. I pulled everyone in and hope that everyone will stick together to avoid being bullied by the locals." Lin Xiao was wondering if this was necessary when he heard a nickname called Tu who say in an extremely contemptuous tone, "Special recruitment still needs to stick together. Shame." After saying this, he left the group. Damn. This is so hurtful. This extremely contemptuous tone made Lin Xiao angry the first time he heard it, even though it had nothing to do with him. Lin Xiao felt a nameless anger rushing to his head. He was too bad at talking. In just a few seconds, the other people in the group left one after another, and soon only he and Qi Shuang were left. This is embarrassing. He spread his hands and left a message. "If everyone leaves, I will leave too." "Okay." A word popped up in the group chat, and then it suddenly disbanded. Lin Xiao didn't have time to leave. This is really... He shrugged and had a preliminary understanding of the personalities of the other 4 special recruits. Except for Qi Shuang. The others were all arrogant and looked difficult to get along with. But it is normal to have such a personality. To be specially recruited by Huiyan must be extremely excellent. One of the best in the local area. And it is normal to be arrogant. Fortunately, they are not his teammates. Otherwise they are still competitors. He smiled and returned to the God's domain again. After a quick glance at the God's domain, he found that it was in a normal state. He regained his mind, opened a book on the basic principles of magic, and began to study. There was definitely not enough time to study in the main world. But there was no problem in the God's domain. One day in the main world was 1 year in the God's domain. So there was plenty of time. Next, it was year after year, day after day, in a tedious but sufficient study. He spent most of the next week in the main world in the God's domain to learn these magic knowledge. And by the way, he looked after the God's domain to see if it was developing as he expected. By the way, he consumed the power of faith every day to use the divine supernatural ability of reproduction to speed up the reproduction of the great Naga. At this time, the number of small fishmen in the God's domain had already exceeded 20,000. But the great Naga was just over 2,000, which was far from enough. If he wants to catch up with other special recruits, according to Lin Xiao's own estimation, with the combat power of the great Naga, he must have at least 3,000. If he wants to stand out in a super middle school like Huiyan No. 2 Middle School, 3,000 is not enough. At least 4,000. The more the better. Fortunately, there was nothing to do at the beginning of the school year. The main content of the 2 major classes for 2 consecutive weeks was self-study of the magic system. In the second class, Dr. Sun mainly answered their questions, and there was no new theoretical content. After half a month, which was a full 15 years in the God's domain, he had to read hundreds of books, regardless of whether he understood them or not. He just memorized them by force. The main reason for doing this was that he discovered a secret of the Tower of Truth. It can't be said to be a secret. It is a function of the Tower of Truth that he discovered by chance. After he wrote down all the content, he found that all the content he memorized was projected into the Tower of Truth. Every time he wrote down a book, a corresponding book would be formed in the Tower of Truth. This is the main reason why he memorized by rote. Let's not talk about other things. Just memorize this pile of content first. And then, let his clan, the wise goblins, study these magic books. And then through the feedback of the Tower of Truth, he can understand any knowledge obtained from the Tower of Truth that the believers study and understand. In other words, he can let his clan help him understand and study these magic knowledge. Through this accidentally discovered ability, under his intentional promotion, the wise goblins began to study these basic magic knowledge crazily. which made his understanding of the spell system begin to advance by leaps and bounds. He has long been able to cast spells on his own and become a formal wizard. And with his third-order divinity level, after going through the most difficult stage, his spellcasting ability began to grow rapidly. And now he can cast the highest 7th ring spells. Looking at this trend, it won't take long to cast the 9th ring spell. As for the legendary spells, it is a bit troublesome. This involves the application of rules. If you have not become a demigod, you cannot involve the rules. That is to say, no matter how they study at this stage, they cannot cast legendary spells. At most, their skills are more exquisite on the basis of the existing 9th ring spells. Specifically, as the understanding of the spell system deepens, the casting speed will become faster and faster. The casting cost will become lower and lower, and various super magic skills will be gradually mastered. At this stage, even if they are all great mages who can cast 9-ring spells, the gap between them is also very different. Some weak mages are just ordinary turrets and can only cast fixed spells, while some mages who have mastered a large number of super magic skills, or even some abnormal super magic skills, can fight across levels and easily crush some non-legal legends. Lin Xiao gained huge benefits from the wise goblins through the Tower of Truth. And these wise goblins also gained a lot of benefits from the Tower of Truth. Although there is no wise goblin who has become a mage without a teacher, there is already such a trend. Moreover, through the whole clan studying these magic knowledge together, several wise goblins have stood out with wisdom that exceeds that of their peers. Lin Xiao is very optimistic about these wise goblins, and specially marked these 3 wise goblins to show his attention. Once any wise goblin can become a formal mage without a career card, he will give him divinity and focus on training. One day, Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the throne of the Temple of God and observing the Tower of Truth, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. After thinking carefully for a moment, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he snapped his fingers and said, "That's it." He stretched out his hand to grab the head of the vampire demigod and threw it into the magic cube of creation. With a thought, the magic cube of creation slowly turned. Only a sharp scream was heard, and the remaining will of the vampire demigod was erased. At the same time, the 2 priesthoods of vampire and blood were also erased. The priesthood is the embodiment of the rules and is illusory. The demigod has no godhead to carry the priesthood, and can only rely on the will of the demigod's soul to exist. When the self-will is erased, the priesthood naturally disappears. So don't think about killing the demigod to gain the priesthood. That's impossible. You can only gain divinity. The vampire whose will is erased, well, after extracting the soul and erasing the will, the pure soul is no longer a vampire. At this time, there is no concept of race, just a pure spirit. Take out this pure spirit, and then erase the remaining will and spiritual imprints in the 5 points of divinity, and then merge them into this pure spirit, and then form a pure divine spirit, and then put it into the divine domain, and designate reincarnation as a wise goblin. That's right. Since you can't wait for the subordinates who inherit the 5 points of divinity, why not cultivate one from scratch? Born with 5 points of divinity, you are a divine creature from the beginning, and your potential is directly at the top. When you grow up, you are at the 7th level advanced extraordinary level. It's great to become a powerful hero easily after more training. Lin Xiao is quite satisfied with this idea, and just waits for it to be born and train it well. However, we will have to wait for the date of birth, because the first big class of the school term is about to begin. The message sent in advance by the class teacher shows that the first big class is to defend against invasion, which means sending the enemy to invade the divine realm. At this time, he dared not let him reincarnate. If he was accidentally killed in a fierce battle, it would be tragic. Half a month later, it was 15 years in the god's domain. The god's domain had expanded dozens of times compared to the beginning. The small fishmen inside had multiplied to more than 25,000. The base number was huge, and the reproduction speed itself would be faster and faster. From the initial 2,000 intelligent goblins, it has been nearly 20 years, and only over 3,000 now. The number does not seem to have increased much. The reason made him laugh and cry. These intelligent goblins were more interested in knowledge than reproduction. They stayed in the Tower of Truth every day and craved the knowledge inside. They were not like the stupid fishmen who did sex every day. The number would definitely not increase. As for the most important great Nagas, He kept using his extraordinary ability to reproduce. And now he has accumulated more than 2,600 of them. However, more than 200 of them are still infants. And the remaining 700 to 800 are between level 3 and level 4. After deducting the 38 6th level Great Naga Whale Hunter Knights, there are about 1,500 remaining level 5 Great Naga Warriors. The number of Great Nagas has increased by about 1,000 compared to the summer camp. And there are more than 10 6th level Great Nagas. With Slarda, who has entered the 7th level, the overall strength of the God's Domain has almost doubled compared to the beginning. Get ready and return from the God's Domain. Seeing that the time is almost up, he packed up a little, and went out to sit on the crystal disc. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a layer of extremely light colorless light film protected his whole body, and flew directly to the classroom. This thing is now his means of transportation. This extremely light color invisible light film is a first level spell shield, which can form an invisible force field to resist certain damage. The defense is not very high, but it is good for blocking the wind. Chapter 194, The First Battle in Huiyao. After more than 10 years of studying magic knowledge in the divine domain, nearly 3,000 intelligent goblins work day and night to study and feed back this knowledge to him. In terms of the research of this theoretical course, Lin Xiao has reached a very high level and has initially mastered some super magic skills. He is confident that his progress should be the fastest in the class. The crystal disc was very fast. Soon he saw the tower where the classroom was not far away. He saw a large group of students gathered at the door of the tower. He was wondering when he heard someone in the crowd talking in that casual tone. I know who I am talking about. I don't want to say it a second time. Get out of the way. You are blocking my way. Quickly coming to the top of the crowd, Lin Xiao saw two men with strange appearances confronting each other. He saw that both of them were stepping on the same crystal disc as himself, and he knew in his heart that this was one of the best dozen people in the class. But he didn't know if it was one of the special recruits. But the subsequent confrontation between the two sides made him realize that these two people were not only two special recruits, but also why this happened. Full of shit. No manners. So what? You are a waste who is a special recruit of Huiyao and still wants to stick together. Waste or not. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Why not? Just come on. Then, the two people glared at each other and entered the classroom at the same time. The students watching the game around them all followed with great interest. Tu Hu and Qi Shuang. Lin Xiao, who had guessed the identities of the two, was about to return to the classroom. When he was about to enter the door, he suddenly paused and turned his eyes to look at several students from the school who were gathered not far away. Not far away. He could faintly hear their conversation. People from the countryside are from the countryside. They just have no quality. I don't know how they got in. Maybe they had connections. I heard that there are a few people who rely on connections to fill in the numbers in every special recruitment. I wonder if there are any in our class. Who cares? Our elite class 1 respects strength. If they fill in the numbers, they will be beaten back to their original form in a short time and roll to class 2 in disgrace. That is, this class is a test. Whether it works or not will be clear at a glance. As if realizing something, several people looked at him at the same time. Lin Xiao had already retracted his gaze and entered the tower. Sure enough, the competition is so fierce everywhere. The low conversation of those people revealed that the competition in Huiyao is the same as in other places. But no one dared to move rashly when the school just started. And the first class was a test. It seems that I have to get a good grade in the first class. He said this in his heart and entered the classroom. At a glance, he saw the head teacher Jean Cece, who was standing in the middle of the classroom like a little giant. Her pair of dark gold pupils gushing with divine light stared at Tu Hu and Qi Shuang, who dared not quarrel at this time. The huge pressure made everyone dare not speak. Lin Xiao silently returned to his position, which was a circle near the center of the classroom. According to the rules, everyone's position in the classroom is determined by their grades. The better the grades, the closer they are to the teacher. At the beginning of the school year, the students with crystal discs are the closest to the teacher. Lin Xiao is one of them. Jean Cece looked at the two of them expressionlessly for a long time before saying in a deep voice, "Since you are so interested, that's great. You can have a fight before class." As he pointed, two beams of light descended from the sky and enveloped the two of them. The two of them were immediately motionless. The head teacher turned around and said to everyone, "If any one of you is dissatisfied with anyone, you can apply for a challenge now." Everyone looked at each other, some expressionless, and some eager to try. Lin Xiao looked around, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw several players eager to try and look at him. Damn! Do I look so easy to bully? He stared back with wide eyes. Good guy. Receiving 2 challenges at the same time. The class teacher looked over with a pressured look and pointed. You go first. Then his eyes flashed, and he felt the space under his feet shattered. His will suddenly sank into a void space and appeared above a familiar virtual plane. At the other end of the distant plane was a blurry figure with blue light rushing into the sky. Come on. Let me see what level the elite class members of Huia Super Academy affiliated second middle school are. Lin Xiao had no fear in his heart, full of confidence, and summoned all the projections of the clans in the gods' domain except the intelligent goblins. 2,400 big nagas, 20,000 small fishmen. Although there are a certain number of intelligent goblins, but they have not been trained in the ancient arena, and their strength is average now, so they have not been summoned. And his opponents are a full 5,000 werewolves, more than 14,000 jackals, and more than 3,000 underground grey dwarves. The overall strength is not much different from the silver players in the super freshman summer camp a month ago. Yes, it is not much different from the silver players a month ago. Now it is definitely not as good as the silver players who have grown up in the summer camp for nearly a month. What Lin Xiao noticed is that although this player's clan has only 3 types, there are 7 or 8 types of soldiers. Werewolves are also divided into a part of werewolf heavy infantry equipped with heavy armor, a part of cavalry riding 3 or 4 meters long giant wolves, and a small part of black werewolves wearing only leather armor, but with a body shape that is stronger than their peers. In the middle, there is also a powerful werewolf, with a physique not much different from the surrounding black werewolves, but with silver hair all over his body. This is his hero. There are 2 types of gnolls. The largest number is the charging infantry, with a total of about 10,000. The other type is gnoll crossbowmen, with a number of about 3,000. There is also a small number of gnoll shamans guarded by many gnolls, and a werewolf army. This is a very rare gnoll spellcasting profession that can release blood-roaring spells and lightning chains. The underground grey dwarves gathered in the back to protect a large number of war machines that have not yet been assembled. It is impossible to tell what they are from the surface. After quickly completing the deployment, Shui Jun looked up at the other end of the plane with a serious face. In terms of mentality, he didn't think much of the specially recruited players. No matter how promising they were from small places, they couldn't compare to the key middle school students, like them, who had extraordinary backgrounds and experienced excellent systematic education early on. But he didn't take it lightly in terms of tactics. After all, if he could be specially recruited, he must have some skills. So he couldn't take it lightly. After all, whether he could defeat a specially recruited player was very important to his ranking on the Fengyun ranking in a month. According to the regulations of the college, the Fengyun ranking is calculated as a quarterly ranking reward for 3 months. There is no name on the list at the beginning of the school, and it will be refreshed for the first time 1 month later. Before that, all students have an initial ranking, and then the ranking fluctuates according to the student's performance in the school classroom. The most influential ranking fluctuation is naturally direct challenge. The initial ranking of specially recruited players is very high. Once you can defeat one, even if you are defeated by others later, you can enter the top 100 in one fell swoop. This is the conclusion drawn by the seniors of previous years after trying, which is very correct. A few seconds later, as pillars of light fell from the sky, Shui Jun saw the projections of the opponent's clan descending. He was shocked when he saw the number. The number of more than 20,000 was not much different from his own. But when he saw that most of them were murlocs, he felt relieved. Even though these murlocs were a little bigger than the murlocs he remembered. And even though he didn't care about the big nagas behind them. Outside the virtual plane, figures covered by divine light fell from the sky. They were the students who came to watch the game. Above the plane, 2 extremely powerful wills covered the entire plane. They were the wills of the class teacher Jean Cece and the counselor. Go, little darlings. Shui Jun waved his hand and issued a divine prophecy. The werewolf hero slashed down with a sword in his hand and roared loudly. The great werewolf god is above. Kill these heretics to please the supreme werewolf god. Thousands of giant wolf knights quickly left the team, and the huge gnoll infantry began to line up. Those tall black werewolves were blessing the main force with various divine arts. This was Shui Jun's priest. The grey dwarves in the back were nervously assembling war machines. Just as the opponent slowly unfolded the formation, Slardar had quickly swam to the front of the army, raised the anchor and smashed it on the ground, roaring loudly, "Kill!" 20,000 small fishmen quickly formed a 1,000-man square formation according to their respective columns and moved forward. More than 2,000 big Nagas passed through the middle of the square formation and attacked the Knoll infantry's square formation first. Crossbow shooters, get ready. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, covering an area of thousands of meters. Slardar, who was in front of the formation, stood up slowly with a huge body of 35 meters long. There was an invisible circle twisting all over his body. The faint blue and red light gathered towards him, getting brighter and brighter, and quickly attracted Zhuge Jun's attention. Divine hero? His face changed slightly, and he was about to order his subordinates to pay attention when he heard a roar and saw the huge figure with red and blue light gathered to the extreme suddenly disappear, leaving behind a circle of white sonic boom. The next moment, a circle of blood suddenly exploded in the center of the werewolf square thousands of meters away, like a torrent, and the dense square was wiped out like a screen, all of which were smashed into powder by this legendary blow. The LV-4 Hero Salted Fish Thrust and the LV-4 Hero Thunder Smash, driven by Slarda's legendary power, directly wiped out Zhuge Jun's werewolf command corps. Hundreds of werewolf elites, dozens of werewolf priests, including an elite werewolf hero, were all killed in one blow. Wow! The spectators on the plain exclaimed in amazement, all shocked by this terrifying blow. And even the two powerful wills on the plain dome were slightly rippled. Then, the enemy's command was paralyzed, and morale collapsed at this moment. Zhuge Jun immediately took over the command himself. He angrily ordered half of the Knoll archers to focus their fire on Slarda. 3 waves of nearly 4,000 arrows were showered down. Amid the clanging sound, he was not hurt at all, and not a single scale was broken. A minute later, the first batch of assembled crossbow carts loaded crossbows and fired at the same time. 3-meter-long and finger-thick fine steel crossbow arrows flashed out and hit Slarda, who had penetrated the army formation. His body crashed into the crossbow cart formation without even stopping. And there was another crash. Chapter 195 New Subordinate Divine Domain. Then, nothing happened. Zhuge Jun surrendered and ran away in disgrace. If the corps was wiped out by one strike, what was the point of fighting? After coming out of the challenge plane, Lin Xiao found that many students looked at him differently. Several of them nodded when they saw him looking over. Obviously, he had impressed them deeply with just one battle, and his strong strength won their respect. He was not surprised at all. He could beat the silver-level players during the summer camp, let alone now after the summer camp. He dare not say that he is invincible. At least there are more than 100 people in the entire elite class, and there are definitely no more than 5 who can compare with him. Comparing is one thing, and whether you can beat him is another. Perhaps any of them is stronger than him in terms of the size of their clan, but he believes that no one can match him in terms of individual strength. A 7th-level legendary hero, whose burst attack power has completely entered the legendary level. Few can withstand Slarda's full-strength attack at this stage. At this time, the battle between Tuhu and Qishuang has not ended yet, and Lin Xiao considered applying to watch the battle. The picture flashed in front of him, and a huge plane appeared in front of him. At this time, the clans of both sides have been fighting to a frenzy and fighting fiercely. Compared with Lin Xiao's crushing attitude to knock down his opponent, Tuli and Qishuang are both special recruits, and their strength is not much different. Lin Xiao looked at the current strength of both sides and the corpses on the ground to evaluate the strength of both sides and himself, and found that these two are strong opponents for him at this stage, although there are no powerful heroes. The size of the opponent's main clan is very large, with a total of 8 or 9,000 or even nearly 10,000. Even if Slarda kills its core with a single blow, the remaining main force will still have the strength to fight. The most important thing is that both of them have trump cards besides the main clans. Tuhu has a 4th clan, the advanced race of Drow Elves. Although there are not many of them, it can be seen that they have great potential. As long as the number of them multiplies, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket. Of course, at this stage, Lin Xiao believes that he can eventually beat these two people, but it will not be so easy. Then he quit watching the game and watched several other pairs of opponents one after another, and made an interesting discovery. He found that after entering the 2nd year of high school, especially the clans of students from Huiyao, There was not much difference in number compared with the clans of non-Huayu students. But there were more subdivisions in types. In other words, for the same clan, he subdivided several types of arms. That is, the types of arms increased. And it was no longer like the first year of high school, where a clan was uniformly all melee infantry, or all long-range shooters. The auxiliary races have basically developed, and have begun to manufacture their own weapons and equipment. Basically, their clan's own weapons and armor are made by their own auxiliary clans. I believe that in their divine domain, there is already a relatively complete casting system that can be self-sufficient. In this regard, Lin Xiao is still a little behind. But the gap is not big. Now the wise goblins have accumulated enough knowledge and can try to establish a complete system. At this time, students returned from the challenge one after another. Some were happy, and some were worried. The battle between Tuhu and Qishuang lasted the longest. The two were not much different in strength, and were very powerful. It was difficult to tell the winner for a while. The head teacher was not in a hurry at all, and just waited. It was not until more than 4 hours later that the two came back to their senses at the same time. Tuhu showed joy on his face, and Qishuang showed reluctance on his face. It was obvious that Tuhu was slightly better. But judging from Qishuang's expression, he should not be much stronger. It was probably a slight victory. So he was unwilling. But it was useless to be unwilling. Victory is victory. Surprisingly, Tuhu did not say foul-mouthed like before after winning. I don't know if it was because the victory was a little dangerous that he dared not brag again. The head teacher folded his hands and looked at them coldly. After a long time, he spoke in a cold tone. Is there anyone who wants to continue the challenge? Everyone was silent. The head teacher asked again. The teacher is very interested in this. Is there anyone who wants to continue the challenge? Still no one spoke. Since that's the case, let's do it. Next, let's start the first combat class of the new semester. I'll announce the rules first. She pointed forward a little, and the light screen in front of Lin Xiao popped up, showing, this class is for invasion training. Your opponents are the projections of seniors in the same elite class as you in the school. I have assigned each of you a universal level number for each class. When the time comes, the opponents who invade your divine domain will be the projections of seniors of the same level in the past. This is all based on your initial ranking. Lin Xiao tapped the light screen with his finger, and the new pop-up interface showed the introduction of the so-called universal level. It means that the class teacher divided the 105 elite class students into several different levels according to the final exam scores of the first year of high school and the comprehensive evaluation of the teacher. There are 4 simple levels of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. It can also be regarded as lower, middle, upper, and top. The meaning is the same. This is how it has been divided in previous years. If a student is rated as black iron, then the projection of the invading senior was also at the black iron level. If it is a gold level assessment, the invading senior projection must also be a gold level. This depends on both strength and luck, because there are also differences at the same level, especially the gold level. After all, those who reach a certain standard are all gold levels. Just like Lin Xiao finally sat on the gold throne in the summer camp. And so did Wu Xinglin. The gap between them is hard to describe. If you match such an opponent, in this class, the ranking is not important. Any student who defeats the invading opponent can get a standard heavy-duty golem manufacturing blueprint. While the head teacher Jean Cece was talking, she pointed with her right hand, and a huge artificial mechanical projection appeared in front of everyone and slowly rotated. This is a warrior who is about 4 meters tall, made of metal, and looks like a mecha. It is equipped with a 5-meter-long sawtooth sword and a large shield as high as a house. The shield is enchanted to resist certain spells. The Heavy Armored Golem, also known as the Heavy Armored Golem, is a type of golem that imitates the Iron Golem. It is more flexible than the Iron Golem, but its strength and defense are lower than the Iron Golem, and its strength is rated as level 5. This is a good thing. Although it is just a blueprint, its actual value is comparable to that of an ancient card. With the blueprint, as long as there are enough materials and qualified followers, you can continuously create heavy armored golems. The blueprint is permanent. Next, the head teacher introduced the subsequent rules, stretched out his hand to extinguish the light curtain in front of everyone, and said, there are risks in real invasion. If you feel that you are not defeated or cause major losses to the god's domain, you are allowed to delegate power. but there will be no corresponding rewards. You can now return to the God's domain to prepare. The invasion will begin in 5 days of the God's domain time. As soon as the voice fell, everyone hurried back to the God's domain. Lin Shao also quickly returned to the God's domain and issued a divine revelation at the first time, ordering the followers to prepare. And the entire city immediately entered a state of combat readiness. He looked down at the increasingly huge God's domain, and after thinking for a while, his will left the main God's domain, passed through the crystal wall, and crossed the void to a God's domain space with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. This is one of the 2 largest of the 6 subsidiary God's domain spaces he established, because it is separated and does not belong to the main God's domain. The chaotic void blocks it, and the effect of the God's domain having card of the main God's domain cannot be extended. If he wants to change the environment, he still needs a lot of cards to operate this God's domain space. But Lin Shao doesn't need to do this. Nothing is needed. Just take out the supermodel ancient 5-star card of Flame Molten Sea, and a ball of crystal light as rich as a light ball appears in his hand. With a thought, he activates it, and a huge flame vortex appears in the center of the God's domain. A giant fire element with a crown on his head slowly drills out of the flame vortex on the rolling lava. The huge lava arm slowly opens and roars to the sky. I am the Lord of Flame. Culbert. At the moment when he announced his existence to the world, the flame vortex suddenly expanded and exploded, and countless fire elements of all sizes rode out of the vortex on the torrent of flames and lava, and quickly spread to the entire divine domain space. Flame Molten Sea card. Loading. This supermodel divine card, which was integrated with many ancient grades in the exchange competition, finally saw the light of day again in his divine domain. From now on, this subsidiary divine domain space named by Lin Shao as the Flame Divine Domain is the territory of the Flame Lord Culbert, and he will exist in this divine domain space forever. From then on, Lin Shao can summon the Flame Lord Culbert to the main divine domain or the foreign plane to fight at any time. Just like the foreign wizard summons the fire element in the foreign crystal wall fire element plane. Its body takes root here, as long as its original will is not extinguished. Even if it is summoned out and dies in battle, it can return to the Flame Divine Domain to absorb the power of fire and be reborn. The newly summoned Fire Lord Culbert excitedly threw up raging waves of flaming lava, melting the entire earth of the divine space into more lava, and his roars full of oppressive force resounded throughout the plane. Lin Shao quietly watched the extremely excited Culbert. His mind moved and his will descended. An unimaginable force descended. The undulating lava waves were instantly flattened, and the Fire Lord who stepped on the crest of the lava waves fell into the lava like a stone. A huge face covering the entire plain sky slowly emerged, and the cold and ruthless pupils stared at the embarrassed Fire Lord. Culbert's gushing anger disappeared instantly, and he slowly lowered his head and knelt on the calm lava sea. Other fire elements had already knelt down and dared not move. Lin Shao nodded, stretched out his hand and pointed, and gave a little divinity to Culbert. As a Fire Lord, Culbert's potential is unquestionable. As long as the God's domain is strong enough, he can be infinitely powerful. Even if he is not deified, he can have power comparable to that of a god in his own territory. It is very worthwhile to give him a little divinity. It's stable. The will was withdrawn from the Flame God's domain, and he was full of confidence in this invasion. After integrating that bit of divinity, the strength of the Flame Lord Culbert, who had already reached the limit of the 6th level, would naturally enter the 7th level. The Flame Lord template could give him strength far beyond his peers. He might not be as good as Slarda in a head-on duel, but his role on the battlefield was much stronger than Slarda. After all, a 7th level Flame Lord with divinity could already cast legendary spells across levels. Chapter 196 Teacher's Attention. Each of the legendary fire spells is terrifyingly powerful, and any one of them can easily wipe out an army. Of course, it is impossible to use legendary spells such as meteorite falling from the sky to bombard in one's own divine domain. Even if the divine domain is so large now, it cannot withstand such a terrifying legendary spell bombardment. 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, Lin Shao was playing with a little elemental elf in the depths of the sea of the divine domain, which had expanded dozens of times, and cultivating feelings with her. Suddenly, he received a reminder from the class teacher that the invasion was about to begin. He slowly stood up and looked towards the southwest of the divine domain. As the master of the divine domain, He could clearly feel that the void somewhere in the southwest of the main divine domain was distorted by an invisible force, and a portal was about to take shape. Slardar, who had become a divine hero, also felt this abnormality. The tall hero swam out of the huge temple in the center of the Naga city, reached out to pick up the anchor placed by the door, and slammed it to the ground. A huge voice spread throughout the city. My lord warns that an evil is about to come to our world. The supreme truth and creator are above us. We must defend the glory of my lord and eliminate all invading evil. Slardar's huge body full of oppression slowly stood up, picked up the huge anchor and pointed it in a certain direction, roaring loudly. My lord told me that evil is about to appear there. The anchor slammed to the ground. Brave warriors, let's go! The high-spirited Nagas below raised their weapons and roared loudly at the same time. The huge sound waves spread in all directions. The small fishmen gathered outside the city shouted loudly at the same time, and led by a powerful small fishman sitting on a unicorn, they killed in the southwest direction. Under the guidance of Slardar, a group of Murlocs are trying to tame these unicorns and form a Murloc Knight. However, the Murlocs have no talent in this area, and the Murloc Knights they form are useless. Apart from running faster as mounts, they cannot achieve the integration of fish and horse, and become a Murloc cavalryman who fights on horseback. This is because the racial talent is not good, and no matter how you train, it is useless. Lin Xiao has considered whether the proportion of land races can be increased in the next adjustment of the Murloc genes, and the proportion of land species in the genes of the Murlocs and the Great Naga can be increased to make them more adaptable to land combat. Although the main area of the god's domain was water at the beginning, as he slowly developed, he now has no god's domain, his clan, and various enemies, all of which are mainly land-based. In the future, when invading foreign lands, most of the planes are mainly land-based, and the main clan must be more suitable for land, or, based on the Murlocs, a branch that is fully adapted to land is remodulated, but he quickly rejected it. It's too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it consumes the energy of good fortune. Let's talk about it later. In fact, he has not thought about the next genetic modulation of the little fishman at all. However, he has some idea about the next stage of modulation of the Great Naga, which is the Storm Giant card and the Dragon Blood card in his hand. These two races have super talents. Both dragons and giants are super model races. If they can take their advantages and integrate them into the genes of the Great Naga, it will definitely be ridiculously strong. But it can be foreseen that if the genes of these two supermodel races are integrated into the body of the Great Naga, the amount of good fortune energy required will be extraordinary. Without more than 50 units of good fortune energy, it is impossible to do it at all. I dare not do it either. If the good fortune energy is not enough halfway through, it will be a pitfall. Led by Slardar, more than 2,000 Great Nagas gathered around, and more than 20,000 small fish people were on the left and right. The huge team marched along the road to the ancient arena to the southwest of the god's domain. All the weeds in the wild were trampled flat along the way, and large areas of open space were trampled out in the barren wilderness. As the army slowly approached, a huge invisible distortion could be seen in the sky above the empty wasteland in the southwest of the main god's domain from a few kilometers away. Circles of invisible distortion waves were slowly spreading. The surrounding weeds and shrubs died one after another due to the influence of space distortion, turning into ashes, forming a huge dead wasteland. Is this the influence of space or? Boom! The twisted space suddenly expanded violently, accompanied by a loud bang, and the large area of the expanded space collapsed to reveal a hole with a diameter of several hundred meters. Lin Xiao saw through the huge hole that there was another divine domain on the other side of the hole, and a huge alien army was ready to go on the land outside the hole. Is this a projection? Lin Xiao was very surprised, whether it was sensed or actually seen. The other side of the broken space was a real divine domain in his sense, not like the projection invasion mentioned by the class teacher. Just as he was puzzled, a ripple suddenly appeared in the broken space, just like a little ripple on the calm mirror-like water surface, immediately shattering the reality in the previous sense. And the huge army seemed to flow out of a real painting. Yes, it flowed out. It seemed that the divine domain on the opposite side was a lifelike sand painting. As the invasion began, the entire sand painting and sand tray all poured over along the gap, so that when passing through the space hole, they were squeezed together and twisted out of human form. But after passing through the hole, it miraculously returned to its original state. just like a picture squeezed into a ball and stuffed into a small mouth and then quickly unfolded again. That's the feeling. A full 13,000 centaurs, regardless of rank. All were heavy cavalry wearing thick spiked heavy armor. A saber, a spear, a longbow, 2 quivers, and a bag of javelins. There were no weak vassal troops, nor auxiliary troops. All centaurs. There were over 10,000 people. Boundless. 13,000 centaurs with strength between level 3 and level 5 deployed, forming an ultra-long charge line of more than 5 kilometers to attack them. That mighty? Is this the strength of the top elites of the elite class of Huiyao-affiliated middle school in the past? Just relying on this powerful cavalry that can attack and defend, and has both close combat and long-range combat. There is no need for any auxiliary troops or auxiliary troops. Just relying on this cavalry archery, it can easily suppress nearly half of the silver players in the summer camp. Fortunately, Slaughter and his men were some distance away from the portal. 3 or 4 kilometers was enough for them to prepare for the response. The few priests blessed them with various states, and the fishman warlock quickly summoned the water element to gather. Lin Xiao was not idle either, and immediately summoned the Fire Lord Culbert. A huge flame vortex unfolded in the center of the battlefield, and a roar like thunder and full of pressure came from the flame vortex. Great Creator, Culbert is here. Before he arrived, flames and lava gushed out of the flame vortex, quickly spreading to form a large area of lava. As Culbert's huge body slowly appeared, a faint red light exploded from the flame vortex like lightning, and he had been promoted to a hero. Grade legend, as a living fire lord and a divine fire element, and having transformed an entire divine space into his own territory. Culbert's power has been upgraded, and he has been officially promoted to a true fire lord, a legendary hero with the strength of the 7th level. In fact, this is just the beginning, as the area of the Flame God realm continues to expand. When his power transforms from a Flame Lord to a Flame Monarch who commands the entire Flame God realm in the future, he will naturally be promoted to a mythical hero. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Now he must first serve the great existence in his heart and defeat the enemy in front of him, in the void of the God realm that even Lin Xiao did not notice. 2 tyrannical wills appeared out of thin air outside the crystal wall of the main God realm, transforming into the figures of the class teacher Jin Cece and the counselor Zhu Hong. The 2 true gods, who were originally preparing to observe the battlefield of the main God realm, immediately discovered the abnormality of this God realm. The tyrannical will quickly scan the entire God realm and the affiliated God realm. Zhu Hong was surprised and said, "This student's God realm is unusual." Standing next to her, the class teacher Jin Cece's pupils flickered and observed the surroundings, and said lightly, "Not bad." Zhu Hong's eyes passed through the crystal wall of the God realm and fell on Lin Xiao, and nodded. "Yes, this student is called Lin Xiao. It seems that Lord Xia, you brought him from the super freshman summer camp. I didn't expect him to be so outstanding. By the way, yes, I heard that he was helping the respected majesty to pick someone up." The 2 were silent for a while, tacitly avoiding this topic. Jin Cece looked at this huge God realm and said in a deep voice, "Now it seems that it is more than just by the way." Zhu Hong nodded. "That's natural. With Lord Xia Yu's personality, ordinary relationships can't be invited. I heard that this classmate Lin Xiao won a great opportunity in the exchange competition of the last stage of the super freshman summer camp. He has great luck and has quite good potential." Jin Cece seemed to have never paid attention to the super freshman summer camp before, and asked, "Tell me about it." He inherited a fragment of the kingdom of God left by a pioneer of the United Nations era on Earth, as well as a very rare treasure. It is said that the predecessor was once a powerful god. She didn't elaborate later, but Jin Cece once again scanned the divine realm and nodded. The spatial intensity of his kingdom of God can accommodate 7th order life, and the energy level can also give birth to 7th order life. He is a good seedling. While they were communicating here, Lin Xiao in the God's domain had already issued a divine revelation to Culbert. 13,000 fully armed centaur heavy cavalry with strength between level 3 and level 5 are a huge threat to the second-year high school students of any school at this stage. Even Lin Xiao is a little weak. It's not that they can't beat them, but even if they can beat them, they will definitely suffer huge losses. This is a direct invasion of the God's domain. Fortunately, the Flame God's domain has been opened up. As soon as Culbert summoned it, he immediately ordered it to summon his younger brothers. A steady stream of flame creatures rushed out of the flame god's domain and set fire wantonly, melting a large amount of land in front of the formation into a lava land, forcing the centaur heavy cavalry to stop forcibly, and pulled out javelins from their backs and threw them at the fire elements in the lava flames. No matter how powerful these guys are, they dare not rush into the lava head first. Even if the 6th order Big Naga jumps into the lava, it is a dead word. Chapter 197 Intense Courses. When they stopped, countless fire elements began to gather, ignoring the javelins flying all over the sky, and began to cast spells together with large fire elements or super large fire elements of extraordinary level as the center. Fire elements have no flesh and blood, so as long as the javelin does not hit the core hidden in their bodies, they will not be harmed at all. There are hundreds of super large fire elements and large fire elements, casting spells at the same time. Hundreds of fire rain spells or meteor showers overlap in the sky, and the sky seems to be burning and turned into a sea of fire upside down, and endless flames are sprinkled like heavy rain. The centaur heavy cavalry was burned to a panic, and under the command of a leader, they quickly split into 2 groups to bypass the lava lake. However, no matter how dear, it is not as fast as the fire elements standing in place to cast spells. Culbert ordered the fire elements to be divided into 2 groups, and each group of several thousand fire elements cast spells at the same time. Countless fireballs and flame explosions bombarded the sky, giving people a feeling of heavy artillery cluster coverage and bombing. Then, the centaur heavy cavalry was wiped out. Watching his subordinates kill the remaining fleeing centaurs, Lin Xiao smacked his lips in a tone that deserved a beating. TSK. It's too easy. Really? The emotionless voice of the head teacher rang in his ears, startling him so much that he jumped 3 feet high and quickly clasped his hands together to beg for mercy. Teacher, I was joking. I was joking too. Lin Xiao. Zhu Hong looked at Jean Cece with a strange look, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Do you think highly of him? Jean Cece asked back. Isn't he excellent? Excellent is excellent. But the bet between you and Qi Shaochen from the elite class 1 of number 1 middle school. I didn't say to let him go. In the divine domain, Lin Xiao was watching his subordinates cleaning the battlefield with interest. There was nothing to clean up, mainly finishing off the enemy, and then commanding the fire elements to melt the lava lake a little bigger, and then bringing all the lava in the lava lake back to the flame god realm when returning, leading a huge pit, so that the Murloc Warlock could summon the channel of the water elemental plane to fill it with water, and make a big lake here. This big class was not difficult for him. Just summoning the Fire Lord and many flame creatures could block it. Unconsciously, Lin Xiao suddenly found that he was really very strong. When Lin Xiao returned to the classroom from the God Realm, he saw his ranking, the 16th in the class. He raised his eyebrows, and his first reaction was impossible. So many faster than me? Impossible. He didn't believe it, and immediately checked the results, and his face relaxed after a few seconds. It turned out that this ranking was not based on speed, but a combination of difficulty and speed, mainly based on difficulty and relative difficulty. In other words, the 15 people ahead of him faced a relatively higher difficulty of invasion than he just faced. To explain more clearly, the 15 people ahead of him are ranked between black iron, bronze, silver and gold levels like Lin Xiao. The strength of the opponents they face is determined by their own strength. The reason why they are ranked higher than him is because the projected strength of the seniors they face is strong in the same ranking level, which is equivalent to Lin Xiao's ranking being that of Wu Zhonglin, because the opponent is very strong. Once you win, your ranking will be quite high. Therefore, Lin Xiao's ranking will be considered to be too low because his opponent is too weak, or he is fast enough to have a certain bonus. Otherwise, he may be ranked dozens of places behind. Alright, this setting is too bad to complain about. Lin Xiao let out a breath and didn't take it to heart. Anyway, this ranking is meaningless. The teacher said not to care about the ranking. The key is to successfully resist the invasion and get the heavy armored golem blueprint. Well, the class teacher's requirements have been met. The 16th ranking is also in the top 20. And the special recruitment treatment for this month is still there. When everyone returned from the divine domain, the figure of the class teacher Jean Cece also appeared in the classroom. She swept everyone with an emotionless look and said in a deep voice, "The first big class of the second semester of high school has ended. I am very dissatisfied with your performance. More than 20 students failed to pass and chose to give up." After a pause, she looked disappointed. I only simulated 80% of the projection of the seniors in this class. Which means that there are still 20 students who can't even beat more than 80% of the seniors of the same level in previous classes. I didn't say anything more. Everyone looked surprised. And many students, who probably barely passed the test, showed expressions of surprise and fear. I won't say anything extra. This time it's just a warm-up for you. You still have a month to grow up and face the next class. Then I won't let you go. You need to face 100% of the projection invasion. But if you can pass the test, the corresponding reward will definitely make your strength grow rapidly. So you should know what the consequences of failure will be. 1 step behind. Every step behind. 3 months later. In the quarterly summary of the first quarter, all students who have not kept up with the progress will leave the elite class 1 and go to class 2. After saying this, the tall figure of the head teacher slowly faded and disappeared. The remaining counselor Zhu Hong said to the many students who looked at each other in confusion in a loud voice, "You should know what it means to be demoted from elite class 1 to elite class 2. It is not just a simple demotion. I believe your family has high hopes for you. If you are eliminated, your future will be overshadowed by a thick shadow. I believe you don't want this. So the next big class is very important for both those who have passed and those who have not. I hope you will go all out to improve yourself in this month. Now, please receive the reward if you have passed." As her strong and powerful palm pressed down, Lin Xiao saw the light curtain in front of him pop open, and a huge three-dimensional projection of a heavy-duty golem appeared in front of him and slowly rotated. It was the manufacturing drawings of the heavy-duty golem, which included all the accessories that constitute the golem, as well as the manufacturing drawings of the accessories, the conditions required for manufacturing, and various manufacturing precautions, etc. It was almost a step-by-step teaching you how to make a heavy-duty golem from scratch. After distributing the rewards, the counselor left, and Lin Xiao left the classroom and returned to the dormitory after receiving the rewards. The other students all looked worried and had no mood to chat, even though most of them had passed the test. As the class teacher said, if the opponents they faced in this class were only 80% of the original ones, then the next class would be really difficult. When they thought about the consequences of failing 2 classes in a row, they couldn't be happy, and they were not in the mood to intrigue like before. Or it could be said that not many people would be interested in challenging others in the future. The pressure of the elite class of the affiliated middle school of a super school like Huiyao was revealed at this moment. As long as they have the ideal of becoming a god, they must keep going all out to improve themselves in the next semester. Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory, washed his face, took out the blueprint of the heavy-duty golem, and examined it carefully. After a while, he smiled. With his current knowledge of spells, he could make it. The premise is that there are enough rare metal materials, because in addition to a large amount of refined steel, rare raw materials such as mithril and refined gold must be used as the materials for the magic array in the golem to make a golem. Among them, steel is not a big problem. In his god's domain, there are already intelligent goblins who have built a complete set of steelmaking furnaces in the City of Truth. Now they are using the weapons, armor and other spoils collected before to smelt and practice. Returning to the god's domain, Lin Xiao took out the ancient quality mining card, left the kingdom of God, and appeared in the flame god's domain space. At this time, the flame god's domain has completely turned into a world of flame lava, and this world is still expanding continuously. With each expansion, the new land has all turned into a lava land. But it is not a lava sea. Before, the entire god's domain turned into a lava sea, because the space of the god's domain was not large enough. Tens of thousands of flame creatures gathered and spread out, and the entire god's domain space was completely melted. But later, under the conscious restraint of the Flame Lord Culbert, these flame creatures gathered in the center of the flame god's domain. Then, because there were not many flame creatures passing by around the flame god's domain, the temperature began to slowly drop, and the melted lava began to gradually solidify into red rocks. Only occasionally did lava turn into a stream and flow through the cracks in the rocks. Just like in the real fire element plane, large chunks of red rocks floated in the underground lava. At this time, Lin Xiao took out the synthesized large mixed ore card and came here. He loaded it into the god's domain with a thought and designated the flame god's domain space. At the moment of loading, in his perception, a thick and extremely thick light column appeared out of thin air in the air of the flame god's domain and fell under the semi-solidified rocks at the edge of the god's domain. and quickly turned into a huge mineral vein. As the continuous light injection was completely invested in it, it finally disappeared, and the large mixed mineral vein was formed. Then, Culbert, who was in the center of the god's domain, suddenly roared and stirred up a raging flame magma to drive a large number of fire elements to the edge of the newly formed mineral vein, surrounding this large mineral vein. The next step is very simple. He will surround this divine land with mineral veins. Use the high temperature of the fire divine realm to melt the ore into molten iron. Collect it, and then transmit it to the city of truth, saving the miners the effort of mining and purifying the ore. The molten iron formed by the melted iron ore is very pure, and it only needs further processing to become high-quality premium steel. After fusing this card, Lin Xiao still had 4 slots left. Only one was left from the summer camp, and the other 3 were from the first month of the second year of high school. Next, Lin Xiao returned to reality and sent Xin Yuexin a message that he was going to retreat. Before he could get a reply, he received a message from her that she was also going to retreat. They sent it to each other at almost the same time. Try your best. Thinking of her delicate and charming face in his mind, he felt warm in his heart and replied, "You should also work hard. I hope we can be promoted to the university department at the same time. I will treat you to delicious food then." The intense courses in the second year of high school destined them to be unable to fall in love like ordinary people. They could only bury this in their hearts and wait until they were admitted to university. At that time, they might live in the foreign plane permanently, and they would have enough time to fall in love. Chapter 198, Wise Goblin Hero Ailment. In the following days, Lin Xiao almost always stayed in the god's domain, staying there almost every day. He studied spells and various spell theories, and let all the wise goblins participate in it through the Tower of Truth. The feedback from more than 3,000 wise goblins made him make rapid progress in spell theory. In terms of theory, he was sure that no one in the class could compare with him, and there might be few who could compare with him throughout the high school stage. With solid spell theory knowledge, it was fed back to the Tower of Truth, and more profound spell theory books gradually appeared in the tower for the wise goblins to study. He brought knowledge into the Tower of Truth for the wise goblins to study, and all the gains from the wise goblin study and research were fed back to Lin Xiao, allowing him to obtain more profound theoretical knowledge, and then fed back to the Tower of Truth for the wise goblins to study. In this way, the various theoretical knowledge about spells in the Tower of Truth grew rapidly. At the same time, as the god's domain continued to expand, Lin Xiao felt that the god's domain was empty, and there were too few families. At the same time, the intelligent goblins were too crazy about learning and unwilling to have children, which led to a slow reproduction rate. The initial 2,000 intelligent goblins only increased by 1,000 in 20 years, which was too slow. He has begun to make conscious adjustments and sent Divine Oracle to Slaughter, asking him to guide the intelligent goblins to reproduce more. At the same time, he added a restriction to the Tower of Truth to let the intelligent goblins do something else interesting instead of staying at home. It must be said that the forced adjustment is still somewhat effective. Under his forced restrictions, the intelligent goblins can no longer enter the Tower of Truth at any time like before, and can only make time to do other things after a study is completed. Some people with strong hands-on ability will study other things derived from spell theory, and the rest of those with weak hands-on ability can only follow Slaughter's arrangements to do some beneficial activities, and make hundreds of millions of contributions to the prosperity of the intelligent goblin race. It is worth mentioning that the pure divine spirit that cost him 5 points of divinity had already been reincarnated and successfully reincarnated into a divine intelligent goblin, who had shown extraordinary wisdom and ability since childhood. He had grown up in just 10 years in the god's domain, and had already stood out at this time, becoming a famous young genius among the intelligent goblins. On the day of his birth, Lin Xiao personally descended and gave him the name Ailment Lin, with the surname at the back and the given name at the front, hoping that he would become the most intelligent being in the god's domain in the distant future. And now it seems that he has lived up to his expectations. At a young age, he has become the most intelligent of the intelligent goblins, and has shown a very strong talent in spells since childhood. Finally, in the second week of the first class, the first intelligent goblin hero Ailment successfully cast his first spell without a career card and officially took office as a mage. This is a real mage, not a pseudo-mage who took office with a career card. The mage in the occupation card comes from a super powerful crystal wall system called Toriel. It relies on the magic network for its existence. Not only is there a limit on the use of spells, but it is also limited by the spell slot limit of the magic network. The mage profession that Ailment obtained through self-study is more similar to the mage in the pseudo D&D game. He casts spells with blue mana instead of magic web. So as long as he has enough mana, he can cast spells at will without any restrictions, which makes him more powerful. After taking up the mage profession, Ailment's innate divinity was officially stimulated, and he became an epic template mage hero. Lin Xiao looked at Ailment's hero panel and gave an evaluation that his potential was no less than Slardar. Hero, Ailment Divine Creature. Race, Wise Goblin. Level, Epic. Hero Aura, Magic Aura. All friendly spellcasting professions within the aura range have their mana and mental power consumption reduced by 25%. Casting speed increased by 25%. Casting distance increased by 25%. And spell power increased by 25%. Hero General Talent. Epic Hero Constitution immune to instant death damage. Advanced Life Regeneration. Physical damage reduction by 25%. And comprehensive resistance plus 25%. Divine Creature Talent. Divine Creature all attributes plus 20%. Overall resistance plus 20%. Obtain Advanced Life Regeneration. Heroic Unique Talent. Goblin's Glory inherited the last glory of the ancient goblins, possessing a super talent in magic creation. Hero Skills, none. Constitution, 19 plus 4 points. Omitted. Strength, 16 plus 3 points. Omitted. Agility, 21 plus 4 points. Omitted. Spirit, 60 plus 12 points. Your spirit is beyond the reach of mortals. Your wisdom is extraordinary. And you are a natural master of magic. Evaluation, a legendary goblin hero who inherits the glory of the ancient goblins. From his talent, it can be seen that Alaminda is not the kind of mage hero who is good at fighting. But he is very talented in magic creation, which makes him look forward to it. Alaminda does not have hero skills yet, but his spellcasting ability has increased rapidly after becoming a hero. In a few years, he was promoted to the level of a 6th level archmage and became a very powerful mage leader. Yes, since Alaminda became a formal mage, other wise goblins seem to have opened their minds. Senior wise goblins, who have studied spells for many years, have successfully cast spells and become real mages. It is worth mentioning that only the wise goblins, who have not become Frost Wizards, can become real wizards. If they become Frost Wizards, they will never become real wizards. However, this does not mean that there is no way out for those who become Frost Wizards. They can still continue to study spell theory knowledge, and thus learn various spell skills and super magic skills by themselves, and become a senior Frost Wizard who is stronger than ordinary professions. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the changes of the wise goblins. He promoted Ailment to be the patriarch of the wise goblin clan, and selected 20 outstanding wise goblin wizards as his priests, and ordered them to establish the church's subordinate organization, the Hall of Truth, which is responsible for managing and protecting the Tower of Truth, as well as the manufacture of church magic machinery and weapons and armor. At this time, the Church of Truth only had one branch, the Hall of Truth, besides the headquarters, but the second branch, the Arbitration Court, was being prepared. The duties of the Arbitration Court were generally to monitor the church, arrest the church's judges and traitors, which was equivalent to the Genui of the East Factory, and had considerable power. Lin Xiao did not have any family members qualified for this position, so he could only leave it for the time being. Time passed in the rapid development of the Divine Realm. Every week when Lin Xiao returned from the Divine Realm, he would send a message to Xing Yuexin as soon as possible. A month ago, they agreed to contact each other at the same time every week, and this was the 4th time. The content of the chat was mostly some interesting things encountered in the development of their respective divine realms, or some interesting things in class, including the courses and content of their respective classes. Now Lin Xiao had a good understanding of the courses of the elite class of Huiyao No. 1 Middle School. Generally speaking, it was not much different from No. 2 Middle School, but the teaching methods were slightly different. The most important thing was that the 2 teachers and counselors of the elite class of the 2nd grade of No. 1 Middle School treated different students very differently. To sum it up in one sentence, poor students are treated normally, and excellent students are given special training. Fortunately, my aunt performed well and was an excellent student. Then they chatted for a while, and hung up reluctantly when they were almost in the classroom. Although they chatted very little, the relationship did not become cold because of the lack of chat. On the contrary, it has improved. She no longer rejects his occasional verbal teasing on the internet. This is a huge improvement. When a girl does not reject a boy's verbal flirting with her, it means that she has a good impression of this boy, and she can win him over soon if she works harder. Lin Xiao is already thinking about finding an opportunity to meet her one day to confirm the relationship first. Thinking all the way to the door of the classroom. Seeing the serious classmates coming one after another, Lin Xiao quickly put away his mood. Because today is the second class of this semester. According to what the head teacher said in the last class, the teacher will not let her go in this class. And everyone is a little nervous. Of course, this does not include him. In the past month of the main world, the development of the God Realm for 30 years has made great progress in the strength of his God Realm. Compared with the last time, he has enough confidence to face any seniors from the past. Entering the classroom, the crystal disc stopped at his position. Students arrived one after another, but there was not much sound in the classroom. Most students have been like this for the past month. It doesn't feel like they are in school. It feels more like the disciples of the so-called sects in the novels. Everyone is a competitor. When all the students are present, the class bell rings, and the head teacher and counselor arrive on time. Dr. Sun is a theoretical teacher and usually doesn't come to such practical classes. As always, the golden silk divine light that is worn in full armor and can't even see the figure clearly. The pupils that keep swallowing and spitting out swept all the students. And the voice is as emotionless as always. The second class is the same as a month ago. But this time it will simulate 100% of the projections of the seniors from the past. Students who failed the last class should pay attention. If you continue to fail in this class, you will be persuaded to withdraw the class too. There was no sound in the classroom. But Lin Xiao knew that everyone must be upset. TSK. A group of people will be eliminated 2 months after the start of school. What a competitive pressure. Fortunately, he has grown up very fast during this period. Not to mention the intelligent goblins who have grown up. He has the confidence to face any opponent with the current Great Nanda and Fishman. As long as he does not meet the top seniors in history, he may not even need to summon the Flame Lord. For a full 30 years of development, he not only constantly used the extraordinary ability of reproduction to increase the reproduction speed of the Great Naga, but also specially traded a total of 9 5-star rare quality reproduction cards online with 3 mythical quality cards, and combined 3 cards into one to synthesize 3 mythical quality reproduction cards. This is the upper limit of the reproduction card. Even if more fusions are made, there will be no ancient quality reproduction cards. So 3 cards into one is the most cost-effective. The duration remains unchanged at 10 years, but the reproduction speed has increased from 300% to 500%. 3 cards have been used in the God Realm for 30 years, and 3 card slots are used in total, with a 500% reproduction speed bonus for 30 years, plus the extraordinary reproduction ability. Even the lowest reproduction capacity of the Great Nagas has been forcibly raised. At this time, the number of Great Nagas in the Divine Realm has increased by more than 100% compared to half a year ago. The total number has increased from less than 3,000 a month ago to nearly 7,000 now. Chapter 199 Growth after the inheritance is digested. Not to mention the Murlocs, which have tripled directly, from more than 27,000 to more than 84,000 now. And as the base of the Murlocs becomes larger and larger, the growth rate will be faster and faster even without the reproduction card. In addition, the number of intelligent goblins has also increased significantly under his forced intervention. Although the intelligent goblins are not as good at staying at home and reproducing as the Murlocs. After all, with all the reproduction bonuses, the total number has reached about 8,000, exceeding the Great Naga. In summary, excluding the fire elements of the Flame God Realm and the water elements of the Water God Realm, and the few wind and earth elements of the Wind Element God Realm and the Earth Element God Realm, the total number of the clans in Lin Zhao's God Realm has exceeded the 100,000 mark. Yes, the bonus of the reproduction card is ineffective against elemental creatures. Not only are elements not real creatures, but the birth of elements is not born at all, but is automatically formed by the convergence of the energy of each element. Or the elements are split, which has nothing to do with reproduction. In addition, Lin Xiao spent 11 mythical quality cards on the school trading platform to trade a total of 43 cards of 3 other elements except the fire element, with a grade between white and gold mythical quality. Then these 3 element cards were fused into 3 ancient quality element summoning cards. which were loaded into the three subsidiary divine domains around the main divine domain, namely the water element divine domain, the air element divine domain, and the earth element divine domain. The quality of these three cards is not as good as the flame melting sea card. There is no elemental lord in them, but each of them has a large number of 3 elements, even several super large elements with strength reaching the 6th level, and thousands of other large, medium and small elements, which can barely support the 3 elemental divine domains. Moreover, the 3 elemental divine domains are here. As long as the number of elements in the 3 elemental divine domains increases to a certain extent, they will naturally condense the authority to give birth to the Lord. In other words, it won't be long before the environment in the 3 divine domains is completely transformed by the elements into an environment similar to the elemental plane, and their respective lords will be born automatically. Who will be the specific one? Unless Lin Xiao interferes, the strongest super large elements in the normal situation will compete to emerge. Lin Xiao did not interfere with this, and let them compete on their own. The winner will receive a little divinity from him. Well, the main reason is that he only has 2 points of divinity left in his hand now. The other divinities have been consumed one by one in the past 30 years. Without the magic cube of good fortune, he purely relied on himself to forcibly grind away the remaining will and spiritual imprints, and completely refine these few points of divinity by himself. In addition, not long ago, Lin Xiao consumed 200 million faith points to completely condense the 2 uncondensed divinities. At this time, Lin Xiao already has a full 15 points of divinity, and has jumped to the first level of the class. Well, there are still 30 points of divinity to catch up with someone. As his divinity became higher, Lin Xiao felt more and more how powerful the Wu he met in the summer camp was. He was already in the first year of high school, but he could accumulate more than 20 points of divinity. He was too strong. The key is that he didn't have the fortune cube to cheat, and every bit of divinity was erased by himself, which was very scary. If he hadn't used the fortune cube to cheat, he really wouldn't have the confidence to catch up. So far, Lin Xiao now has only 2 points of divinity left to grant his subordinates, 1 remaining card slot, and 2 remaining mythical quality 5-star cards. The resources obtained from the summer camp are almost used up. Even the fragments of the Kingdom of God in the Tomb of God have been fused for almost 2 months after obtaining it. The fusion speed is faster as time goes by. At this time, the area of his main divine domain has changed from the original 8 kilometers long from east to west, and 5 kilometers wide from north to south, to the current large rectangular divine domain of 100 kilometers from east to west, and 50 kilometers from north to south. In addition, there are 6 subsidiary divine domains outside his divine domain. Originally, the divine domains of fire and water elements were the largest, but after the 4 elements were all returned to their positions, the areas of other divine domains were all shortened. Now the areas are the same, all of which are large divine domains with a length and width of about 10 kilometers, which is larger than the main divine domain before obtaining the legacy of Major General Carey. Lin Xiao expected that after all the remaining fragments of the Kingdom of God were merged, the area of the entire God's domain would increase by about 1/3. He planned to add all of these increased areas to the upper and lower subsidiary God's domains. The main God's domain and the 4 elements God's domains are now large enough. It can be said that no one in high school can match his God's domain area, except for a few top elites in the 3rd year of high school. The area of most 3rd-year high school students is not as large as is at this stage, which is completely enough. He planned to expand the God's domain space above, which he named Heaven, and the 2 God's domains below, which he named Hades. In the future, the main God's domain will be where all his family members live, and the upper Heaven God's domain space will be used to house his church and rule the entire God's domain. The lower Hades will house some beings that are not suitable for other God's domain spaces, such as captured enemies, demons and undead subordinates, etc., which is equivalent to the exile place of the entire God's domain, the gathering place of filth, etc. Such a powerful strength makes Lin Xiao full of confidence in the next battle. However, you are very lucky. This time you need to face the projection of the seniors of the previous class. That is, the projection of the seniors of the current Senior 3 elite class in their 2nd year of high school. At that time, you will get personal guidance from the seniors. Students should seize the opportunity to ask the seniors for advice. The words of the counselor Zhu Hong stunned everyone. What the HL? The seniors of the 3rd grade came to project in person? It is indeed true from the literal meaning. Lin Xiao looked up, and a classmate next to him raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, do you mean that the opponent we need to face this time is the real projection of the seniors of the current Senior 3 elite class in their second year of high school?" The counselor turned around and showed a smile that seemed a little scary to them. "That's right. Your class teacher has already agreed with the class teacher of the Senior 3 elite class 1. This time the two grades will work together. And you can see the style of the seniors of the previous class." And she had a strange expression on her face. "This time there is an Easter egg. Some lucky people will be personally guided by two seniors, who are in the top 10 of the ranking list of the senior year of the middle school. This opportunity is rare. I don't really want to see the style of the seniors." Lin Xiao curled his lips and opened the campus network to check the information of the seniors in the elite class of senior year, especially the information of the two seniors in the top 10 of the ranking list mentioned by the counselor. Soon he opened his mouth wide and showed a shocked expression. Xiong Chumo, female, monitor of the elite class of senior year of Huiyao No. 2 middle school, ranked second on the Tianjiao list. Chao Yichen, male, deputy monitor of the elite class of senior year of Huiyao No. 2 middle school, ranked second on the peerless list. Wow! Two great gods. Whether it is the Tianji Vice list or the peerless Vice list, they are unmatched opponents for students like them who can't even make it to the Renjia list. This kind of luck. It can be either. At this time, the counselor added, considering the difficulty of this class and the strength of the two seniors, this class will be carried out in the form of a simulated battle. At that time, your god's domain will be projected to a virtual plane, providing basic points to a range defense, and fighting with the seniors' projected god's domain. At the same time, the two seniors will only show 50% to 80% of their strength. Any student who matches the two seniors will pass as long as they are recognized by the two seniors. Lin Xiao could feel that the students around him, who might match the two seniors, were relieved. If this is the case, it's okay. If they fight with real swords and guns, the loss to the god's domain will be very large, especially since the seniors of the previous class are said to be very strong. Even in the second year of high school, they were quite strong. If the loss is too large, it will not be easy even if there is enough time to recover. Solving this worrying point. It is a small problem for the two super seniors. It would be a fantasy to defeat two players ranked in the Tianjiu and Peerless Vice list. But it would be much easier to just get their recognition. Moreover, if the difference in strength is too big, then you can talk to the seniors and beg for mercy. And maybe you can get through. In this class, all those who pass will receive a divine card and 2 divine domain cards. The 10 with the highest evaluation will each receive a standard lightning spire construction blueprint. Among them, the lucky ones who pass the excellent evaluation of the 2 seniors will directly receive 4 already built lightning spires in addition to the existing rewards. Okay, you can prepare now. The invasion will begin in 5 days. Everyone entered the divine domain with their malice agape. Soon, only the head teacher and the counselor were left in the classroom. Jean Cece stretched out her hand, and a light screen popped up in front of her eyes. It showed the virtual avatars of all the players in the class. There was a circle of light circles of different colors around the edge of each avatar. Black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. She glanced at the virtual avatars in the golden halo in the center, and finally landed on 2 of them, and pointed her finger. Zhu Hong, the instructor who looked like a little giant, looked at the one representing Lin Xiao among the 2 avatars she pointed at, and asked, "It's a shame to put such a heavy burden on him." He stopped talking before he finished, and looked at Jean Cece with a strange face. She pointed at the portraits of more than a dozen students with golden halos in the center with an expressionless face, and then pulled over a beautiful girl with a half-jade mask who looked cold and fierce. Zhu Hong's mouth twitched, and she wanted to say something but didn't say it. Jean Cece noticed it, and said to herself as if explaining, "I said there were lucky people who were guided by 2 seniors, but I didn't say there were only 2 lucky people." Zhu Hong mourned for the dozen students who were rated as gold level for a second, and raised a big finger as thick as a child's arm. "You are the boss. You make the decision." In the divine domain, Lin Xiao first read the so-called simulated invasion principle and quickly gathered all the clans that could fight, including the intelligent goblins. This time it was a simulated projection battle, which meant that the family he chose to fight was projected into a plane. And then each person had a certain number of creation points to change the plane terrain or build various building defenses, and then launched a plane-to-plane attack with the plane owned by the projection of the senior who was connected. The victory condition was not only to kill all the senior's troops, but also to break through the central core of the senior's plane. If the central core of the corresponding plane was broken, it meant that he was defeated. Since it was a simulated battle, the wise goblins could be sent out. It was not just about accumulating combat experience, but the current wise goblins could already be put to use, in addition to more and more wise goblins becoming mages, and the wise goblins themselves being able to obtain the Frost Warlock profession. More importantly, the current wise goblins have already tinkered with the first batch of war equipment in the divine domain, namely catapults and crossbow cards. 2 basic war equipment. Chapter 200 Senior Sister Xiong Chumo. This is also the current situation of most players in the God Realm who have just obtained auxiliary races. Don't expect to make any powerful war equipment at the beginning. It is very good to be able to build simple catapults and crossbows. In fact, most auxiliary races can only forge iron at the beginning. Lin Xiao's crossbow catapult is the same as an ordinary catapult. But because the wise goblins all know spells, whether they are Frost Warlocks or Orthodox mages, they all have 1 or 2 spells that can bless weapons. For example, crossbow arrows have frost damage, or sharpness, or throw a layer of flame on the thrown stone and turn it into a fireball. It's hard to say how much more lethality it will increase, but at least it looks very powerful. Gather all the troops. 5 days later, Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the throne of the Kingdom of God, looked up. In his perception, a transparent wave quickly swept across the God Realm. And then, his eyes changed for a while, and the voice of the head teacher sounded in his ears. Don't resist. The next second, a not very strong force swept past. The void in front of him collapsed. A bit of will sank into the void, and everything in front of him quickly stretched into a channel composed of countless lines leading to the distance. This is the class teacher using the power of some special artifact to copy all the designated clans in his divine domain into a projection, and send it to a certain virtual plane. As the master of the divine domain, he can choose whether to accept the projection. If not, he cannot force the copy. After all, this is his divine domain, and the divine domain players have absolute authority in their own divine domain. I don't know how long it took. The kaleidoscope-like channel in front of him suddenly disappeared, and 2 planes appeared in front of Lin Xiao, one on the left and one on the right. He fell directly into one of the planes, and at the same time a light curtain unfolded in front of him, and dots of transparent flames twisted on the light curtain to form a line of words. You have 1 hour to choose the plane terrain, and you can transform the plane by consuming creation points. The transparent flame slowly disappeared, and the light curtain officially became an interface. It looks like a game interface. There are 100 creation points in the upper left corner, and there is a panel on the right, which is exactly the terrain that can be changed or the props obtained by consuming creation points. He glanced at it and basically can transform any terrain he has heard of, including plateaus, plains, deserts, swamps, snowfields, waters, and even the underground world. In addition, you can also directly exchange various buildings, war machines, etc. by consuming creation points, including powerful war buildings such as magic towers. But the exchange price is very high. One requires 10 creation points, and only 4 can be exchanged. At this time, Lin Xiao saw a small prompt in the lower right corner of the interface. Note: Jedi terrain such as full lava cannot be transformed. He shrugged and couldn't complain. This prompt is useless. After looking at the cost of transforming the terrain, it is impossible to transform all the lava terrain even if all 100 points are used up. This special terrain requires 10 times the creation points of ordinary terrain. If all are used up, even the corners of the plane cannot be handled. But Lin Xiao pinched his chin, recalling his own tricks in the last stage of the summer camp exchange competition. The plane cannot change the lava terrain, but it can be transformed by itself. Although it is a bit tiring to use the same trick, it is good to use. Why not use such a good and legal cheating method? This is part of my strength. There is no reason to leave it alone. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao cast his eyes on the interface, first consuming 40 points of creation points to exchange for 4 magic towers, all placed in the center of the plane. This plane has a diameter of about 10 kilometers and a radius of 5 kilometers. The magic tower itself has a range of several kilometers. It can almost cover the entire plane if placed in the center of the plane. Then, the remaining points were all exchanged for war machinery, such as siege rams, large counterweight catapults, small catapults, crossbow carts, etc. The terrain did not change at all. Just the initial endless wasteland. Only when the strength is insufficient will you try to set up a terrain that is beneficial to you. Lin Xiao does not need it. He only needs to strengthen the attack. While he and other students were racking their brains to arrange their troops, somewhere in the void, a large group of equally young boys and girls were standing on a light curtain formed by colorful light. In front of them was a huge light curtain divided into dozens of pieces, each of which contained a small plane, which was changing its form as the power of creation was consumed. Many boys and girls sat on the ground to rest with expressionless faces, or observed with great interest, pointing and talking. A boy who was probably about 3 meters tall and very strong, but had a childish face, clenched his fists back and forth, making crackling sounds, and laughed. After waiting for so long, "It's finally our turn." He turned around and shouted to the people around him, "Do you remember how you were abused by the seniors?" Everyone laughed. And someone said, "Of course I remember. It's very impressive." Hee hee. Hee hee. The sturdy man twisted his thick neck and laughed. "As one of the fine traditions of our school, we must carry it forward and teach the juniors, who have just entered the second year of high school, what cruelty is." There was another round of laughter around. At this time, someone from another group of people not far away shouted, "Fatty, don't be complacent. Don't forget that the troops we projected are the troops of our second year of high school at the same time, which is limited compared to theirs. If you capsize in the ditch at that time, you will be embarrassed." The sturdy man got angry when he heard this, turned around and yelled, "I told you not to call me fat. I'm strong." He rolled up his sleeves to show his thick arms and bulged muscles. "This is muscle. That is also meat." While they were observing, pointing, or bragging loudly, there was a small open space on one side of the crowd, where 2 cold and arrogant boys and girls sat. Others were chatting and walking, and at this time, they couldn't help but whisper in the void. In the plain, Lin Xiao consumed all the creation points, and then arranged the projected clansmen according to race. There were more than 8,000 intelligent goblins in the center, just around the bottom of the 4 magic towers, excluding the more than 6,000 big Nagas, who were able to fight as young children. They were divided into 4 phalanxes and stationed in the 4 directions. The same was true for the 80,000 little fishmen. This is the case for now, because we cannot be sure from which direction the enemy will appear. Once we are sure, we can change the formation at any time. After finishing these, Lin Xiao was ready. An hour came quickly. 2 who scanned the layout of the entire plane again to make sure there was no problem. And then he looked around the plane with expectation. At the same time, when the time came, a huge vortex appeared on the colorful light platform, and the seniors of the 3rd year of high school took off into the air and turned into streams of light. The boy and girl on the edge of the platform turned their heads, and the boy asked, "Are you going or am I going?" The girl stood up and showed her beautiful figure, and said, "Senior Jean didn't let me be lazy." "Okay." The boy spread his hands, and his body turned into a silver stream of light and fell into the vortex. As the countdown ended, the entire plane shook violently, and then the entire void in the south of the plane suddenly began to twist. In just 3 seconds, it collapsed into countless glass-like fragments and scattered, revealing another plane outside the plane fragments. 2 who narrowed his eyes and looked at a group of large black shadows in the air of the opposite plane. It was too far away to see clearly, but it was roughly clear what kind of large creature it was. 10 minutes later, with the rumbling of drums, a huge towering phalanx crossed the plane and rushed in from the edge of the plane. The total number of this group of towering phalanxes was about 5,000, almost armed to the teeth, with thick steel plate armor all over their bodies. No shields, but each person held a wheel-shaped 2-handed axe, and a dozen small hand axes on their waists. The so-called wheel axe does not mean that the left and right blades of the axe look like wheels. Of course, the blades do look round, but it means that the left and right blades together are as big as a wheel. With one axe, a cow can be easily cut in 2. Thinner or non-high-quality steel armor can be directly broken, and the lethality is extremely high. There are 4 such minotaur phalanxes, 2 on the left and 2 on the right, and each is about half a kilometer apart. At the same time, there are 4 rabbit servant armies, with a number of about 10,000 on the left and right rear of the minotaur phalanx, which is equivalent to 1 servant army for each minotaur. 20,000 fully armed high-level Minotaur and 40,000 Rabbit Servant armies are enough to easily suppress any of Huayu's ordinary second-year classes at this stage. However, this is only part of the student's strength, not the main force. As the enemy's main force appeared at the edge of the plain and was about to cross the plain, Tuu's expression became more and more ugly. Later, it was no longer solemn, but shock and a hint of despair. Damn, my luck is so good? Lin Xiao, who was in the same mood as Tu Hu, looked at the 20,000 Minotaurs and 40,000 Rabbit Servants walking forward, and the silver-haired bear men standing up behind them, and felt a kind of sadness. Bear men, or mutant bear men. Normal bear men are slightly shorter than Minotaurs, but this group of nearly 6,000 bear men is not only more than a head taller than Minotaurs, but also has no armor, and their bulging muscles are covered with a layer of greasy silver hair. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of huge palms, and the 1-foot-long silver claws that are like metal, which are more powerful than any weapon. In addition, Lin Xiao also saw 40 or 50 storm eagles in the sky of the opposite plane. These were all 6th-level extraordinary creatures with the ability to control storms and lightning. Their combat power was at the top among the same-level extraordinary creatures. Among this large group of storm eagles, there was one that was larger than its peers. Its wings were wrapped with transparent wind belts and lightning, and an invisible halo spread out thousands of meters away. This was actually a rare beast hero. A 7th-level storm eagle, 40 or 50 extraordinary storm eagles, 5 or 6,000 mutant bear people, 20,000 Minotaurs, and 40,000 Rabbit Servants. Good guy. I'm a bit lucky. Now Lin Xiao can be 100% sure that he is lucky to meet Xiong Chumo, one of the two seniors. Lin Xiao suddenly tilted his head, with a strange look on his face, and chewed the name softly. Xiong Chumo? Bear-haunted? He suddenly became very curious about what this senior, who was obviously a girl, looked like. He scratched his head, flew into the air, and hung in front of the formation, bowing in the direction of the broken plane barrier and said, Junior Lin Xiao. Who is the senior on the opposite side? Chapter 201 Senior Sister's Affirmation. What responded to him was the Minotaur's earth-shaking war cry. Driven by the drums, he rushed towards the forward Murloc with a wheel axe. So cool! Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and with a thought, the great Naga Slardar lifted the anchor and slammed it to the ground with a heavy muffled sound. And a dull roar sounded. For the supreme truth and the Lord of creation. Kill! Countless Murlocs responded to the call of Pope Slardar of the Church of Truth and Creation, and launched a charge against the Minotaur army that was crossing the edge of the plain with 1,000 Murlocs as a combat unit. A large number of Murloc warlocks and wise goblin warlocks gathered and united to summon large water elementals. In particular, many Murloc warlocks surrounded the wise goblins and summoned super large water elementals. Originally, the Murloc warlocks could only summon small and medium-sized water elements, but not large ones. However, since they had the Tower of Truth, the wise goblins have acquired systematic spell knowledge. Some senior wise goblin warlocks or mages have the real ability to coordinate mages, and can combine the mental power and mana of other magic professions to cast large spells beyond their personal abilities. For example, summoning a super large water element of level 6, or combining dozens or hundreds of Murloc warlocks to cast a super large water or ice war spell, etc. There are 6,000 or 7,000 Murloc warlocks among the more than 80,000 Murloc families. This is a considerable mental power and mana reserve, which can exert power far beyond their own limits under the coordination of the wise goblins. When the forward Murloc cannon fodder and the enemies forward were about to engage in battle, the summoning squares finally took shape, and the clear water splashes emerged along the magic circle formed by the magic power to form a huge vortex, from which super large water elements emerged one by one. In the first wave, 67 super large water elements of level 6 were summoned. Many wise goblins and Murloc warlocks took a breath and started the second round of summoning. Murloc warlocks can summon water elements up to 3 times a day. The summoned super large water element is as high as 12 or 13 meters, like a 3-story building, and is made entirely of water. The fighting method is generally to rely on its own heavy body to impact the target, or to throw high-pressure water columns to impact the target, and to use various water-based spells to attack. Because of the characteristics of the element, the combat effectiveness of water elements before level 6 is not as good as that of fire elements. But once the water element reaches the 6th level of extraordinary level, it will undergo a qualitative change. At this time, the water element can already use the variant ice spells of the water element. At this time, the combat effectiveness of the water element will undergo a qualitative change, and it is no less than other elements. For example, the famous blizzard, or ice storm, can cause large-scale damage to the enemy, while also greatly slowing down or freezing the target. Blizzard is a large-scale spell that is as famous as the fire rain spell, but is more powerful. 67 super-large water elementals were summoned and gathered in front of the formation. A large amount of water vapor spread, and the surrounding ground quickly became wet and water-seeping. Gusts of cold wind spread out from them. The temperature dropped sharply, and the sky began to darken. At the same time, Slada suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted to the sky, "Lord of Fire Culbert, I call you to come in the name of the supreme truth." Buzz! A dull sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if something was responding in different spaces. In the direction of Slada's finger, the sky began to turn red, and soon large clouds began to burn and turn red. Wisps of flames drifted down, and the void began to twist. After a few seconds, with the restraint of an invisible force, this infinite fire cloud slowly turned into a huge flame vortex. The center of the vortex slowly twisted. After a while, a large hand condensed from lava and flame suddenly stretched out from the vortex and pressed heavily on the edge of the vortex. In a certain plain, a girl with a slim figure suddenly stopped and looked back. In front of her was a huge battlefield. 15,000 fully armed minotaurs were fighting in a huge basin with wild boars and jackals, which were 1.5 times their number. Tens of thousands of rabbit servants did not leave the battlefield, but rushed to a huge valley on the other side of the basin with about 4,000 silver-haired giant bears. Bypassing the edge of the basin, that was where the enemy's main base was. 30 storm eagles were hovering in the sky, flapping their huge wings, and lightning and transparent airflow converged into a round table-sized lightning ball that fell into the valley. Xiong Chumo did not use any tactics, but simply launched an attack in the way that the defensive student hoped most, and pushed forward the place where the defensive student thought he had the most advantage. She only used half of her strength, which was also the standard she set for this junior. If he could resist half of her strength, he would pass the test. Otherwise, he would be eliminated no matter how good he said. It's not that she underestimated the junior, but she was too strong. Even if she hadn't risen completely in the second year of high school, she was not comparable to ordinary juniors. In her eyes, these juniors ranked in the first level of gold in the elite class were all ordinary juniors. Or she was lenient because the girl in front of her was also a girl. She was going to give this junior some pointers later. But a girl with a pair of starlights behind her like fairy wings was flying over. Suddenly, she saw Xiong Chumo, who was flying over, paused and disappeared out of thin air. She was stunned. In another plane, the girl's will was projected to the plane that discovered the abnormality. At first glance, she saw a ball of lava fire, as big as a house flying out of the huge vortex of fire in the sky and falling to the ground. She showed a hint of interest in her eyes. The huge lava fireball fell into the ground, making a deafening rumble. The sky was full of flames, and lava splashed to form a flame that covered hundreds of meters of the ground. The terrifying high temperature melted the ground, and the flames and lava expanded rapidly. Roar! Accompanied by a huge roar, an extremely huge figure emerged from the lava lake, and a circle of flames exploded, and the flames quickly spread along the flame ring. Level 7. Fire Lord. Epic Hero. Interesting. I am the Lord of Fire. The flames obey my command. The more violent flame spread out from the center of the Fire Lord, as if there was a portal in his body, and a steady stream of lava flowed out from the vortex of Culbert's feet. The girl observed expressionlessly, and quickly swept her eyes to the striker who was about to fight, and swept from beginning to end to the center of the plane. When she saw Slada, who was like a hill, she showed surprise for the first time, and her expression gradually became solemn, and she said to herself, 2 7th-level high-level extraordinary people. More than 260 level extraordinary people. How come I have never heard of such a new student? In his mind, Lin Xiao, who was commanding his family, suddenly looked up and saw that the sky suddenly burst into golden light and turned into a human outline. He moved his heart and also showed his true body and flew towards Xiong Chumo. He quickly approached and saw the beautiful girl with a slender figure under the golden light. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly clasped his fists and said, Lin Xiao met senior sister Xiong. To be honest, this was beyond his expectation. He thought she was a big and strong woman like the counselor, but he didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Xiong Chumo looked at him expressionlessly and said, "You are very good. I will do my best later." Ah! Lin Xiao's face fell immediately. The girl who always maintained a cold and stern look pulled her lips slightly to reveal an indelible smile, and quickly put it away, saying in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Whether you win or lose, you will pass. That's more like it." Muttering in his heart, he quickly put on a smile on his face and asked, "Then start now?" "Wait a minute. I will transfer the rest of the troops." "The rest? This is not." He suddenly shut up, turned his head, and looked at the gap where the planes met, and saw 2 5,000-man Tauren phalanxes, tens of thousands of rabbit men, and 2,000 to 3,000 silver-haired bear men passing through the plane gap. Among the 3,000 silver-haired bear men, there were more than 20 bear men with strength reaching the 6th level. And the bear man in the middle was even more powerful. Definitely a 7th level hero. Looking at the sky again, there were more than 20 Storm Eagles that had crossed the plane gap and were joining the original 40 or 50 Storm Eagles. This is really going all out. Lin Xiao bowed to Xiong Chumo and said, "Then I will ask you for advice. I will launch the attack in half an hour. Please go and prepare." Lin Xiao nodded and turned away without saying a word. This time, it's really a bit dangerous. A level 7 Storm Eagle, a level 6 Storm Eagle in his early 70s, 7,000 to 8,000 mutant bearmen, including 50 to 60 level 6 bearmen, a level 7 bearman leader, 30,000 Tauren, and 70,000 to 80,000 rabbitmen servants. This strength is the strongest among the same age that Lin Xiao has seen except Wu Xinglin. Even though Lin Xiao is not very sure now, half an hour is very short. After he came to his senses, he immediately deployed his troops and summoned all the elements in the 4 elemental domains in one breath. He was going to go all out. Although there are not many elements in the other 3 elemental planes, they each have several 6th level super large elements, and together they have more than 10 6th level combat forces. While he was deploying his troops, the figures of the class teacher Jean Cece and the counselor Zhu Hong appeared outside the crystal wall of the plane above the plane that Lin Xiao could not detect. Looking at the forces of both sides in the plane, Zhu Hong showed a hint of admiration and said, "This classmate Lin Xiao. His real strength should be one of the strongest in the class. And it is not much different from when Chu Mo did not exert his strength." Jean Cece did not reply, but watched quietly for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Do you think he has the potential to go further?" Zhu Hong was obviously stunned, and thought for a long time before saying, "It's hard to say. With his current performance, he has been growing rapidly. After the 3rd year of high school, there is a high probability that he will be ranked on the deputy list of outstanding people. But it is not so easy to be ranked on the deputy list of geniuses, or even the list of geniuses. It is unlikely to be achieved without a great opportunity." After a pause, he continued, "I know you are anxious, but some things cannot be rushed. The potential shown by this classmate named Lin Xiao is not enough for you to give him that great opportunity. Let's wait and see." Jean Cece was silent for a while and nodded, looking at the plane. The time has come and the war is about to break out. Chapter 202 Equally Matched. Bang bang bang. As the Murloc Vanguard and the Vanguard composed of the Minotaurs and Rabbit servants engaged in a head-on battle, a series of dull collisions, the harsh metal clanging of swords on armor, and the tearing of flesh and blood were heard. The first row of Murlocs that collided head-on were directly crushed by the Minotaurs. But on the other side, the battle between the Murlocs and the Servant Rabbit tribe, who were also low-level races, was the same as the Minotaurs crushing the Murlocs. The Rabbits were no match at all. Rabbits are a type of orcs. If Minotaurs are the strong fighting race among orcs, Rabbits are pure cannon fodder. They are petite and have average combat power. The only advantage is their strong fertility and the fact that the rabbit-eared girl is pretty and cute. This is probably the main reason why Xiong Chumo was willing to choose this. It's cute, pretty and cute. Otherwise, with her background, there are any low-level races that she can't choose. All the rabbits who went to battle at this time were male rabbits. And obviously not all the rabbit clans of senior sister Chumo. In fact, when students entered the 3rd year of high school, the number of low-level clans at the beginning was already very large. At this time, they would no longer rush to the battle as the whole God's domain did before. At this time, Some professional warriors would be selected from the initial clans as servants or cannon fodder, and the rest would stay in the god's domain to farm and work, providing faith for the lord of the god's domain, and no longer need to go to battle. In other words, at this time, the god's domain will be further divided into professional warriors and ordinary civilians. Just like a country, only a part of the most elite troops need to be selected, and the rest will either become reserves or civilians. In fact, some elite students in the second year of high school have already begun to have this trend. Unlike Lin Xiao, they do not have the ancient arena that can provide a lot of combat experience and professional experience. Normal God's Domain players will have a big battle every few years, and it is difficult to gain combat experience to upgrade their levels. The middle and high-level races are fine, with a slightly higher initial level, while the initial level of the low-level races is often 0. Not even level 1. They are not even qualified to be cannon fodder in increasingly large-scale and increasingly fierce battles. Even Lin Xiao is now considering separating the Murlocs. Among the more than 80,000 Murlocs, only 20,000 to 30,000 upgraded ones are armed as vassal troops, and the others are left in the god's domain to reproduce and provide the power of faith. The later it is, the more elite the god's domain model develops. A group of warriors who have been formally trained, upgraded, and seen blood are much stronger than a few untrained warriors who have not seen blood. This is the gap between professional soldiers and civilians. The troops that senior sister Chu Imo is testing at this time are still the projection of her second year of high school. They have not yet been completely elite and professional, but they have already taken shape and are quite powerful. At the beginning, 30,000 Minotaurs press forward and directly press down the 7 or 8 kilometers long Murloc line from the middle, while the Murlocs on the left and right wings press back against the Rabbit vassal army. Seen from the air, the formations of both sides looked like a fist headed by the Minotaur, which made a huge indentation on it, pressing down in the middle and rushing up to the left and right, looking like it was going to surround the Minotaur's main force. This is indeed the case from the perspective of the battle situation. But in fact, if the central Murlocs can withstand the pressure and wait until the left and right wings defeat the Rabbit servant army, they can indeed surround the main force of the Tauren. But if the central Murlocs can't withstand the pressure and are defeated by the main force of the Tauren, the encirclement will be broken, and they will collapse. Facing a senior sister who is ranked on the second list of Tianjiao, Lin Xiao dared not be careless at all, and he dared not squat in the sky to watch the battle as he did before. He directly ordered a small number of fire elements, and the other 3 elements plus a part of the magic system to join the battle. The remaining fire element main force, including Culbert and the Big Naga, as well as the other half of the magic system, faced the main force of the senior sister. 7 or 8,000 mutant bear men, including nearly 60 bear men who have reached level 6. A 7th level silver-haired bearman hero, more than 70 extraordinary storm giant eagles, and a 7th level storm giant eagle hero, not to mention the storm giant eagle. This is left to Culbert to deal with. It is not certain whether he can beat it, but at least he will not lose. The key point is the 7 or 8,000 mutant bear men, whose combat power is difficult to evaluate. Normal bear men are high-level orcs on par with minotaurs. The 7 or 8,000 silver-haired bear men in the hands of senior Chu Imo are obviously more powerful. Otherwise, there would not be a mere 7 or 8,000 that could surpass the 30,000 minotaurs as the main force. The next battle between the two main forces will see whether the mutant bear men are stronger, or the great Naga that he spent so much effort to train is stronger. Lin Xiao really has no idea about this. After all, the great Naga has only been trained once, and cannot be invincible. When the conventional forces of both sides were in a stalemate on the huge wasteland, the main forces of both sides had already entered the charging distance on another battlefield. A red light flashed on the body of the great Naga Slardar, and the heroic blood-sucking aura unfolded under all the great Naga to form a small blood-colored aura. At the same time, the Flame Lord Culbert in the distance also unfolded his heroic aura for the first time. The Flame Field. Heroic Aura, Flame Field. Effect 1. Add a flame burning effect to all enemies within a 3-kilometer range around the Fire Lord Culbert every 15 seconds, which lasts for 5 seconds. Effect 2. Add a flame spell effect to all friendly weapons within the range, causing a small amount of additional fire spell damage to the enemy. Effect 3. Increase the fire resistance of all friendly forces within the range. Obviously, the hero aura effect of Culbert, who has the power of the Fire Lord, is stronger than Slardar. It has 3 effects. The moment the aura sweeps over, all those affected are covered with a layer of light flames without hurting themselves. At the same time, the main force of the family of the opposite senior sister Chu-Imo is also beginning to prepare. The huge storm eagle leader spread his wings, and a circle of transparent airflow and lightning-mixed aura exploded and covered the battlefield. All the affected bears were covered with a layer of light transparent air shields, and it was obvious that their speed was slightly higher than before. The silver hair of the incredibly strong bear leader in the center of the bear men on the ground emitted a dazzling silver light. A circle of faint silver light quickly spread, and the silver light on all the bear men affected became brighter, and their claws became brighter. Then, around the bear leader, a group of strong bears carrying thick metal pillars on their backs took out the metal pillars one by one and smashed them on the ground. Circles of halos of different colors spread out, and the aura of all the bears affected rose rapidly. Then, when the last batch of priests on both sides finished blessing various buffs, more than 7,000, nearly 8,000 mutant bears led by their leader launched a charge towards the Big Na. The Big Na Deslada raised the anchor in his hand, which was slightly smaller than his body, and shouted, "The Supreme Truth and the Creator are watching us. Kill all heretics." More than 6,000 big Nagas, who were taller than the bears, each grabbed 2 sabers, and their thick snake tails twisted quickly on the wasteland, launching a counterattack at a faster speed than the bears. Senior sister Chu-Imo looked at the charging big Naga with her eyes, and said to Lin Xiao, "You are not a Naga." Although it was an inquiry, the tone was affirmative. Lin Xiao nodded and replied, "Senior sister is right. I am not a Naga. I am a new species I created myself. A higher race." She showed a trace of surprise on her face, watching the 2 equally powerful races collide head-on, and nodded. "Very good. Just for this, you have won my recognition. Thank you, Senior." A young man with a pair of lightning wings on his back said respectfully to the senior in front of him. Chao Yichen waved his hand and said, "I can only give you an excellent evaluation. The very excellent evaluation has been given to Gu Xiaoming. You can't compare with him. Whether you can get those 2 places depends on whether senior sister Chu-Imo will give other juniors a very excellent evaluation. If not, you still have a chance. If yes, I understand." The man replied respectfully. Chao Yichen nodded and smiled. "Don't worry too much. Senior sister Chu-Imo has very high requirements. She is different from me. If you are not strong enough, no one's face will work. There is a high probability that there will not be a second very excellent evaluation. You still have a chance." Roar! A silver-haired bear man and a level 5 great Naga collided head-on. A transparent wave of mixed fire and lightning exploded with both sides as the center. The great Naga leaned back to relieve the force, while the mutant bear man stopped after taking a step back, roaring and pounced on the great Naga with his silver claws. With a puff, the hard scales pierced through and 10 bloody slides were caught, and blood immediately flowed. The injured great Naga let out a scream and leaned back to stand up quickly. 2 sharp sabers slashed down and hit the mutant bear man's shoulders. A string of small lightning and flames exploded at the same time. The great Naga shook subconsciously. At the same time that 2 thick bloody slides were cut on the bear man's shoulders, a stream of blood surged out of the great Naga's body. This was the blood-sucking effect of the blood halo. Both sides were injured at the same time, but such injuries were nothing to the 2 high-level soldiers with thick skin and flesh. They continued fighting without even frowning, and a pile of wounds soon appeared on both sides. This situation is everywhere on the battlefield. The number of both sides is not much different. And now it seems that the combat power is not much different either. They are all thick-skinned and thick-fleshed characters. After a fight for almost a minute, all of them were injured, but no one was killed. This race that is very similar to the Naga can actually be compared with the mutant bear people of Chu-Imo. The counselor's tyrannical divine consciousness enveloped the entire plane, and he said with a little surprise, "Could it be that he is also a highly mutated Naga? Or should it be said that it is evolution?" "Evolution? Yes." Jean Cece stretched out her hand and pointed, and a projection of a large Naga appeared in front of her. She tapped her fingers, and a series of data unfolded. Pointing to the data above, she said, "Take a look at the data of this large Naga. Whether it is muscle strength, or regeneration ability, it is more than the Naga clan. Even the mutant bear people of Chu-Imo cannot compare in this regard. Its upper limit is very high." "Are you saying that this large Naga is stronger than the mutant bear people of Chu-Imo?" "Yes. Stronger? Zhu Hong immediately became interested and asked, "Who do you think will win this battle?" Chapter 203 Senior Sister's Reminder. Jean Cece pondered for a moment and shook her head. "Chu Mo will win," she added. "Although his great Naga is slightly stronger than the mutant bear man, it is limited. The two sides are 30 to 70 in a single duel of the same level. It is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. If they can win, it will be a miserable victory. But at this time, the two sides are fighting with all their strength. There are 3 battlefields. The main forces are tied. It is also difficult to tell the winner between the Storm Eagle and the Fire Elemental in a short time. But the winner in the secondary battlefields of both sides is easy to see." She pointed to the battlefield between the little fish man and the Minotaur and said, "This little fish man has obviously mutated. The combat power he now shows is far beyond that of normal fishmen. But after all, it is only a mutation, not an evolution. It is impossible to beat Chumo's 30,000 Minotaur. He will inevitably lose in the end. Can't stop it. Really can't stop it." What the head teacher Jean Cece said is exactly what Lin Xiao is seeing now. Outsiders can see it. And he can see it more clearly. Although the Murlocs are very powerful, and have a large group of elementalists and mages to support them, their individual strength is not strong enough to withstand the brutal attack of the Tauren. The absolute gap in strength makes it difficult for a low-level race to resist a high-level orc race. While the Great Naga and the Mutant Bear Man were still fighting bloody, they had the advantage in the confrontation between the two magic systems. But the other side could not take it down for a while. The Storm Eagle used its air advantage to hold back the remaining fire elements. This initial battlefield was fought for several hours without reinforcements on both sides, and the central Murloc phalanx was finally penetrated by the main force of the Tauren. Countless corpses piled up, and it took about 5 or 6 Murlocs plus some elements to kill a fully armed Tauren. "I need better weapons and armor, as well as a new conventional main species." Lin Xiao was not just watching the battle. He was carefully observing how the little Murloc fell into a disadvantage from beginning to end, even though he had the support of many elements and the Murloc warlocks, the wise goblin mages. The opponent also had the shaman profession unique to the orcs, both the rabbit people and the Tauren had shamans. It was a complete head-on confrontation, and even the 4 magic towers exchanged in the center of the plane were useless. In terms of core, main force, hero, and mage, Lin Xiao was not inferior to senior sister Chu Mo. Or if the battle time was prolonged, there would be 1 or 2 battlefields that could gain an advantage. But in terms of the lack of conventional main force, Lin Xiao knew that he needed a conventional main battle race like the Tauren between the little Murloc and the core big Naga. No matter how the little Murloc is adjusted, the Murloc's foundation is here, and there is not much room for growth. And it is destined to be only a servant and cannon fodder. The Great Naga is now the absolute core force, with continuous adjustment in the future, especially according to his idea. It will definitely become more powerful. At that time, the reproduction ability will definitely drop greatly, and it is destined to be unable to be used as a regular main force. Then, he needs to readjust a race between the Fizz and the Great Naga. Or rather, Lin Xiao already had a vague idea in his mind, and was ready to implement it after accumulating more good fortune energy. The collapse of the conventional battlefield did not affect other battlefields. In order to test him, the Tauren did not continue to attack and support other battlefields after defeating the Murloc. Instead, they continued to fight as before, with soldiers against soldiers and generals against generals. They did not interfere with other battlefields, and the battle continued. An hour later, the mage battlefield was decided. With the advantage in numbers, the mage group led by the wise goblin hero Ailment finally defeated the small magic team of the senior sister Chu Mo. 2 hours later, the battlefield between the Storm Eagle and the Fire Lord Culbert was still in a stalemate, and the core battlefields of both sides began to change. After several hours of fighting between the Mutant Bear Man and the Great Naga, there was finally a significant change. The Great Naga relied on the powerful bug-like domineering talent and blood-sucking recovery to persist to the end, and persisted longer than the Mutant Bear Man. Both sides fought to the end, and the Mutant Bear Man fell the most. Yes, the difference between the two sides is really not big, almost a loss, and the big Naga has only a very small advantage. This mutant race is much stronger than the normal Bear Man, but it still can't consume the big Naga's dominance. Lin Xiao saw that every big Naga and Mutant Bear Man in the entire battlefield was covered with wounds. Every big Naga was covered with claw marks and blood holes, and a large number of scales on the body were scratched and broken. Although the wounds on the mutant bear man were not as many as the big Naga, the size of each wound was shocking. The double-wielding special sabers had very high damage. It was easy to tear a large wound several feet long that tore through the muscles and deep into the bones, which caused considerable damage to the mutant bear man. When Slardar in the main battlefield shot and killed the mutant bear man hero, who was also the last mutant bear man, there were less than 1,000 big Nagas who could still stand at this time. They were all covered in blood and were about to fall, and there was no combat power left. At this point, Senior Sister Chu Mo ended the battle, and did not watch the final battle between the Storm Eagle and the Fire Element. One of them can fly, and the other can change the terrain to create a huge lava lake. Those on the ground can't go up to the sky, and those in the sky dare not come down. Neither side can do anything to the other. After the battle, the slender girl from the 3rd grade, who was ranked on the 2nd list of Tianjiao, looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of recognition in her eyes, and said to him, "Your mutant race, which is similar to Naga, has very high potential. You can cultivate it as your most core clan. Don't be stingy with the card position. You can buy a lot of reproduction cards. Use one every month, and keep it for a year. When you are in the 3rd year of high school, if you can gather 30,000 or 40,000 core clans, and other races also maintain this growth rate, you will have a great chance to be ranked on the 2nd list of 3,000 people." Xiong Chumo is very optimistic about this junior, and after a pause, he said, "I heard that you are a special recruit this year, and you may not know some things. As one of the 2 affiliated middle schools of Huiyao, our school has resources beyond your imagination, including many great opportunities that can make people soar to the sky. The elite class you are in is one of the facades of the 2nd middle school, and you have the opportunity to obtain those great opportunities. Your current strength is enough to rank among the top 3 in the elite class, and your potential is also enough. What you lack is resources and opportunities for your potential to grow explosively. As a senior sister, I would like to remind you to show yourself well in front of your class teacher. If you have any abilities and potential, you should show them. Don't hide them. Otherwise you will easily miss the opportunity." Senior Sister Chumo's tone was very sincere. Lin Xiao chewed her words carefully, bowed seriously and said, "Thank you for reminding me. I know. Remember my last sentence? If you are lucky and can seize the possible luck, you may be able to rank among the Tianjiu Vice list in the 3rd year of high school like me." She stopped talking here and smiled. "My evaluation of you in this test is very excellent. Keep it up." "Thank you, Senior Sister." He could feel that the Senior Sister gave him this evaluation purely because he was good enough, without any other reasons. This kind of pure idea is rare now, and it can be regarded as bringing him some resources. After all, he is evaluated as very good, and he can get the extra rewards that the teacher said before the class. A lightning spire construction drawing and 2 already built lightning spire. Lightning spire is a kind of war building, which is one of the advanced versions of magic tower. Normal magic tower needs to be presided over by a wizard, and the power of many wizards is gathered through the magic circle to amplify and form powerful war spells. The lightning spire is one of the advanced versions of the magic tower. It is as famous as the flame tower, frost tower, etc. As the name suggests, the magic circle depicted in the tower is the lightning magic circle, which can directly convert the stored magic energy into a fixed lightning spell and release it. The casting speed and casting distance are faster than the magic tower. The most important thing is that as an advanced magic tower, the lightning tower magic circle has the function of storing lightning energy. It can store a certain amount of lightning energy in advance, and can be activated and released instantly in the war. The enemy will suffer a great loss if he is not careful. When the more powerful mage tower is expensive, the magic tower is the most powerful conventional war building. Lin Xiao returned from the virtual plane happily, and he could return after the battle. When his will returned to his real body, he opened his eyes and saw that only a few people were chatting in the classroom. These were all students who had completed the big class, regardless of whether they had passed or not. But judging from their expressions, most of them were pretty good, and they were probably passed. It was a pity that there were no acquaintances in the class. He came to Huiyao alone from Yuming province across countless billions of kilometers to study. He only knew Shen Yuexin, and he didn't know anyone else. In addition, everyone was actually a competitor, so he couldn't talk to these descendants of the true gods who were related to Huiyao. The entire huge Huiyao middle school department with more than 10,000 students in 2 middle schools, is basically the descendants of the true gods. Most of them are direct descendants, and many are the first or second generation descendants of the true gods. It was just like when I was in Donging No. 5 middle school. I couldn't get along with Yan Rengjia and Wan Ning, the only 2 direct descendants of the true god in the class. At first, and we barely spoke to each other for a whole year. The huge gap between living habits and families makes it difficult to become friends. After looking around, he simply called out the light screen, thought for a while, and entered a keyword to search. After a few seconds, he showed a hint of surprise and murmured, "There is nothing?" He searched for the so-called great opportunity that senior sister Chu Mo just mentioned. But no matter what keywords he entered, there was no content related to what he expected in the campus network. Even the information related to the final exams and college entrance examinations in the second year of high school was not there. As if it was blocked. Well, it should be blocked. He didn't bother to find it. If he couldn't find it, he would forget it. He still had a way. Senior sister Chumo's last reminder was very obvious. To get along well with the class teacher, and try to show his strength and potential in front of the class teacher. As the class teacher of the elite class of No. 2 middle school, he must have certain resources and opportunities in his hands. As long as she is optimistic, resources and opportunities will naturally come. And the way to show your strength and potential is very simple. Perform the best in every big class, and the teacher will naturally see it. Chapter 204, Competition and Opportunity. As time went by, students gradually passed the tests of the seniors and returned to the classroom. Some were happy, and some were worried. After a month of hard work, most students had greatly increased their strength. Some of them might not be as good as the seniors of the previous year, but as long as they were a little sweet to the seniors, they could generally pass. But there were still a small number of students whose strength gap was too large, and they really could not be recognized by the seniors. After all, the assessment of each student was under the eyes of the head teacher. If they almost passed the test, the teacher would not pay attention. But if they were too far behind, the seniors would not let them go too far under the eyes of the head teacher. So, Jian, Zhu Ding, Sham Kaluo. Every time the counselor Zhu Hong read a name, the students who were already depressed looked up with a sad face and showed an even uglier expression. It's a pity that you failed the 2 big class scores. According to the regulations, you will be demoted to the elite class too. Even though they had expected it. When the teacher actually said it, these dozen people still look sad. From elite class 1 to elite class 2. It seems that they are still elite classes. But in fact, no matter the status or treatment, and in the eyes of the school's top management, there is a world of difference. There are 10 classes in the second year of high school, and the number of students in each class is between 100 and 150. There are 2 elite classes, but in fact, class 1 is the real elite class, and class 2 is just a substitute for class 1, whether it is valued or resources. It is completely incomparable to class 1. It sounds like they are all elite classes, but in fact, many top resources are not qualified for class 2 at all, and they are all prepared for class 1. So to withdraw from elite class 1 to elite class 2 means to be eliminated from the core circle of the school. And no matter the resources or status, it will plummet. Other students have different expressions on these students who have withdrawn sadly. Those who are ranked at the bottom are uneasy, according to the elimination quota for each large class. They who are ranked at the bottom have a chance to be eliminated in every large class. The top-ranked students were much more relaxed. Anyway, they would not be eliminated, especially the dozen students who sat on the crystal disc like Lin Xiao. These elites among the elites were not in danger of being eliminated at all. So they naturally felt different. As the counselor waved his hand, the figures of the dozen students disappeared in the classroom. At this time, there were still 88 students left in the classroom. As you can see, staying in the elite class will gain more attention and resources, and the competition will be more intense. Once you can't keep up with the progress, you can only fall behind. When Zhu Hong said this, the head teacher Jean Cece suddenly said in a gentle tone, "Of course, being eliminated now does not mean that there is no future. Every year, in the midterm exams and final exams, outstanding students will be selected from the elite class 2 and even other classes to be promoted to the elite class 1. If these eliminated students meet the requirements in the next growth, they can also come back." Lin Xiao. He curled his lips. He couldn't keep up with the progress. after retreating to the second class. He couldn't compare with the first class in terms of attention and resources. It was very difficult to come back. Okay. Let's collect the rewards. The head teacher waved his hand. And the light curtain in front of everyone popped up. And 3 golden cards appeared in front of everyone. The 10 students with the highest evaluation will receive a standard lightning spire construction blueprint. And 2 of them, who have passed the excellent evaluation of Xiong Chumo and Chao Yichen, will receive 2 already built lightning spire. After the teacher finished speaking, Yun Xiaoning, a teenager who looked like Thor with a pair of lightning wings wrapped around his back, quickly glanced at the dozen or so competitors around him and looked at the head teacher with expectant eyes. Most of the other dozen students sitting on the crystal disc raised their heads and looked at others, looking very concerned. Jean Cece ignored these, swept her eyes across the circle of students in the center, and read out 2 names. Please ask Gu Xiaoming and Lin Xiao to stay. And the other students can leave. Get out of class. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Xiao and the other teenager. Yun Xiaoning's face began to change after the head teacher finished reading the names. And he was very annoyed. Gu Xiaoming didn't dare to have any opinions. Although this boy with a baby face and a very kind face was very low-key. He was from a much higher family than himself and was stronger than himself. He could do nothing about taking away a place. But this boy named Lin Xiao. He remembered that he seemed to be a special recruit from the super freshman summer camp. What kind of background could a person from the countryside have? He immediately stepped forward, raised his hand, and said loudly, "Teacher, I have a question." Jean Cece glanced at him, knew what he meant, and nodded. "Ning Xiaoyun, please speak." Ning Xiaoyun said loudly, "I want to know if Lin Xiao received a very excellent evaluation." Jean Cece saw from the corner of her eye that other people were interested in this question. So she nodded and replied, "That's right. This is the evaluation of senior sister Xiong Chumo. It can't be wrong." Most of the students were discouraged, including several students who ranked high. Obviously, senior sister Xiong Chumo still had a high credibility in their minds. But Ning Xiaoyun was not convinced. Or rather, he was not unconvinced. But he was unwilling to give up this quota. It seemed to be just a very excellent quota. But in fact, it was related to the few top resources in the hands of the class teacher and those very important opportunities. This was not a secret. Everyone who could enter the elite class of Huiyao No. 2 Middle School had an extraordinary family background. At least they were the direct descendants of the true gods. And most of them knew this. But most of the students knew that they were not strong enough under the same family background conditions. And they could not compete for these opportunities. But Ning Xiaoyun had a chance. His own strength was ranked in the top 5 in the class. And the strength of the top 5 people was not much different. At least no one could crush the others. In this case, everyone had a chance to compete. If the other 2 students he knew grabbed the quota, he would not be able to do anything if their family backgrounds were not much different. But if it was Lin Xiao and another specially recruited player, he would have an idea. He mustered up the courage to say, "I don't accept it. I want to challenge him." After that, he glanced at Lin Xiao with an unconvinced look and said, "I don't accept it. If you have the guts, let's challenge him." All the students looked over with interest. And the head teacher did not stop them. He also looked over with interest. In school, teachers would not stop all kinds of challenges at all, but would be happy to support all kinds of challenges and competitions. Of course, the premise is not malicious bullying. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes, Lin Xiao smiled slightly, looked up and asked the head teacher, "Teacher, do I have to accept this challenge? If I refuse, will it affect the results of this class?" Ning Xiaoyun's face changed slightly. The head teacher Jean Cece shook her head and said, "No, you can refuse, and it will not affect the results of this class. But it will affect other students' evaluation of you." "Oh!" Lin Xiao knew it, and said to Ning Xiaoyun with a smile, "In this case, I will not accept your challenge." In his anger and depression, he said again, "But don't worry. Wait until I get the reward first. If you are still interested, we can fight again." He looked sincere when he spoke, but in his heart he was, "Stupid. You said a duel. Who do you think you are?" Since it was not a forced duel, Lin Xiao would not accept it. He was not stupid. If he agreed to a duel, it would mean giving up the recognition of the teacher and senior sister Chuimo, and giving up this place to fight again. Although he has always been low-key, His character is also the humble and elegant ancient Chinese tradition. He is also very smart, and does not like to show off. But he is not stupid. Nor is he blindly humble. He will not hesitate when he needs to fight. When Ning Xiaoyun suddenly came forward to fight for this quota, he quickly realized that there must be something wrong with this quota. It was definitely not just 2 more lightning spires. Although this thing was valuable, it would not make Ning Xiaoyun risk offending senior sister Chu Imo after getting the blueprint. Combined with senior sister Chu Mo's reminder, he was sure that this quota had a hidden meaning. So, he decisively refused. The head teacher Jean Cece looked at him with admiration. She would not despise his timidity like other students. Instead, she admired his flexibility and intelligence. She nodded and said, "Since Lin Xiao is unwilling to fight alone, then let's forget about it. Gu Xiaoming and Lin Xiao will stay, and the other students will get out of class." When she said this, there was a trace of pressure in her voice that shook people's hearts. Ning Xiaoyun, who was still unwilling, turned pale. He knew that this was a warning from the head teacher. He didn't dare to have any opinions about the head teacher. But he glared at Lin Xiao fiercely and disappeared in a flash. This threat, Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. Inside Huyao Academy, except for Huyao, a real high-ranking figure of the superpower, no one else can operate blatantly in the academy. And how could a real high-ranking figure embarrass him because of such a small matter? He didn't need to understand. He could be sure that there was absolutely no such figure among Yin Xiaoning's 108 generations of ancestors. If there was such a high-ranking figure, he should be in number 1 middle school instead of number 2 middle school. There was no show to watch. And other students left one after another, leaving him and another baby-faced boy soon. The class teacher first distributed the rewards, and the 2 build lightning spires sealed in a silver scroll containing a large space could be taken out and placed at any time. Unfortunately, this space scroll that can accommodate 2 lightning spires is disposable, and the things will be destroyed when taken out, which is quite a pity for him. After distributing the rewards, the class teacher said to the 2 of them, "I believe you already know that these 2 places are not just the benefits of 2 magic spires. Gu Xiaoming should have known it, but Lin Xiao doesn't know it yet. Let me tell you." Lin Xiao was alert, knowing the point, and listened carefully. Jean Cece said to him, "In Huyao Middle School, there has been an elite class since the 2nd year of high school. As the head teacher of the elite class, I have many resources issued by the school, as well as most of Huiya's top resources and opportunities in the 2nd year of high school, and also my own resources, including several unique opportunities." Chapter 205 Great Changes in the Divine Realm. The head teacher spoke in a leisurely manner, and even Gu Xiaoming, who had known about it for a long time, listened carefully. It's just ordinary resources or opportunities. Most students have a share, but some of the top resources and top opportunities are limited in number, and can only be given to the few students I think are the best. In each class, I will write down the best students. After several classes, the students who have accumulated the most excellent evaluations will naturally get the opportunity. She paused here, and Lin Xiao clearly felt the change in her eyes. In a few months, there will be midterm exams. There will be 3 more classes before that. Together with the 2 classes before, there will be 5 classes in total. I will select the top 3 students who have received the most excellent evaluations and reward them according to their rankings. The first-ranked student will receive a top resource, and all students who have received excellent evaluations throughout the term will have the opportunity to compete for a great opportunity in my hands. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiao still had the head teacher's words in his mind. In the 5 classes before the midterm exam, the top 3 students who receive the most excellent evaluations will receive a rare high-level resource, and the first-ranked student will receive a top resource. He was very excited about this reward. He couldn't imagine the so-called top resources. He had never seen or heard of them, so how could he know what they were? But when the head teacher of Huiya's elite class said that top resources were an extraordinary good thing, he was very interested. Now he has received 2 very good evaluations. Although the teacher did not give a specific evaluation at the time of the last class, he had just learned from the teacher that his grades in the 2 classes were both very good. As long as he gets very good evaluations in the next 3 classes, he will definitely be in the top 3. Back to the God's Domain. Lin Xiao first merged the 2 God's Domain cards into one. The grade was still Golden Myth, but the area was equivalent to 2 fused cards, but not loaded. Now he has no demand for God's Domain cards. So he will save them first. And when he accumulates enough, he will merge them into a larger God's domain card. Then he took out the standard lightning spire construction drawing, and his fingers virtualized a three-dimensional model of a lightning spire, and studied it carefully. Soon he memorized the entire blueprint, and a manufacturing blueprint appeared on a bookshelf in the Tower of Truth. However, he temporarily blocked the lightning spire construction blueprint from the wise goblins, because at this time the Tower of Truth contained the construction blueprint of the magic tower, which the wise goblins had not yet started to study, let alone the lightning spire, which was equivalent to the advanced magic tower. He set a condition that the blueprint would be unlocked only after the wise goblins built the first magic tower. Not only that, Lin Xiao also divided the Tower of Truth into several levels, and different knowledge was divided into several levels according to learning conditions and profoundness. All wise goblins must first learn to be a mage before other knowledge is unlocked. After finishing all this, Lin Xiao had time to focus his attention on the God's domain, the main divine domain, the city of Naga, under the tinkering of the wise goblins and the promotion of Pope Slaughter. Not only the Tower of Truth, but also the city of Naga has undergone tremendous changes, and the style of the entire city has gradually changed from rough to refined. Or it can be said that the wise goblins have gained more knowledge from the Tower of Truth, thus promoting the evolution and development of civilization in the entire divine domain. Knowledge is the source of power for the development of civilization, no matter in which world. The development of civilization starts with the explosion of cultural knowledge. To the south of Naga City, a huge convoy was parked at the huge city gate. Several big Nagas, several wise goblins, and a large group of small fishmen were carrying goods onto the convoy and walking south along the gravel road. Lin Xiao's vision went about 20 kilometers south along the winding road, at the southernmost part of the main divine domain, at the junction of the continent and the sea. He saw a newly built settlement, half on land and half in the sea. As the God's domain expanded, the number of God's domain families increased dramatically. Especially the number of fishmen exceeded 80,000. The original Naga city could no longer accommodate so many people, and separation was inevitable. Just like all the civilizations in the world, after they were born and developed, they had to separate if they wanted to make further progress. For example, the ancient Chinese civilization was born in the Yellow River Basin at the beginning. After it developed and grew, it gradually migrated to the surrounding areas until it became a huge dynasty. At this time, there were 3 new gathering points in the God's domain. Most of them were small fishmen and a small number of large Nagas, all concentrated on the seaside, and one of them was even near a small archipelago in the deep sea. The wise goblins did not live with them, but all concentrated in the City of Truth. The City of Truth was built with the Tower of Truth as the core. There was no plan at the beginning, but as the city continued to expand, especially the birth of the first wise goblin hero Ailment, the entire race was gathered together by this powerful figure, and the entire City of Truth began to develop from disorder to order. The circle in the center of the city is the core circle of the Tower of Truth. If the city is divided into 3 horizontal and 3 vertical 9-square grids, the core circle is the center of the 9-square grid. In addition to the high-rise buildings and city management buildings of the intelligent goblin clan, the 2 schools occupy the largest area. One is the primary school where new intelligent goblins study, and the other is the higher education school, where advanced knowledge is learned after graduation from the primary school. Then the upper and lower corners of the east side of the 4 corners of the city are residential areas, divided according to status, with high status in the upper corner and low status in the lower corner. The 2 corners to the west are experimental and workshop areas, where a large number of workshops, factories or laboratories are built. As for the 4 areas facing the gates of the city, they are naturally various commercial areas. At this time, the primary business sprouts have been born in the God's domain. The intelligent goblins have mastered various knowledge and will tailor-make various weapons and armor for the fishmen and the great Naga, which is very popular with everyone. However, due to the limited conditions and scale, it is not possible to forge in a large scale. However, under the attention of Pope Slaughter of the Church of Truth and Creation, the wise goblins are studying how to forge standard fish armor and weapons on a large scale. I don't know if it is nature, but Lin Xiao thinks it should be limited by the size and strength of the species. The wise goblins don't like to forge weapons and equipment one by one. Instead, they like to study how to save effort and mass produce them. This is the model of the factory assembly line. Lin Xiao likes this model very much. If he is given a dwarf tribe that can forge legendary weapons and equipment, and a goblin race that can only forge high-quality weapons and equipment but can be mass-produced, he will definitely choose the goblin tribe. Of course, if you can, it's best to choose both. The wise goblins mass-produce high-quality standard equipment for soldiers, while the dwarves tailor powerful equipment for the strong in the gods' domain. Which is just right. Lin Xiao thinks that in the future, he can indeed consider getting a batch of dwarf races in the gods' domain. The intelligent goblin race and talent are destined to not be able to make top-level equipment like the dwarves. Anyway, in the future, when the gods' domain expands, there will be enough space to accommodate more races. He looked around the vast gods' domain, past the lushly vegetated land, and looked at the sea area that occupied half of the area of the gods' domain. Under the continuous work of the fishmen warlocks and many water elements in the water element gods' domain, a large amount of seawater was drawn from the unknown water element plane to fill the sea. At this time, the sea level of the sea in the gods' domain did not drop much. The area of the sea has increased, and the paradise-like ecology has provided a more sufficient breeding environment for marine creatures. Even if the sea area has expanded hundreds of times, the ecology in the sea has not dropped much compared to the original. On the seabed, he saw the water elemental elf Ding Dang, who seemed to have not grown much in decades. The little guy did not grow much in size, but his strength was skyrocketing. In his perception, the energy contained in the elf slightly larger than the palm is stronger than those super large water elements of level 6. After integrating that bit of divinity, her growth is much faster than natural growth. It can be predicted that it won't be long before her strength grows to the limit that the god realm can accommodate. A 7th level water elemental elf. Well, maybe it can be like this. As soon as he thought about it, an invisible force suddenly appeared in the deepest and most central part of the sea in the god realm, and the sea water quickly turned to form a huge whirlpool. Then, Lin Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air in the depths of the sea. Brother! The elf, startled by the whirlpool, flew over happily when he saw him. The little Ding Dang, which was emitting a faint blue starlight, drew a starlight track in the sea and fell into his hands, happily circling around him. The sea water surged in the distance, and an undercurrent surged out, pushing the lush water plants in the sea to one side. As the undercurrent surged, a huge shadow slowly approached him. It was a dragon turtle with a body size of more than 30 meters. It was not yet an adult, but it had grown up a little over the years. At this time, its strength was between level 6 and level 7, but its defense was super strong. As long as it shrank into the tortoise SHL, ordinary 7th level creatures could not break through the defense. This dragon turtle was very intelligent. It recognized Lin Xiao and slowly laid down after approaching, making a dull sound like a dragon's roar. Lin Xiao landed on the dragon turtle's back and reached out to touch the dragon's head. After thinking for a while, he took out a little divinity and gave it to him. This guy has grown to adolescence and can already fuse divinity. After fusing divinity, the dragon turtle immediately retracted its limbs into its SHL and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiao carried the elf away with his hand. With this guy's defense, few people in the entire god's domain could break its defense. And those who could break its defense would not come here to touch it. Carrying the chirping little guy to the tornado that had formed a huge vortex in the middle of the sea, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the vortex. The space at the bottom of the center of the vortex suddenly cracked, and the seawater found an outlet and gushed down. At the same time, in the center of the water element's divine domain, a hole with a diameter of about 100 meters suddenly formed, and the nutrient-rich seawater of the sea gushed out from it, turning into an extremely huge water column that soared into the sky. Lin Xiao held the palm-sized Ding Dang in front of his eyes and said to the girl, who looked as delicate and crystal clear as a young girl, "Ding Dang, are you willing to help your brother?" Chapter 206. Sister can tolerate, but brother-in-law cannot. The little girl stood in his palm and held one of his fingers with both hands. It was very comfortable to touch. She raised her delicate face and nodded repeatedly. "Brother, what do you want to do with Ding Dang?" He gently swung Ding Dong's small body left and right with his fingers, and smiled. "Brother wants to turn another world into another paradise full of water, and let you be the queen of that world. Are you willing?" The little girl asked curiously. "What is a queen?" "It's the most powerful one, who has to listen to you and play with you." The little girl nodded her head immediately. "Really? Ding Dang, go." He stretched out his fingers and gently touched her delicate and cute little face. With a face full of pampering. His idea was very simple. He wanted to connect the water element domain with the main domain, so that the ecological effect of the paradise of the main domain could spread to the water element domain through this channel, and transform the water element domain into a paradise of the water element domain. Not just a pure water element ecology. Let Xiao Dingdang become the queen of the water element domain, commanding everything in the domain, including the water element and the many creatures in it. Not only the water element domain. In the future he would also find a way to open a channel between the main domain and the paradise of the God domain above the domain, and extend the paradise of the God domain ecology there. There are 6 domains in total, including the 4 element domains and the netherworld below the square heaven. Only the water element domain and the paradise of the God domain need special transformation, because of the presence of a large number of extreme elements. The other domains do not need to be transformed into paradise ecology. A general environment is fine. Anyway, elemental creatures have no requirements. You only need to buy a batch of ecological cards suitable for the remaining 4 domains to integrate them. Of course, it's just a preparation now, and Xiao Dingdang doesn't need to go there now. Lin Xiao initially estimated that it would take several decades of God's domain time for the initial transformation of the water element God's domain to be completed. During this period, a large number of powerful and fierce marine creatures will be purchased and thrown into the water element God's domain for reproduction. Unlike the main God's domain, the water element God's domain does not need to raise ordinary marine creatures, but specializes in raising a large number of marine beasts. He walked around in his own God's domain, including the empty heaven God's domain space and the netherworld space below. These 2 spaces are now all wasteland, without an ant, and there is nothing to see. These are just his pre-planning, and at this stage, he cannot support him to develop these 2 God's domain spaces. The God's domain is developing well, and Lin Xiao is full of joy. After his consciousness was taken back to the kingdom of God, he was about to return to the main world, when suddenly his mind moved, and he accurately projected his will to the city of truth again, appearing above a huge building. This is the laboratory processing workshop of the wise goblin ailment. A burst of hot air hits you as you enter. At a glance, you can see that the huge and empty workshop is filled with various metal machines, such as clockwork goblins, mechanical combat puppies, goblin bombs, goblin artillery, and other early mechanical engineering creations. These are early engineering creations, and are of little use. His eyes were quickly attracted by a huge golem made of metal, 4 meters tall, standing in the open space in the middle of the workshop. This thing looks like a heavy infantryman with a 4-meter-high shield in his left hand and a door-wide 2-handed sword in his right hand, wearing thick horn armor. Ailment, a heavy golem, has actually been researched and manufactured. Lin Xiao quickly scanned the heavy golem at a 360-degree angle through the authority of the Lord of the Divine Realm, and immediately found many problems in the golem, and it could not be put into actual combat. However, since the first prototype has been researched and manufactured, it will be easy to adjust it later. Spend more time experimenting and adjusting. Find out all the problems and fix them, and then put it into actual combat. In fact, Ailment, who was dressed more like a craftsman than a mage, was crawling at the bottom of the golem, dismantling a metal plate that was probably 4 or 5 centimeters thick to check something. He was very satisfied with this, and immediately sent down Divine Oracle to praise Ailment, and gave Ailment 10 points of divine power, directly raising his strength to the 7th level. There is no need for many physical rewards. For a devout believer, the recognition and praise from the gods are better than any reward. After returning from the divine domain, Lin Xiao was in a very good mood. Now he made a heavy armored golem, according to the conversion of 1 day in the real world to 1 year in the divine domain. There are 30 years before the next big class. I believe that this heavy armored golem has not only been perfected long ago, but it can also be transformed into multiple models that adapt to different situations and mass-produced. First, connect to the network, and purchase a batch of rare resources necessary for making golems and magic towers within the campus network, which cost him a lot of faith. But it's all worth it. This thing has super thick armor, and is fearless. It is just the right combat power for attacking. As long as the accumulated quantity is sufficient, it can exert combat power beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As they entered the 2nd and 3rd year of high school, the troops of the players in the God Realm gradually began to become elite. They no longer rushed out all the clans in the God Realm at the beginning of the war like before. Now they pay attention to elites. He consciously conveyed this concept when Slarta prayed to him occasionally. After many times, Slarta has begun to try to establish a stable off-duty army. The first batch of experiments is the Great Naga and a small number of small fishmen with strength above level 2. Now the base of the God Realm clan is still not large enough. If there are tens or millions of clans, it will be easy. The God Realm is developing rapidly. Lin Xiao is in a good mood and specially sent a message to Shin Yuexin. We haven't seen each other for 2 months. I heard that there is a beautiful place called Moonlight Lake outside the campus. Let's go and see it. But there was no response for a long time. When he finished a meal, he sent a few more messages during the period but still had no response. Lin Xiao knocked his forehead, thought about it, packed up and went out. He was going to go out for a walk and visit number 1 middle school by the way. As soon as I left school, I received a reply from Shin Yuexin. I was busy just now. It's okay. I don't have classes today. After a while, she replied. I may not be free today. I'll go tomorrow. After replying the message, Shin Yuexin heard the gentle voice of the man on the other side. Is it that little boy? She bit her red lips and nodded gently. In front of her stood a handsome young man in white, looking at her gently, then turned his eyes to look at someone, and smiled. Well, let me see. He came to number 1 middle school. Do you want to meet him? Shin Yuexin showed a trace of hesitation. And before she could speak, the handsome young man in white threw his sleeves and carried him on his back and said, Come on. Let me see if he is worthy of my sister Xiao Yu. As soon as the voice fell, the two disappeared at the same time. Lin Xiao rode the crystal disc across 2 huge floating cities to the floating city where the number 1 middle school campus was located. He saw the tall and majestic school gate from afar. 2 statues that were hundreds of meters tall and looked like they were made of gold and emitted a faint divine light were standing on both sides of the gate. These were not real statues, but 2 mythical structures comparable to high-level demigods. The Titan Colossi. When he arrived in front of the Titan Colossi, he immediately sensed 2 real eyes falling on him and sweeping past him. And then the eyes disappeared. This meant that he could enter the number 1 middle school campus without being blocked. This was because number 1 middle school and number 2 middle school belonged to the Huiyao Middle School department, and students from both middle schools could go to each other's campus. The crystal disc lowered its altitude slightly and flew towards the gate. When Lin Xiao was about to enter the school gate, he suddenly stopped and looked down at the edge of the huge school gate. A familiar figure was standing at the school gate, and in front of her stood a handsome young man in white clothes who made him feel a little ashamed. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt as if something hit his head, and his figure flashed and fell from the sky. The young man in white did not look up, and said to Shin Yuexin gently, Let's guess. Your boyfriend came over and said the first sentence. Don't. Her delicate face turned pale in an instant, and then she saw a fist falling from the sky and hitting the young man in white in the face. Then, she opened her mouth slightly and was stunned. The young man in white did not move at all. Even the flesh on his face did not change, as if a fist hit a stone. But his expression was quite wonderful. Shock, anger, surprise, fun and other expressions floated on his face in an instant. Slowly turning around and seeing the boy looking at Shin Yuexin with grief and anger, all the expressions on his face disappeared. Reaching out to touch his face, and suddenly smiled. This is the first time in many years that someone has hit me in the face except my father. A nostalgic expression appeared on the raised face. However, neither Lin Xiao nor Shin Yuexin paid any attention to him. Shin Yuexin covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes revealing shock and joy, while Lin Xiao looked at her with grief and anger, as if waiting for her to explain. No one spoke for a long time, and the young man in white sighed. Boy, you dare to hit me. You are done. Lin Xiao turned his head and stared at the young man in white. For a moment, he was dazed and felt a little familiar. But when he thought about it carefully, he had no impression. He shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts, reached out and grabbed her hand and pulled it into his arms to declare his sovereignty, and said seriously word by word, She is my girlfriend. The young man in white looked at Shin Yuexin expressionlessly. At this time, her face was full of red clouds. But she did not struggle. The boy was furious and said, Who said she is your girlfriend? I want to fight you one-on-one. Lin Xiao responded without showing any weakness. Come on. Who is afraid of who? As soon as the voice fell, he felt Shin Yuexin pinching his waist, which was even more unbearable. and comforted her loudly. Don't worry. Even if he is the first in the elite class of #1 middle school, I am not afraid. Wait. The young man in white had a face that looked fake, but Lin Xiao couldn't see the anger. And he shouted, Good boy. You have courage. Come with me. Then he secretly sent a message to Xin Yuexin. Little sister, don't block me. You dared to beat me up when we first met. This is unacceptable. I will beat him up so badly that his mother won't recognize him. The little ant looked at the two boys who looked like fighting cocks with helplessness, and was involuntarily led by Lin Xiao to stand on the same crystal flying disc. She wanted to shake off shyly, but he held her tightly and gave her a provocative look from time to time. The young man in white was very familiar with #1 middle school, and soon took him to a high tower and landed. Many #1 middle school students passed by, but no one paid attention to them. Boy, you still have time to regret now. The young man in white stood in the empty classroom with his hands on his hips and looked at Lin Xiao. But the expression on his face was so annoying that he was furious and said without showing any weakness, What a joke. I have never been afraid of anyone in the same grade. Very good. I hope you won't regret it later. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and waved it. And Lin Xiao saw the world in front of him collapse, and his will quickly fell into the abyss. In this moment, he seemed to sense that a shadow that made his soul tremble was watching him from outside the abyss. And he shuddered subconsciously. But before he could think about it, his will had already arrived in front of a huge virtual plane. The young man in white glanced at him with an unknown expression and said, Summon all the projections of your family members in the divine domain. Don't hold back. Otherwise you will lose miserably. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. I want to say this to you. Hee hee. The strange laughter made him feel bad. As the battle approached, he seemed to suddenly wake up and felt something was wrong. But the arrow has been put on the string, and he can't regret it. He always feels that if he regrets, there will be trouble. Fortunately, this is just a projection battle, and it will not affect the God's realm. That's why he dares to stay here. If it is a real battle in the God's realm, he will definitely not be so impulsive. With a thought, he communicated with the God realm, and he felt a little confident in his heart when he felt the growing God realm. This young man in white looked familiar, as if he had seen him before, but he had no impression of him after thinking carefully. However, he must be from #1 middle school, as he had been pestering his aunt. His aunt was now a student in the elite class of #1 middle school, and he was probably the same. The elite class of Huiyao #1 middle school was generally stronger than #2 middle school, but the strength was limited. Lin Xiao himself was in the top 5 of the class in #2 middle school, and the strength of the other elites was comparable to his. There was no supermodel player like Wu Jinlin, and everyone was not much different. According to the gap between #1 and #2 middle school, he could also rank high in #1 middle school. Not afraid, Lin Xiao was very calm in his heart, and summoned all the clan projections to descend. In an instant, a sky full of white light fell from the sky into the plain, revealing more than 90,000 clans. As the Pope, Slaughter shouted loudly, and arranged the troops at the first time. The young man in white at the other end of the plane was observing his family with great interest, and was still pointing and commenting. Not bad, compared to the many who grew up in the summer camp. The potential of the core family has been brought into play, but it is still far from being my brother-in-law. These heroes are okay, with good potential. If they are trained well, they will have a future. Hey, this cannon fodder. It's still a low-level race, but the potential is quite promising. Xiao Yu pinched his chin and pointed at his many family members. And the more he looked, the more surprised he was. At first glance, these many family members are 3 races of fishmen, Naga and goblins. But after a closer look, he saw that these 3 races were not the 3 common races, but all mutated species, which aroused his interest. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and snapped his fingers. A beam of light fell from the sky into the plain, revealing an old man standing on a gorgeous flying carpet, wearing a gorgeous robe, and holding a crystal staff. Then, let's start. The young man in white, Xiao Yu, stepped back into the void and snapped his fingers again. The projection of his aunt appeared on the side. The aunt looked into the virtual plane and said, Brother, don't bully him. The young man in white raised his eyelids and said unhappily, Are you turning your elbow out so quickly? Besides, I didn't bully him. I didn't send any of my many subordinate gods. I just sent a legendary believer. Shin Yuexin bit her red lips with her porcelain white teeth and couldn't complain. At the other end of the plane, Lin Xiao looked at the old wizard standing on the flying carpet for a long time without seeing the second projection coming down, and shouted loudly, "That's it?" The young man in white waved his hand, turned his head, and spread his hands to his sister. "Look! He doesn't even like this." There was another snap of fingers, and an old man wearing washed-out linen clothes and holding a rusty sword fell from the sky to the ground. Lin Xiao frowned and squinted his eyes to look at the old man holding the sword, who seemed to be walking unsteadily. His mind instantly recalled the low-key masters and the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. Damn. It feels wrong. With this look and this outfit, he looks like a legendary super-powerful swordsman. But, in the normal second year of high school, no one would have such a super family. Right? In the normal second year of high school, the strongest family is the 7th level family, and they are all special heroes. I have never seen a family that can reach the 7th level. But, Lin Xiao always feels something is wrong. This looks too discordant. Chapter 207, The Life Story of the Young Ant. But he soon had no time to think about these things, because the battle was about to begin. A countdown formed by a row of distorted streams of light appeared in front of him, and Lin Xiao had to put away his mood and prepare for battle. The vanguard camp was ready. The Murloc Warlocks summoned water elements. The priests and mages were the main force to bless the divine arts, and the mage group was ready to form a joint spellcasting formation. Slardar's huge body wandered back and forth in front of the formation, constantly giving orders. As the countdown ended, a large mage group headed by the hero Ailment in the center of the mage group had been covered by a layer of light transparent distortion, and a depressing breath was about to burst out. Many small Murloc cannon fodder camps advanced layer by layer under the command of many big Nagas, in an orderly manner. However, the first to attack were the dozens of modified crossbow carts that had been assembled. The wise goblins modified the original crossbow carts with the magic knowledge they learned, and attached a few simple small magic circles, which not only made them have a longer range, but also more accurate, and could hit the target at a very long distance. Dozens of crossbow carts fired at the same time, and more than 30 steel crossbow arrows, as thick as a finger, whistled and disappeared. Lin Xiao watched with his eyes slightly, as the steel crossbow arrows flashed in front of the old wizard hanging in the air, and a clear light flashed and dozens of crossbow arrows disappeared out of thin air. Just as he was wondering, the old wizard lapped up to the sky as if he was awakened, and slammed the gorgeous staff in his hand to the ground. Bang! A circle of faint light flashed, and then an invisible ripple in the void above the old wizard's head exploded like lightning into a ring with a diameter of several kilometers. The next second, the space inside the ring suddenly collapsed, revealing an extremely huge hole, with transparent flames burning at the edge, and a floating city that was too huge to see the whole picture slammed into the broken plain crystal wall. Boom! The indescribable force could not even withstand the space crystal wall. More than a dozen extremely thick space cracks split with the hole as the center, and the space could be seen to expand and distort obviously. Then, the old man in gray linen cloth held a sword and turned into a stream of light that soared into the sky thousands of meters high and pierced the center of the plain sky, accompanied by a circle of invisible twisted auras that exploded in the center of the dome. The plain sky that he stabbed with a sword suddenly collapsed, and the infinite sword energy mixed with space fragments formed a torrent of broken space fragments that spread around, revealing the outer wall of the floating city outside the plain sky that was larger than the entire virtual plane and covered with crystal streamer patterns. Hack! Lin Xiao held his head high for a long while, and suddenly pointed to the distance and yelled, "You cheated?" A hearty laugh came from the distance, and then a light door opened beside him, and the little ant came out. She walked to him with her head down, and said shyly, holding his hand, "You can't beat him." Lin Xiao said to her unwillingly, "He is cheating. This is obviously not the power he has at this level." The little ant bit her red lips and whispered, "He is my brother." "Your brother is also." He suddenly reacted, stared for a long time without saying anything. After a long while, she looked very unconfident and whispered, "Your brother is also cheating." Shin Yuexin whispered softly, "He didn't cheat. That's impossible. Even if he was in the 3rd year of high school, he couldn't be so strong. He is not in the 3rd year of high school. Then the university is not a university either." Lin Xiao choked and then said angrily, Could it be that your eldest brother has graduated from college? Then isn't he bullying me? Yes, I am bullying you. Don't accept it. The young man in white slowly appeared in front of him and punched him in the face, smashing his entire projection. Lin Zhao's consciousness returned to his real body, and he felt that his brain was still in shock. That punch not only destroyed his consciousness projection, but also the aftermath of his real body, which would make his real body still in a state of confusion. I don't know how long it took to come back to my senses and find that my aunt was in front of him. He subconsciously turned around and looked around but didn't see the third person. My aunt said in his ear, "Don't look. My brother is gone." Lin Zhao looked around and said angrily. He left quickly. Otherwise what? A familiar voice appeared in his mind, and the muscles on Lin Zhao's face trembled, and quickly turned into a charming expression. Otherwise, I want to have a good chat with my big brother. Please teach me. Xia Yu was also stunned by his sudden change of expression, and hummed after a while. You are sensible. By the way, I warn you. Don't touch my sister. Don't kiss her. Don't. Then, there was no response. Lin Zhao waited for a long time without a response before he breathed a sigh of relief. His spirit collapsed, and he felt depressed all of a sudden. Damn it. He accidentally hit his future brother-in-law. And he was still so petty, not allowing this or that. Lin Zhao felt that his future with his aunt was bleak. But he immediately felt a ray of light suddenly appear in the endless gloom. His aunt's beautiful face appeared in his eyes. Seeing his depressed look, she covered her mouth and laughed softly. He looked up and glanced around, and suddenly reached out and held her soft and cool little hand. In the evening, Lin Zhao, who had played all day, reluctantly parted with Shen Yuexin. Back in the dormitory, sitting on the bed, he looked at the ceiling with no sadness or joy, and didn't know what mood he was in. Today they have officially confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and they should be happy. But when he learned from her about her life experience and the difficulties he would have to face if he wanted to be with her, he couldn't be happy anymore. Of course, compared to the difficulties, he was more shocked by her life experience. Her mother's identity was simple and no problem. She came from the Shen family in the capital of Yunming province, a middle-class true god family. But her father was extraordinary. To be honest, if she hadn't said it, he would never have thought that he would encounter a plot that only appeared in novels. At this time, Lin Zhao understood why he and Shen Yuexin were specially recruited by Hu Yao. Well, strictly speaking, it was Shen Yuexin who was specially recruited, and he was just a bonus. At the same time, he also understood why she was assigned to number 1 middle school, and he was assigned to number 2 middle school. The reason is very simple. Because her father is the founder of Hu Yao's Super Academy, and the first great power of human civilization. Yes, she is the direct descendant of a great power. No wonder she is usually very low-key. And she doesn't show off in the super freshman summer camp. But she can easily enter the highest gold level, even if she didn't know her life experience at that time, and didn't get special training from her father. She could easily reach the top with the super talent given by the descendants of the great power. Now, she has been brought back by her father's brother, which means that she has been officially accepted and will definitely be in the future. Well, these are not very important. The point is that if he wants to be with her in the future, he must meet the requirements of his future father-in-law. Although it was said by his brother-in-law. In fact, this is the requirement of his future father-in-law. Let's not talk about the future. The current requirement is that he must be ranked on the second list of Tianju before the college entrance examination. This is the first basic condition. If he reaches it, he can continue. If he doesn't reach it, it will be a direct game over. This difficulty, it's really exaggerated. But to be honest, this requirement is not high based on her real background. The key is that people are willing to let him pursue, which is very good in itself. And there is no bloody plot that he doesn't like in the legend. The opportunity is given, and whether he can seize it is his problem. This makes Lin Zhao feel under great pressure. Sitting on the bed, he thought carefully about what he had. According to his current growth progress, if he wanted to enter the Tianju Vice list before the college entrance examination and become one of the 36 best young peers in the entire main world, well, to give a specific reference, he had to reach the level of Wu Zhonglin. Not the current level, but the level when Wu Zhonglin grew up to the 3rd year of high school in 2 years based on the summer camp stage. Wu Xunglin was able to be ranked on the Tianjivice list in the second year of high school, which did not mean that his strength had reached the standard at that time. The Tianji list was not only based on strength, but also on potential. The two were parallel. Wu Xunglin, who was only in the first year of high school during the super freshman summer camp, was definitely not as strong as those Tianjivice list players in the third year of high school. He was able to be ranked on the Tianjivice list mainly because of his high potential, not just ordinary high. Lin Xiao counted his own divine domain and found that if he wanted to be ranked on the Tianjivice list, there were two ways to go. One of the ways was naturally to rely on the creation cube, accumulate enough creation energy, and take the Great Naga one step further on the existing basis. Another way is to rely on the school, or to be more precise, on the class teacher. If, as Senior Chuemo said, you can get those top resources and great opportunities from the class teacher, your strength and potential will also increase dramatically, and you will be ranked on the second list of geniuses. Among them, the creation cube is still short of a lot of creation energy. Due to his poverty, he can't accumulate much in a short time. As for the teacher, he has to take it slowly and strive to get the best grades in every class. The accumulation will be valued by the teacher and thus gain opportunities. Both of them go hand in hand and strive at the same time. If you can accumulate enough creation energy modulation before the third year of high school, so that the Great Naga can evolve again, and then get several top resources and great opportunities given by the class teacher, then it will be stable to be ranked on the Tianjivice list. Lin Xiao clenched his fist and made a decision. Second middle school, elite class 1 classroom. Dr. Sun stood in the middle of the classroom and lectured slowly, and all the students below were listening carefully. Just now I talked about the various situations we might encounter when entering the outer world. Now I will tell you what to do if an accident occurs when entering the outer world and loses contact with the main world. At this time, we can't rely on the main world anymore. We can only rely on ourselves. But as invaders, we are also divine creatures, which will have a corresponding impact on the entire plane. It is easy to be detected by the will of the plane, and then be discovered and hunted by the strong in the plane. At this time, we have to hide ourselves and cannot use divine power at any time. What should we do? Dr. Sun swept the classroom with an inquiring look, and suddenly pointed the stick in his hand at Lin Xiao. Student, please answer. Chapter 208 New Course Invasion Plane. He was slightly stunned, then stood up and replied. First hide in a place far away from civilization. Then use the spell knowledge you have learned and the existing materials to build a hidden shelter. Accumulate enough materials, and build a portal to communicate with the main world. Well, it's well said. Then do you know how to use the existing materials to build a portal to communicate with the main world? Dr. Sun took a sip of coffee and asked with a smile. Lin Xiao shook his head honestly. The students don't know. It's right not to know, because this is the course of this month. Dr. Sun motioned him to sit down, cleared his throat, and continued the lecture. Today's course is to teach you how to hide yourself in the alien plane, how to avoid the detection of the alien plane's will, and how to use the existing materials to build a base and portal. Hiding yourself is very important. Once you are discovered, you will be locked. It is basically impossible to hide with your current means. So if you are stranded in a foreign land by accident, you must immediately gather all your divine power and disguise yourself as a wizard. At this time, someone asked, what if those planes do not have a power system like magic? This question is well asked, and it is very simple. Just wait to die. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Dr. Sun smiled and said, in fact, there is no need to worry about this problem. Even if that crystal wall does not have a system like magic, it does not matter. In the eyes of the plain will, it does not matter what power system you are. As long as you cannot be found to be an invader from the main world, it does not matter what identity you have. After all, there are often stowaways from foreign crystal walls in foreign lands. As long as normal stowaways do not cause extensive damage to the current crystal wall universe, they will not cause hostility from the current crystal wall. Next, Dr. Sun began to explain in simple terms how to deal with the situation after being disconnected from the main world as soon as entering the alien crystal wall. These are the valuable experiences accumulated by countless predecessors who have explored the outer world for hundreds of thousands of years in the main world, and basically cover any unexpected situations that may be encountered. The classroom was silent, and everyone listened to the class very seriously. After all, This knowledge is related to whether you can save your life in the future if you really encounter an accident. So you have to be serious. It took a whole day to finish a class. Lin Xiao directly memorized all the content in his mind, and also used his personal terminal to record a copy, preparing to carefully study it in his spare time after the big class. Theoretical classes only teach theoretical knowledge, and specific operations are tried by yourself outside of class. Well, today's class is over. If you don't understand anything, you can chat with the teacher privately. The next class will explain in detail how to collect available resources in the barren outer world to build a base and a cross-border teleportation array. Now the class is over. After saying this, Dr. Sun disappeared in light. Lin Xiao sat in his seat and thought about it for a while, when he suddenly felt someone's eyes on him. He looked up and saw the figure of a classmate with whom he had a conflict among the many classmates who were leaving. Are we going to fight again? He found that in Huiyao, classmates generally don't have a good relationship because of resource competition. But between classes, even in the same grade, the relationship is quite good. At least when he walks outside and sees other classmates who are in the same grade but in different classes. Someone will occasionally say Lo. In the following time, Lin Xiao has been in the God's domain, trying out the theories taught by the teacher on his own, and feeding back the content in this regard into the Tower of Truth in the form of books, so that the wise goblins can study for him. For this reason, he deliberately opened the 4 elements of the God's domain and the netherworld below, and tried to throw some wise goblin mages in to let them survive on their own. After successfully escaping back to the main God's domain, he fed back the survival experience to the Tower of Truth, and then he absorbed it with the transformation of the Tower of Truth. In just 1 week, he has mastered a lot of survival skills on how to use spell knowledge and limited resources to escape from difficulties. Of course, these are just elementary skills. After all, the God's domain cannot simulate the real predicament of the outer domain. It is impossible to survive in the outer domain with these skills. But at least his foundation is stronger than other students. In the second class a few days later, Dr. Sun explained in detail how to use the limited or even non-existent resources in the outer domain to build a base and a teleportation array. In this class, Lin Xiao learned a core subject: material transformation theory, how to transform one substance into another. This is a very profound subject, which can transform a substance into another substance by consuming mana or divine power. Because it involves the law of creation, this subject is easy to learn but difficult to master. It takes a long time to master it, and it becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. This point can also be learned through the Tower of Truth. The fulfilling courses made him have no time to care about other things, and he didn't even have time to fall in love with Xinyuexin. Fortunately, they knew each other early, and her courses were very tight, and they could understand each other. They could only see each other once a week, and the rest of the time they were in their respective God's domains. The third week's theory class talks about the preparations before invading an alien plane, including logistical preparations, how to choose an invasion target, and a series of other courses. The fourth week's theory class is about how to invade a plane. Dr. Sun directly used previous seniors as examples, including excellent seniors who succeeded every time and poor seniors who often failed. He simulated different examples in real time to let them know the invasion process clearly. So far, Lin Xiao has roughly guessed the content of the third month's class. It is estimated that they will be asked to simulate invading an alien plane. This is the fact. When the third class of this semester began, the head teacher Jean Cece directly announced that the content of this class was to invade an alien plane. And it was not a simulated invasion as he imagined, but a real invasion. Of course, they were not asked to really invade an unknown alien plane, but inside the named Huiyao Crystal Wall system occupied by Huiyao Super Academy. Lin Xiao recalled the words of his class teacher Jean Cece that were still ringing in his ears. The destination of this class is supported by a senior who has become a god. It is a multi-layer plane fragment group that simulates the bottomless abyss. Your task in this class is to simulate losing contact with the main world, being lost alone in a certain plane, and surviving alone for 10 years without being discovered by the will of the plane. In other words, this class has nothing to do with your own family. Each student will divide a little divinity and 10 points of divine power to form a divine power incarnation and project it down. The whole class is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is naturally to survive for 1 year. After completion, each person will be rewarded with a divinity card and a divine domain card, and 5 random 5-star cards, with a quality between purple epic and gold myth. In the second stage, if you can successfully persist for 1 year and establish a complete base and a portal to communicate with the main world, you can start the second step of the invasion. Normal large-scale invasion is after communicating with the main world. The follow-up work is the military's business. The military will send a void base into the outer domain to establish a large outpost base to stabilize the situation and use it to transfer large troops. But this time, they were just simulating. If they could establish a stable portal, they would be able to unlock the right to summon their own clan and officially invade the plane. If they could successfully occupy the plane fragments that had descended, in addition to obtaining another divinity card and a divine domain card, they would also be able to obtain a random ancient quality card, and any gains obtained in the plane belonged to all. But what moved Lin Xiao the most was the small amount of plane origin contained in the plane fragments. Any plane has an origin, but there are more or less. In most cases, they cannot access it. Generally, only the demigods who ignited the divine fire and condensed the priesthood can access it. This time, they also needed the support of the senior to obtain it. The plane origin is the existence origin of a plane. Generally, only the planes with life have it. If the origin in the plane is extracted, the plane will gradually die. In other words, after this class, the senior may scrap a bunch of planes at once. And this support is not small. The plane origin is so critical that it must be very precious. This is indeed the case. The plane origin is equivalent to an omnipotent treasure, which can be used in basically any situation, because it contains the rules of the plane operation. The demigod can increase his understanding of the rules and strengthen his own divine duties by fusing the plane origin. The fusion of the divine domain can expand the divine domain, increase the stability of the divine domain, and enhance the strength and energy limit of the divine domain. Although divine creatures do not have divine duties, they can directly increase their divinity value after fusion. Even if ordinary people who are not divine fuse the plane origin, they can immediately become divine creatures. If there are enough plane origins, it is possible to condense the divine duties and become a demigod in one step. Of course, the plane origin contained in the small plane fragments will definitely not be much. After fusion, it can only increase a few points of divinity. It is estimated that fusing to the divine domain will not allow his divine domain to be promoted. After all, the strength of his divine domain has reached the level that can support the 7th level power. But for those divine domains that have not yet been promoted or are in the late 6th level, perhaps this is enough to promote. But it's good stuff anyway. And the head teacher said that the 3 students who perform best in this class will receive extra gifts from the seniors. These 3 places are the same as the excellent evaluation of the last class. Not only are there extra rewards, but they are also an important criterion in the teacher's mind. It is very important, and he must win one. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao received the official class notice from the head teacher. He sent a message to his aunt and entered the divine domain. On the throne, the figure covered with golden light slowly opened his eyes. After a moment, Lin Xiao first issued a divine prophecy to Slaughter, and then closed his eyes. A few seconds later, a golden light flew out from his forehead, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed. The milky white faith power that permeated the dome of the temple gathered to this golden light to form a huge vortex, and slowly transformed into a golden human figure exactly like him. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at the forehead of the incarnation of divine power, and a little consciousness was transmitted to the incarnation. The incarnation opened his eyes, and a feeling of spiritual connection arose spontaneously. Chapter 209 Magical Plane Group. The so-called divine incarnation is a carrier that carries the will of the gods by fusing divine power with a little divinity as the basis. It must be endowed with will by the creator and cannot exist alone. Once the endowed will disappears, the divine incarnation will naturally collapse. It is not like the incarnations in some novels that can still generate self-awareness and independence after leaving the real body for a long time. That is impossible. Open the light curtain and carefully browse the specific task process of the big class again, and choose ready. The next second, an invisible force descended on the divine domain. He chose to confirm. An attraction came from the feet of the divine incarnation in front of him. The divine incarnation quickly turned into a golden stream of light and was sucked into the vortex and disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared on a military void battleship that was exactly the same as the military void battleship that he took to the outer domain during the summer camp. But it was a smaller model. But it was still very large. This is a special ship for Huiyao's school. The battleship that can carry tens of millions of soldiers is only for their elite class of more than 80 people. It has to be said that Huiyao is rich. Of course, there is also a guard team on the ship, which not only sends them there, but also protects them. With a little divinity and 10 divine powers, Lin Xiao feels that he has returned to the state when he first opened up the divine domain. No, it is worse than that time. Although at that time, he only had a little basic divinity and a small amount of divine power. But at least he has the blessing of the divine domain. And now he is just a small incarnation of divine power. Many abilities granted by the divine domain cannot be used. And his combat power depends entirely on these 10 divine powers. Let's put it this way. Based on a little divinity, a full burst of 10 divine powers can be comparable to a full strength attack of an 8th level legendary creature. But after this attack, there is no combat power, because divine power is a consumable, and it will be gone once it is used. Of course, the divine power incarnation is the incarnation of a god after all, and even without divine power, it is not weak. About the equivalent of a 6th level extraordinary warrior. Not to mention that this kind of strength is definitely nothing in the plane where this big class is held. The key is that he dare not burst out his divine power at all. This is the last means of survival. Usually he can only rely on his own magic knowledge. And he still has to survive in the end. The huge void battleship was empty. Lin Xiao stood alone in front of a huge window port, looking at the colorful streamers of different colors in the void outside. After a while, he suddenly felt the undisguised footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw someone coming. It was Yun Xiaoning. He walked to Lin Xiao's side and stood still, also looking at the scenery outside the window. After a while, he turned his head strangely and looked at Yun Xiaoning, and turned back without saying anything. He stood like this for almost an hour, and suddenly heard Yun Xiaoning's voice in his ears. "I want to make a deal with you." He neither moved nor spoke. A few seconds later, the voice continued to ring in my ears. "A sealed and intact corpse of a god, and a godhood of level 0, containing the lizard and swamp priesthood, in exchange for the 2 very good evaluations you have, and the very good evaluations you can get in all the major classes within this year." Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiao turned his head, his face full of surprise. "How is it? This is a very complete corpse of a god. Except for the broken kingdom of God. Everything else is still there. This is very rare. Even if you can't use it now, you can give it to your family. I heard that your father is now a high-level demigod. If you can get this corpse in godhood, it's just around the corner." Lin Xiao. It was really surprising. But he was not surprised that Yun Xiaoning was willing to exchange such a valuable thing for just 2 very excellent reviews. Nor was he surprised that this thing could be traded. He was surprised that a true god's corpse was so well preserved. According to his understanding, because of the existence of the kingdom of God, the true gods fight so fiercely that ordinary people can't imagine. Once the battle reaches the most intense time of life and death, basically all desperate means will erupt. Just like the burning divinity of the demigod, the true god will also burn his own godhood. Every time it burns, the level of the godhood will be reduced, and it will burn until the end. Therefore, the battle between true gods is usually extremely fierce. Even if you have the advantage, you can't say you will win. Even if you win or lose in the end, it is difficult to obtain a complete god corpse and godhood. It can be said to be very rare. This is also why many true god families have several true gods. According to common sense, they should be able to slowly kill individual indigenous gods to obtain godhood, so as to expand their own families like a snowball and create more true gods. For example, the Lin family has 2 true gods. In theory, they can deal with those weak divine powers with low godhood levels. But in fact, the Lin family has only 2 true gods for so many years, and it is rare to have a complete godhood. Of course, it does not mean that a complete godhood will definitely create a true god. It depends on the strength of the user. But even so, it cannot be denied that a complete god corpse and godhood have extraordinary value. It can be said to be very exaggerated. So exaggerated that Lin Xiao dared not respond. So exaggerated that he was confused for a while, and couldn't figure out what Yun Xiaoning meant. Anyway, he didn't believe that Yun Xiaoning was serious, and he was more willing to believe that he was deceiving himself. So after he realized it, He immediately sent a message to the class teacher, repeating exactly what Yin Xiaoning had just said. 10 seconds later, the class teacher responded, and he heard the class teacher Jean Cece's brief answer. Both parties agree that the transaction is possible. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. This turned out to be true. Too surprising. At this time, Yin Xiaoning seemed to know that he had asked, and said with his arms folded, "What do you think? This price is definitely super high. You can't find a higher price than mine. Not so good. I refuse." Lin Xiao decisively refused. Accidents are accidents. Surprises are surprises. But he is not a fool. He can spend such an exaggerated price to trade a few reviews, which can only be said that this review is more valuable than the transaction item. It can be seen from this that the so-called top resources and great opportunities in the hands of the class teacher are absolutely beyond his imagination. Of course, this does not mean that the top resources and great opportunities in the hands of the head teacher are more valuable than a god corpse and a godhead. This is not equal. For the students in the second year of high school, a god corpse and a godhead are a bit useless for them, because they are not easy to use with their current strength. Not everyone has a treasure like the creation cube, and the value that can be used may not be as great as an ancient miracle card. But it is certain that the resources in the hands of the teacher are the most valuable and best for them at this stage, and are definitely more useful than a god corpse and a godhead that are extremely valuable, but cannot be fully used at this stage. So he must refuse. At this time, Lin Xiao was very curious about the so-called top resources and great opportunities in the hands of the teacher. He wanted to ask the head teacher, but it was estimated that it was impossible to tell him, and it was more likely that he would not even reply to the message. He did not think too much about it. It didn't matter if he didn't know it now. As long as he got such excellent evaluations in every class, he would know it naturally when the time came. Then Ning Xiaoyun asked several times, but he refused outright, and he was so decisive that he finally returned in disappointment. I don't know if it was an appointment, but not long after Ning Xiaoyun left, he received several acquisition inquiries from other elite class students, and the content was surprisingly consistent. Willing to spend a lot of money to acquire the 2 places in his hands, he would definitely refuse all of them. But his surprise and curiosity became stronger and stronger, and he really wanted to find someone to ask. After searching the whole class, he found no one to ask, and finally thought of the head teacher, and sent a message with trepidation. After a long time, when he thought there would be no response, the head teacher suddenly replied, "If I were you, don't pay attention to these. Don't trade." Well, this is the same as not replying. He gave up and put this idea aside. But not long after, he received another short message from the head teacher. "If you can get one of the 3 highest evaluations from the seniors in this big class, I will tell you why." Lin Xiao rubbed his chin and replied, "I will work hard." Then he didn't think about anything else, and waited quietly for the void battleship to shuttle through the void. After an unknown amount of time, as the void battleship shook slightly and began to slow down, he knew he had arrived. Through the huge porthole, he could see an indescribably huge void storm vortex in front of him. The rolling void energy torrents were attracted by the vortex and turned into energy dragons with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers and a length of tens of thousands of kilometers, drilling into the eye of the vortex. Lin Xiao estimated in his heart that the diameter of this vortex was probably tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of kilometers. The huge void battleship flew towards the center of the vortex. As small as dust, the speed of the battleship gradually slowed down, and it was pulled by the gravity of the vortex to flow towards the center of the vortex, and finally fell into the center of the vortex with a dark scene in front of it. An hour later, the darkness in front of them disappeared. They had passed through the central channel of the vortex and came to a dark void. The void was like a starry sky. The surroundings were full of rolling energy layers. Only in the center were there several light beams that looked like octopus tentacles, but were intersected in sections. No. As the starship approached, Lin Xiao soon discovered that it was not a light column, but a special plane group formed by countless planes of different sizes overlapping. Soon after the warship approached the plane, it was found that these plane groups formed by countless planes overlapping were of different sizes, and had different colors, and the light emitted was of different strengths. It could be vaguely felt that these planes seemed to be alive. The starship flew along the light column like an octopus tentacle to one end. After an unknown period of time, it came to the center of several intersecting light columns and stopped in front of a huge spherical plane. Overall, this strange plane group is like an octopus with a large number of tentacles. The central main plane is a huge octopus head with several tentacles overlapped by countless small plane fragments. There are many nodes between the tentacles that are slightly smaller than the central main plane. They are slowly floating in the void, extending layer by layer to the depths that cannot be seen in space. The closer the tentacle got to the central plane, the brighter it became, and the darker it got towards the end. And it exuded an aura that was out of tune with the center. The void battleship stopped in front of the huge spherical plane in the center of the plane group. And then the surging energy on the huge crystal wall of the plane gradually twisted to form a huge human face. And the huge voice was like thunder that made their eardrums buzz. "My beautiful Ms. Jean Cece, welcome to my country." The tall figure of the head teacher appeared out of thin air in the void, and her deep and powerful voice rang out. "Senior Sue, long time no see. It's been a long time no see." The huge face showed a smile and said loudly, "You are still so beautiful and fascinating." Lin Xiao, Zhua Jun, Yun shouting. All classmates. Beautiful? Fascinated? Looking at the head teacher Ms. Jean Cece, who was 4 or 5 meters tall. Everyone fell into contemplation. Chapter 210 Magical Techniques. After a strange welcome from the students, they saw Senior Sue's incarnation. A giant angel with 6 pairs of wings like flowing light. Senior Sue's real body is in this plane. But they can't see it, because Senior Sue's real body needs to sit in the core of this plane group to suppress this hostile god system. This strange plane group, which is composed of countless plane fragments or micro-small planes overlapping like an octopus, is not Senior Sue's divine domain, but a plane group that Senior Sue is attacking. A god system united by several indigenous gods occupies this plane group, and Senior Sue is competing with this small god system for control of this plane group. Senior Sue occupied the central core plane of the plane group with absolute strength. After being driven out of the main plane, the indigenous gods fled to the depths of this tentacle-like plane group. With the help of these countless small planes, they confronted Senior Sue's divine domain, and the two sides are still in a stalemate until now. Of course, Senior Sue has already gained the upper hand at this time. Senior Sue has completely occupied more than 50% of the overlapping planes, and nearly half of the remaining 50% are in the strategy. And the place where they need to land is the plane group that is about a quarter of the strategy. In some of these planes, Senior Sue has sent avatars to descend and check to confirm that there are no demigods or above, not to mention the indigenous gods. So they generally don't have to face demigods or above. At most legendary creatures. Of course, this is still very dangerous for the divine power avatar with only 10 points of divine power and 1 point of divinity. But since it is a test, how can there be no danger? This is the time to test them. Senior gave them a simple table with hundreds of plane numbers on it. It was just a plane number, without any other information. No one knew which plane each number represented. Let them randomly draw a number, which is the plane they need to land. Huiyao did a good job in fairness. I dare not say it is absolutely fair, but it is relatively fair. Except for the special recruits. The rest of the elite class 1 are from families related to Huiyao. If you have connections, he also has connections. In this case, if everyone tries to make connections, no one can beat anyone else. It is better not to make connections. This is the admonition left by the old principal himself. Now that the old principal is still alive, no one dares to disobey. Therefore, Lin Xiao, a special recruit with a poor background, can grow up in Huiyao and will not be snatched away by others with a little benefit. There is nothing surprising about this number. Lin Xiao did not think too much and picked a number of 88 at random. After confirming, the teacher's voice came to his ears. It will begin to descend in 3 seconds. Don't resist. He relaxed. And 3 seconds later a familiar transmission wave came, and his whole body was wrapped in the distorted space and disappeared on the void battleship. A meteor streaked across the sky, accompanied by a loud boom sound, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. The meteor fell on a vast plain with lush vegetation, primitive and desolate. Extending all the way to the south is a huge swamp, most of which is composed of huge shallow lakes. It looks more like a large group of lakes than a swamp. It is not full of black mud and poisonous insects like a normal swamp. Instead, the lake water is clear and there are various aquatic creatures living in it. The loud bang startled many birds and beasts in the plain jungle, and all kinds of small rustling sounds were heard for a while. At the same time, strange sounds came from the swamp in the distance. The water surface of several huge swamps near the plain was rippled, and a huge shadow arched up and drilled into the water. A strange low roar was faintly heard, and the direction of the swamp was instantly quiet, as if nothing had happened just now. Time passed bit by bit. About an hour later, a strange noise came from the pit created by the meteor in the lush jungle on the plain. A handsome young man climbed out of the pit with his bare buttocks in a panic, lay on the edge of the pit and looked around, then retreated back into the pit. There was a large area of burnt black ash around the crater, and a burnt corpse of an unknown beast, which was probably smashed when he descended. Damn. It turned out to be this way. At first, Lin Xiao thought that the so-called descent was to quietly teleport them into the plane. After all, the theoretical lesson he had taught before was how to sneak in without attracting the attention of the plane's will. In his impression, it should be to quietly enter the village. But he didn't expect that. He was thrown into this plane so roughly, falling like a meteorite. And the noise. Fortunately, he had been lying at the bottom of the pit for so long, and he didn't feel anything strange. And he didn't feel that he was discovered by the plane's will. So he should be safe. After a long while, he climbed out of the pit again and looked around. There was a circle of burning marks more than 10 meters long around the pit, with a diameter of only 4 or 5 meters. A little further away were unknown weeds and shrubs half a person's height. Further away was an endless wasteland, with trees more than 10 meters or even dozens of meters high seen from time to time. He took a deep breath, and a paragraph of text quickly emerged in his mind. The air humidity was 75%. The air temperature was 22.5 degrees Celsius, and the oxygen content was extremely high. He tried to jump again, and the gravity coefficient was not much different from that of the main world. This plane is okay. The conditions on this plane are very suitable for the survival of intelligent creatures. In fact, from the lush plants and the small sounds around that were not seen but faintly heard, it can be judged that there are many creatures on this plane, and it is unknown whether there is any civilization. Fortunately, the place where he landed was very remote. Judging from the surrounding situation, it doesn't look like there are intelligent races living here. It shouldn't be a problem to survive in such a place for 10 years. Of course, the first priority is to find a place to build a base. Half an hour later, a handsome young man was running at high speed in the empty wasteland. He was naked and exuded a sense of freedom, unrestrained and wildness in this primitive and desolate world. Young people are so confident and energetic. Soon he crossed a distance of more than 10 kilometers and stopped in front of a lush primeval forest. This is a very lush primeval forest. The tree species are unknown, but they are extremely strong. The outer edge alone is more than 10 meters high. As they gradually rise inward, the highest tree in the forest is probably hundreds of meters high. What a big forest! Lin Xiao's first reaction was to move such a large forest into the god's domain. Although there is a god's paradise ecology in his god's domain, there are many trees, but there is no such a large-scale ancient forest. As the god's domain expands, the fragments of the kingdom of God that he inherited at the beginning are almost integrated. Now the god's domain is very large, not inferior to those small plains, and is enough to support millions of families to survive in it. A complete ecology must have everything. It would be great if such a large forest could be moved in. Unfortunately, he cannot open the god's domain now. Once he opens the god's domain, he will be discovered by the will of the plane immediately. He was discovered right after he landed, so he would definitely get 0 points in the first stage evaluation. In addition, his own 10 points of divine power could not be used. These divine powers were now sealed in his body, and could only be used at the most critical moment. Once used, they would be discovered by the plane will immediately. The plane will was very sensitive to divine power and divine domain. Apart from that, there was basically no reaction to other movements. Even the big movement of him falling from the sky to the earth did not react at all. In other words, as long as he did not use divine power and open the divine domain, and did not make any big movements, he would generally not be discovered in the early stage. Yes, it was the early stage. After all, he was an alien creature, not a native of this plane, so he would not be discovered in the early stage. But as time went on, his influence on this plane would become greater and greater. Even if he did nothing, his existence was an alien. The plane origin would not discover him at first, but every once in a while, just like the self-examination of the human immune system, the plane would constantly scan the plane, And he was a pest hidden in the plane. And each scan would accumulate a weight. When the weight accumulates to a certain extent, no matter how hard you try to hide, you can't hide yourself. So don't think that nothing is happening now. Maybe you won't be discovered no matter what you do in the early stage. But if you think you can just wander around like this, you are wrong. You may be discovered in a few months. So, it's better to keep a low profile. Before he came to the forest, he vaguely felt that there was a hint of danger in the forest. There must be a fierce beast hidden in it. He didn't dare to go in, but just walked around the periphery of the forest and came to a big tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter. He reached out and touched the tree, bent his fingers and tapped lightly, and listened with his ears tilted. Dong dong. Of course, this is not really listening to anything, but carefully experiencing the subtle feedback from the tree when tapping. Then he sensed a certain strange rhythm through the feedback and used a special spell to act on the tree. As he gently knocked the tree with his fist, a strange wave that was imperceptible to the naked eye appeared on his fist and spread to the tree with the knocking. After knocking about a dozen times, there was a huge crack sound from the tree in front of him, and a crack appeared at the place where he knocked. He pushed hard, and the tree collapsed with a bang. The fracture was full of uneven cracks, as if it was broken by brute force. How magical! This ability was the feedback from believers he got from the Tower of Truth. I don't know which wise goblin believer has mastered a strange skill in daily life. He can use his own mental power and magic power without tools. This is a special skill that can knock trees or stones with bare hands, through the sound or sound wave feedback generated by the knocking. The various light and heavy knocking effects generated by this special skill act on the inside of the object, and the object is broken from the inside according to the imagined angle. After Lin Xiao got this skill from the Tower of Truth from the believer's feedback, he felt it was very valuable and studied this skill seriously. I'm not very skilled yet, so the broken ends of the trees are jagged and ugly, just like the broken ends of a tree branch that has been broken with force. Chapter 211, One-Handed Base Building. According to his idea, once this skill is mastered, any material can be broken by this skill, and the broken end is considered qualified only if it is as smooth as a knife. Break all the branches by knocking, and then drag all the thick trunks and branches to a selected open space and knock them into pieces and pile them up. Next, knock 20 to 30 trees of the same thickness in the same way, and drag them all to the temporary camp. As the skill becomes more and more proficient, the knocking speed becomes faster and faster, and the broken end is not as rough as before. Unfortunately, he has no storage props, and he dare not use them if he has them. The use of space props will cause space fluctuations, which is as obvious as a bonfire in the dark night in the plane will perception, and it will be discovered immediately. He piled all the trees aside, picked up one, and came to the central open space of the temporary camp. He tapped the thick tree into several pieces with his fingers, picked up a small piece of wood less than 2 meters long and stood it on the ground. Then jumped up and chopped the tree stump with his palm like a knife. He chopped several large uneven wooden boards. The hands of a 6th-level extraordinary warrior are still very hard. He can even chop stones, let alone wood. But this is not a big deal. Lin Xiao feels that he needs to study these small skills more deeply and strive to play a greater role. No matter how rough the wooden board is, it is still a wooden board. He chopped out rough, uneven, thick and thin wooden boards full of burrs and different lengths with a hand knife and put them aside first. When he chopped out about 40 or 50 pieces, he stopped and came to the center of the temporary camp. He pulled up all the unknown weeds on a small piece of ground. There was warm soil underground. When he pulled out the weeds, he also turned out many small insects, including several small earthworms. Then, he took a piece of wood and split it in half, took out the smaller piece about 30 centimeters wide, held the wood with both hands and concentrated, and the mental power and magic power mixed to form a faint white light wave that flowed out of his hands and spread into the wood. Then, as the white light slowly poured in, the burrs on the surface of the wood began to disappear. The edges and corners gradually softened and flattened, and the whole would slowly change its shape. Shaping, alchemy branch, one of the most basic and core techniques of material alchemy. It can make the material change according to one's own will. Theoretically, if the mental power and magic power are strong enough, the world can be changed by will alone. Lin Xiao's level is still a long way from this theory, but at least he is the incarnation of divine power, which is still very powerful. He easily turned this rectangular wood into a wooden shovel with a slightly wider handle. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed, and two spell lights flashed and merged into the shovel. The edge of the wooden shovel suddenly flashed with a metallic luster. Wooden shovel, solid +1. Sharp +1. A simple enchantment makes the wooden shovel more solid and the edge of the shovel sharper. Before the enchantment effect disappears, it can be compared with steel tools, but the durability is insufficient. Then use the same method to change the shape of another piece of wood into a wooden machete, also adding the two effects of solidity and sharpness. With a shovel and a knife, he quickly cut down the slightly coarse weeds in a large open space around him, cleared a grass-free open space, and then cast the spell of turning fossils into mud on this open space to make the mud softer. He picked up the shovel and pressed it, and it easily sank into the shovel handle. After casting the spell of turning fossils into mud, even hard stones will become soft mud that children can easily shape into various shapes. The shovel flew, and large pieces of soft mud were dug out and piled on one side. Soon he dug a big pit on the ground. Then he made the dug mud into rectangular blocks like bricks and put them together. Then he used 5 wooden boards to carry 2 large and 2 small wooden boards of different sizes and flattened them with the shaping ability to form a brick trough. He put the soft mud into it and made it into flat mud bricks and placed them on the flat ground. Then he used the spell of turning mud into stone to turn these mud bricks into hard stone bricks. Then he dug another big pit not far away, moved the broken soil formed by brick making and pit digging over there, used the spell of turning mud into stone to turn it into broken stone slag, and then got some wood to pile on top and burn a big pile of fire. After the fire was over, the gravel inside was smashed and mixed with grass ash to make the initial lime. Then some gravel was mixed with these, and a small water element was summoned to jump into the pit and dissolve, and a large amount of clean water was mixed with the materials and stirred, and the simple earth-made cement was formed. Then, the foundation was dug out at the edge of the previous big pit, and the stone bricks that were 1 meter long, half a meter high, and 30 centimeters thick were buried in the foundation. And then, they were built up with cement. He was busy until the sun set, and a simple shelter was formed. The interior of this thing is more than 30 square meters, and the 30 centimeter thick stone wall is quite strong. Most wild beasts may not be able to rush down, and more powerful beasts may not be able to defend against it. But he had already prepared for it at that time, so he just made do with it on the first day. Then he moved a wooden pillar with a diameter of more than 2 meters and cut off about a quarter of it. He flattened the side and blocked the door, and a simple door was formed. Then he used some soft mud to block the cracks in the door, and filled it more than 1 meter thick. When it dried and hardened naturally, it would be strong enough. Then he moved a few large stone bricks that were left over from before and placed them on the ground. Put a large wooden board on top, and lay on it. Lin Xiao suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. He vaguely felt the ground shaking, and at the same time, there were faint footsteps and low breathing outside the house. Not long after, he heard a heavy footstep coming from a distance, and the breathing nearby quickly disappeared. It seemed that a big guy came. Fortunately, the big guy didn't come over. It was probably just passing by from a distance, which made him feel relieved. He got up early the next morning and murmured, "Be patient. You can only see your aunt if your father-in-law agrees. I can't do anything now. A new day has arrived." Lin Xiao is not in a hurry to continue building the house. He first removes the wooden stakes blocking the door. There are many beast footprints outside the door, and even claw marks on the wooden stakes. It is unknown what kind of beast it is, but ordinary beasts cannot remove this 2-meter diameter wooden stake. The forest air in the early morning is very fresh, and the crisp birds chirp non-stop. The grass leaves were covered with dew, and he saw an unknown insect lying on the edge of the grass leaves drinking dew. He walked around the shelter, picked some wild fruits, and ate them while inspecting the surroundings. Just as he turned to the back of the stone house, he suddenly stopped and saw a pair of cold and ruthless black eyes, with a circle of black hair on the edge in the lush bushes in front of him. He was overjoyed and quickly stepped back. The bushes shook, and a beast as big as a buffalo and as big as a leopard emerged from it. The fur was oily and smooth, and the body shape was even. Even though it was full of muscles, it did not look strong. Instead, it looked so agile. It pounced on him silently with a few moves, looking at the beast that jumped 5 or 6 meters into the air and pounced on him. Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed. Beast immobilization technique. The beast that pounced down instantly fell in front of him stiffly and could not move. The last thing he saw in his dark pupils was a wooden broadsword. It was great to have meat delivered to my door just when I wanted to eat it. Soon a bonfire started, and a large piece of meat that had been gutted and washed was placed on the fire and rolled back and forth. Although the incarnation of divine power strictly speaking has no need for food, and the divine power itself can sustain life without eating or drinking, it will consume divine power. Moreover, eating is also a habit, proving that you are a person. It took almost an hour to roast the beast's meat, and I ate it all in one breath, storing all the energy, which can last for a long time. After eating and drinking, I continued the work of the next day. But before that, he washed the peeled animal skin to remove the fishy smell, cut it with his big nails, and then got a small wooden thorn and pinched it lightly with his fingers. His hands seemed to have magic power. After pinching it a few times, the wooden thorn turned into a needle. Then he found some bark to tear the fiber, processed it a few times to rub out a line, and pass it into the needle hole, and sewed the cut animal skin into an animal skin vest and leopard skin skirt. Although no one saw it, I was not used to doing this every day. After finishing all this, he started today's work. But before doing that, he first used branches that were not that thick to build a fence around the shelter. He used a wooden knife to cut off the weeds and shrubs, and hammered a piece of wood that was as thick as a thigh, 3 or 4 meters long, and sharpened at both ends into the ground, and circled the shelter. Then, he used wooden sticks to tie 5 or 6 layers of horizontal bars from bottom to top with vine bark as ropes. The intervals were not big or small, and it was estimated that it could not prevent large beasts, but it would allow him to discover them in advance. Then he found a place not far away and started digging deep into the soil and burning bricks again. However, this time the bricks were not used to build walls, but to lay the inner walls. After burning enough stone bricks, Lin Xiao entered the shelter and hollowed out the soil in the center of the stone house by turning it into soft mud. Every time a large piece of mud was dug out, he would continue to cast spells to turn the deeper area not affected by the spell into mud and continue digging. In half a day, he had dug 4 or 5 layers of a large pit about 10 meters deep and more than 5 meters in diameter, and then dug diagonally downwards along the bottom of the pit. That's right. He wants to dig an underground base. The huge vibration last night shows that there are many large animals in the wild in this world, and this shelter is not good enough. And it's not just the defense that's not good enough. Plus, staying on the ground is still too conspicuous. It's also safer to be underground, and most wild animals don't have the ability to dig holes. He stayed underground for a whole day to dig down, and the excavated soil was made into stone bricks and directly built with cement on the wall, both to make room and to waterproof. Digging so deep, groundwater would have seeped out long ago, and the whole stone was sealed with cement, so water couldn't seep out. In 2 days, he dug out a depth of 50 to 60 meters. He stopped to rest for a while when he dug near a rock layer in one breath, and then started digging horizontally. He first hollowed out this rock layer and dug out a huge temporary underground base main hall that was 100 meters long, 50 meters wide, and 10 meters high. In order to prevent collapse, he made more than a dozen thick stone pillars to support it. Then he dug around this space as the center, opening up cave rooms of different sizes. A kitchen, for storage rooms, a bedroom, a huge laboratory, and a huge warehouse connected to the laboratory. Chapter 212 Seniors Gamble. Such a huge space. He covered it with a layer of stone wall and sealed it with cement. After doing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such a deep personal base. Most beasts can't attack it. He is confident that he is the safest at this stage, and other students don't have the means of digging holes like him. A day later, he returned to the ground and threw all the trees he knocked down before into the hole and moved them back to the warehouse. He began to use his skills to knock them into pieces of wood and began to make simple furniture. This time he didn't use wood as tools because he had better materials, which were the stones underground. Compared with wood, stone tools are stronger and more plastic. A set of stone tools that could be used, such as stone axes, stone shovels, stone hammers, stone cones, chisels, knives, saws, etc., were prepared, enchanted one by one, and a large stone platform was made in the central hall as a workbench. Then he used the newly made tools to make a bunch of furniture: beds, cabinets, shelves, doors, kitchen stoves, etc. Then he dug out several large tool cabinets and workbenches against the wall of the laboratory, and then tried to make a batch of primary experimental equipment with clay. This is a big project. Although this thing is small, it is a delicate work. If you are not careful, it will be scrapped and redone. By the time he made a set of the most basic experimental equipment, more than half a month had passed unknowingly. Early in the morning of this day, Lin Xiao was humming a song in the kitchen while cooking food in a fired pottery pot. He picked some mushrooms that looked edible from the wild, caught a few birds, and added some wild vegetables that he had tried to eat this month. He stewed it all in one go. No matter how it tasted, it was edible. Halfway through the cooking, there was a sudden shock under his feet. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately put down the pot and rushed to the gate of the underground shelter to listen. Boom! A dull sound came from outside the dug hole, followed by a loud bang, and countless gravel mixed with hot flames fell from above and blocked the passage. The terrible high temperature rushed towards him, frightening him so much that he quickly retreated, looking at the burning red rock with an uncertain face. Obviously, the stone house above collapsed. But this is not the point. The point is, how did it collapse like this? The flames still remain on the red rock. Is there a dragon in this world? He can still recognize the dragon's breath. And the flames are indeed burned by the dragon's breath. It has been almost a month since he came to this world, and he has never seen any super monsters. So he thought it was just a very ordinary different plane. Unexpectedly, there are terrifying creatures like dragons. The underground shelter is quiet, and from time to time, there are rumbling noises outside, as well as dull roars and dragon roars, and vibrations that can be felt even dozens of meters away. Lin Xiao stood quietly by the wall and looked at the top of the cave. At this moment, he felt a will sweeping over him in the dark, and he suddenly realized that this was the first time the will of the plane had scanned him since he came. The will swept through and seemed not to have found him. But just when he relaxed, there was a sudden loud bang in front of him. The wall he was leaning on shook violently, and a loud crack scared him to death. He subconsciously jumped out of thin air and appeared on the other side of the underground hall. Then, a crack appeared on the top of the underground space at the entrance to the ground passage, and the stone bricks that had been pasted on it cracked and collapsed, and a terrifying crack spanned the entire underground hall. It's over. This shelter is going to be scrapped. I don't know how long it took. The roar of the beast outside slowly disappeared. He waited for a long time before he broke through the cooled rubble at the entrance and climbed out, and saw a trace of fire breath that was more than 10 meters wide and nearly 100 meters long, just sweeping across his shelter, directly sweeping down the stone house. There were no corpses on the ground, but the weeds and trees within a radius of several thousand meters were messed up by the battle between the giant dragon and the unknown beast. He saw a large number of huge animal footprints over 2 meters long beside the shelter. Lin Xiao jumped into the footprints over 1 meter deep and stayed there for a while, then returned to the base without looking back. Soon, the sound of digging holes came from the shelter. In the void, the huge void warship was quietly parked in the void outside this strange plane group. Jean Cece was still wearing the armor and sitting at the top. Opposite the round table sat an incarnation of Senior Su. Around the round table sat more than a dozen incarnations of gods, chatting and laughing. These people were all former seniors of Huiao who were active in the nearby plane groups. Some were former classmates of Jean Cece. When they heard that a junior was coming here to train, they all came to watch. At this time, a senior looked at the time and said, "The first month has passed, and the first scan of the plane group will seem to have ended. Do you want to see how the juniors are doing now?" All the seniors were interested and nodded. "Sure. Let's see if there are any non-Africans among the juniors this year." Another senior smiled and said, "It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How about we open a deal? Each person will contribute 10 units of plane origin. There are 16 of us, which is exactly 160 units of plane origin. We each choose a junior or junior to support. And when the final settlement is made, the one with the best performance will receive the 160 units of plane origin reward. This is fine. Count me in. I'll come too." After a while, more than 10 seniors agreed. But at this time Senior Su laughed and said, "You are too stingy. Each only contributes 10 units. A female senior student with a braid of red flames on her head said, "Yes, we are seniors who are several dozen years older than us, and we have already been deified. I can't afford such a small reward." The senior student who spoke first smiled and said, That's just a temporary idea. In this case, let's be generous. How about 100 units each? By the way, each of us can give 3 points of divinity. Is that okay? The senior looked at Jean Cece and said, a full 1,600 units of plain origin and 48 units of divinity. This reward is not small. How about giving it to the student with the highest final evaluation? This is good. The value is quite high, and the juniors will not secretly say that it is stingy. More than a dozen seniors thought that this distribution was very good. After discussing, they looked at Jean Cece at the top and asked, how about this extra reward? Cece? The head teacher stood up and clasped his hands in a circle, saying, I would like to thank all the seniors on behalf of my students. Haha. You are welcome. This is just a drop in the bucket for us. After speaking, she changed the subject and said, everyone's rewards are very good, but I want to change the distribution of rewards. How to change it? I want all the rewards to be divided into 3 parts and awarded to the 3 students with the best final scores. Everyone was quite surprised why she made such an allocation. And she did not keep them in suspense, and said directly, we are all classmates, and there are some things that I will not hide from you. I have my eyes on several students in this class, and I plan to focus on training them. If the growth rate of their strength and potential limit in this semester can meet my requirements, I want to give it a try in the midterm exam. The hall fell silent, and everyone looked at her in silence. After a while, Senior Sue asked Jean Cece in a low voice, have you decided? She nodded, and the many expressions on everyone's faces gradually disappeared, and they all showed serious and solemn expressions. One of the seniors said, in that case, then I will listen to you. Others had no objection. And when everyone sat down again, Senior Sue smiled and said, in that case, Cece, please check the current status of your students. And by the way, tell us who the students you are optimistic about are, and let us observe them. She nodded, stretched out her finger and pointed forward. A circle of clear light spread out and turned into a mirror in front of them, and circles of ripples spread out, slowly transforming into different pictures. More than 80 students. More than 80 split pictures, clearly displayed in front of many classmates. A dozen seniors glanced at them, and one of them said, Cece, which 2 do you like? Point them out to us. Wait a minute. Senior Sue on the side stopped and said, we are making a bet. Before pointing them out, let's each choose a favorite junior. That's fine. All the seniors put their eyes on the light curtain and observed, ready to pick one they thought had a chance to win. A senior clicked on a small window in the light curtain, which quickly expanded in front of his eyes. Inside was a cave, and a junior was sleeping on a stone bed. After thinking about it, he shrunk the window and clicked on another one. Hey, this is good? Senior Sue raised his eyelids, and the window opened by his classmate next to him showed a primitive humanoid tribe, where many thin, dark-skinned, figured humanoids lived. A student used magic to transform himself into a humanoid and mixed in. He also became the patriarch of this tribe, and was now commanding the tribal warriors to attack another tribe to plunder resources. The senior observed several windows again, returned to this window, and marked his own mark. In another plane, a classmate was stranded on a small deserted island. The island was poor in resources, and there were not even a few plants. There was no shadow of other islands around. At this time, the senior was squatting in an underground cave on the island, worrying about resources. In a certain window, in a narrow space, a student was empty-handed and gently knocking on the stone wall below with his right fist. After knocking more than 10 times in a row, a cube stone with a length, width and height of 1 meter was knocked down, and the boy skillfully held it and stacked it aside. Oh! This technique is so interesting. The senior who had observed by chance instantly became alert and continued to observe. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up in the cave. He felt as if something was observing him. But after careful sensing, there was nothing. He shook his head and continued to knock on the stone wall in front of him. After the previous night, he had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. That night, he began to dig down at the bottom of the existing cave. The current shelter was not safe. Chapter 213 The Underground World Digging Through. If it is a game, the only way to improve skill proficiency is to use it constantly, in addition to skill points. Since his arrival, Lin Xiao has never stopped working, digging and knocking stones. The skills he obtained from the Tower of Truth have become more and more proficient. Now he can skillfully knock out square stones with sharp edges from the entire underground stone layer. At the beginning, the stones were still very rough, as if they were chiseled casually, with uneven edges and not square as a whole. Now the edges of the stones are initially smooth, although there are still small bumps when you touch them. At least they are not prickly, and there are no sharp edges. Even the shapes are cubes with sharp edges. The angle error of 90 degrees is not much, and the pieces are stacked on the edge of the dug hole steadily without falling. When a person concentrates on doing something, time flies quickly, and the efficiency is also super high. By the time he dug deeper along the unknown thick rock layer for more than 100 meters, it was already the second month. He sensed a slightly stronger plane while scanning over than last month. Fortunately, this place is too far from the ground, and the earth will still block it a little. It was already very weak when it reached him. Only then did Lin Xiao stop and start digging horizontally. It took him more than 10 days to dig out a larger underground base than before. This time was different from the last time. There were no living facilities, but a huge workshop instead. The world is so dangerous. I have to get some self-defense. Standing in front of the central workbench of the huge workshop, Lin Xiao put his hands on his waist and recalled all kinds of knowledge related to the mage system in the Tower of Truth. With the situation he is facing now, the most suitable and easiest way to increase his strength is to create a constructed puppet. That is, golem. Puppet is a kind of golem. In some places, puppet is also called golem. There is not much difference, just a different name. Considering the materials he had, he could only choose 3 types of golems: wood golem, clay golem, and rock golem. Unfortunately, he dug so deep and dug hundreds of meters into the rock layer, but he didn't find any mineral veins. He was speechless. Although he could transform other materials into the materials he needed through the spell of material transformation, this spell could only transform a small amount of key materials with his current ability, such as magic materials such as mithril and mercury required for the core array of the golem. Although the consumption of materials such as steel was lower than that of mithril, the demand was too high. He could not use this method to transform them on a large scale. He did it right away. The first thing he tried was the wooden golem, which had the lowest requirements and the cheapest materials. He first went to the ground and brought back a batch of wood and piled them in the base. He randomly picked a log with a diameter of about 1.5 meters and a length of about 10 meters and moved it to the workbench. He stretched out his hand and pressed it on the log, groping back and forth, and gently tapped a certain section with his fingers bent. Dong, dong, dong. With only 6 knocks, he knocked open a piece of solid wood as thick as a large round table. The crack was smooth and flat, and it looked like it was cut by a knife. Okay. Although it is still a long way from perfection, it is amazing to be able to knock it open like this by hand. Then, according to the expected size of the wooden golem, knock down a piece and adjust the appearance. The size does not need to be changed. The diameter is 1.5 meters, and the height is 2 meters. The surface needs to be smooth to facilitate drawing the magic circle later. The place where the limbs are placed needs to be repaired so that the limbs and the body will not affect each other when they rotate after splicing. Then, split another piece of wood. Cut out 2 thick woods with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a length of 1.5 meters. And use the shaping spell to transform them into the shape of legs. The remaining 2 thick pieces of wood were also transformed with the shaping spell. But unlike the legs, the 2 pieces of wood used as hands were not shaped like hands, but the palms were directly shaped into an interface. A big axe and a thick wooden shield stuck at the interface. The flexibility of wooden golems is pitifully low. It is a bit difficult to expect them to fight with various weapons. It is better to transform the hands into weapons directly. In his imagination, this thing is a disposable consumable. Lin Xiao didn't think about how long he would use it. He just used it to practice now, and made a few as cannon fodder. When he was proficient, he would start to make more powerful stone golems. Yes, he was not interested in making clay golems. The combat power of this thing was not much different from that of wooden golems. The only advantage was that it was easier to shape and more flexible than wooden golems. After all, hands and feet could be directly molded with clay. After all the basic limbs such as hands and feet were made, Lin Xiao enchanted the golem separately, only adding firmness +1. And the wooden axe was enchanted with sharpness +1. He wanted to enchant more, but unfortunately the wood material was here, so it could only be enchanted at level 1. Then it was time to draw a magic circle for the golem, which required a small amount of mithril. a certain amount of magic mercury, and a small amount of gems. He lacked all of these, so he could only use material transformation to do it slowly. Fortunately, the idea of making a golem had been in his mind for a long time, and he had prepared early. A month ago, he would use the remaining mental power and mana to transform these materials before going to bed every day. And now he has accumulated some. Thanks to his good grasp of the creation law, he has a great advantage in this regard. Not only does the transformation consume less mental power and mana, but the transformation efficiency is also higher. In fact, Lin Xiao would rather try to use the magic cube of fortune to transform directly, and at most consume some fortune power to easily transform a lot of them. But he didn't dare. And he didn't know if he would be discovered if he suddenly transformed a lot of rare resources with the magic cube of fortune. The cube of creation will definitely not be discovered. Even the powerful true God cannot discover it. How can the will of a mere small plane possibly discover it? The main reason is that a large number of rare resources suddenly appeared in this world, and I don't know whether they will be noticed. I dare not do things that are uncertain now. I can only wait until the first stage is over, or I am discovered in advance before trying. Anyway, the demand is not high now, and I can convert it myself. First, convert the mercury into magic mercury through a special method. Then crush the gemstone into powder. Melt the mithril. Mix the three into a special magic ink, and start to carve the golem-specific magic array on the wooden golem. This is not difficult. Not to mention that he has tried it in his own divine domain before. Many wise goblins in the divine domain have already begun to try to make golems, especially Ailment, who has even made heavy-duty golems. These experiences are fed back in the Tower of Truth. As the owner of the Tower of Truth, Lin Xiao can naturally obtain these experiences and skills. It took him 2 full hours to draw a complex golem array stroke by stroke, and draw a complex pattern on the simple wooden golem with black and blue magic ink. This thing is super complicated and super mentally exhausting. But it is also the most important. The time spent on drawing this array alone is longer than all the previous preparations. Finally, he flipped his right hand, and a tiny light spot appeared in his palm. This was the beast spirit that he had collected when he killed the beast 2 months ago, and it was just right to be used as the core of the golem. First erase the spirit's will, and then cast the golem enlightenment spell. This golem enlightenment spell is divided into different levels and types, corresponding to different golems. For example, a heavy golem, like a wooden golem, uses the simplest warrior golem enlightenment spell. After enlightenment, this spirit core will come with a set of standard wooden golem behaviors and combat systems. Once enlightened, it is fixed. If a diamond golem uses a wooden golem core, then after success, the diamond golem's combat style and code of conduct will be that of a lowest level wooden golem. The next and last step is to send this spirit core into the wooden golem. As he stretched out his hand and pressed it on the top of the golem's head, invisible ripples flew out of his palm and quickly spread all over the body. The magic circle painted with black and blue magic ink lit up with a faint magic glow and slowly merged into the golem. As a strange feeling emerged, a sense of existence spread from the wooden golem, and Lin Xiao knew that the wooden golem had taken shape. Yes! He breathed a sigh of relief. One formation means a good start. Next, he tried to control and command the wooden golem to perform various actions, including patrolling and fighting. According to the Golem Operation Manual, the wooden golem he made was about 3.5 meters tall, with a 2-meter tall body and a diameter of 1.5 meters. It held a thick wooden shield in one hand and a large axe in the other. It was quite large and intimidating, but its actual combat power was, after all, it was made of wood. So its temporary combat power was okay, but it was not durable, so it could only make do with it for now. After casually ordering it to guard the cave entrance, Lin Xiao took a short break and started making the second wooden golem. Then he spent a whole week, more than 18 hours a day in the workshop, making one in an average of 3 hours, minus accidental damage. And the speed increased after becoming proficient, making a total of 41 wooden golems in a week. Most of them were cannon fodder, but he slightly modified 10 of them and replaced their weapons with hammers and shovels. With cannon fodder in hand, he finally felt a little relieved. With these, he could buy time to escape if he encountered a powerful monster. That day, he sat in front of the workbench and rested while thinking about the next plan. There were enough cannon fodder, and the next step was to create a stronger stone golem, which was more difficult than the wooden golem and required more resources. However, There was not enough space in the underground base at this time. Although the 10 wooden golems that replaced their weapons with hammers and shovels were digging and expanding the base on the other side of the base. The efficiency was not good. Take your time. Anyway, there is no rush. Time passed as he thought and tried, hammering and hitting every day. At first, the wooden golems were noisy with smashing and shoveling stones every day, but they got used to it after a while. That day, he was standing in front of a 3-meter-tall boulder that looked a bit like a human, carving it, when he suddenly heard a piercing and strange scream. He raised his head in surprise, and his first reaction was that he had been robbed. He immediately realized that this was an underground base, and the exits were sealed off, so he couldn't be robbed. He quickly stood up and rushed out of the workshop, and saw 10 wooden golems gathered at the door of the warehouse, resisting a group of cavemen rushing out of the warehouse. Chapter 2:14 Yun Xiaoning's Ambition. He flew up into the air and looked inside. He saw a huge hole in the stone wall at the corner of the warehouse. It was pitch black inside. A large number of cavemen, only 1.23 meters tall, crawled out of it, and there were also a few gray dwarves among them. Damn! There is an underground world in this plane? Lin Xiao instantly knew what was going on. It was obvious that the underground base he dug was too deep, and it happened to be not far from the underground world. Then a group of cavemen and gray dwarves accidentally dug through the thin stone wall and discovered the underground base. Wait! Gray dwarves. Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and his face was happy. He immediately summoned all the wooden golems to gather together. At the same time, he threw a fireball into the warehouse and exploded and knocked down a lot of them. And then the cavemen dared not come up. After discovering the underground world, the work of making stone golems had to be stopped first. He sealed the exit of the underground base first, and set 4 golems, each with a ball of light magic, to go down first, and then observe the surroundings through the shared golem perspective. He did not find any danger before he led a group of golems into the cave. This is a very common underground world. To be precise, it is located in a natural rugged passage that is very common in the underground world. Usually, few creatures come here. However, a gray dwarf discovered a black iron vein near this passage, so the whole family moved here. These cavemen are the vassal race of the gray dwarf. Under the vigorous excavation of the gray dwarf, a large area has been dug to form a new underground space. There is no mine near the underground space where Lin Xiao is located, but the gray dwarf accidentally dug it through when he went out to explore. After understanding this, Lin Xiao quickly returned to the underground base to bring out all the golems, then blocked the gap, and then changed his form by looking at the dead body of a gray dwarf, turning into a strong gray dwarf. As the incarnation of divine power, he can transform into any creature, even a dragon. However, his divine power was limited, and he could not transform into a giant dragon. Besides, a giant dragon was too high profile, so he did not do so. According to what he learned in the theoretical class, the easiest way to infiltrate the alien race is to become an alien. Lin Xiao was worried that he did not have any capable subordinates. Now, a tribe of gray dwarves was in front of him. As a famous forging race in the universe of the crystal walls of the Chaos Void Sea, both dwarves and gray dwarves are excellent forgers. I don't know how many excellent equipments come from them. Some dwarf tribes with a long heritage have the ability to forge artifacts. Lin Xiao originally had the idea of creating a dwarf clan, and now he has it. Mortals cannot see through the illusion of gods. This gray dwarf tribe is not big, and it is impossible to see that there is not even a 6th-level extraordinary strongman in it. Lin Xiao got himself an identity as a wandering gray dwarf wizard. The gray dwarf tribe had never heard of wizards, but they did not doubt it, especially after he demonstrated his powerful spellcasting ability and killed several powerful beasts near the tribe. It was easy for him to blend into the tribe and obtain a very high status. As a great wizard of the extraordinary level, it is still easy to consciously control a small tribe without strong people of the same level, especially since his current gray dwarf appearance will not make them repel him. In just 1 month, he gained control of the gray dwarf tribe and became its protector. Next, he naturally instructed ordinary gray dwarves and cave slaves to build a larger laboratory and workshop for him. And there were a lot of metals available, including various rare metals. At this time, Lin Xiao's plan naturally had to change. The stone golem that was originally prepared to be made did not pass, but the task of making the body of the stone golem was given to his subordinates. He first made a standard stone golem model and gave it to them. The Grey Dwarfs carved it according to the model. And then, he was only responsible for engraving the magic circle, which greatly improved efficiency. At the same time, he could also use the Grey Dwarfs' inventory at will, smelt the iron ingots piled up in the tribe's warehouse into steel ingots, and start making heavy-duty golems. In fact, he wanted to make a steel golem comparable to the 6th Order Extraordinary level, but he didn't have the technology. The SH.L of the heavy armored golem was also made by the Grey Dwarfs. He found that the Grey Dwarfs, who liked ironwork, were more efficient than stone golems in making the more complex heavy armored golem SH.L. With the help of a Grey Dwarf tribe of more than 1,000 people and more than 2,000 cave slaves, Lin Xiao accumulated up to 200 stone golems and more than 60 heavy armored golems in just 4 months, including the previous 2 months. It has been more than half a year. The plane did not find him in 6 scans. But Lin Xiao had a hunch that this peaceful day would not last long. According to his increasing influence on the plane, the probability of being discovered would increase, and it was estimated that he would not be able to hold on for a few months. Fortunately, even if he was discovered in advance, he would not be eliminated, but only his score would be reduced. Moreover, the score weight of the first stage is not high. The focus is on the second stage of invading and conquering the plane. The score weight of this stage is high. After half a year of preparation, it's time to go out. Well, it's time to start expanding the power. In addition to the increasing number of golems, the strength of the golems in his hands has already surpassed the entire Grey Dwarf tribe. The main reason for not continuing to make golems is that the resources in his hands are insufficient. The iron ingots stored by the Grey Dwarf tribe have been used up. He is ready to take the initiative to start a war to seize resources from other underground races in this underground world to prepare for the construction of a cross-border teleportation array. Although the resources required to make golems and puppets are many, compared with the rare and super rare resources required for a cross-border teleportation array, it is a drizzle. The steel required for a simple magic array foundation alone is more than the steel used by all the golems currently manufactured. And this is not pure steel, all of which are mixed magic metals formed by the fusion of various rare and super rare magic materials. That demand? Let's put it this way. It will take hundreds of years to complete the transformation by yourself. This tribe of Grey Dwarfs is a native of the underground world and is very familiar with the area. Lin Xiao asked the Grey Dwarfs to make a detailed map and look at it. First, some Grey Dwarfs brought a large number of golems to defeat the scattered small tribes of foreign races around. And then the entire tribe population and warehouses were moved here. What goblins? Cavemen, underground kobolds, underground orcs, etc. Resources for their own use. Population as slaves. It took 2 months to clear the small tribes around. And then, they began to attack the largest underground space nearby. It was an underground space with a diameter of 7 or 8 kilometers. The huge arched dome was covered with inverted stalactites. And it was covered with underground creatures such as vines. Countless insects like fireflies gathered together like a cloud of light, emitting little light to illuminate this underground world. Here, a group of drow elves lived, and they also built a city in this underground world, and enslaved tens of thousands of foreign races as slaves. This drow is different from the drow in the famous Toril world. They do not believe in the Spider Queen Lolth, nor are they a matriarchal group, but a patriarchal society. There is no Spider Queen in this world either, only a god called the God of Drow. Of course, it is hard to say whether there is a god of Drow. Just like the messy small tribes conquered by Lin Xiao have various gods of faith. But in fact, after the conquest, it was found that these are not true. Either powerful underground creatures or fictional gods. Of course, even if they are fictional gods, as long as there are enough believers, they can create corresponding gods out of nothing. It's just that this is difficult. At least the beliefs of these small tribes cannot be condensed even if they accumulate for 10,000 years. In the unknown plane, Yuan Shouting transformed into a human and mixed into the human world of this plane early. With his strong strength and ability, he became a general in a kingdom. In a series of wars, he became a famous general with the military knowledge of the main world system, and thus became a new powerful noble with military merits. After entering the kingdom's aristocratic circle, he quickly conquered the kingdom's princess with his handsome appearance, elegant conversation, and knowledge far beyond the indigenous civilization. Not long after, the old king of the kingdom suddenly died. when the kingdom's nobles were preparing for the first heir, the eldest prince, to succeed to the throne, a scandal suddenly occurred in which the second prince assassinated the eldest prince. As a result, the eldest prince was seriously injured and died soon after. The second prince was killed on the way out of the capital, leaving only the third heir, the eldest princess, to inherit the throne. With the status of the king's husband, Ning Xiaoyan quickly eliminated dissidents, took over the power of the kingdom, began to prepare for war, and took back power. Half a year later, the kingdom was restructured and announced the abolition of the nobles' military power and currency minting power, and centralized power. This naturally caused a strong backlash from the kingdom's nobles. Several great nobles united in rebellion, kicking off a melee that swept the entire plain. The melee lasted less than a year and ended with the defeat of the united army of nobles. The kingdom was officially transformed into an empire, and the queen abdicated in favor of her husband after giving birth to a prince. In the palace, Ning Xiaoyan sat on the throne and quickly read the documents handed over by the minister in front of him. There was no joy on his face about ruling an empire. As a divine creature with almost infinite lifespan, he didn't care about the power of mortals. If he didn't want to use the power of the world to achieve his own goals, he would not be interested in being a king at all. With the super ability of the incarnation of divine power, he easily handled all the work. He picked up the juice on the table and drank it in one gulp, and unfolded the plain map on the table. He descended on a small plain, which was not very large. The most common race in it was the human race, and a small number of alien races. There were 3 countries in the entire plain, and his empire was the largest. He planned to unify the entire plain within 2 years, and train troops and store food for another year to prepare for his plan. As an elite who aspires to be the best, his ideal is not just to conquer this plain. It's just a small plain. Even if he does well, the upper limit is there. It's difficult to open up the gap with other students and get the best evaluation. So he has to do more, such as conquering the plain. Use this small plain as a base to conquer more surrounding plains. Chapter 215 Weird Situation. Although the upper limit of power in this plain is not high, there are several extraordinary strongmen after all. They know that there are other planes outside this plane. In fact, there are space cracks leading to other planes in this plane, but they are too dangerous for ordinary people to pass. Yun Xiaoning plans to stabilize and reinforce these plane cracks as a natural door to other planes, and use it as a springboard to attack and conquer other planes. But before that, he must first summon the kingdom's skilled craftsmen to build a cross-interface portal. According to regulations, the portal is to be built within 1 year. That is, at the end of the first stage. But that is only the excellent evaluation standard for the first stage. In fact, many students will exceed the time limit. He didn't care about the results of the first stage at all. For him, the focus is on the second stage. Like him, Lin Xiao did not rush to build the portal within a year. After conquering the small city of Drow Elves, he moved the base here as soon as possible and began to expand with the underground space of this city as the center. This Drow enslaved tens of thousands of slaves, together with the ones conquered before. Lin Xiao now had a total population of nearly 20,000. In the war game, population is a resource. He selected a part of the 20,000 people, which included more than a dozen races, to build a full-time army, the remaining cavemen to farm, and the Grey Dwarves to lead a part to mine. As a civilization that can build cities, the Drow Elves are one of the rulers of the underground world no matter what plane they are in. And this plane is no exception. Lin Xiao obtained detailed information about this huge underground world from them. Yes, the word huge can be used to describe it. After obtaining the information about the underground world from the Drow Elves, Lin Xiao knew that this plane was not the small plane he imagined, and the area was probably a bit large. He remembered that when he first came to this strange plane group, there were many nodes like joints in the middle of the overlapping plane groups, like octopus tentacles, and the volume was much larger than the planes that formed tentacles on the sides. It is estimated that the plane he has descended on now is the large joint node plane. Of course, this large size is relative to other small planes in this plane group. If it is based on the general standards of the Chaos Void Sea, this is just a medium-sized plane. Although it was a bit unexpected, Lin Xiao was even happier. A larger plane means that if you can successfully conquer this plane, even if you only need to conquer half of it, the evaluation will definitely be super high. Because of this, he changed his plan a little. Originally, He was going to summon his family to sweep the plane in a wave as soon as the cross-border portal was established. If it was really a small plane, it would not be difficult to do so. But now it is found that this is a medium-sized plane, and there seems to be a giant dragon in the previous encounter. It is not easy to conquer this plane, especially now that it will be discovered by the will of the plane at any time. Once discovered, it means that everyone is the enemy. It's not that the whole world is really an enemy, but under the suggestion of the will of the plane, all creatures encountered will involuntarily be hostile to him, and it is easier to encounter powerful monsters. For example, if there is a giant dragon in this underground world, under the suggestion of the plane will, the sleeping giant dragon suddenly wakes up because of hunger or earthquake, and then flies to him seemingly casually when going out hunting. Once it finds him, it will definitely treat him as prey, regardless of whether a person's meat is enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Normal giant dragons rarely take humans as food, because they are too small to fill the gaps between their teeth. But under the suggestion of the plane will, this is not a problem. Even if he is as small as an ant, he may be burned to death by a dragon's breath. At this time, more than a year has passed. I don't know if it's because he is hiding in the underground world. The plane will has not found him for more than a dozen scans. Lin Xiao is either an accident or an accident, but it's a good thing that he didn't find him. At this time, he has collected enough resources and built a cross-world teleportation array, just waiting to be activated. But Lin Xiao did not activate it immediately, but temporarily sealed it, and continued to command the conquered men to expand outward and conquer the underground creatures or tribes in the nearby underground world. Because once activated, he will be discovered by the will of the plane and fall into a harsh environment where everyone is an enemy. Even the subordinates who have been conquered may rebel or escape. So he has to conquer more underground creatures before he is discovered, build a huge force, provide resources for himself, and serve as cannon fodder for his family. In the following time, other students will activate the cross-border portal one after another, and immediately open the door to the divine domain after unlocking the authority. Summon a large number of family members to start attacking the current plane. Even Yun Xiaoning is no exception. As soon as the portal is built, he immediately summons a large number of family members, and together with the empire he rules, he defeats the other two kingdoms in the plane and unifies the entire plane. Then he began to stabilize the few space cracks in the plane and look for the next target to attack. By the time he found a plane that was determined to be dozens of times larger than his initial plane after exploration and was ready to attack, it was already the third year after they came. Outside the void, the huge void warship was still quietly anchored in the void, and all the seniors and teachers were still there. These are just one of the many incarnations of the seniors. The real body and other incarnations can do what they should do. The recent task of this incarnation is to stay here and play. Each true god has a different number of incarnations. Generally, the incarnations of the weak divine power that has just been deified are related to the number of its own divine positions. The initial number of divine positions can have several incarnations, and the rules mastered by these incarnations correspond to the divine positions. For example, Lin Xiao will have 4 divine positions of truth, creation, great Naga, and fishman in the future. Then, after being deified, he will have 4 divine position incarnations of truth, creation, Naga, and fishman. The power of the incarnation corresponds to these 4 divine positions, and has half the power of the true body's divine level. For example, the true body has 2 levels of divine level, and the incarnation has only 1 level. But once promoted to a weak divine power, it will have 5 fixed incarnations of God. These 5 incarnations all have the 4 divine positions of truth, creation, Naga, and fishman in one body, and also have only half the divine level of the real body. But their strength is much stronger than the previous divine position incarnation. Most of the seniors said were incarnations of gods, which means they were still in the stage of weak divine power. There were only 3 incarnations of gods among the 16 seniors and the class teacher. 3 years was almost a blink of an eye for the true gods, who had been deified and had immortal life. No one showed impatience because of the long time. Instead, they observed the performance of the juniors with great interest because they entered the second stage. At this time, the light curtain had been disassembled. There was a huge light curtain in front of each senior, which showed the juniors they favored. One of the seniors favored Lin Xiao. The senior observed the light curtain with interest, and suddenly slapped the table and pointed at the picture in the light curtain and said to the other seniors, "This boy is good. He looked up and asked Jean Cece. Senior Cece, come and take a look at this student. Is he one of the students you favor? Several people around looked over. Jean Cece looked at him and nodded. He is one of them. That's it. This time he will probably get the best quota. All of a sudden, the other seniors leaned over to take a look and nodded. One of them even said in a rather surprised tone, "This awesome guy. How did he do it? It's been 3 years, and the plane didn't scan him." He looked at the other seniors and said, "It seems that he is the only one who hasn't been discovered among more than 80 people. The one who lasted the longest before was discovered after only 13 months. The group of people gathered around and observed for a long time without any clue. Senior Sue rubbed his chin and stared at the increasingly large city in the huge underground space in the light curtain, muttering to himself, "There is no reason. With the territory he has conquered and the servants he has enslaved, he is also an important force in this node plane. It is impossible that he has not been discovered by the plane will. It's not because he stays in the underground world that he can't be discovered. The interference of the underground to the plane will is not as high as imagined." At this moment, a senior pointed at the light curtain and shouted, "Look! He is going to activate the cross-world teleportation array to summon his family." Everyone looked over and saw a huge magic circle in the center of the huge underground city in the light curtain. White magic aura quickly spread along the magic circle and finally gathered in the center of the magic circle, turning into a thick and extremely powerful light column that shot up into the sky. What? All the seniors leaned forward at the same time, staring at the light curtain with wide eyes. The energy light column that exuded a surging breath suddenly disappeared silently less than 100 meters after rushing out, as if it was directly wiped out. However, all the seniors knew that the cross-border portal had been activated. But why didn't the plane will react? This was not only confusing to the seniors, but even Lin Xiao himself was confused. He had prepared for the plane will to find him and make him an enemy. But he didn't expect. This is not normal. This is definitely not normal. Lin Xiao's face was not happy at all. Normally, this is a good thing. If it is not discovered, he can still make a fortune quietly. But this situation is so weird that he can't sleep well without figuring it out. The first thing he thought of was the magic cube of fortune in his hand. But after thinking about it, the magic cube of fortune did not have this function. His golden finger can only decompose, refine, and fuse simple functions. In these aspects, it is estimated that the great divine power cannot compare. And it definitely does not have the function he encountered now. In addition to this, he eliminated the treasures in his hand that might have this effect one by one, and soon thought of 2 possibilities. One is the priesthood of truth, and the other is the core SH.L of the origin of the crystal wall system. Looking at the good things in his hand, the only 2 that can do it are these 2. Well, after a little thought, he ruled out the priesthood of truth. The real priesthood of truth does have the ability to hide itself. But the problem is that he has not yet condensed the priesthood of truth, and is just preparing to take this path. Excluding this, the answer is about to come out. His mind returned to the divine realm to communicate with his true body. And when he returned, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. Chapter 216. The countdown begins. It is indeed as he guessed. The reason why he has been hiding his existence quietly is the SH.L of the Crystal Wall System Origin Core inherited from the predecessor of Major General Carey in the Super Freshman Summer Camp. Although it is not obvious, this special relic does not show this function. But it is actually effective. This is a hidden function. It makes sense if you think about it carefully. Major General Carey grew from a weak divine power step by step to a powerful divine power of the 19th level of the godhood, and was only 1 step away from entering the realm of great divine power. He relied on this thing as a SH.L that can accommodate a huge crystal wall system universe origin core. It naturally has the ability to hide. Otherwise, this treasure would have been discovered long ago when Major General Carey fell into the crystal wall system. How could it be hidden until now? Maybe he was too strong to hide it later. But it was still no problem in the early stage. However, that refers to the complete origin core SH.L. The current crystal wall origin core SH.L is damaged, and the effect is definitely not as good as when it was in the hands of Major General Carey. The effect will definitely be greatly reduced, and it is unknown at what point it will be impossible to hide. Lin Xiao did not worry too much about this. No matter how much ability he has left, he can hide himself now. Knowing this, he excitedly summoned many intelligent goblins, madly expanding his strength and plundering resources. This time, he did not summon other clans. Neither the Great Naga nor the Fishmen are suitable for the underground world. So he did not summon them for the time being. He summoned most of the intelligent goblins. And with the huge resources collected from the huge territory he conquered at this time, he let the intelligent goblins start to manufacture stone golems and heavy armored golems on a large scale to liberate themselves. Only a few of the 7,000 or 8,000 intelligent goblins have the ability to manufacture golems. He summoned all of them, which are less than 1,000 in total. There is not much else in this underground world. But there are stones everywhere. Even if the followers are not as fast as him, and their efficiency is not high. Even if it takes 10 days to make a stone golem, there are thousands of them in a batch. Anyway, the Will of the Plain cannot find him. So Lin Xiao is not in a hurry at all. So he just stays here and garrisons his troops. The cross-world portal acts as a link to the divine realm. Lin Xiao simply keeps the portal open to maintain the connection and communication between this plane and the divine realm for a long time. Slardar sent a large number of priests into the city to preach, especially the Grey Dwarves and Drow Elves. These two races are the focus of attention. Needless to say, the Grey Dwarves are an excellent forging race. The Drow Elves are very good mountain combat masters and assassin masters. And they are very good at fighting in complex terrain or the underground world. Due to racial restrictions, the Murlocs cannot be suitable for all terrains. The Drow Elves can make up for this defect very well. Moreover, when the energy of good fortune is sufficient in the future, these two races can be modulated and evolved in the same way to make them stronger than other races. It is worth mentioning that the faith spread in this plane and the power of faith accumulated by many believers are not transmitted back to the real body, but accumulated in this incarnation of divine power. In addition, the many small tribes that had been destroyed before had more or less gained some power of faith. Unknowingly, he had accumulated 36 points of divine power in this incarnation of divine power. Time passed quietly. 1 month after another, and 1 year after another. Lin Xiao originally planned to stay in the mountains for more than 10 years before going out to sweep the world. But plans did not change quickly. On this day, he was studying the steel golem with ailment in the workshop in the city. And suddenly a cold mechanical voice came to his ears. The countdown for this class has begun. Then a countdown number jumped in the corner of his eyes. And he looked at it, and saw that it was exactly 1 year. He was confused. And a gentle male voice came to his ears. Don't hide, junior brother. It's boring. After reminding him, the senior named Kong, who was optimistic about Lin Xiao, looked up and asked, Senior Cici, have you always been so low-key as a student? Class teacher. On the other side, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that it must be a senior who couldn't stand it anymore. He was a little speechless and had to change his plan. Over the past few years, he has lived in this area with the help of the wise goblins and has accumulated more than 34,000 stone golems and nearly 5,000 heavy golems, built dozens of magic towers, and thousands of various war machines. All of them are improved and enhanced versions, such as enhanced catapults, improved crossbow carts, etc. This strength is enough to sweep the underground world. The premise is that there are no perverted guys in this underground world. 1 year is quite tight. 3 days later, a total of 4 golem corps set off, each consisting of 1,000 heavy golems and 5,000 stone golems, plus thousands of subordinates. Leaving the underground space, he named the starting city and began to conquer the underground ethnic groups that have been explored in all directions. At the same time, 10 kilometers after the 4 golem corps left the city, Lin Xiao felt a mysterious will falling on him, and naked malice came to him. The will of the plain discovered him through the golem corps. If he had stayed here, he would not have been discovered. But when the golem corps was far away from him, he would not be protected by the special treasure crystal wall system origin core SHL in his hand. At the same time, on a plateau on the ground of this plain, Yun Xiaoning, who was studying the sand table in a huge camp in the central camp, suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, muttering to himself. Another person appeared in this plain? This is the 4th one. While he was sensing, Lin Xiao also sensed the existence of 3 classmates in this plane besides himself. After being discovered by the will of the plane, the original shielding disappeared, and they could also communicate with the void battleship and feel the existence of other classmates. But they could not contact each other. Lin Xiao didn't care about this. With absolute strength here, he was not afraid of anyone. According to the difficulty of this plane and his current strength in this plane, he does not need to unify the entire plane. As long as he unifies the entire underground world, he will basically win. The victory standard of this class is not only about how much territory is occupied, but also about the strength of operating in this plane, how much resources are plundered, and so on. Some microplanes have limited populations and resources. Occupying dozens of them at once is not as good as occupying a powerful and resource-rich plane. In the past few years, Lin Xiao has not been idle. He has sent a large number of underground natives to explore and exchange. He has obtained the distribution of most races in this underground world, and he just needs to attack them one by one according to the plan. 1,000 heavy armored golems plus 5,000 stone golems are already a very powerful force. Although the stone golems are rated as level 4, and the heavy armored golems are rated as level 5, they can hardly beat most opponents of the same level in single combat because of their bulky bodies and stiff movements. But their performance on the battlefield is completely opposite. When the golems advance in large scale, no skills are needed. Just line them up in an array and pile them up. Even if he didn't send out a 6th-tier subordinate, this golem army alone could easily defeat several times the number of elite soldiers, and even 10 times the number of non-elites. Not even the extraordinary level warriors could stop him. Lin Xiao was stationed in the initial city, and from time to time, he received reports of victory from the battlefield ahead. Almost every day, captured slaves and resources were transported from the front. These useful resources were temporarily placed in the city, and those that were not used were directly transported to the divine domain through the cross-border portal to increase the foundation of the divine domain. In particular, all kinds of ores were transported and thrown into the earth element divine domain. After the 2 divine domains of fire and water, the earth element divine domain is now included in Lin Xiao's focus. This divine domain can continue to expand, and all the minerals and other resources collected can be stuffed in. In the future, the environment will be changed, and the dwarves can be placed in this divine domain. I believe that the dwarves will like this world where the whole world is made of ores. On this day, Lin Xiao was studying the imitation of steel golems with ailment in the base workshop. This iron golem is not a standard iron golem. He does not have the standard iron golem manufacturing blueprint in his hand. Instead, he uses the heavy-duty golem as a basis. On this basis, he studies a more powerful golem, with the 6th-order extraordinary level as the standard. You can't completely rely on the teacher to reward the blueprint. Anyway, there are a lot of crazy researchers in the family. These wise goblins stay in the gods' domain every day and like to study all kinds of things. Instead of tinkering with all kinds of weird things, it's better to do a big project for them to study. It doesn't matter if they can't study it, but it will be a surprise if they really study it. After a period of research, they have some experience. The basic problem is not big. Lin Xiao directly drew a blueprint based on the finished iron golem he had seen, and asked the gray dwarves to make a few solid pure iron golem bodies. And then the next step is to stump them. The most important driving array of the iron golem is different from other golems. Each golem has a standard array that is only suitable for the current golem. What they have to do is equivalent to recreating a new golem array, which is equivalent to recreating a new golem. This difficulty is not small. It seems simple. Isn't it enough to just enlarge the heavy armored golem? It sounds simple, and it can be done with a little effort. But it is not so easy to actually do it. Each magic circle was created after countless attempts. At the beginning, the iron golem was also created based on other golems. At that time, it was also successful after countless attempts and research. What he has to do now is equivalent to walking the same path as his predecessors, completely in the dark. Moreover, Lin Xiao still has a small ambition. At the beginning, the iron golem was also improved on the basis of other golems. Can he make a powerful extraordinary golem that belongs to him alone? If it succeeds and expands to form a system, he may be able to rely on this condensed golem priesthood in the future. This priesthood is not very powerful, and he probably won't want it in the future. But he can give it to his own clan, such as the wise goblin hero ailment under his command. He can train it well. When he becomes a demigod in the future and reaches the level of the divine domain, he can train it into his own subordinate god. Chapter 217 Black Dragon. The research on golems has not yielded any results. There have been thousands of failed attempts, most of which failed at the beginning, and none of them could reach the middle and late stages. Lin Xiao originally wanted to continue his research, but one day he suddenly received news from the Eastern Front that when attacking an underground Drow Elf city, a black dragon suddenly appeared on the battlefield, causing the siege to fail. He carefully understood the whole story and found out that they did not provoke the black dragon, but a group of priests accompanying the army summoned a group of fire elements, led by several super large fire elements, and jointly cast a high-level fire spell. As a result, for some reason, a dormant volcano more than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield suddenly erupted. The black dragon sleeping at the bottom of the volcano was awakened and angrily attacked them. Now the troops have withdrawn, but the black dragon is still chasing them relentlessly. Lin Xiao could only be speechless after understanding it. This was obviously an interference from the will of the plane. Otherwise, how could a spell cast 10 miles apart trigger the eruption of a dormant volcano? It's not a legendary spell. He had no way to deal with this. He could only fight back and summon a large number of great Nagas and wise goblin mages from the divine domain to go with him. He wanted to meet the black dragon in person. If possible, see if he can catch it alive. But if he can't catch it, dead is fine. It just so happens that the next stage of modulation is the Great Naga. He has a drop of dragon blood in his hand. If he can get a complete dragon, it will be easier to modulate. The target is in the east. At this time, the black dragon is still chasing the troops, forcing them to give up the bulky golems. And the remaining troops dispersed and retreated separately, so that they were not wiped out. But now it is not easy. At this time, their state is that everyone is the enemy. Although the whole world will not come to deal with them, they will involuntarily become hostile to them when they encounter various beasts on the road. When Lin Xiao returned to the frontline base of the Eastern Corps, less than 500 of the 500 Grey Dwarves and Drow Elves and nearly 2,000 Hobgoblins and Bear Goblins were able to return. The rest were either killed or lost. It is estimated that they will not be able to return in this complex underground world. Fortunately, the Great Naga priests who accompanied the army and the Great Naga who protected the priests did not die. They were resting in the camp at this time. Lin Xiao met with one of the priests. After learning the specific situation from him, he quickly issued a series of orders. At the same time, the wise goblin mages were summoned. The leader was a senior wise goblin leader named Jean, a magician with a strength of level 6. Among the wise goblins, he was second only to Ailment, and was one of the few wise goblins he favored at the beginning. If it weren't for Ailment, he would now be a strong contender for the leader of the wise goblins. As one of the best and smartest wise goblins, Jean is now one of the leaders of the wise goblins, and one of the few families that Lin Xiao has a name for. In the future, when he has enough money, he will vigorously cultivate them. Summoning Jean, he quickly issued several orders, and Jean immediately took the order and left. At this time, Lin Xiao's identity in the eyes of believers was the messenger of the God of Truth, representing the will of the true God, and his orders would be fully implemented. Soon, many of the followers he brought became busy, and even Lin Xiao himself joined in, taking out a large number of precious magic materials from his personal space. If there were not enough, he would directly decompose and synthesize them with the magic cube of good fortune, and even decompose a large number of other materials into nutrients to resynthesize the materials he needed. At this time, he had already been discovered by the will of the plane, so he didn't need to hide it like before, and directly used the magic cube of good fortune to transform it. Anyway, no one could find the magic cube, and a large number of materials disappeared. In the eyes of the senior who was observing, he thought he had stored things in his personal space, then synthesizing a large number of rare materials and taking them out. In the eyes of the senior, it was taking things out of the personal space. No one knew how much stuff he had stored in his personal space before, so naturally they would not be suspicious. He arranged a large-scale forbidden air array, the main function of which was to prohibit the black dragon from flying. The power he had was not bad, but the main reason why he couldn't beat the black dragon was that it could fly, and his golems couldn't reach it. If the black dragon couldn't fly, thousands of golems that were not afraid of death would rush forward, and even the dragon couldn't stop it. This arrangement used up nearly half of the rare materials such as mithril, refined gold, mercury, thorium, and various gems that Lin Xiao had looted before. And this was a one-time magic circle, which could not be recycled. But if he could really catch a black dragon, this amount of effort would be a small matter. Just as he was busy arranging the magic circle on the Void battleship, several seniors who were gathered together and tinkering with something finally raised their heads and saw a ball of light emitting clear light among them. Senior Su asked curiously, "What are you doing?" The senior holding the ball of light in his hand smiled. Don't you think there is something missing now? I have made a point ranking system. Point ranking system? Yes. I have compiled a score based on the performance of all the juniors. I will upload it later so that all the juniors can see their scores compared to other students. This way, everyone will know their ranking, how much difference they have compared to others, how many points they can get by completing the next task, etc. All the seniors showed an interested expression, and Jean Cece nodded. This method is good? Then I will upload it. Okay. So, Lin Xiao, who was carving a magic circle on a thick stone pillar, suddenly heard a cold mechanical voice in his ears. The ranking system is turned on. Please check it. He was stunned for a moment, and before he did anything, a faint light screen automatically popped up in front of him, and a ranking appeared on it. One of the rankings was written with his name, and it was shining. He looked at it. Lin Xiao, 89 points. Ranked 21st overall. Damn. I'm ranked 21st now? He was quite surprised. He thought he was ranked outside the 40s or 50s before. But he didn't expect to be ranked 21st, sure enough. The value of the large plane is much higher than those micro planes. At this time, his eyes fell on a prompt on the side, and a small interface popped up, showing Lin Xiao, 89 points. Ranked 3rd in this plane. And the total number of people in this plane is 4. Well, it should be that I hid too long before. He was not surprised by these. The temporary ranking was nothing. He had been hiding for the past few years without any movement. It was completely normal for him to be ranked low. Now he is going to explode. And his ranking will definitely soar. Especially the black dragon in front of him. If he can really catch it alive, he will definitely get a lot of points instantly. Catching a giant dragon alive is almost as valuable as conquering a microplane. A lot of students with over 100 points on the leaderboard are probably those who have conquered the small plane where they landed. According to the fact that only one student landed in each plane, Lin Xiao has been in this plane all the time. So it is obvious that the other 3 students came from other planes and have conquered their own plane. So their points have exceeded 100. Of course, the 4th ranked student has a lower score than him. Either because the value of this plane is too low and there is no difficulty, or because he has not completely conquered this plane. Lin Xiao did not pay too much attention to this aspect. He closed the panel after a brief understanding and continued his previous work. Thousands of intelligent goblins worked together and completed this large air ban array in just 2 days. Then, they adjusted thousands of stone golems and heavy golems to distribute them in the base, making them temporarily sleep. In this state, the golem is a dead stone. Even if it is destroyed, it will not react at all, and the enemy will naturally not notice a dead stone. After doing all this, he sent out scouts to look for his subordinates, who were being hunted by the Black Dragon, especially the dozens of great Naga priests, who would carry out his previous orders and take the Black Dragon for a walk in the rugged underground world. After receiving the order, the great Naga quickly retreated to the outpost base. This base is located at the edge of a wide underground world. In front of it is a huge underground space community that stretches for hundreds of kilometers. One huge underground space community after another is connected to form the largest spaces in the entire plane underground world. A large number of alien races live in this area. In this underground world with a maximum of several kilometers and a minimum of several hundred meters, the Black Dragon has been able to maintain its flying advantage and chase the clansmen all the way, causing them to flee and hide everywhere. The more than 2,500 troops initially sent to accompany the army are now only more than 100, and the others are either dead or escaped. After receiving the order from the Drow scouts, the leading Naga priest immediately changed direction and returned to the base. By the way, he provoked the Black Dragon again, making the already extremely angry Black Dragon even more angry. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a highly corrosive dragon breath, sweeping out a gully on the ground that was more than 10 meters wide, hundreds of meters long, and 1 or 2 meters deep. A thick layer of the hard rock on the ground was directly corroded. Several big Nagas who tried to provoke the Black Dragon were sprayed directly, just like concentrated sulfuric acid was sprayed directly, and melted into a black liquid on the spot. The difference in strength was too great. Even if the big Nagas had the abnormal talent of domineering body, they could not resist. They chased and fled all the way, and died all the way. When the more than 100 subordinates left near the base died, nearly half of them died. When Lin Xiao heard the roar of the dragon and flew out, he saw a black dragon with a length of 30 meters from head to tail 1,000 meters away, which was spraying a breath of dragon, and directly extinguished several big Naga followers with divine shields, leaving no bones. Lin Xiao was instantly furious, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a thick lightning fell from the sky and exploded on the black dragon, causing its body to pause. But it was unharmed. But it discovered him in an instant. At this glance, Lin Xiao clearly felt the existence of the plane's will. And then the black dragon, which was extremely angry, became even more angry, snorted loudly, and black smoke full of corrosive power spewed out of its nostrils, and spread its wings and flew towards the base. Chapter 218 Law. Imprisonment. Kill! A deafening shout rang out on the vast plain. After a long period of probing, the two equally large armies finally lost their patience and began to engage in full-scale fighting. Yun Xiaoning looked at the chaotic battlefield expressionlessly, his thoughts having long since flown to other places. He was not worried about this battle at all. On the surface, the two sides seemed evenly matched. But that was because the main force of his clan was not here, and they had already secretly taken a detour to attack the enemy's capital. The outcome of the war here was not important at all. As long as they persisted until the main force suddenly attacked and captured the enemy's capital, the outcome would be decided. Capturing the capital should increase 2 or 3 points. If the kingdom was destroyed, at least 20 or 30 points would be added. Yun Xiaoning looked at his 136 points and the 6th place, which was less than 10 points away from the 5th place and less than 30 points away from the top 3. If he destroyed this kingdom, and then plundered the treasury and some valuable rare resources, he would be ranked in the top 5. It was hard to say whether he could be ranked in the top 3. After all, there was a 30-point difference. He was improving and others were also improving. Looking at the ranking of the 5 people in this plane, another classmate entered this plane at this time. He was now ranked 2nd, only a few points away from the 1st. If he destroyed this kingdom, he would definitely be ranked 1st. His eyes fell on the names of these classmates in this plane, and he paused for a moment on the second-to-last name, with a smile on his lips. Lin Xiao. Those who came from the countryside are from the countryside. If they can't maintain their luck for a while, they will immediately be forgotten by others. The gap between the more than 20 people and his 6th place was quite large, and Ning Xiaoyan felt inexplicably happy. He quickly put away his mind, looked at the battlefield, and issued a series of orders. Although this is not the main battlefield, victory or defeat is not the key, but he doesn't want to lose. The most northern wasteland of the plain, the holy city of the orcs, Harohis, as the holy land of the most powerful species of the orcs in this plane, has never been attacked by the enemy even when the orcs were at their weakest. But today, Harohis was attacked by a powerful orc army that had never been seen before. In other directions of the plain, and even in another underground world, the same raging war was burning. Just like the anger of the black dragon in front of Lin Xiao at this moment. Humble insect. Nigel Ram gives you eternal death. More than a few hundred meters away, the black dragon sprayed over like a dark red dragon breath mixed with terrifying dragon power. The faces of many family members and indigenous slaves in the base changed at the same time, showing expressions of fear. Nearly half of them turned around and fled, including the great Naga who could not withstand the dragon's power, while the magic aura on the bodies of the wise goblins flashed several times, just like their faces, and finally stabilized. Lin Xiao's expression did not change at all. As long as the wise goblin was fine, he could not count on other clansmen and slaves in this battle. He just pointed his finger and shouted softly. Law. Reverse. A huge transparent light shield appeared in front of him, and the black dragon's breath sprayed on the light shield and bounced back directly, splashing the black dragon's face. Although the dragon's breath has a strong corrosive power, it was spit out by the black dragon himself. Just like a venomous snake will not be poisoned by its own poison, it has no effect on itself. But it completely angered the black dragon, and it flapped its huge wings and blew up a strong wind and swooped over. Lin Xiao looked at the black dragon without expression and did not dodge. When it was less than 100 meters in front of him, he stretched out his hand again, burning a little divine power, and shouted in a deep voice. Law. Shock. Driven by divine power, the power displayed by this high-level priest's divine art broke through the dragon's powerful magic resistance and took effect. But he knew that the effect could only last for 1 or 2 seconds, so he stretched out his hand and pressed down without hesitation. and shouted softly, "Activate the magic circle." Many wise goblin mages, who had been guarding the core of the formation with their hands on the formation, spurted out their magic power together, instantly activating the formation. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up in the center of the base, and it exploded into more than a dozen thick streams of light that quickly exploded in all directions and flowed to the thick stone pillars around the base. The formation pattern above quickly lit up, and the stone pillars were covered with dazzling light, and quickly brightened into light pillars that soared into the sky. A terrifying power instantly sealed the sky above the entire base. The Black Dragon and Lin Xiao, who were in shock, fell like stones at the same time. In order to paralyze the Black Dragon, this forbidden air formation also banned him. The huge Black Dragon smashed directly into the base and collapsed several stone buildings. But it also woke it up from the shock, raised its head and roared a dragon roar, supported by its huge wings, and climbed up. The black vortex gathered at the dragon's mouth, and a dark red black dragon breath melted through the base to form a huge gully, and a large number of stone golems hidden in it melted directly. Activate! Lin Xiao's mind moved, and he instantly activated thousands of stone golems and hundreds of heavy armored golems hidden in the base. In an instant, thousands of eyes lit up at the same time, and thousands of wills woke up at the same time. The black dragon instantly felt the thousands of wills that appeared out of thin air around him. His anger subsided a lot at once. He knew that he was ambushed. He didn't care about his anger towards Lin Xiao for no reason. He propped up his huge dragon wings and flapped them hard. But he didn't fly. While it was stunned, many golems around it had already woken up, and the nearest golem raised its hammer and battle axe and chopped down. A series of attacks smashed sparks and rubble, but did not hurt the black dragon. But the black dragon seemed to have been insulted and exploded. With a lift of its huge wings, it swept away more than a dozen stone golems weighing 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms. Its hard dragon claws directly crushed 2 stone golems into pieces. Another breath of dragon breath melted 30 or 40 golems in a line, and roared with a low roar. Humble insects dare to hurt the great Nigel ram. You are courting death. The huge wings flapped left and right, and the thick dragon tail smashed away more than a dozen golems that were rushing towards it. And then it turned around and flew out of the base. So smart. Lin Xiao pointed again with some surprise. And a full 5 points of divine power burned. Law. Imprisonment. A force far more powerful than before descended. And the huge body of the black dragon that had just smashed several stone puppets to pieces stopped in place and could not move. The huge dragon pupil was still slowly turning. It must be said that the power of a supermodel creature like a giant dragon is too terrifying. The high-level law magic that consumed a full 5 points of divine power could not completely imprison it. This is still a black dragon. In this crystal wall dragon system, the black dragon is not the strongest among the 5-color dragons. If it is replaced by a powerful adult red dragon or golden dragon, it is estimated that it will not be able to withstand even this scale of air confinement array. The most important thing is that this black dragon is only level 7 and has not been promoted to level 8 legendary species. At the same level 7 top, Slarda is estimated to be unable to beat this black dragon now. The next level of the level 7 is the level 8 legendary species. The two levels seem to be only one level apart, but in fact the difference is huge. It is more difficult than imagined to cross this level. Even heroes find it difficult to cross this level, let alone ordinary races. Let's put it this way. Even for those demigod seniors in college, the growth limit of their core families is between level 6 and level 7. Except for a few seniors who are ranked in the Tianjiu or Peerless list, whose core families can reach the 8th legendary level. Note that this refers to the growth limit, not that all can reach it. For example, Lin Xiao's Great Naga's growth limit is the 6th level whale hunting knight. But ordinary Great Nagas are only level 3 when they grow up, and they must go through countless battles to grow to the race limit of level 6. And those races that can grow to legends can only reach this level of growth limit. In fact, this is just a thought. Most of them may not be promoted to the legendary level even if they have experienced countless cruel battles and have lived to the upper limit of their lifespan. There is a huge hurdle between them, which can be called a natural chasm. Of course, no matter how difficult the natural chasm is, there will always be a time to cross it. At least there is this upper limit and a chance, which is better than those races that can never be promoted to the legendary level. As a famous legendary species in the crystal walls of the Chaos Void Sea, The black dragon possesses all the heaven-defying racial talents of the giant dragon. Super strong physique, magic resistance, strength, and the famous dragon language magic unity. Even if it has not yet been promoted to a legend, it is still terrifying, seeing that its eyeballs are slowly turning faster and faster as if to be unsealed. Lin Xiao immediately added a spell confinement spell. Cannot continue to add divine spells. Not only will the effect gradually decrease, but also resistance will be generated. Only spells can be superimposed, but only once. And resistance will be generated if used again. But this is enough. Lin Xiao shouted. Sealing spell ready? More than 1,000 wise goblins quickly took their positions, with the wise goblin leader Jean as the core and chanting spells at the same time. A stream of mental power and magic power quickly mixed to form a stream of mental power flowing to Jean to form a huge circular invisible distortion. The powerful mental power broke the effect of the large forbidden air array, causing it to break the airflow and slowly rise. And the suffocating breath even distorted the air. Jean quickly finished the spell, and his eyes full of wisdom suddenly opened. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that the world suddenly brightened. For the first time, the imprisoned black dragon had a sense of death. The light in his pupils expanded, and an invisible ripple was propped up with the black dragon as the center. The infinite black flame suddenly spontaneously ignited and turned the black dragon into a black fire dragon. A silent crisp sound of bang sounded, and the expanding shock wave exploded, breaking the imprisonment. Suddenly, a series of bang 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 explosions connected together, and a large number of stone pillars exploded in all directions. A large number of intelligent goblins guarding the stone pillars had their heads shattered and flesh and blood flew, and they stopped layer by layer until they reached the edge. At this moment, more than 200 intelligent goblins died. These were all formal mages with a mage level of more than 4. The great loss made Lin Xiao heartbroken. But at this time, the arrow was on the string, and no matter how great the loss was, it was impossible to give up halfway, and he could only persevere. Fortunately, the sealing technique that Jean had cast together with many wise goblin wizards had already taken shape. As he stretched out his hand and pointed, an indescribable and invisible light appeared above the black dragon's head and quickly fell down. The black dragon let out a deafening roar, as if it had taken on the entire world in an instant, and the figure that was flapping its wings to fly was forcibly pressed down. Chapter 219. Capture the black dragon alive. An indescribable force fell with a bang, and the huge body of the black dragon fell like a falling meteor, with its thick limbs pressing on the ground. A circle of invisible aura exploded, sweeping away the rubble on the ground. The ground with a diameter of 50 meters centered on the black dragon collapsed and sank suddenly, and smoke and dust rose up in the sky. The outpost fell into silence, with only the heavy breathing of the people. After waiting for a few seconds, Lin Xiao's mind moved, and the nearest dozen stone golems and heavy golems slowly approached with heavy steps. Good guy. This junior brother actually wants to capture a giant dragon alive? At this time, many seniors in the Void battleship gathered on the light screen in front of Senior Kong, including the class teacher Jean Cece and the counselor Zhu Hong. 18 eyes gathered here, and everyone looked expectant, very curious whether Lin Xiao's plan could succeed. The smoke and dust in the collapsed pit slowly dissipated, and there was silence inside without any sound, and only the heavy footsteps of the golems were left around. But Lin Xiao's face was not happy at all, but extremely solemn. In his perception, although there was no sound in the extremely quiet pit, there was a breath that made him feel palpitating, slowly condensing, as if something was accumulating power. The first stone golem came to the edge of the pit, raised its axe, and jumped down without hesitation while keeping the posture of jumping and chopping. With a crisp sound of bang, there was a faint spark. The second stone golem also jumped down in the same posture. The third one was a heavily armed golem, holding a steel battle axe and leaping down fiercely. At this moment, roar! A soul-shaking roar sounded from the pit. The smoke and dust in the pit shrank for a moment and then exploded. A black flame that distorted the void surged out like a torrent and submerged the surrounding golems. Lin Xiao instantly lost contact with these golems. Infinite black flames full of strong corrosive power spewed out from the pit. A huge dragon-shaped outline pushed away the airflow and kept the posture of spreading its wings to fly. But the wings were stiff and motionless, rising out of thin air like a stone statue. Dragon language magic. The normal means of the black dragon do not have this form and power except for melee and dragon breath. Only the famous dragon language magic has this effect. The black dragon in this state ignored the forbidden air formation and quickly rose to a height of thousands of meters. The pupils spewing black gas slowly turned, and the dragon mouth did not move. But the ups and downs of the dragon roar could be heard. This black dragon has a very pure bloodline and can cast dragon language magic continuously. The seniors were extremely interested at this time, and they all wanted to know what Lin Xiao would do in the face of such a situation. At this time, Lin Xiao quickly activated the divine supernatural ability LV3 Precognition, and predicted the threat of the black dragon named Nigelram's dragon language magic to himself. In an instant, he felt countless pictures sliding in front of his eyes, and soon several pictures were fixed in front of him. These were the different results he got from different reactions in the future. He saw one of the best predicted results for himself at a glance, and immediately stretched out his hand to grab it, quickly taking over the remaining mental power of the wise goblin wizard connected to Jean and transferring it to himself. Gathering the mental power of many goblin wizards and urging a full 10 points of divine power to transform into mana, slowly stretched out his hand and commanded the void to distort it. Law. Advanced immunity to energy damage. A layer of light film that gives the concept of solidity and firmness at first glance spreads out with him as the center to protect the entire base. Law. Advanced deflection force field. A force field that looks similar to the previous layer of advanced energy protection barrier covers it. The so-called law magic is a special magic system that ordinary priests cannot use. Only the elect and powerful priests above level 7 who are allowed by the gods, or priests of legendary level can use it, because this ability involves the use of rules. Normal priests cannot touch this aspect without borrowing the power of the gods they believe in. The corresponding magic system is very powerful, far more powerful than ordinary magic. The law magic system does not have standard magic. Its core lies in the use of rules, so it can be implemented at will and can easily imitate any magic or spell, including the rare spells of wizards and druids. At this stage, apart from Lin Xiao himself, Slada is the only one among all the followers who is qualified to use his power to perform this divine magic system. Law. Group Steel Bones. Magic immunity plus physical immunity plus dodge. With the blessing of divine power and the spiritual power of all the followers, the power of the 3 spells exceeds the 9th level spell, but has not reached the legendary spell level, and is in between. When he finished blessing the 3 spells, the dragon spell of the black dragon in the sky had been finished, and the black flames expanded all over the body. The whole dragon turned into a black sun, and wisps of thin black flame separated from the sky and fell straight down, like rain on the base. Lin Xiao felt great horror from the black smoke. The seemingly inconspicuous black smoke sprinkled straight on the high-level immune energy spell barrier like drizzle, jumping up circles of ripples that made him shudder. The barrier that can theoretically be completely immune to any non-legendary spells vibrated violently at an invisible level, and waves made his spirit jump. With each ripple, he could feel a layer of energy immune light film being melted. In less than 5 seconds, this high-level immune energy spell barrier was melted through countless small holes. Then, it fell into the base. From the light screen in front of the seniors, the whole base seemed to be raining black rain. The black flame rain threads passed through the light film and fell on the ground like falling into the water, quickly spreading black ripples. The ground, whether it was stones or broken weapons, quickly melted, and the ground quickly smashed into circular pits that overlapped each other, falling on the wise goblins and golems. Many of the clear light ripples were bounced off and fell on the ground, corroding large pits. But some could not be repelled by the deflection force field, and passed through the force field and fell on the body. And the golems directly melted through holes and melted. Because the wise goblins were blessed with group steel bones, black smoke fell on their bodies, and the robes on the wise goblins kept lighting up. This was because the defensive spells blessed by the robes and the black smoke repelled each other. Every decent mage has a bunch of passive defense spells on him. And the more powerful the mage, the more powerful he is, and the harder he is to kill. But the power of this dragon language magic is too great. Various defensive spells have failed. The robes are quickly scrapped and melted. The spell sequences prepared by the wise goblins are activated, and they are teleported away with the last aura flashing. However, some mages prepare spell sequences that are not teleportation spells but arbitrary gates. Compared with the teleportation gate, the arbitrary gate is more flexible to use. It can be used for both attack and defense. But after casting, it is necessary to consider the landing point and the action of entering the door. so it is not an instant teleportation. In normal times, mages can make decisions freely. But at this time, all the wise goblins are providing mana and mental power for Lin Xiao, which leads to a slow reaction. And the consequence is death. Drops of black rain fell on the wise goblins. Even if the steel and iron bones temporarily gave them the indestructible body, like the gourd dolls, they only lasted 2 times under this terrifying dragon language magic before being broken, and their bodies were melted and died. Lin Xiao was heartbroken when he saw the death of his cherished mage family members. But there was no way. This was the method he predicted to minimize the loss. There was no way to escape. They were already locked in. Even if they teleported away from here in a group, the black dragon Nigel Ram would also teleport with them. Each dragon had certain spell abilities, but the dragon's physical body was too strong for everyone to notice. Unfortunately, the divine power that his divine incarnation could burst out at one time was limited. He could not burst out hundreds of divine power at one time like his real body. 10 points of divine power was the limit. Fortunately, the dragon language magic of the black dragon Nigel Ram did not last very long. After 10 seconds, the black rain stopped falling, and the invisible twisted black smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a somewhat tired black dragon. Seeing that there were still so many enemies below, the black dragon opened his mouth and spit out a dragon breath that was obviously reduced by nearly half the size before, killing more than a dozen intelligent goblins and destroying part of the stone pillars of the Forbidden Air array that had lost its defense. Of course, the base below had been completely destroyed at this time, and the Forbidden Air array had long been melted and could not take effect. Only a few hundred of the thousands of golems were left, and 2/3 of the 1,000 intelligent goblins died in one breath. The huge loss made Lin Xiao extremely sad. But this is not the time to feel sad. At this time, the Black Dragon has continuously cast 2 dragon language magics comparable to legendary spells, which has also drained his mental power and magic power. After all, it is not an 8th level legendary dragon. With a 7th level body, it has continuously cast 2 dragon language magics comparable to legendary levels. It must be said that the dragon race is too powerful. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Seeing that the black dragon flew a circle in the air with hesitation and flapped its wings to escape, Lin Xiao was unwilling to accept it. He burned 10 points of divine power again and pointed at the black dragon in the air. Law. Shackles. Under the effect of the expanding divine power, the divine art formed an extremely thick white energy shackle that appeared above the black dragon and fell. It quickly crossed back and forth and tied up the black dragon's front claws and wings. It fell down and hit the rugged ground with a twirl. With a boom, the sky was full of broken stones. My lord's child, give me a hand. Lin Xiao soared into the sky and roared in the air. The surviving intelligent goblins around him, and the intelligent goblins that were teleported to distant places gathered towards him. The remaining mental power and magic power surged into his body. Feeling the extremely powerful mental power and temporary magic power in his body, Lin Xiao did not hesitate to consume 10 points of divine power again and stretched out his hand to the sky. Law. Seal. Countless white lights gathered around him, quickly retreating to the point that the surrounding light became dim. As he stretched out his hand and slowly pressed towards the black dragon, the locked black dragon showed a trace of panic in its huge pupils for the first time, and shouted loudly, "Dragon God, you can't treat Nigel Ram like this." There was nothing in the press palm, but the black dragon's breath was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is a seal from the rule level. Normal seals can't seal a black dragon. He really caught it. The seniors were quite surprised. According to them, it was not difficult to kill the black dragon with Lin Xiao's incarnation and this little family. But it was not easy to catch it alive. It could be said to be quite difficult. More than a dozen seniors didn't think much of him, but they didn't expect him to really do it. Chapter 220 on the use of black dragons. After watching the black dragon's power being completely sealed and tied up by shackles, the seniors carefully recalled the scene just now, and their eyes fell on the remaining intelligent goblins. One of the seniors hesitated for a moment before saying, "Have you noticed that this junior's family should be goblins? Right? If I am not mistaken." Goblins? The other seniors looked over, and then looked at the Naga who survived in the light curtain, who was carrying many intelligent goblins, who were exhausted and injured and left. After a careful look for a while, one of the seniors nodded. "It looks very much like a mutant of goblins, but I can't be sure without seeing it in person." but I feel that the possibility is not great. The curse of the goblin species comes from the super crystal wall system in the Chaos Void Sea. It is a common curse of the gods of the Toriel crystal wall universe. This is equivalent to a curse representing the will of a super crystal wall universe. Even if it is just to remove the curse of this branch, it is not something that a general powerful god can do. There is no such existence behind this junior. And there is no reason to do this. Besides, the senior hesitated for a moment and said, if I am not mistaken, the family members of this junior named Lin Xiao seem to be true mages. This requires extraordinary initial spirit and wisdom. This is difficult for even the goblins, who have lifted the curse to do. Right? Most of the seniors agreed with this. But there were also a few who disagreed. One of them said, it is not certain. It may not be possible to lift the curse normally, but it is not impossible to suppress the curse if you can get other opportunities. After all, although the goblin species outside the Toriel crystal wall universe are also cursed, their power is definitely not as strong as that of the same race in the Toriel crystal wall universe. If they are far away, or the crystal wall system is hostile to the Toriel crystal wall universe, the crystal wall may block this curse from the bloodline. This possibility is not great. Judging from the crystal wall universes we have explored and discovered now, there are few that can be comparable to the Toriel crystal wall universe. And those that can be comparable are not hostile to the Toriel crystal wall universe. That's hard to say. Maybe? Ahem. Stop talking. He was interrupted by Senior Su before he finished speaking. He said speechlessly, what is there to argue about? Just wait for him to return and observe carefully. The seniors laughed and didn't continue to argue. But one senior couldn't help but said out of curiosity, hey, I'll go over and take a look now. As he spoke, a phantom that was exactly the same as the incarnation rose up and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Senior Su shook his head, and when he looked back at Jean Cece, he was stunned. At this time, this senior also separated a projection and left. He quickly waved and said, count me in. The other seniors were very surprised. And some murmured, are you also curious? Also separated a projection of will and left. At this time, Senior Su asked, Cece, what did you find? The head teacher Jean Cece shook her head. Nothing. I just want to know more about my students. In the underground world, Lin Xiao was modifying a heavy armored golem. He took off the weapons in his hands and used the shaping method to transform them into large metal hands. They surrounded the black dragon and tried their best to lift the sealed black dragon. After the black dragon was sealed by his technique, it was not only unable to perform dragon language magic, but all its dragon power was sealed. Then he tied its mouth, hands, feet and wings with divine power chains. At this time, it was completely unable to move. Even its mouth could not move. It could only express its protest by emitting a stream of corrosive black smoke from its mouth from time to time. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's gate to the divine domain was connected to the cross-world portal of the city of origin at this time, and it could not be disconnected for a while. Otherwise it would be directly opened here and stuffed into the divine domain. After modifying more than 20 heavy armored puppets to lift the black dragon, he summoned all the remaining troops back to the city, and this outpost base was directly abandoned. Capturing this black dragon alive, his points did not change at this time. Capturing it alive would not be counted in the results. After all, it is still in this plane, and there is a possibility of escape. If it is killed directly, it does not matter. It must be captured and brought back to the divine domain before it will be counted. However, for Lin Xiao, points are not important. The key is to really catch an adult black dragon. He was very excited along the way, and his mind was very active. He had already started to plan how to deal with the black dragon after catching it. A giant dragon. Skin it. Pull out its tendons. And bleed it? No. This is too low level. It doesn't seem worthwhile to do it in one go. Use the magic cube of good fortune to refine and extract the dragon's blood? This. He hesitated for a moment. Originally, this was indeed his idea. But when he really caught it alive, he had other ideas. After facing the combat power of a black dragon, he was very envious of the dragon's blood strength. What would it be like if he had a dragon as a family member? As soon as he thought of this, his mind became super active, and the impulse in his heart was out of control. And he couldn't calm down. How to use it? Put it into the divine domain to mate with other races to produce sub-dragon species? After thinking about it, Lin Xiao rejected this idea. This is meaningless. Ordinary subdragon species are not as good as the Great Naga. Or use the Black Dragon and the Great Naga to mate to produce a Great Naga with dragon blood? He carefully thought about the feasibility of this idea. The blood gene of the dragon is very magical. Powerful is just a manifestation. It is magical in the eyes of professionals. Whether it is scholars in the main world or mages in the exotic crystal wall, they have specialized in studying dragon blood. Until now, no one dares to say that they have truly studied the genetic ability of this magical and powerful species. Among them, there are some powerful gods who have mastered the rules of creation to a certain extent, and even great gods have studied it. There was once a powerful true god in the main world who wrote a book called On the Inheritance of Dragon Bloodline, which introduced a powerful divine powers research on the dragon bloodline of the crystal wall universe in the Chaos Void Sea. The study pointed out that the dragon's blood has extremely strong penetration and fusion. Whether it is an oviparous or viviparous species, the dragon bloodline can be genetically fused with it, thus giving birth to a large number of subdragon species. The so-called reproductive isolation does not seem to exist at all for the giant dragons with super strong genes. Therefore, traces of the reproduction of various subdragon species can often be seen in the countless crystal wall universes in the Chaos Void Sea. So theoretically speaking, it is completely feasible to let the dragon and the big Naga mate to produce a big Naga with dragon blood. But Lin Xiao is not worried about this, but whether the dragon-born big Naga born from the mating of the black dragon and the big Naga is the same as he expected. After all, the dragon blood is too strong. Is the dragon-born big Naga mainly based on the dragon or the big Naga? Will the dragon blood cover the big Naga's blood? Will the domineering talent he spent so many resources to get be covered by the dragon blood? These are all issues he needs to consider. The dragon bloodline is very powerful, but the subdragon species has an upper limit, and it may not have the potential of the Great Naga. So he needs to consider these issues. Not to say that he will think about it when he sees the dragon bloodline. The best way is to try a small part of the Great Naga first to see how strong the derived dragon blood Naga is. When he returns to the city of origin, Lin Xiao already has a plan in mind. First, throw the black dragon into the water element divine domain. Separate the two realms first. Send some mother Great Naga in, and reproduce a batch first. Anyway, the divine domain is 1 year, and the main world is 1 day. And it won't take long to see the results. This incarnation doesn't need to worry about this. Return to the city of origin and throw the bound black dragon into the cross-border portal, and leave it alone. The rest is the matter of the real body, sitting in the divine domain. Next, he will continue to attack the 4 directions, without the black dragon blocking him. The Drow Elf City can't stop him. The black dragon appeared directly in the air hundreds of meters above the water element divine domain. In an instant, the entire divine domain shook violently, and circles of transparent space ripples appeared around the black dragon. Small lightning flashed, and the black dragon and the divine domain reacted violently. This is a powerful species from outside the divine domain that suddenly entered the divine domain and produced a huge rejection reaction with the divine domain. Any species from outside the domain will react when entering the divine domain, but the reaction is generally not large. For example, because the resources such as the excavated minerals are dead, and the resources can expand and fill the divine domain, there is generally no rejection reaction. If it is replaced with an alien creature, a small amount is fine, but if the number is large, it will not work. For example, a super powerful species, like the black dragon, will react even more violently. Of course, if the divine domain is strong enough and has a strong tolerance, there will be no problem. For example, the true god divine domain is extremely powerful, and there is a true god sitting in it. Even if a legendary black dragon falls in, there will be no reaction. Fortunately, Lin Xiao inherited the fragments of the kingdom of God from Major General Carey, and can now withstand the existence of level 7 creatures. If it were in the past, even if a black dragon was caught, it could not be taken in, and it could only be killed, and the corpse moved in. Boom! A thick lightning bolt fell from the sky, and the black dragon let out a roar, turning into a huge black shadow and smashing into the sea, stirring up a circle of huge waves that surged in all directions. At this time, the water element divine realm was a world where the entire divine realm was covered with a layer of sea water more than 10 meters deep. The sea water extracted from the main divine realm was rich in a large number of algae microorganisms, as well as a large number of fish and shrimp. As the divine paradise ecology slowly extended from the vortex, the central area of the water element divine realm was no different from the main world sea area. The black dragon fell from the sky and fell into the sea. The chains that bound itself disappeared in less than 2 seconds. The first thing it did when it got up was to turn over and flap its wings to fly up. It opened its mouth and blew a corrosive dragon breath, blasting a hole in the sea water more than 10 meters deep below, revealing the exposed seabed. The corrosive dragon breath penetrated the bottom of the sea water and sprayed a large pit. And then it raised its head and roared with a deafening dragon roar. Then, the few fish and shrimps in the god's domain, a few sharks, and the lobster people hiding in the seabed were swept by the overwhelming dragon power and floated to the surface with their white bellies turned up. The sea surface was white as if it was drugged. Lin Zhao's real body, who was playing with Xiao Dingdang in the main god's domain, frowned and appeared outside the crystal wall of the water element god's domain with a thought. His pupils emitting a faint golden light swept into the god's domain. He was surprised to see the black dragon circling around the edge of the god's domain looking for a way out. My incarnation is so awesome? I caught a black dragon? Chapter 221 A lot of fairy dragons. No wonder I suddenly sensed a large number of family members being killed before. Probably because of the loss of capturing this black dragon. Without contacting the incarnation, Lin Xiao knew the intention of the incarnation to capture a black dragon alive. Just as the incarnation imagined. Well, the incarnation is him. And the incarnation's way of thinking is his way of thinking. So Lin Xiao made the same decision after thinking for a while, and issued a divine revelation in the main divine domain, summoning 10 great nagas with strength reaching level 5, and 20 small fishmen with strength reaching level 3. All female. All invested in the water elemental plane. At this time, the black dragon Nigelram, who was tasting delicious food in the sea of the water element divine domain and chewing a lobster man with a crackling sound, soon noticed the new creature that suddenly appeared in the divine domain. He chewed up a 3 or 4 meter lobster man and swallowed it. He looked up at a group of big nagas and small fishmen who suddenly appeared on the other side of the sea. He immediately flapped his tail excitedly into the sea, and flapped his huge wings to fly into the air and rush towards the big nagas. Lin Xiao stood by the crystal wall of the divine domain and looked at the divine domain. When he saw the black dragon Nigelram rushing towards the big nagas, a smile appeared on his face. But this smile lasted less than 5 seconds and quickly froze on his face. And he was stunned. In the divine domain, the black dragon rushed to the big naga with a fluttering and flying. The scene that appeared was not the indescribable animal world that Lin Xiao imagined. But the black dragon opened his mouth and pounced on a big naga. With a crisp sound, half of the body of the female big naga was bitten off. Damn it! Lin Xiao was startled. And then he stretched out his hand and waved it. A wave of space rose from the feet of the remaining clansmen and teleported them away. Boom! The huge dragon claws hit nothing. The black dragon roared angrily to the sky, bit the other half of the remains of the great naga and swallowed it. Blood flowed from the jagged teeth and looked extremely ferocious. Too ferocious. Lin Xiao looked at the black dragon, who was destroying everywhere with a flickering eye. And he was more eager for the genes of the dragon. We have to think of a way. His figure slowly disappeared and appeared in the kingdom of God. He pinched his chin and thought about it, and soon came up with an idea. He pointed his finger, and the light curtain in front of him popped up. And he quickly looked for a book. The fairy dragon illustration of the multiverse dragon clan branch. Since this black dragon doesn't cooperate, find a way to make him cooperate. If the great naga doesn't like it, then find someone he likes. The fairy dragon is a good way. As one of the branches of the dragon race, the fairy dragon is a famous beauty in the dragon race, even among the alien races. It is a well-known race of beauties. According to legend, they are one of the direct descendants of the 9-faced dragon god Ao. Their innate status is higher than the common 5-color dragons and metal dragons. They are the closest to the gods. When they grow up, they are legendary. It is not just an ordinary legend. It is well known that the 8th and 9th levels are both legendary levels. Fairy dragons are 9th level when they grow up. When they reach a certain age, they can enter the 10th level. Normally, this kind of white, rich and beautiful woman would not like a giant dragon like the black dragon. If a fairy dragon is used to seduce it, the black dragon will definitely succumb. Of course, it is impossible to get a real fairy dragon. He does not have the ability to do so. Even if he does, He cannot give it to this black dragon. But as long as the black dragon Najurum thinks it is a fairy dragon, it will be fine. Here we have to use the 2 spells of illusion and temptation. The method is very simple. First, carefully observe what the famous fairy dragon looks like. And then find a few female Naga whale hunters with strength reaching the 6th level in the divine domain. There is no way. The 5th level Naga is too small. Even if the fairy dragon is the slenderest among the dragons, it is not so small. Only the Naga that reaches the extraordinary level is not much different from the fairy dragon. But the most important thing is that the 5th level Naga is too weak compared to the giant dragon. He is afraid that the black dragon will be accidentally hacked to death if he gets excited. Although the 6th level Naga was still not as good as the black dragon, it had reached the extraordinary level after all. With the talent of domineering body, it could still last longer. Moreover, he did not send only one, but several female Nagas shared the pressure together, so it was not difficult to hold on. Consuming a lot of divine power and the blessing of the divine domain rules, he blessed each of the 5 6th level Nagas with an illusion. To outsiders, these were 5 slender fairy dragons. The smooth scales, the graceful lines, and the colorful light shrouding the body all exuded an attractive. Ahem. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and the 5 Nagas blessed with powerful illusions were teleported to the water element divine domain. The black dragon Najurum, who was sleeping in a shallow water area, immediately noticed the spatial fluctuations. He raised his huge eyelids and glanced in the direction of the spatial fluctuations. The next second, his eyes suddenly widened, and he climbed up and looked into the distance. 5 beautiful fairy dragons, with extremely slender bodies, broke through the space and fell into the water to play. Oh my god! Dragon god! What did Najurum see? Such smooth scales. Such a slender figure. Is this a fairy dragon? Saliva flowed down the mouth of the black dragon. In the eyes of the black dragon Najurum, the fairy dragon flashing colorful light in the sun was so beautiful and charming, and every move exuded a seductive breath. At this time, a fairy dragon happened to see the drooling black dragon and explained immediately. But in the eyes of the black dragon Najurum, it was the fairy dragon calling him coquettishly. The black dragon's dragon blood boiled immediately, and his wings spread open to show his strong body and flew over. In the eyes of the black dragon, the resistance of the great Naga was a coquettish act that teased the dragon's soul, which made its dragon blood boil almost boiling. The strong dragon pounced on it and fought with the thirsty fairy dragon. The battle in the water was very fierce, and the scene was extremely heroic. Lin Xiao looked down from the sky and closed his eyes when he saw this heroic scene. He sighed happily in his heart. I got what I wanted. And you also got what you wanted. Although the reality is not what you want. You did get what you wanted in your heart. So in fact everyone got what they wanted. After observing for a while with a smile, Lin Xiao finally took it easy for his eyes. Next, Lin Xiao went to the water element plane to inspect almost every day, using his extraordinary ability of reproduction to increase the chance of pregnancy. And by the way, he got some food from the main divine domain every day. Such a heroic battle every day was very physically demanding. And for his own great cause, he was quite considerate. However, this situation only lasted for a while before he didn't want to go. After all, the animal world was still very wonderful at first glance. But he had no interest in watching it every day. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't stand watching this every day, and there was no one in the divine domain to quench his anger. Lin Xiao thought whether he should trick his aunt into forming a divine system as soon as possible. Well, it's too early for a demigod to talk about a divine system now. It should be a team. When he becomes a demigod, he can try to form his own divine system team to prepare for the establishment of a formal divine system in the future. However, if you think about this idea now, even if the aunt is willing, the father-in-law will not agree. It is more likely that the brother-in-law will come to the door as soon as he says it. Let's get down to business first. Half a year later, Lin Xiao felt that he was almost ready and entered the water elemental realm again. He was shocked when he saw it. Is this the giant dragon that shocked the crystal walls of the multiverse? A skinny black dragon was lying in the shallow water with the waves. At first glance, he thought it was a corpse dragon. Good guy. This is a big hit. He suspected that this guy had shot out all his flesh and blood. He said a few words, and threw a group of lobster people and large fish into it to replenish him, so as not to die of weakness. It can't die now. Although the black dragon Nigel Ram was in a bad state at this time, he was quite excited. He had long forgotten the anger of being captured half a year ago. Instead, he was glad to be captured. Otherwise, how could he enjoy the beautiful fairy dragon, compared with the skinny black dragon? The 5 big Nagas at this time. Lin Xiao felt that he could use the idiom radiant to describe it. As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no land that is plowed to death. After a giant dragon worked hard for half a year, they were unharmed and even gained weight, especially their bellies. With his divine supernatural power of reproduction every other week and the hard work of the black dragon, they finally got pregnant. He personally brought the 5 female Great Naga back to the main divine domain, and issued a divine order to transfer a group of Great Naga to serve them, so that they could take good care of their fetuses. The black dragon Nigel Ram wanted to stop the 5 fairy dragons when he saw them leave. But at this time, he was powerless, and so weak that he could probably kill any level 6 Great Naga. He was powerless to stop them, and could only watch the beautiful dragons leave without any anger. In the tent, Yuan Xiaoning waved his hand expressionlessly to signal the messenger who reported the victory from the capital to leave. Although the main force had already captured the capital, he was not happy at all, because just now, he checked the rankings and found that he had dropped from the 6th place in the class, and the 2nd place in this plane, to the 7th place in the class, and the 3rd place in this plane. If he only dropped 1 place in the ranking, he would not be depressed. What depressed him was that the classmate who surpassed him was Lin Xiao, who jumped from outside the top 20 to 50 points, and jumped to the 4th place in the class, and the 1st place in this plane. He was puzzled. Apart from conquering a plane, what other behavior could get 50 points at once? Even killing a dragon would not be so exaggerated, right? But at this time, all students could not communicate with each other, and no one answered his doubts for him, so he could only continue to be depressed. At the same time, after catching the black dragon Nigel Ram and throwing it into the divine domain, there was no more encounter with super creatures of the level of dragons. The 4 routes of the troops began to break through the underground world cities, or tribes one by one. In the underground world, communication is inconvenient, and the relationship between races is mostly bad because of survival. It is difficult to unite, faced with a large number of constructed creatures and slave cannon fodder from conquest, as well as a large number of intelligent goblin mages. Cities fell one by one, and a large number of resources and precious materials were looted and transported to the city of origin. Chapter 222. The end of the class ranked first. At this time, the city of origin is already a large city covering the entire underground space. The cross-world portal is located in the center of the city, and a large number of great Nagas are stationed here. This time, none of the small fishmen came out. The ones sent out before were sent back to the divine domain after experiencing the environment of the underground world, leaving only the wise goblins and the great Nagas who protected them. For months later, 3 of the 4 armies attacked the ends of the underground world in these 3 directions respectively. There were only endless rocks and many passages ahead, but the passages were too small to be suitable for the army to march, so they had to give up. All the troops were transferred back to the west, where there was a huge underground space group, where a huge underground Deinonychus population was found, with a total of more than 100,000. Deinonychus evolved from Deinonychus. They are slightly taller than humans, about 2 meters tall, extremely ferocious, and are the tyrants of the underground world in this world. Even the Drow elves can't do anything to them. Lin Zhao's team heading west retreated and held their ground after a fierce battle with the Deinonychus, waiting for troops to be transferred from other directions. During the time of the transfer, the bellies of the 5 Nagas in the divine domain gradually grew bigger. Lin Xiao observed many times and confirmed that the one she was pregnant with was indeed a Naga with dragon blood. However, the fetus was not fully formed yet, and it was not clear what it looked like or how strong the dragon vein was. Lin Xiao was looking forward to it very much, because if the seed borrowing can be successful, the newborn dragon vein Naga's strength will reach his standard, especially if he can retain the hegemony talent on the basis of having dragon veins. Then he can adjust it again on the basis of this newborn dragon vein Naga in the future. In this way, a lot of good fortune energy can be saved to integrate the dragon vein into the Naga gene. Maybe he can try to adjust it with more than 10 points of good fortune energy, so that the Naga can start the second blood evolution. As the fetus in the Naga's belly grew bigger and bigger and gradually took shape, Lin Zhao's smile became more and more prosperous. Although there was no X-ray, He could see that the head of the newborn Naga fetus was very similar to that of the black dragon Nigel ram. It was a dragon head, which meant that the dragon bloodline was very abundant, and the power inherited from the black dragon would be higher. The pregnancy period of the Naga was 8 months, and Lin Xiao had already confirmed success in 6 months. On this day, he returned to the water element divine realm. After a few months, the black dragon Nigel ram had almost recovered. Although it was not yet at its strongest state, it was much better than when it was beaten to skin and bones before. Lin Xiao appeared in the divine realm without any concealment and was immediately discovered by Nigel ram. The black dragon climbed up like a bullet and looked up at Lin Xiao, who was standing in the air with terrifying divine power. He opened his mouth and roared loudly, but there was no sound or action. In short, howling. In his own divine realm, he could easily suppress a giant dragon even without divine power. Nigel ram was not a young dragon who had just come out of the thatched cottage. How could he not know that this figure that suddenly appeared and exuded terrifying pressure was an existence that he could not resist? Lin Xiao did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Submit to me," for simple words, which did not say what would happen after submission, nor what would happen if he did not submit. Black Dragon had no other thoughts in his mind at this time. He quickly assessed the strength of both sides, and with his mind recalling the enjoyment a few months ago, he knelt down very simply, without the interference of the plane's will. The Black Dragon was very cowardly, and was not as ferocious as before. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction, stretched out his hand, and made a mark on the Black Dragon. This mark is to declare his sovereignty to other gods, and it is also something to control the Black Dragon. It can control its behavior in the early stage when the Black Dragon has no faith. After all, he will let him go back to the original plane to help his incarnation in the battle. What if he runs away without control? At this time, the big class will end in a few months. As long as he conquers the last tribe of Deinonychus in the underground world, the entire underground world will belong to him, and the points he gets will be enough for him to enter the top 3. Then we can plunder the resources of the underground world crazily, and the top 3 will be stable. Of course, there is another reason to release the Black Dragon. That is, this guy is too greedy. A giant dragon eats more than 1,000 small fishmen combined. The lobstermen, sharks and other fish previously released in the water elemental domain are almost eaten up by this guy. And the fragile ecology just established has collapsed directly. It will have to be rebuilt now. First drive it out and let it fend for itself. And when it comes back next time, just throw it directly into the main domain. There are more than 100,000 Deinonychus living in the huge underground dome cave. Lin Xiao personally established a camp here, gathering more than 20,000 stone golems and 3,000 heavily armored golems, 5,000 wise goblins, 5,000 big nagas, nearly 20,000 drow goblins, and more than 10,000 grey dwarves, as well as more than 100,000 slaves of various underground races. This is not the sum of all races in the underground world. The total number of real slaves is more than twice that. But they were not sent here, but sent to other places to mine and plunder resources. After all, I have to leave this plane in a few months. I probably won't have a chance to come back in the future, so I have to plunder it well. The huge golem army lined up and pushed forward, with cannon fodder on the left and right, and the main force in the middle army, and pushed forward to the main city of the Deinonychus. The Deinonychus, who usually run rampant in the underground world, are no longer brutal in the face of such a large army, but gathered in the main city for defense. With the sound of thunderous drums, a series of improved large counterweight trebuchets were deployed by the wise goblins and grey dwarves. Table-sized boulders were moved up and thrown into the city, and the largest war in the history of the underground world began. For this battle, Lin Xiao prepared hundreds of large counterweight trebuchets for the golem army to transport over. All deployed, and a round of hundreds of table-sized boulders were thrown down. The overwhelming huge boulders roared into the city, and the psychological pressure on the Deinonychus in the city was unimaginable. After a round of bombing, a wall was directly smashed into pieces. There are plenty of stones in the underground world. There is a group of wise goblin wizards who use fossils to make mud and create a large area of soft mud. The grey dwarves make the soft mud into boulders, and then use mud to harden the stones and put them in the stone-throwing frame to throw them out. The almost continuous stone-throwing bombardment lasted for a whole hour, directly smashing down an entire wall, and all the buildings within a few hundred meters of the wall turned into ruins. The golem core is ready. Slardar took over Lin Zhao's command, and the huge anchor hit the ground. Attack! The neat footsteps quickly approached the completely collapsed wall, and stepped directly into it, fighting with the Deinonychus defenders, who were guarding a few hundred meters away from the wall. The overall situation has been decided. In the void that no one saw, more than a dozen senior projections gathered together to watch the battle. The goblins' flexible use of spells made them sure that this was indeed a real wizard and a goblin. But after careful observation, they still sighed with some regret. In the words of Senior Sue, unexpected potential. But expected potential. That is, it cannot be ranked in the second-level list of family strength, nor can it be included in the second-level list of family potential. It means that the potential is beyond their expectations, but within expectations, and it has not reached the level they expected. In short, it is a little different from a certain standard they imagined, so it is quite regrettable. Of course, although it is not as good as expected, it has potential beyond their expectations after all, which is not bad. Before the battle was over, some seniors left one after another, since it did not reach the level they imagined. There was no need to stay here. The resistance of the Deinonychus was very strong. This race could barely be classified as a medium-level race. Among the 100,000 Deinonychus, there were many strong men, some of whom were extraordinary. However, they could not resist the attack of a stronger army and more advanced weapons and equipment, and retreated into the city step by step, especially with the appearance of the black dragon Nigel Lamb on the battlefield. A mouthful of corrosive dragon breath mixed with terrifying dragon power sprayed into the city, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Deinonychus, who had been barely holding on, began to collapse on a large scale and then surrendered. When the Deinonychus were defeated and the entire underground world was conquered, Lin Zhao's points jumped again by a full 40 points, reaching 186 points in one breath, surpassing all classmates and ranking first. At this time, there were still 2.5 months before the end of the class. He did not enter the surface along the passage not far from the main city of the Deinonychus, but mobilized all the conquered races to collect resources everywhere and transport them to the city. At the same time, he summoned all the Grey Dwarves and Drow Elves, and selected 2,000 Grey Dwarves from them to send them to the Divine Domain. He didn't pick the Drow. With the current area of his Divine Domain, he could afford to support all the Grey Dwarves and Drow, but he couldn't take them all in. The main reason was that the first batch of natives captured from the outside world were not born and raised in the Divine Domain. The Divine Domain would spontaneously reject non-divine species. Every additional one would be a burden to the Divine Domain, so he couldn't get too many. He also couldn't use up a lot of divine power to seal these creatures in the cards. Using divine power to eliminate this kind of repulsion is a skill that only true gods have. Most of these creature cards are made by true gods. He now has a black dragon in his Divine Domain, which has taken up half of the carrying capacity, in addition to a large amount of resources. The remaining burden is at most about 2,000 species. In the comparison between the Grey Dwarves and the Drow Elves, he chose the Grey Dwarves. For the time being, the Grey Dwarves are more valuable to him than the Drow Elves. The reason why he didn't divide them into 500 Grey Dwarves, 500 Drow Elves, and 500 Deinonychus and take some back is mainly because the reproduction speed will be very slow if the base number is too small. Besides, the Drow Elves are not a rare race. There are many worlds. It's not too late to get them next time. 2 months passed quickly. During this period, the scores of the classmates kept going up and down, and the rankings kept going up and down. But it didn't affect him. By the end of 2 months, Lin Zhao had almost plundered all the resources that could be collected in the entire underground world in a short period of time, and returned with more than 1,800 Grey Dwarves. A little less than expected. After collecting all the resources, the God's Domain could carry less than 2,000 Grey Dwarves. So far, this big class has ended. Lin Zhao ranked first in points, and got a very good quota without any surprise. However, Yun Xiaoting ranked fourth in the end, only 4 points away from the third place. The gap was so small that you could tell he was very depressed when you saw his expression in the classroom. As said before the class, Lin Zhao completed the first stage and obtained a divinity card, a God's Domain card, and 5 random 5-star cards with quality between purple epic and gold myth quality. Chapter 223 deal with the class teacher. In the second stage, although he conquered the underground world, he failed to successfully occupy the plane of descent, so there was no reward. but because he ranked first in the final score. In addition to receiving a very excellent evaluation, he will receive a gift package from Senior Sue, and a gift package of plain origin and divinity from 16 seniors. Senior Sue's gift package is very simple. 3 points of divinity, 300 units of plain origin, and a steel golem manufacturing blueprint. The gift package of the 16 seniors is 800 units of plain origin, 24 points of divinity, and each senior gave him a business card. The 300 units of plain origin and the 800 units of plain origin in the senior gift package are in the form of cards, with 100 units as the standard, and are all golden mythical quality cards. This is because the plain origin has no entity and is not easy to store, so it must be stored in the form of cards. In other words, these are 11 mythical quality plain origin cards. Everyone was shocked when they heard about the reward. Even these brilliant elites with extraordinary backgrounds were surprised by the generous reward. Yun Xiaoning's eyes were slightly red as he watched Lin Xiao, Gu Xiaoming, and another classmate named when he stepped forward one by one to receive the reward from the class teacher. He felt mixed emotions in his heart and was very upset. The top 3 were them, with Lin Xiao first, Gu Xiaoming second, and Wen Yi third. When he stepped forward first and took a few cards from the class teacher, Jean Cece encouraged him a few words, and he happily stepped aside. She whispered, "Gu Xiaoming." The baby-faced boy stepped forward with a smile and took the reward from the class teacher. He nodded repeatedly, as if the class teacher was conveying a message to him. After a while, the boy smiled even more and bowed respectfully and left. Then everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xiao, with envy, jealousy, and a few admiring glances that appeared for the first time. He got the best performance in 3 consecutive classes. And finally someone was convinced and admired him. He walked in front of the head teacher, and Jean Cece looked at him as she did before. She handed the award to him first, and then a voice sounded in his ear. "Very good. You didn't disappoint me. As the first place, you will get the gift from Senior Sue, and half of the gift package awarded by 16 seniors, and the other half will be divided equally between the second and third place. Thank you for your cultivation. I hope you will continue to have excellent performance in the next class. I will continue to work hard. Well, you leave first." Then the head teacher awarded awards to other students, and finally walked back to the center of the classroom to look around, and said in a deep voice, "This class has ended. The performances of all the students were good and bad. Fortunately, even the worst performers in this class have reached the standard, so there are no eliminated in this class, which is very good. Next, the teacher will announce something." Lin Xiao was in high spirits. Something that made the head teacher announce it solemnly must be no small matter. Jean Cece said in a steady tone, "There are still 2 months. That is, there are still 2 big classes before the midterm exam. At that time, the teacher will take out a great opportunity. In 2 months, 5 students will be selected from the students who received very good evaluations in the 5 big classes in the first half of the year." Wow! Lin Xiao clearly felt that the students around him who had received very good evaluations were all in high spirits, and their ears pricked up to listen. This great opportunity is codenamed Wanxiang. Some students may have heard of it, and some students may not have heard of it. Students who have not heard of it can search on the campus website after class. This is not a secret. Students who know this should know what this opportunity means. So students have to work hard in the remaining 2 big classes. The head teacher swept everyone with a meaningful look. "Get out of class is over now. Lin Xiao, come to my office after class." The last sentence was transmitted, and the other students did not hear it. At this time, most of them gathered in 2s and 3s and whispered about the great opportunity codenamed Wanxiang. Lin Xiao originally planned to check it online after class, but now he had to wait until later. Coming out of the classroom, he saw the baby-faced Gu Xiaoming standing at the door. Seeing him coming out, he walked over and said, "Do you have time to chat?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "If you want to buy some evaluation from me, forget it. I won't sell it." Gu Xiaoming smiled and said, "I also got excellent evaluations in 3 classes. I don't need to buy them. And I'm not a lobbyist for others. Oh, how about finding a place to sit for a while? I have something to do now." "No need to sit. Just say a few words." "Well, you say." Gu Xiaoming transmitted the message. "You may not know what the old class teacher is talking about. You will know it later when you check it yourself. What I want to say is that when we participate, we should not fight among ourselves and face the outside world in unison. How about that? Ah. Lin Xiao is confused now. You don't have to answer now. Reply to me after you finish checking. That's fine. After Gu Xiaoming finished speaking, he waved his hand and flew away, leaving Lin Xiao standing there for a long time. And suddenly thought of something strange. The head teacher didn't call him? He flew in the direction of the dormitory, which was not in the same direction as the head teacher's office. Scratching his head, he took off while other students were not paying attention, and flew in a circle towards the head teacher's office. The head teacher's office is located in one of the areas of the floating city, where there stands a group of high towers, all of which are the offices of the teachers of each class in number 2 middle school. Each head teacher has an independent high tower, which is shared with the theory teacher and the counselor. He arrived at the head teacher's office. The 2 diamond golems at the entrance of the tower seemed to know he was coming and did not stop him. The door opened silently, and he walked into the tower through an invisible space membrane. The next second, he found himself in a void with milky white light flowing in all directions. The familiar figure of the head teacher Jean Cece was standing on the edge of the void. What surprised him was that from behind, the head teacher did not seem to be wearing a helmet, revealing a head of purple-red hair that fell behind her like a waterfall. As if sensing his arrival, the tall figure in dark gold armor slowly turned around, revealing her sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes were full of heroic spirit, and her facial contours were almost flawless. If she were reduced to the size of a normal woman, she would be a female knight with extraordinary temperament and appearance. Unfortunately, the head teacher was a large beauty 4 meters tall, with her armor and the murderous aura between her eyebrows. People dared not look directly at her. At least, he did not dare to look directly at her. She stared at Lin Zhao's face without any expression, and said in a deep voice, "I called you here because the teacher has a decision to ask for your consent." Her voice was low, with a strange magnetism, and it sounded good. It was different from her usual voice in class. Obviously, she was pretending. He did not bother about why the head teacher usually pretended. This was her privacy. He was concerned about why the head teacher called him here alone. After 3 months of observation, you and Gu Xiaoming stood out from the class. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be trained by me in the next 2 classes. Lin Xiao was immediately delighted and said quickly, "Thank you for your cultivation. Teacher, you should thank me, because the resources I have are not available in every elite class." Lin Xiao, the resources I have are enough to cultivate a super genius level elite. Enough for you or Gu Xiaoming to be on the Genius Vice list before the college entrance examination. Lin Xiao immediately noticed the word or, but he did not speak, just stood quietly and looked at the head teacher. Jean Cece did not keep it a secret and continued, "You should have guessed that if the resources in the teacher's hands are given to one of you, with your current strength and potential to grasp and digest these resources, it can be said that you can be firmly on the Genius Vice list before the 3rd year of high school. But if the resources are divided equally, you can only say that there is a certain possibility. Maybe both of you can be on the Genius Vice list, or you may not even be on the Peerless Vice list." So the teacher thought for a long time and decided to allocate the main resources to one of you. It was obvious at this point that the head teacher meant that the resources in her hands were only enough to train one Tianji Vice lister, and she did not want to take risks. So she was going to choose one from herself, and Gu Xiaoming to train with all her strength. And now it was him, not Gu Xiaoming, who was standing here, and Lin Xiao knew it in his heart. He asked respectfully, "Teacher, do you mean to train me?" Jean Cece replied, "It can be said that you are one of the 2 students I am most optimistic about. But if you want to get this opportunity, you must agree to one condition of mine, or this is our exchange. I give you a chance. You have to repay me." This was said quite realistically, and her style did not match her at all. He asked respectfully, "I wonder what the teacher needs to exchange." Jean Cece glanced at him, then suddenly turned around and answered the question irrelevantly. The Tianjia Vice list and Tianjia main list are evaluated by the will of Gaia in the main world. They evaluate the best and most promising newcomers below college level, and the best and most promising elite students above college level respectively. The 2 lists are independent, but closely related, as lists recognized by the will of Gaia in the main world. Anyone on the list will receive the blessing of the main world's luck, and have a promising future. The most important thing is that anyone on the list can obtain a permission to make a request to the Gaia will of the main world that can be completed and complies with the rules. The deadline for the second list players is after the college entrance examination. And the deadline for the main list is after graduation from university. The permission is lifelong and can be requested at any time. The most important thing is that if someone can be on the second list of Tianju until the college entrance examination, and can continue to be on the main list of Tianju when entering university after the college entrance examination, the two permissions will be combined into a higher permission. Jean Cece slowly walked in front of Lin Xiao. Her perfect facial contours were dazzling, and her eyes were like torches, shining with a faint divine light, staring at him, as if she wanted to see through his heart. And she said in a deep voice, "The deal between us is that higher permission. Only this permission, and the rest belongs to you. If you agree, you will get my full support, which is a resource and opportunity that you will never get with your background." Chapter 224. The Unreliable Advice from the Brother-in-Law. After a pause, the head teacher's aggressive gaze eased a little, and he said, "You have 1 month to consider. If you don't get a reply before the next class, you will be deemed to have given up automatically." Coming out of the head teacher's office, Lin Xiao walked and thought. The head teacher's proposal. He was quite tempted. After all, as Jean Cece said, he was born in an ordinary family, and it was impossible for him to obtain such top resources and great opportunities under normal circumstances. There is no free lunch in the world, and resources do not come out of thin air. Just like the resources he has obtained from Huiyao now, they are also exchanged for his joining Huiyao. If he can grow up in the future, he will not be able to escape if Huiyao has any problems. Of course, with Huiyao's huge strength, basically nothing will happen, which is equivalent to freeloading. But the rules are like this. If something happens, he can't escape. The huge resources in Jean Cece's hands cannot be freeloaded. They can only be exchanged for a fee. And the exchange condition is this so-called authority. Lin Xiao was more mature than before he entered Huiyao, and his character was much more cautious than before. After all, people grow up. He didn't dare to agree immediately before he figured out the situation. At least he should figure out what the so-called authority was, and how strong the authority was. Halfway through, he searched the campus network and entered the keyword Tianju Vice list authority. Then he searched a lot of content, checked hundreds of them one by one, and none of them was what he wanted to know. He didn't continue searching later. He knew that he would definitely not find such content on the internet, so he blocked it. But he had a way. If there was no news on the internet, he would find someone who might know, such as his aunt. He immediately sent her a love message of missing her, and asked about it at the end of the message. After a long while, Shen Yuexin replied. The head teacher called a few students for special training. "I don't have time. You can ask my brother." I told him. "You can contact him directly." Special training? Contact my brother-in-law. To be honest, he refused. This brother-in-law seemed to have a bad temper and was stingy. However, my aunt had mentioned it to him. It seemed a bit bad for him not to contact me. Otherwise, what should I do if he came to beat me up? He contacted the strange communication provided by Shen Yuexin, pondered for a while, and asked the question again. Then, there was no response, and he didn't dare to urge. After returning to the dormitory to finish his meal, a projection popped up without his permission and turned into the shadow of the brother-in-law. He looked around the dormitory without hesitation and said, "What do you want to ask?" Lin Xiao smiled flatteringly and asked the question again. He asked knowingly. It was definitely intentional. After listening, Xia Yu turned to look at Lin Xiao, looked up and down with a strange look, and said, "Did the little girl Jean Cece like you?" "Ahem. It's my class teacher. Those who don't know what he said might think it was something else. This is a good thing. Why don't you agree? This virtual projection seems to be a little different. It can even sit down beside his bed, stroke the sheets and say, 'You are so poor. It is almost impossible for you to be ranked in the second place of Tianju before the college entrance examination by yourself. Now there is a rich woman to support you, which is a good thing.'" Lin Xiao knew that this brother-in-law was very unhappy with him, grinned, and whispered, "Brother, what exactly is that authority?" "It's nothing. You can understand it as an infinite wish spell from Gaia's will, which can satisfy any of your wishes within the rules, including letting you ignite the divine fire and become a god immediately, without any sequelae." Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, he thought of a legend. His Majesty Ao, the Supreme Lord of the Crystal Wall of Toriel Crystal Wall Universe, seemed to have the terrifying power to instantly deify mortals. From this association, could the Gaia will of the main world be the supreme god of the main world? While he was thinking, Xia Yu continued, although this infinite wish technique is extremely precious, everything in the world must be sacrificed before it can be gained. It is impossible for you to have all the good things. With your background, you have basically reached the limit at this point. If you want to go further, you must have support. You can agree. Moreover, the little girl Jean Cece wants this authority to save her father. If you succeed, you will get a favor from a powerful god with a power level of 19. This is a life-saving grace, which will not be worse than this authority. The powerful divine power of the 19th level of the godhood. Lin Xiao felt that what his brother-in-law said made sense. After thinking for a while, he was about to speak. The brother-in-law who disliked him snorted and said, "You don't have to count on my sister. Although my family has no shortage of resources. As a man, I believe you don't want to eat the soft rice of your girlfriend." Well, actually I am willing. He didn't dare to say it out loud, for fear of being beaten. Okay, I won't beat you up for your good performance and honesty recently. Remember? Be honest before you meet our requirements and don't bully my sister. Two swords and shadows crossed in front of him, and the threatening brother-in-law's projection disappeared just like that. This brother-in-law is really... Lin Xiao was speechless. Fortunately, although this brother-in-law disliked him, he would not lie to him for the sake of his aunt. If it is as Xia Yu said, this is indeed a good deal. The life-saving grace of a powerful god with a godhood level of 19, which is only one step away from great divine power, is indeed not less valuable than this authority. The only difference is that the authority is more omnipotent and the upper limit is higher. But favors are continuous. Lin Xiao is not a fussy person, and he quickly made up his mind. He immediately contacted the head teacher and said, "I agree with the teacher's proposal." Soon, Jean Cece's projection was transmitted in person. She leaned slightly and said to Lin Xiao, "You will never regret today's decision." He clearly felt the change in the head teacher's attitude towards him after he agreed. If he was just a good student before, now they are in a cooperative relationship, and they talk more casually and intimately. She said, "Since you have agreed, my investment in you will take effect from now on. Due to the rules, I cannot provide you with a lot of resources for free, but I can provide you with convenience within the scope of the rules. For example, you can specify the required cards or rewards for each class, or you can use the extra cards you have now to exchange the required cards or other resources from me. Are there any resources?" Lin Xiao immediately thought of something and asked. Jean Cece nodded. "Oh, you don't know how terrifying the resources in the hands of a head teacher of an elite class in a high school affiliated to a super university are. Although this does not belong to me, I have full power to dispose of it. You can get most of what you want within my power. What about the relics? How many do you want?" Damn! What an arrogant tone. I can reward you with relics during the big class and let you get them within the scope allowed by the rules. But I personally remind you that you don't need these relics at this stage. What you need is divinity. The more the better. Her beautiful face full of heroic spirit said to him with a very serious expression. The midterm exam in 2 months is one of the many great opportunities in my hands. At that time, your divinity level will be related to your initial advantage. You'd better raise your divinity level to the 4th level within 2 months. I can do it. He now has 15 points of divinity. According to the calculation of 4 points of divinity converted into 1 point at the 3rd level divinity level stage, 20 points of divinity are enough. And he has just gained 27 points of divinity, plus the remaining 2 points of divinity in his hand. A total of 29 points, which is enough. You have obtained 27 points of divinity, 1,100 units of plain origin, and a blueprint for manufacturing an iron golem in this class. The divinity and the blueprint are for your own use. But the 1,100 units of plain origin are not enough to make your divine domain go further. I suggest you exchange them for what you need, such as relics or divinity, or other cards you need. Your divine domain has reached the 7th level. You need a full 10,000 units of plain origin to advance to the next level. Even with my help, it is unlikely that you will be able to collect them before college. It is better to exchange for something more suitable for you. Lin Xiao nodded. This is what he thought. After rubbing his hands, he asked, "If you exchange for a complete relic, how many can you exchange? What if it is a relic fragment?" Jean Cece replied. If it is a complete relic, I can only exchange it for a first-level relic within my authority. But I can pick the strongest boutique in the first level for you. If it is a relic fragment, it can be exchanged for about 30 yuan. Can I choose the fragments myself? Fragments? Jean Cece looked at him strangely and nodded. Sure. Then I want to exchange for 30 pieces of the relic fragments. Are you sure? Sure. That's fine. She was very surprised by Lin Xiao's choice. But he must have a reason for it. Everyone has secrets. She didn't want to explore other people's secrets. She just stretched out her hand and pressed her forehead for a while. When she opened her eyes, she stretched out her hand and waved. Pieces of relic fragments of different sizes, shapes and colors, emitting a faint breath, flew out and lined up in front of him. She glanced at Lin Xiao and said, although it is within my authority, our exchange has been reported. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. The head teacher meant that their current exchange was under school surveillance. But he didn't care. Anyway, as long as it complies with the rules, he didn't have the intention of taking advantage of or exploiting loopholes. It's worth it to choose 30 pieces of relic fragments from 1,100 units of plain origin. There are a lot of precious fragments in Jean Cece's authority, which is probably the total inventory of the entire Huiyao Middle School over the years. Others cannot use this stuff, and it is very exaggerated to accumulate it from generation to generation. Lin Xiao carefully sensed these fragments and quickly skipped them, and specially selected the fragments with rich good fortune energy. At the same time, in order to avoid being suspected without reason, he quickly pulled his fingers through them, and as long as he sensed that the good fortune energy contained was enough, he would select it, without comparing one by one. Soon, 30 fragments were selected, and then 11 gold cards containing 100 units of plain origin were taken out and handed over to the class teacher, and the exchange was completed. Chapter 225 Modulating the Great Naga. With 30 pieces of precious fragments full of good fortune energy in hand, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to return to the divine realm to decompose them and try out a certain idea. Then Jean Cece reminded him of some things to pay attention to and left. He immediately returned to the divine realm with 3 pieces of precious fragments. As soon as he entered the divine realm, he took out the good fortune cube and threw the precious fragments into it one by one. Although he didn't select them carefully, nor did he deliberately select the largest pieces of precious fragments, but just took a rough look. All of them were medium and high-level precious fragments containing rich good fortune energy. The least had almost half the energy of a first-level precious fragment, and the most contained more good fortune energy than a first-level precious fragment. The first-level precious fragment Titan's Fist that he had loaded in the divine realm might not even be ranked in the top 10. One by one, the fragments of the relics were decomposed, ranging from half a point to more than 1 point. The largest piece contained more than 3 points of good fortune energy, which was almost reaching the good fortune energy of a complete second-level relic. It took more than 2 hours to decompose all 30 pieces of relics, and finally harvested 41 points of good fortune energy, adding the 10 units of good fortune energy he had. The good fortune energy he now had in his hands reached 51 points. Okay. With food in hand, there is no panic in the heart. He sat on the throne of the kingdom of God, and calmly calculated how to use these 51 units of good fortune energy to maximize the effect. Big Naga, Murloc, Wise Goblin, Grey Dwarf. Among them, Murloc was the first to pass. After his many adjustments, this race has reached the limit of low-level races, and its combat power is almost catching up with some middle-level races that are a little bit worse. There is basically no opponent in the range of low-level races. If you want to strengthen it again, it will not only require a lot of good fortune energy, but the improvement is not large. A bit tasteless, unless he is willing to spend a lot of good fortune energy to make it reborn and become a supermodel creature of the lower race, or cross the race limit to advance to the middle race. It is almost the same. But Lin Xiao positioned the little fish man as cannon fodder, and cannon fodder should be used as cannon fodder, so there is no need to spend so much. Then the wise goblin. He thought about it and listed it as the second priority. This race that can give birth to a true wizard has great potential and can be cultivated well. The last thing to consider is the Grey Dwarf, and the Great Naga does not need to be considered. He got so many fragments of the relics just to strengthen it again and transform it. Although the current Great Naga is very powerful, it can be called the superior of the same level, second only to the supermodel races of the same level such as the Dragon Giant. But he is still not satisfied, and always feels that it is still a step behind. The superior clans of the same level are not weak, but they are not enough to support him to be ranked on the second list of the geniuses. This list, recognized by the will of Gaia in the main world, is the most authoritative list of geniuses in the main world. This does not mean that one can be on the list as long as everyone recognizes it. Nor is it evaluated by those powerful gods. It is evaluated by the will of Gaia himself. Whether one can be on the list must be approved by the will of Gaia. Once you are recognized on the list, it means that your strength and potential are the strongest among the new gods of the same generation, and no one will disobey you. This requires absolute strength and potential, and the current Great Naga obviously does not have this potential. But now the opportunity has come. Lin Xiao thought about it, and came up with an idea. He put everything aside, and first modulated the Great Naga to make it transform and evolve. After that, he used the remaining energy to modulate the second race. His eyes turned to the main divine domain. The black dragon Nagerum was now settling down on an island in the easternmost sea of the main divine domain. He built a dragon nest there, and slept and ate every day. He didn't know how comfortable his life was, compared with the resource-poor underground world. The main divine domain, with a complete divine paradise ecology, is simply a paradise. The black dragon, who was forcibly conquered at the beginning, had no intention of escaping after staying in the main divine domain for a while. He probably wouldn't be willing to leave now. Lin Xiao observed the black dragon for a while, and quickly turned his attention back to the Naga city on the main divine domain continent. His will instantly appeared in the central temple of Naga city, and he saw 5 young dragon vein Nagas, under the protection and guidance of the entire church. They are very healthy and growing vigorously. Their faith is extremely firm and pious. Although they are young at this time, they have gradually shown the magical power of mixed blood. This dragon vein Naga is larger than the big Naga of the same age. Its head is very similar to that of the black dragon Nigelram. The scales on its body have also been replaced by harder dragon scales instead of snake scales, extending all the way to the tail that is wider and thicker than the snake tail. And the body is also stronger. Lin Xiao checked the attribute table of the dragon vein Naga through the authority of the Lord of the Divine Realm, which was as he expected. And as he expected, the dragon bloodline covered most of the bloodline and talent of the big Naga, and the talent of the Son of Nature has been covered by the dragon vein. But as he expected, the hegemony talent that he spent a lot of energy and resources to synthesize was tenaciously retained. That is to say, this newborn dragon vein Naga perfectly inherited the blood of the giant dragon and the great Naga, and will grow up to be stronger than its kind. Good. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, very satisfied, withdrawing his will. The next step is to wait, and start modulating when the dragon vein Naga's genes are stable when it reaches adulthood. Considering that he didn't know how much good fortune energy would be consumed, he didn't do anything else for the time being. Just took out a little divinity, wrapped it with divine power, and began to refine it. A total of 29 points of divinity. Within 2 months, it can be slowly refined even without good fortune energy. No rush. The great Naga's gestation period is 8 months. 2 years of infancy. 3 years of childhood. About 5 years of adolescence. And only in the 10th year will it be adulthood, when the genes are completely stable and can be modulated. 10 years is only 10 days in the main world. And it takes a theoretical class and a day of dating and playing with my aunt. Go back to the god's domain to refine a few points of divinity. And the dragon vein Naga will be an adult. Adult dragon vein Naga is stronger than big Naga, reaching level 4. But the normal upper limit is still level 6. And it has not broken through the limit to enter the level 7. But think about it. It is normal. Level 7 is second only to the legendary level of level 8. Even their father, the black dragon Nigelram, has not been promoted to the legendary level of level 8. It can be seen that the gap between each level is quite large. As mentioned before, the legendary race with the upper limit of level 8 does not mean that it can definitely enter the legendary level. It is just the upper limit. It is difficult to say whether it can grow to the limit of the race. 3 of the most devout believers were randomly selected from the 5 adult dragon vein Nagas, after promising to promote them to the kingdom of God and reincarnate again. These 3 devout believers volunteered to dedicate themselves to the Lord. The first one was put into the magic cube of good fortune, and the flesh and blood were decomposed, and a complete dragon vein Naga blood essence was extracted. Then, using the good fortune energy as a furnace, This dragon vein Naga blood essence was put into it, and began to be refined to remove impurities in the blood and genes. Yes, remove the genes of the original Naga that cover the dragon bloodline. Since it has been covered, it means that it is useless. There is no need to keep it to occupy the gene carrier position. Removing the freed position can better release the power of the dragon bloodline, broaden the upper limit, increase the gene upper limit, and break through the limit. At the same time, he extracted the other 2 dragon veins of Naga blood, but not extracted, but began to analyze the split dragon bloodline. There is no secret in the magic cube of creation. Even the genes of the legendary creature dragon are not hidden in the magic cube and are split one by one. Lin Xiao thought about it, and tried to put his consciousness into this dragon bloodline. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar woke him up, and found that he had turned into a dragon. No. It should be said that he found himself transformed into the black dragon Nigel Ram, and appeared in the underground world of the previous plane. Time went backwards rapidly. From an adult to a young dragon. Then to a young dragon. And then to a baby dragon. At this time, he saw Nigel Ram's mother, a larger female black dragon. Then, the perspective retreated to a black dragon egg, and everything in front of him turned into chaos. This chaos seemed to be real chaos. It was unknown how long it had passed without any changes. Lin Xiao waited for an unknown period of time, thinking that this memory would end here, so he prepared to return. At this moment, the chaos suddenly exploded violently, and an unimaginable terrifying will came with unimaginable pressure. And then his will was directly annihilated. Indistinctly, he heard a thunderous dragon roar. On the throne of the kingdom of God, Lin Xiao sat on the throne, drowsy and unconscious, as if he was in a coma. The creation cube that was hanging in front of him, and slowly rotating suddenly shook violently a few seconds after his will was annihilated, and began to shake violently and rotate. At the same time, a transparent flame gushed out from the cracks in the cube. Ouch! Suddenly, a dragon roared in the shrine, and the huge shrine began to shake slightly. An invisible and intangible shadow slowly squeezed out from the flames that penetrated the cracks in the cube and slowly turned into a transparent giant dragon's vertical pupil. At this moment, a jade talisman on the drowsy Lin Xiao suddenly exploded, turning into a dazzling divine light and rushing towards the pupil of the giant dragon that was condensing into shape. This is the treasure that his grandfather gave him to protect himself. Boom! The terrifying divine power light wave exploded, and the divine power restriction in the core palace of the kingdom of God suddenly lit up and turned into a circular white light covering the entire palace. The chaotic divine power rushed to Lin Xiao and was blocked by a transparent divine power light shield that rose out of thin air from the throne. But it only lasted for a second before it began to deform and break. Fortunately, Lin Xiao woke up from the strong shock of death at this time. He had no time to be shocked, and quickly pointed at the magic cube of creation. The magic cube quickly expanded a circle, and an invisible flame sprayed out to wrap the entire magic cube. As the magic cube slowly turned, there was a crisp sound of click, and the pupil of the giant dragon that was about to take shape was pulled and deformed violently. And the next second it quickly collapsed and turned into a transparent stream of light returning to the magic cube of creation. Lin Xiao subconsciously wiped a cold sweat, and without taking a break, he stretched out his hand to grab it. The creation cube quickly shrank and flew to his palm, floating and spinning. Indescribable mysterious waves slowly spread out, wrapping the constantly shaking and trembling cube. What a close call! He subconsciously wiped a cold sweat, and was still scared in his heart. Chapter 226, The Second Transformation of the Great Naga. In the vast sea of chaos, countless crystal wall systems of different sizes float up and down in the terrifying chaos. These light balls of different sizes that look as light as ping-pong balls are actually crystal wall systems that contain countless planes. Although the internal structure of the main world is magical, it is also a kind of crystal wall system. From a distance, it is no different from other crystal wall systems. The Sea of Chaos has never changed, and there has been no change in the chaos for billions of years. Suddenly, in a certain void deep in the chaos, the infinite chaos began to boil violently, and an unimaginable huge will broke through the chaos of billions of kilometers and rushed to the chaotic void where the main world was located, quickly approached and turned into an unimaginable huge will projection. It was a terrifying head with 9 hideous curved dragon horns on the top of the head, surrounded by chaotic energy, and pieces of chaotic dragon scales as huge as a continent. At this moment, The huge main world seemed to be boiling. The chaotic energy of billions of kilometers around was constrained by an unimaginable will, twisted into a face larger than the plane. And two dazzling beams of light like supernova gamma rays shot into the depths of chaos. The rolling chaotic energy was pushed away and slammed into the terrifying will that was directly hitting the main world in the distance. At this moment, countless powerful beings in the chaotic void were awakened, and they all looked at the two terrifying wills that were about to collide in surprise. Why did this old dragon suddenly go crazy? But at the moment when many powerful beings thought that the thunder in the sky would stir up the earth and destroy the earth, the terrifying will that was rushing towards the main world suddenly stopped like a flameout, and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed, and dropped glasses all over the floor. In the divine domain, Lin Xiao held the stable creation cube with lingering fear and let out a long breath. He didn't know what was going on. Anyway, the sudden terrifying will almost scared him to death, and almost pitted him to death. He never thought that his exploration of the deep secrets of the dragon bloodline would have such consequences. This was completely beyond his expectations. There are so many people in the world who study the dragon bloodline, but he has never heard of such a situation. Whether it is the true gods in the main world or the magicians in foreign lands, they have never heard of such consequences. The terrifying will that made his soul tremble was something Lin Xiao had never seen before. Even the big figures he met in the summer camp did not have such a terrifying pressure. It was completely two different levels. Fortunately, he tried it in the magic cube of good fortune. With this treasure as a buffer, he did not kneel directly. After taking a breath, Lin Xiao checked the magic cube of good fortune, and immediately raised his head back and gasped. Damn it! Just in less than 10 seconds, more than 2/3 of the 51 units of good fortune energy he had accumulated with great difficulty disappeared. Yes, a full 34 points of creation energy disappeared. And now there are only 17 points left. It is heartache. Well, it is fortunate that people are still alive after all. Checking the creation cube, everything inside has disappeared. Not only the two bloods of the dragon vein Naga just now, but also everything stored in the creation cube before, including a large amount of refined vampire blood essence, a large amount of various biological bloods collected from the underground world in the last class, a small amount of decomposed creation power, and the drop of red dragon blood essence and storm giant card, a rule of fate and judgment obtained by splitting the fate and judgment scale, etc. All disappeared, replaced by a dark golden blood essence exuding a mysterious atmosphere. This kind of change is not bad. He looked at this blood essence that integrated all his wealth with shining eyes, and a smile like an ant appeared on his face. Unknown high-level dragon blood containing the power of fate, the high-level dragon blood blessed by the dragon ancestor nine-faced dragon god himself, contains the power from fate. Good guy. It's really the nine-faced dragon god. He had doubts before, but now he is sure. Obviously, he used the magic power of the creation cube to try to spy on the secrets of the dragon bloodline, but ended up touching the ancestor of the dragon clan. The ancestor came to him directly from an unknown distance. If the creation cube was not powerful enough, God knows what would happen to him now. But now a problem lies before him. How to deal with this high-level dragon bloodline containing the power of destiny. Direct use is definitely not an option. The lesson from the past is there. He dare not directly use the bloodline power blessed by the ancestor of the dragon clan. This is a blessing for the giant dragon, but it is not a blessing for him, but a trouble. Staring at this powerful bloodline essence that exudes an alluring breath, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. About 10 minutes later, he raised his head and had a plan in mind. It's very simple. Peel off this high-level dragon bloodline again. The blessing of the ancestor of the dragon clan cannot be accepted. It is poison to him and must be peeled off. He did what he said, reactivated the creation cube, invested the creation energy, and the huge cube once again spewed out milky white flames and slowly rotated. As he imagined, through the magical power of the creation cube, everything related to the nine-faced dragon god in this high-level dragon bloodline was directly stripped off. The creation cube can cut off a trace of the nine-faced dragon god's will, so it can naturally be stripped off again. Then the stripped dragon blood essence is decomposed into nutrients to strengthen the remaining dragon bloodline. As the cube slowly rotated, things related to the ancestor of the dragon clan were stripped off one by one. The first is the dragon bloodline inheritance. Dragons can pass on knowledge and power from generation to generation through inheritance. All dragons will accept the inheritance in the edge, L, and will have all the knowledge passed down by their predecessors when they are born, without the need to learn. The second is the dragon language magic system, which also comes from the creation of the nine-faced dragon god, together with the dragon bloodline inheritance. All dragons will obtain dragon language magic corresponding to the dragon type as long as their strength meets the standard. The third is the evolution system of the dragon race. As we all know, there are countless dragon races in the Chaos Void Sea. The blood of these dragon races is strong or weak. There are pure-blooded giant dragons, and there are also various sub-dragon species that are descendants of giant dragons. Among the dragon race, if the sub-dragon species has a strong enough bloodline, it can break through the race limit and be promoted to a real giant dragon. In addition, the dragon race can also continue to grow and evolve as its lifespan increases. Young dragon, young dragon, young dragon, adult dragon, old dragon, very old dragon. This is a normal lifespan change. Generally speaking, when it reaches the very old dragon stage, it will wait for death. But there are very few very old dragons. If they are strong enough and their blood is strong enough, they will have the opportunity to break through the lifespan limit and become an ancient dragon comparable to a demigod. In the future, not only will there be no lifespan limit, but they will become more and more powerful as they live longer, with no upper limit. Some powerful ancient dragons and ancient dragons are as powerful as true gods. At least the players in the main world of the God Realm have seen countless dragon species in the Crystal Wall universe for hundreds of thousands of years, but have never heard of an ancient dragon that died of old age. These 3 points are the core connection between the nine-faced dragon god, the ancestor of the dragon race, and all the dragons, and they must be eliminated. However, elimination does not mean that these 3 systems are the core and most valuable parts of the dragon race. And they are also the places that Lin Xiao wants the most. He peeled them off first, and kept them in the magic cube of good fortune. There is no good fortune energy now, so he is going to do a big thing after accumulating enough good fortune energy in the future. Analyze these 3 core systems from the dragon race one by one, and then apply them to his own family, especially the evolution system of the dragon race, which is just right for his family in the God Realm. The little fishman and the big Naga are both derived from the common race of fishmen. Lin Xiao has always wanted to open up an evolutionary chain between the 2 races, so that the little fishman has the opportunity to evolve into the big Naga. It not only fills the reproduction defects of the big Naga, but also connects the 2 races together to establish a stable and tight evolutionary chain. In this way, the Nagas whose reproductive capacity will be greatly reduced in the future will have the small fishmen with strong reproductive capacity as a base. So there will be no more concerns when using them. Even if they all die, they can evolve from the small fishmen, so that once the god's domain changes drastically, the Nagas will not be really gone. The god's domain clan is not meant to exist forever. If they are not managed well and all die, they will really be gone. These are all things for the future. But in Lin Xiao's mind, at least before the college entrance examination, he must analyze one of the 3 core systems and apply it to his clan. Now, first fuse the stripped dragon and Naga fusion bloodline into shape, replace the original Naga, and reload it into the god's domain. This didn't take much time, and the most troublesome part was over. What needs to be done now is to use the energy of creation to condense the stripped dragon and Naga fusion bloodline as he expected. The excess is eliminated. Only the dragon bloodline and the domineering body of the Naga are retained, as well as the talents and expertise derived from these 2 bloodlines. And the body shape of the newly born Naga is reshaped. Yes, he can determine the new Great Naga's appearance by adjusting blood and genes. Although the original Great Naga looked good, he felt that it was a little lacking, so it was just the right time to readjust it. First of all, the newborn dragon vein Naga perfectly combines the advantages of the 2 bloodlines, and can reach level 5 when it grows up, which is very powerful. Then the growth limit has reached level 7 as he expected, which is a high level extraordinary. Only 1 level away from level 8 legend. Although this level is a natural barrier, there are so few creatures that can reach level 8, and level 7 is already very powerful. Not to mention that it has inherited the dragon's body and domineering body, and has a strong melee ability. Under his mind shaping, the newborn dragon vein Naga is roughly the same as the mixed blood dragon vein Naga, still with a human body and a dragon tail, but taller and stronger. And the newborn Naga has 4 sturdy legs and a pair of sturdy and powerful arms. The head still looks like a dragon, but not like a black dragon, but more like a red dragon, but more powerful. There is a pair of dragon horns on the head, which looks no different from a real dragon. The body is extremely strong, no longer as slender as the snake before, and there are sharp dragon thorns on the back that extend all the way to the tail club with many spikes on the dragon's tail. It is worth mentioning that there are 2 thick spikes on the back of the dragon vein naga, which should be the wings of a dragon, rising into the sky, which looks extremely majestic. Chapter 227 New Species Shura Naga. After spending 8 units of good fortune energy to reshape the dragon vein naga, Lin Xiao thought about it, and decided to give the new naga blood a new name, called Shura Naga, to distinguish it from the dragon vein. From the bloodline and appearance alone, the dragon vein naga is very appropriate. But after experiencing the rampage of the 9-faced dragon god, he thought it would be better not to have anything to do with the dragon clan. The current dragon vein has been separated from the original dragon clan system by him. The 3 core systems related to the dragon clan are now stored in the good fortune cube and dare not be taken out. The separated ones have nothing to do with the dragon clan. Then merge with the domineering body of the great naga, and a new dragonborn is born. A new high-level dragonborn whose bloodline strength exceeds that of ordinary dragons. Unfortunately, because the 3 most core powers were separated, the new Shura Naga, although the foundation is super strong, cannot break through the 7th level limit and advance to the 8th level legendary creature level. Lin Xiao had no choice. The risk was too great, and he had to be cautious. Next, the new Shura Naga would replace the existing great Nagas in the divine domain. This would take a bit of time. After all, there were tens of thousands of great Nagas in the divine domain. Replacing their bloodlines would be risky, and they could not be replaced all at once. They had to come in batches. Fortunately, there was nothing to do now. Lin Xiao gave Slarda a divine revelation to divide all the great Nagas into 10 batches, each with about 1,000. Slarda was the first one to be replaced, and he would take care of him personally. As a great Naga hero, if Slarda's bloodline was replaced, his abilities would also change, and there would be earth-shaking changes. He had to take care of him. 3 days later, the prepared 1,000 great Nagas were summoned back to the Naga city, under the care of other great Nagas, and the wise goblin wizards, and the watchful eyes of the Lord of the Divine Domain. They began to replace their bloodlines. As his mind moved, red light appeared on the surface of all the great Nagas and spurted out from their scales, quickly turning into a thick blood mist that covered their entire bodies and turned into blood cocoons. Roar! Slardar's huge snake tail smashed hard, and the blood began to replace. Lin Xiao focused on the many clans in the square, carefully sensing their status. Once he felt that any of them was abnormal, he would consume divine power to stabilize it. These were all his most devout believers. At least devout believers. And a considerable number of them were fanatics. There was not a single true believer here that other gods' domain players regarded as the backbone of faith. After the initial careful cultivation, with the assistance of Slardar, the faith cultivation of believers in the gods' domain has a very complete cultivation method. Whether it is a small fish man or a big naga, they will be baptized by the church when they are born, and live in a world with a strong atmosphere of faith since childhood. The most important thing is that both the small fish man and the big naga are new species that he personally prepared. They are naturally closer to him as the creator, have a better impression, and are more likely to become high-quality believers. This is one of the advantages of the creator facing his own race, not just his talent in this area. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and a blood mist-shrouded naga suddenly exploded and shattered, and the blood mist sprayed everywhere. Other nagas around were affected, and their breath began to become unstable. He quickly consumed 10 points of divine power, and turned into a golden light mist that fell from the sky, forcibly stabilizing their state. An hour later, after consuming more than 40 points of divine power, all the nagas finally transformed and were close to completion. The figures covered by blood mist in the square had expanded a large circle and turned into a blood cocoon. The abundant blood and chi were surging in the blood cocoon, and the steady and powerful heartbeats merged to form a sound like thunder. Quietly, there was a slight crack sound, followed by countless cracking sounds. Nearly 1,000 blood cocoons on the square quietly cracked, and countless fragments of blood cocoon LS fluttered in the wind, reflecting the tall Shura Naga figures squatting on the square. Lin Xiao looked around the square excitedly, and his eyes finally fell on the huge and strong figure covered with dragon scales lying in the center. And opened Slarda's attribute panel. Hero, Slarda divine creature. Race, advanced humanoid dragon. Level, legend. Hero aura. Essence extraction, convert 25% of the damage caused to the enemy into life essence to feed back to itself. Restore health. Physical strength. Mana and other energy. The aura radiates a range of 5,000 meters in diameter. And friendly forces within the range gain half of the effect. Hero general talent. Legend hero constitution immune to instant death damage. Advanced life regeneration. Physical damage reduction of 35%. Comprehensive resistance plus 35%. Immune to slowdown. Blindness. Temptation. Hypnosis. Fear and other negative states. Divine creature talent. Divine creature all attributes plus 20%. Comprehensive resistance plus 20%. Obtain advanced life regeneration. Hero unique talent. Shura tyrant body creatures with this talent are very powerful. Constitution plus 50%. Strength plus 50%. Agility plus 30%. Remove all their own weaknesses. Immune to fatal and lethal. Cannot be slowed down. Greatly weaken negative states and damage from spells. And greatly reduce physical damage. Shura, when entering the seriously injured state, it will enter the enraged state. Attack speed plus 50%. Recovery effect plus 100%. Essence extraction effect plus 100%. Immune to any control effect. Hero skills. Shura charge LV4. Salted fish stab LV4. Shura roar LV4. Shura incarnation LV1. Constitution. 80 plus 40 plus 16 points. You have a dragon-like constitution and regeneration ability. Even broken limbs can grow back in a certain period of time. Strength. 85 plus 42 plus 17 points. You have the savage strength of a dragon. You can wrestle with giants. Agility. 60 plus 20 plus 12 points. You have extraordinary agility. Speed and reaction beyond the imagination of mortals. Spirit. 70 plus 14 points. You are a natural caster. You can easily sense the existence of magic elements and constrain them according to your will. Evaluation. This is a very powerful legendary hero. The embodiment of strength and wisdom. The transition of the essence of life makes Slardar even more powerful. Whether it is the hero aura, talent, or skills, there are different degrees of changes. The blood-sucking aura directly becomes the essence extraction. It used to only absorb the enemy's life energy and convert it into its own life energy. Now it can extract the enemy's life energy and convert it into not only life energy, but also physical strength and mana, etc., which is almost a qualitative change. This Shura tyrant body, Shura collision, etc. are actually the original enhanced version, which is actually the dragon bloodline. It's just that now he changed his name to Shura in order to sever his relationship with the dragon bloodline. The name sounds a bit mouthful. Not as smooth as Dragon Vein Naga, but you will get used to it after a long time. Besides, this is also a small ambition of Lin Xiao. The Dragon Vein Naga is only temporary. In the future, he will continue to look for more powerful bloodlines to strengthen the Great Naga. He wants to evolve a species that is more powerful than the dragon. The size of the new Slardar is no different from before. Still about 35 meters. But the body is stronger and has strong limbs. It stands up to about 25 or 26 meters. The appearance reminds Lin Xiao of a game boss called Lord of the Abyss he had seen in his previous life. At this time, Lin Xiao felt that the previous anchor was no longer suitable for Slardar as a weapon. It was too small and had to be replaced. This would allow the Grey Dwarves to tailor a super large weapon for him. Next, every month in the God's Domain, Lin Xiao would transform a batch of Great Nagas into Shura Great Nagas. Every time he transformed a batch, he could feel that the God's Domain seemed to have an inexplicable change. But he could not feel anything after careful experience. He personally protected the first few batches, and then he became familiar with them. And he had something to do, so he left it to Slardar to preside over the rest. As the leader of the Great Naga race and the only hero, he can easily suppress any of his tribe members and their boiling blood. In just 10 months, all the Great Nagas in the Divine Domain were transformed into Shura Great Nagas. Because some Great Nagas failed to replace their blood. There were not many. Just over 200 in total. But in the end, the number of Great Nagas that had just exceeded 10,000 after the transformation still fell below 10,000. Race, Shura Naga. Category, high-level humanoid dragonborn. Level, sub-legendary race. Occupation, none. Talent, Shura tyrant body. Expertise, Shura's fury. Constitution, 20 plus 10 points supernatural level of strong physique. Strength, 20 plus 10 points supernatural level of savage strength. Agility, 12 plus 4 points with very keen perception and speed. Can race with cheetahs. Spirit, 20 points supernatural spiritual power. A very good spellcasting race. Evaluation, this is a new and powerful dragonborn. But it has nothing to do with the dragon race. Shura tyrant body, constitution plus 50%. Strength plus 50%. Agility plus 30%. Remove all weaknesses. Immune to fatal and lethal. Greatly weaken the negative status and damage from spells. Immune to deceleration. Reduce certain physical damage. And have very strong regeneration ability and vitality. Shura's fury, when injured. It increases a certain speed and strength. The more serious the injury, the higher the increase. The newborn Great Naga has a lifespan of 300 years. After advancing to level 6, the lifespan increases by 100 years. After advancing to level 7, the lifespan increases by 200 years on the basis of level 6. That is, the lifespan of the 7th level Shura Great Naga is capped at 600 years, which is considered a long-lived species. But the corresponding reproductive capacity of the newborn Great Naga has been greatly reduced. The pregnancy time alone is 18 months. The infant period is 3 years. The toddler period is 5 years. The adolescent period is about 12 years. And it will take 20 years to enter adulthood and enter youth. That is to say, it takes a full 21.5 years from conception to adulthood, which is slower than human adulthood. Fortunately, the transformation is based on the existing Great Naga, and the base number of nearly 10,000 is very large. Otherwise, he would have to worry about how to increase the number of his followers. So far, the second bloodline evolution of the Great Naga has been completed, and it has been successfully promoted to a powerful dragonborn comparable to a dragon. It can be said that if the dragon language magic and dragon breath are not used, the Great Naga is not inferior to the supermodel races such as dragons and giants in terms of physique and melee ability. In other words, in terms of close combat, the Shura Naga, which combines the high-level dragonborn bloodline and the domineering talent, barely stepped into the ranks of supermodel species. Chapter 228 The Surge in the Power of Faith. The most direct manifestation of the promotion of the Great Naga to the Shura Naga is the surge in appetite and the surge in the power of faith provided. The original power of faith provided by the Great Naga was slightly inferior to that of humans. Now that they have been promoted, both in terms of strength and species rank, they have surpassed humans. And the power of faith provided has also surged, reaching 20 times the power of faith of humans. In other words, a true believer could only provide less than 1 point of faith power every day, but now it can provide about 20 points of faith power. However, it is still not as good as the dragon. After the black dragon Nadrum believed in Lin Xiao, it is still only a shallow believer level. The power of faith provided is hundreds of times that of humans and more than 10 times that of Shura Naga. This shows that there is still a big difference between Shura Naga and the Dragon Clan. But then again, the number of Shura Naga is greater than that of dragons, and their reproductive capacity is much stronger than that of dragons. Even if the reproduction capacity of Shura Naga is weakened, it is still much stronger than that of dragons. If the quality is not comparable, it can be compensated by quantity. About 10,000 Shura Naga are equivalent to 200,000 humans, which is equivalent to more than 200,000 original large Naga. This is the power of faith obtained every day. Let's put it this way. Even if they are all true believers, he can harvest 200,000 power of faith from his family every day. In fact, many core families are at least devout believers, and there are fanatics, who account for no less than 1/5 of the total. The actual power of faith harvested from the core families alone every day is close to 1.5 million. Far exceeding the total of all other families in the God's domain. It is Lin Zhao's largest source of power of faith now. In addition, nearly 90,000 small fish people can provide about 250,000 power of faith. The wise goblins can provide about 80,000 power of faith. Ignore the grey dwarves for the time being. In summary, Lin Xiao can harvest about 1.8 million power of faith in the God's domain every day, taking into account the fluctuations caused by various reasons. About 600 million faith powers can be harvested in a year, according to the calculation that 1 million faith powers can condense 1 point of divine power. Up to 600 points of divine power can be harvested in a year. This value is already stronger than the average demigod, who has just condensed the priesthood. If it is placed in the outer domain, it can barely support the faith needs of a new indigenous god. Once the power of faith is more, it is equivalent to ordinary people having money. And naturally they can do many things. For example, from time to time, the ancient arena is open to cultivate Shura Nagas. The newly promoted Shura Nagas are basically still level 5. That is, they have just reached adulthood. There are less than 130 level SIXS. And there is no level 7 except Slarda. Basically, they are promoted on the basis of the previous ones. But their strength is much stronger than before. After all, they are species that have just entered the supermodel level. And they are powerful species that can challenge Leapfrog. Although level 5 and level 6 are the gap between ordinary and extraordinary and cannot be challenged across levels, just 2 or 3 Shura Nagas are enough to challenge ordinary extraordinary species. And their overall strength is many times stronger. Unfortunately, there is no opponent to try it out with. And there is no specific understanding of the strength of the core clan. Lin Xiao has some regrets about walking in the night with brocade clothes. It is worth mentioning that the second evolution of the Great Naga also received a lot of feedback from the law of creation. But this time, there was no feedback of divinity. And no new priesthood was added. It seems that nothing has been added. But this does not mean that the perception of the law of creation is insufficient in this modulation evolution. Nor is it insufficient feedback. But Lin Xiao has felt some changes in the dark. As if it is a qualitative change. But it has not yet appeared. He has a clear understanding in his heart that this time there may be a big harvest. But it is still a little short of qualitative change. It may have to wait until the next debugging. Or debug the Grey Dwarf, or the Little Fishman again. The accumulated perception of the law of creation is enough. And perhaps enough perception can be gathered to trigger a qualitative change. There is no rush for this. He is going to take a break and try again. After coming out of the divine realm, he received a message from his aunt. She said that she would be very busy in the next few months. The head teacher of the elite class in her number 1 middle school was giving her and several other classmates special treatment. So they could not meet for the time being. She had mentioned this before. He thought about it and replied with a red heart. Coming out of the dormitory, he wandered around aimlessly. There were few pedestrians on campus. Most of them passed by in a hurry. It was rare to see them sitting down to chat. And it was even rarer to see them dating like he and Shin Yuexin. After wandering around aimlessly, he came to the edge of the floating city and looked for a while. Then turned back to the dormitory. When he just entered the door, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and snapped his fingers. Got it. Clicked on the wristband and sent a message to someone. Soon the light curtain popped up, and Yun Xiaoning's projection appeared in front of him. He seemed to be eating, frowning, and said, "Classmate Lin Xiao. Are you okay?" Lin Xiao chuckled and said, "I'm bored recently. How about we simulate a duel and train our clan?" Yun Xiaoning looked him up and down with an expressionless face, and said 2 words. "Boring." After that, the projection flashed and disappeared, and took the initiative to disconnect, leaving Lin Xiao in a mess. Damn. So alert? This is speechless. The plan died on the spot. Since Yun Xiaoning is not fooled, there is nothing to do. The others are not very familiar. And there is no grudge. So it is not suitable to fool. In the following time, Lin Xiao stayed in the god's domain most of the time except for class, paying attention to the situation of Shura Naga. As time goes by, with the efforts of many clans, the main god's domain will change almost every day. And the changes will become greater and greater year by year. After being promoted to Shura Naga, it is equivalent to changing from a snake to a dragon. Their living habits have changed greatly compared with before. The original Naga city is not suitable. Over the years, the Nagas have been looking for a suitable place to build a new Naga city. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiao issued a divine revelation to move the core of the church from the main divine domain to the heavenly divine domain space above the main divine domain. Over the years, the divine domain paradise ecology of the main divine domain has gradually transformed this divine domain space. At this time, it is already a large divine domain space with a diameter of more than 15 kilometers. Slada led a large number of devout believers to come here, and built a large-scale construction to prepare to establish a holy place of faith. In the main divine domain, deep in the vast sea, The black dragon Nadrim just woke up from his slumber, raised his head and roared a huge dragon roar, supported his huge body and poked his head out of the dragon's nest to look around his territory, and flew out of the dragon's nest and glided into the sea. But when passing a small coral reef, the black dragon that had just flown by suddenly paused, turned around and circled back to land above the coral reef, and looked at a small group of Shura Naga and small fish people passing by below with huge pupils wide open. The dragon's eyes were blank. The stopped black dragon alarmed the Nagas and small fish men in the coral reefs. More than a dozen Shura Nagas quickly formed a formation, holding their weapons tightly and staring at the black dragon without fear. The two sides stared at each other for a while, and the impatient Nigelram stretched out his huge dragon claws and pressed down. When Lin Xiao noticed the abnormality here and cast his eyes over, he saw dense Shura Nagas gathered, and under the leadership of dozens of Naga warriors, they surrounded the island where the black dragon's nest was tightly, while the black dragon Nigelram was circling over the nest in the center of the island with scars all over his body, roaring angrily at the Nagas outside the island. But he dared not dive or return to the nest. Good guy. He has personality. Through the authority of the Lord of the Divine Realm. He recalled what happened just now. More than a dozen big Nagas dared to take the initiative to attack a black dragon. Dozens of level 6 Naga warriors plus hundreds of big Nagas could defeat this black dragon head-on. Their performance was beyond his expectations, which made him feel relieved and a little regretful. He was relieved that their strength was within expectations. And as he expected, the three core systems of the dragon race were stripped of their connection with the original dragon race, and the corresponding suppression of the dragon descendants by the giant dragon also disappeared, and the dragon power of the black dragon had no effect on them. Unfortunately, the reproduction rate of the Nagas was too low. After years of observation, the reproduction rate of the big Nagas was almost half compared to before, which can be described as a sharp drop. More than 9,900 Shura Nagas. Only more than 140 newborns were born in 5 or 6 years. This reproduction rate is simply amazing. This is still under the blessing of the reproduction speed of the Divine Realm Heaven card. If there is no such speed, it will be more realistic. This forced him to consume the power of faith and use the divine supernatural ability of reproduction at all times to artificially help them increase their reproduction speed. Fortunately, he has this divine supernatural ability, which is not affected by race. As long as the body is not sick, he will definitely get pregnant, which makes him not so desperate. The Shura Nagas and the black dragon Nadrim did not fight in the end. At his reminder, Slarda stopped them. Although the core family's transformation and evolutionary strength has skyrocketed, a 7th level black dragon is not as useful as before. But it is a black dragon after all. A rare aerial combat force. So it is okay to keep it. And the god's domain is not short of this food now. The next days will be a dull cultivation and growth period. Lin Xiao consumes 1 million faith power every day to open the ancient arena to cultivate Shura Nagas, and sets 1 million faith power every 2 days to use the divine supernatural power reproduction, which is equivalent to a new Shura Naga being conceived every 2 days. If a small amount of natural reproduction is added, about 200 newborns can be born in a year, which is several times faster than the previous 5 or 6 years, when more than 140 newborns were reproduced. But it's still too little. 200 a year, 2,000 in 10 years, and only 20,000 in 100 years. Even if the speed will be faster with a large base later, it's not much faster. This speed is still too slow. Lin Xiao feels that he needs a batch of reproduction cards. He still has 8 card slots that he has not used. Originally, there was 1 left, and in the past 2 months, there were 6. The special recruitment privileges were 1 per quarter, totaling 8. But he did not have many cards. After returning from the divine domain, he counted the cards in his hand. There were 6 golden mythical quality 5-star cards, 1 orange legendary quality, and 2 purple epic quality 5-star cards. After thinking about it, he sent a message to the class teacher. At the edge of the floating city, in the central tower of the towers, more than a dozen figures surrounded by divine light sat on the crystal platform, listening to the speech of a figure in the center, who was shrouded by divine light, and could not see his figure and appearance. Chapter 229, Strength Surges. Jean Cece, the head teacher of the elite class of the 2nd grade of number 2 middle school, sat on the crystal platform in front, and listened carefully. Suddenly, she frowned and lowered her head. then quickly raised her head. A gaze fell on her, and an old voice sounded. Teacher Jean Cece. I heard that you already have a candidate. She knew what the voice was referring to, nodded respectfully, and replied, Mr. Principal. Yes. There were waves of discussions around. The old voice continued. This is your free right as the head teacher of the elite class. Logically, I should not interfere. But as an elder, you have also grown up under my watch. Here I want to remind you that although you have the power to freely allocate the top resources in your hands, according to the school rules, each resource investment must have a corresponding return. I will not interfere with who you are optimistic about, but the students you are optimistic about must get corresponding scores in the midterm exam. If they do not meet the minimum standard, you will lose the right to allocate this resource next time. I understand. She returned expressionlessly. It's better this way. The old voice didn't mean to blame her. It was calm and impartial. After speaking, he said to the others, this midterm exam is not only an evaluation of your last semester, but also related to the allocation of resources for the next semester. The face of the old man and the old guy in number 1 middle school is a trivial matter, so you know better than me what the results of good or bad grades will be. I won't go into details. Just work hard. Okay. Jean Cece from the elite class 1 of the 2nd grade of high school will stay, and the others will leave. All the head teachers of number 2 middle school stood up and saluted the sinner. They disappeared one by one, and soon only Jean Cece was left sitting there motionless. When the others left, the old voice sounded in her ears. You are not very lucky this time. We lost last time. So this time, number 2 middle school can only get 4 of the 10 places for opportunity Huiyao, and 6 will be divided into number 1 middle school. You only have 2 places to allocate freely among the 4 places, and the other 2 will be fought for by other classes. You have no objection. No. No. That's good. You should know that many people are dissatisfied with you suddenly becoming the head teacher of the elite class. Many people are watching you. The best way to shut others up is to leave them speechless. Try your best. I will. By the way, who is the student you like? Send me the information. Okay. Coming out of the conference room, Jean Cece exhaled lightly, and a flash of red light turned into the tall figure of the counselor Zhu Hong. She asked, how about it? How many places do we have? 2. A little small, but normal. Anyway, other classes can't pose a threat to us, and the only one competing with us is number 1 middle school. By the way, if there are only 2 places, then it is certain that only Lin Xiao and Gu Xiaoming can go? Not surprisingly. Then the others either take the exam in the school or can only get places from their own families. By the way, do you really like that boy? Jean Cece looked at her with strange eyes. Zhu Hong waved her hand quickly. I mean you choose the student named Lin Xiao to support? Yes. Zhu Hong looked up and thought for a while, and said, this classmate is indeed very good, but I always feel that he is still a little bit behind. Are you really not going to wait another year or 2? Jean Cece shook her head and said with a firm look, this is him. I have a hunch that he is different from others. Zhu Hong shrugged and said, well, I hope your hunch will come true and give us a surprise one day. It was 2 hours after Lin Xiao received the reply from the head teacher. He didn't ask why it was so late, but just asked her and exchanged a few cards. For golden myth quality cards. Exchanged for 12 rare quality reproduction cards. 3 cards combined into 4 golden myth quality enhanced reproduction cards loaded into the god's domain. 1 card lasts for 10 years. A total of 40 years. Just about the midterm exam. In addition, he exchanged 2 epic 5-star cards for 2 3-star mythical quality dwarf cards from the class teacher. 1 for 30 black iron dwarves, and 1 for 10 gold dwarves. The smaller the number, the lower the card level. But the black iron dwarves and gold dwarves are both rare and powerful dwarf races, so the card quality is high. Lin Xiao now has 9 units of good fortune energy left in his hand. It may not be enough for major adjustments, but it is still no problem to simply let the gray dwarves absorb the excellent talents of the black iron dwarves and gold dwarves. Gray dwarves and other dwarf races are essentially dwarves, but their talents are high and low. Lin Xiao used the good fortune cube to decompose the 30 black iron dwarves in the black iron dwarf card and the 10 gold dwarves in the gold dwarf card, and then consumed 2 units of good fortune energy to extract 1 talent from each of the 2 dwarf blood essences. At the same time, considering that there was only so much good fortune energy, He did not make any major adjustments to the genes of the gray dwarfs. He simply removed the messy gene pool, made room, and then integrated the talents of the dark iron dwarves and the gold dwarves into it, turning it into the talents of the gray dwarves. Extracting 2 dwarf talents consumes 4 units of good fortune energy. Removing the gray dwarf gene pool and integrating the 2 talents also consumes 4 units of good fortune energy, consuming a total of 8 units of good fortune energy. And a new dwarf race with 3 dwarf talents was born. Because no adjustments were made, the appearance of the new dwarves did not change at all, except that the skin color was dark gold. But the internal potential and strength did change greatly. In addition to the basic blacksmithing talent, there are 2 powerful talents. The talent of the black iron dwarf is called the blood of black iron. It is immune to bleeding, poisoning, disease, and curse effects below the legendary level, reduces certain physical damage, and improves resistance to fatal and lethal effects. The talent of the gold dwarf is called the golden bloodline. It is immune to curses, fear, charm, and blindness effects below the legendary level, reduces certain magic damage, and improves resistance to all spell effects. Lin Xiao remembered that the golden dwarf had a powerful talent called Son of the Earth. If there was enough good fortune energy, he could try to dig it out. Unfortunately, the good fortune energy was limited, and he couldn't continue digging. There was no way now. Just remember it first, and talk about it next time when there was enough good fortune energy. The new dwarf after the fusion was named Earth Dwarf by him. It combines 2 powerful talents in one. And its strength. This is quite strong. Black iron blood reduces physical damage, and golden blood reduces magic damage and spell resistance, plus a bunch of immunity. He was surprised to find that the Earth Dwarf had a very high force after the fusion of these 2 talents. This talent, combined with a set of elite weapons and equipment, can completely serve as the backbone of the god's domain, and can completely replace the previously imagined Drow elves. This is a pleasant surprise. As long as the number increases, it will definitely be a very good combat force. This group of Earth Dwarves will be temporarily placed in the Earth God realm. They like this environment full of rocks and minerals. Lin Xiao didn't know how many minerals he had plundered in the underground world before and moved in. This huge Earth element God realm is almost full. At this time, they are building a camp at the foot of a mountain made of ore, and digging the earth to build a city. This group of dwarves has no leader yet, and their faith is not high. Most of them are general believers. Less than 1/5 of them are true believers, and there are only a dozen devout believers, which is the lowest faith level compared to other families in the God realm. Slada is already preparing a group of priests to be transferred to raise faith. It is not required to be comparable to other families, but at least all members must be true believers or above to meet the standard. This is also Lin Zhao's minimum standard. How can his God realm family have less than true believers? The time that followed was a bit dull, and even the next theoretical class tended to be theoretical about magic puppets and golems, as well as the application of various war machines in war. Therefore, the main content of the 5th class was that they handmade various puppets and golems, and cooperated with the war machines to fight. Each student was allocated the same materials, and limited to this batch of materials to make various golems to fight. This class was exactly what he wanted. With the Tower of Truth, he had a whole race of intelligent goblins as a backing. In this regard, he was excellent in both theory and practice. It can be said that some university seniors who were not good at this could not compare with him. At the same time, after the class teacher selected him, Dr. Sun, who taught the theory class, cooperated with the class teacher to give him some small lessons from time to time. Some of Dr. Sun's own experience and theory were told to him without reservation. This was the experience of a true god, which ordinary people could not know. Therefore, when other students used stone golems or heavy-duty golems, he brought out the experience of the clan hero Ailment, who painstakingly made steel golems, and won the 5th very excellent quota with a small trial. So far, all 5 classes in the last semester have ended. He and Gu Xiaoming are the only 2 students who have received excellent evaluations in all classes. On this day, Lin Xiao projected his will into the Earth God realm. After decades of reproduction and construction, the Earth Dwarfs, whose number had surged to more than 20,000, finally built a huge dwarf city in the Earth God realm. The huge statue of the Lord of Truth and Creation was escorted by hundreds of Earth Dwarves. 20,000 Earth Dwarves knelt on the ground devoutly, and watched the statue slowly being sent to the center of the city. Slaughter personally descended on the Earth God realm to preside over the city-building ceremony. Lin Shao consumed more than 10 million faith powers to bestow a large miracle. And countless witnesses saw a significant increase in the faith of the clan. Main God realm. With his decades of unremitting use of the extraordinary ability of reproduction, coupled with the enhanced reproduction card with a 500% reproduction speed bonus, and a strong call for childbirth, the total number of Shura Naga has now doubled, and the total number has exceeded 20,000. With a large base, the reproduction speed also increases, although it is still not very fast. It is much better than the previous dozens of a year. There are nearly 22,000 Shura Nagas in total, including 1,254 children, and the rest are all adult warriors. The ancient arena has been open for more than 30 years, even if the probability of being promoted to the extraordinary is low. After so many years of continuous training in the arena, there are now more than 2,100 level 6 Shura Naga warriors, and 36 level 7 Shura Naga knights in the God's domain. This is still lacking actual combat. If there is enough actual combat, a large number of these more than 18,000 level 5 Naga warriors will break through the limit and be promoted to level 6 extraordinary. And a large number of level 6 Naga warriors will break through the limit and be promoted to level 7 high extraordinary. At this time in the God's domain, the Black Dragon Nagerum has long lost his initial arrogance and is very low-key. Chapter 230 Reference Standards for the Vice List of Kinju. This is exactly what Lin Shao wanted to see. After stripping away the 3 cores of the giant dragon and cutting off the connection with the ancestor of the dragon clan, the power obtained by Shura Naga from the dragon clan has become independent. And it is no longer like other dragon descendants, who will be suppressed when seeing the upper dragon clan. Even if their power comes from the black dragon Nigel Ram, they will not be suppressed. Without suppression, the 7th level Naga Knight is enough to resist the black dragon Nigel Ram head-on. Of course, it is only a head-on physical fight. If the black dragon uses dragon language magic, it will not be defeated. But now there are 36 7th level Naga Knights in the God's domain, and 1 or 2 more can overwhelm the black dragon Nigel Ram. In this case, how can the black dragon Nigel Ram be as arrogant as before? At this time, the black dragon already misses the days when there were no natural enemies before. Unlike now, there are so many powerful opponents in the God's domain, and it can no longer be as arrogant as before. But even if he was low-key, Shura Naga would come to him from time to time, not wanting to be a dragon slayer, but using him as a whetstone to improve practical experience. Every time, a group of level 6 Shura Naga would rush up and fight, and a bunch of level 7 Shura Naga would guard him, and even if they hit him hard, it would not work. More than 10 Shura Naga had used Nigel Ram as a stepping stone to advance to level 7. Nigel Ram finally couldn't stand this painful life, and he began to believe in the God of truth and creation. He found that every time they beat him, these fanatical strange Naga would shout that he was disloyal. He wondered if he would be beaten so badly if he was more pious. The result proved to be very effective. When his faith reached the level of a true believer, he found that these Naga didn't attack him as recklessly as before. This made Black Dragon very motivated. He would pray once a day, and every time he fought or was beaten, he would shout the name of the God of truth. His faith became more and more pious unconsciously. When his faith reached the level of a devout believer, even Lin Shao unexpectedly paid attention to him. Just reaching the level of a devout believer, the power of faith provided by the Black Dragon Nigel Ram has exceeded that of all the fanatics in the God's domain. The entire God's domain is second only to Slarta. And even the faith of the wise goblin hero Ailment is not as strong as it. This is the strength of the dragon race. It is worthy of being one of the most powerful races in the Chaos Void Sea Crystal Walled universe. The power of faith provided is extremely huge, even if the number of dragons is small, and their faith is generally not pious. But the quality is too high. It is said that as long as 100 true believers of the dragon can easily maintain the faith of a newly deified dragon god, this kind of high-quality believer who can fight and provide a lot of faith power is the favored believer of many gods in the Crystal Wall universe. But the dragon race is very proud of its strength, and it is difficult for it to truly believe. This super high-quality believer is worth taking care of. Lin Shao secretly issued a divine oracle to Slarta to take care of it, so as not to be beaten to death by his followers. As the midterm exam is getting closer, the strength of Lin Shao's God's domain is getting stronger and stronger like a snowball. But there is a doubt in his heart that is getting stronger and stronger. Why can't I make it to the Tianjia Vice list with my strength? He was very confused. With his current strength in the God realm, he believed that most of the seniors in the third year of high school might not be able to beat him. His God realm was vast. His knowledge reserve was rich. His clan was super strong. And his own divinity value had reached 20 points, which was almost enough to reach the 4th order divinity standard. Even Wu Xinglin, who was a Tianji Vice list player half a year ago, was only in the 4th stage. With all these combined, he still couldn't reach the Tianji Vice list standard? He was very curious about what the so-called Tianji Vice list standard was. With doubts in his mind, he asked the class teacher. Seeing his inquiry, Jean Cece quickly replied, "There is no specific standard for this question, because the strength of the players on the Tianji Vice list varies greatly. Even the players who have been on the list are not very clear about the selection criteria. But by observing the situation of the players who have been on the list in the past, there is a general reference standard. You can refer to it based on your current situation. First, at least the 4th order divinity is required, and you should be almost there. Second, at least the 4th section of the true name needs to be condensed, or perhaps more. Third, the target priesthood is a high priesthood, and it must be able to condense successfully when becoming a demigod. Fourth, the higher and more mutated clans must have strength and potential far beyond ordinary people. Your big Naga should meet the standard, but the number is a little less. Fifth, other factors that affect strength or potential, such as a huge area of the divine domain, or powerful relics, etc. The legacy you inherited from Senior Cree in the Super Freshman Summer Camp counts. Jean Cece patiently explained each of these criteria to him one by one, and added her own understanding. After listening, Lin Xiao compared his situation one by one, and found that he did not meet the second one, but met all the others, and even exceeded some. Is this the only difference? His real name now is Cyber Lux Meyer. Io. Only 3 sections. 1 section left. And the last section. Lin Xiao recalled the changes he had sensed when he was modulating Azura Naga. He thought it was the condensation of the divine office or something. But now he understood that it was probably the condensation of a new true name byte. Before, he thought that he could just modulate the Grey Dwarf. But after the Grey Dwarf was modulated, he felt that the condensation in the dark was much faster. But it was still a little short of the final completion. Maybe this is what I lack. He had an idea in his mind. Although he didn't have a clue yet. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was still half a semester left before the 3rd year of high school. He would work towards this goal in this half semester, and strive to pass the exam in the 3rd year of high school. No. It can be faster. In the midterm exam, with his current strength in the 2nd year of high school, he would be equivalent to the kind of crushing of Wu Xinglin in the Super Freshman Summer Camp. He would definitely get good grades. With the expectations of his class teacher, he specially chose this midterm exam. It is certain that if he gets good grades in the opportunity called Wanxiang, the reward he gets will definitely be the most suitable for him. So, if you do well in this midterm exam, you may be able to meet all the conditions in one fell swoop and be ranked on the Tianji Vice list. And if you can be ranked on the Tianji Vice list, the benefits will be crazy. Not to mention the blessing of luck from the main world and the infinite wish spell. There is also a status and attention that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Plus the very generous rewards of Huiyao affiliated middle school. Lin Xiao has seen it before, and the benefits make him envious. Just as he was imagining the various benefits of being ranked on the Tianji Vice list, the voice of the class teacher sounded in his ears again. There is another midterm exam to start. And before that I want to test your strength. Lin Xiao replied confidently. How to test? It's very simple. You have never challenged the Fengyan list of Huiyao Middle School. Now your ranking is not high. I need you to be in the top 10 of the Fengyan list before the midterm exam. Fengyan list? Lin Xiao was also stunned for a moment before he remembered that the school had such a list. When the school just started, he thought about whether to be on the list. But then he forgot about it. He remembered that this list was a comprehensive list of all the students in Huiyao Middle School number 1 and number 2, divided into 3 levels, namely, Grade 1, Grade 2 and Grade 3. Students who ranked on the list every semester would receive rewards from the school. He didn't know the specific amount of the reward, so he didn't pay special attention to it. No problem. After replying to the class teacher, he opened the campus network and checked the situation of the list. This thing can update the ranking in real time on the campus network. And there is also a live broadcast. Every challenge involving the change of the top 100 rankings has a live broadcast. When he checked, There were already 4 live broadcasts, and many people watched the game. It looked very lively. The list was usually very quiet, but now there is only 1 week left in the last semester. After the midterm exam, the first half of the list will end. Students who didn't have time before are trying to rush to the list in the last week. One of the 4 live broadcasts just ended. Lin Xiao checked the challengers of the other 3 live broadcasts, and soon landed on a live broadcast where the challenger ranked in the top 20 of the list. Just as he was about to watch the battle, he found that he needed to pay a little divine power to watch the battle. Wow! This is a good way to make money. 1 point of divine power for watching the battle. He saw that there were more than 20 people watching the battle, which means 20 points of divine power were credited. This can't be saved. Lin Xiao paid a little divine power, and the scene in front of him quickly turned and appeared in a challenge plane. Glancing at the 2 challengers, the defender was unknown. According to the introduction, he was a master from the elite class 1 of number 1 middle school, but the challenger was an acquaintance, a special recruit like him. In fact, the top rankings on the list are either the elite class 1 of number 1 middle school or the elite class 1 of number 2 middle school. None of the top 20 on the list are students outside these 2 elite classes. When he was watching the battle, both sides had already entered a white-hot state in the midfield. The 4th race of Tuhu, the Drow Elves, was not numerous when he last saw them, but now there are over 20,000 of them. The profession that Tuhu loaded for the Drow Elves seems to be a quite rare ranger profession. They can shoot with a bow from a distance, and if an enemy rushes forward, they will draw out the double swords behind them for close combat, and their combat effectiveness is quite good. His opponent was not weak either. Its core clan was actually a mutated harpy. Normal harpies were only a mid-level race. Apart from their flying advantage, their combat power was average. However, after mutation, these harpies gained spell-like abilities, and could project tiny chains of lightning. Chain lightning is a weakened version of chain lightning. It is not only less powerful, but also has fewer bounces. Even if a bunch of people gather together, they can only bounce 5 times. But the number of harpies is too large. 50 or 60,000 harpies throw down their overwhelming chains of lightning. The large-scale lethality is quite terrifying, especially against heavy infantry in full steel armor. The battle was the same. Lin Xiao checked the replay. At the beginning of the battle, the harpies flew in the air and threw waves of lightning chains to the place where the enemies gathered in the center of the battlefield. Tuhu suffered a big loss at the beginning, even though there were Drow Rangers shooting down a large group. The main melee force suffered too much loss and was now weak. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Chapter 231 Challenge of the Leaderboard. Tuhu looked unconvinced, but Lin Xiao felt that he would lose even if he fought 10 more times. No matter what, he would suffer as long as it was on the front battlefield. Let's disperse. How can you stop the enemy's main force from charging? If we don't disperse, the main force in heavy steel armor can't stop the bombardment of lightning chains, unless we target them in advance, or have a large number of magic systems to bless the defense barrier, or replace the armor with non-conductive leather armor. It would be fine if the family members are strong enough to block it. The final result was as Lin Xiao expected. After Tuhu was defeated by the initial core heavy infantry, although the Drow Ranger saved some of the situation later, the gap was too big to turn the tide, and he finally lost. After the defeat, Tuhu disappeared and did not continue to challenge. According to the rules of the Fengyan ranking, each person can only challenge 3 times a day, and can only challenge opponents ranked above him. But the ranking span cannot exceed 20 places. That is, those who are not on the list can only challenge those ranked 80 to 100. And those ranked 90 can only challenge those ranked within 70. And so on. Similarly, you only need to accept 3 challenges. And the ranking is also within 20. You cannot refuse to be challenged. But you can set a time by yourself, usually within 3 days. However, as the last semester is about to end, the upper limit of postponement is within the end. That is, if there are no 3 days left for the challenge on the last day, you have to accept the challenge on the same day. Lin Xiao is now ranked 32nd, mainly because he has never challenged others before. This ranking is calculated by calculating his grades in previous classes and excluding other challenge scores. It is also because his grades in previous classes are very good that he can rank 32nd without challenging an opponent. For this ranking, at least 2 challenges are required to enter the top 10. But Lin Xiao's goal is not just the top 10, but the first. It's already this time. and they are all ready to consider challenging the Tingyvice list. In addition, the class teacher has given him so much support. It's meaningless to keep a low profile at this time. He will never admit that the reward of the first place on the Fengyun list attracted him. It's just a treasure. According to his current ranking, Lin Zhao's position is below the 12th place and above the 20th place on the Fengyun list. If he ranks lower than this, he will not be able to reach the first place in the next challenge. He scanned a few names and eliminated a few from number 2 middle school. There were 6 opponents left. He saw the name of his aunt, who was ranked 15th. There were 2 signs under her name, indicating that 2 people were challenging her. Why is no one challenging me? As soon as the voice fell, a crisp reminder sounded in his ears. Ding dong. Lin Zhao, you have a new challenge application. Please respond within 3 days. If you fail to respond within the deadline, it will be regarded as abandoning the battle. Damn! He quickly turned over the challenge application, and was stunned when he saw the challenger. To who? To who? He suddenly laughed, and lightly touched the light screen in front of him with his finger, choosing to accept the challenge immediately. So fast? Tu Hu was also stunned for a moment. Well, let's try to see if you are really the top 3 in the class. After saying that, the void in front of him collapsed, and his will quickly sank. And soon, he appeared in front of a huge virtual plane. As long as both parties are on campus, they can quickly enter the battlefield no matter where they are. The plane is very large, and the diameter is probably about 100 kilometers. This is because as the strength of the players in the God Realm becomes stronger and stronger, and the number of clans increases, the battlefield has to be expanded. It's okay now. If the player becomes a true god, the battlefield will generally simulate a large plane directly, and the fighting method will no longer be a one-on-one duel like now. At that time, it will involve complex strategies and tactics, involving the environment, climate, and the interference of the natives that may be projected, etc., which is much more difficult than now. The plane with a diameter of up to 100 kilometers is about to reach the standard of a medium-sized plane. The terrain that can be selected is more complicated than before. Lin Zhao chooses randomly, and the opponent is also random. The huge plane turns into a chaos and soon takes shape, becoming a plane that covers many common terrains. A very common plane, very similar to Lin Zhao's divine domain, with the ocean in the east and the mountains in the west, and a plain near the sea. There is a big river that originates from the mountains in the west, winding back and forth on the continent for several times, and finally flows into the sea. Lin Zhao's birth point is in the south, and Tu Hu is in the north. Both sides have half an hour to place. At the beginning of the challenge, the huge plane was shrouded in a thick layer of war fog. They could only see the range that their clan could see, and could not see other places in the plane. In the south of the battlefield, Lin Zhao had nothing to consider. He directly selected half of the Shuranaga, that is, 10,000 projections to the battlefield. And then, there was nothing else. The little fish man, the wise goblin, and the gray dwarf had no projections. Nothing else. Just to test whether the actual combat power of the sub-legendary species Shuranaga is up to standard. On the north side of the battlefield, Tu Hu quickly projected 20,000 Drow Rangers, more than 30,000 fully armed Minotaurs, more than 10,000 mountain dwarves, and up to 80,000 Null Light Infantry, which accounted for 80% of all his followers. This is the capacity limit of his divine domain, and the divine domain will not be able to accommodate more followers. Now the extra card slots he gets every month, and the extra card slots obtained by special recruitment rights are all selected to increase the area of the divine domain with reproduction cards and divine domain cards. Now the divine domain is full. Whether it is the accommodating space or the food and living needs to barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure, and more will lose balance. Tu Hu believes that his strength is definitely among the top 5 in the class, but he is outside the top 5 every time in the big class. But he is not convinced. He feels that the content of the big class is not what he is good at. In terms of divine domain strength, he is not inferior to anyone. This was also the main reason why he dared to challenge Lin Zhao even though he knew that he was always among the top 3 in the class in every major class. Because he was still not convinced. Half an hour arrived quickly. When the shielding light curtain disappeared, more than a dozen small scouts composed of gnolls and wolf cavalry dispersed into the fog of war, and the main force was ready to slowly leave the starting point. On Lin Zhao's side, Slarda lifted a huge steel anchor with a diameter of nearly 2 meters and a length of 30 meters and slammed it hard on the ground. The terrifying force smashed a big hole in the ground, and irregular cracks spread 40 or 50 meters around. This thing is a weapon made for him by the Grey Dwarves. It looks like an anchor, but it is actually a weapon similar to an anchor. The whole body is forged from refined high-carbon steel, and several enchantments are attached to it, such as breaking magic, expelling summoned creatures, expelling undead, expelling demons, expelling celestial creatures, dimensional anchoring, and other spells or divine effects. Once an anchor hits, it can directly destroy all kinds of buffs attached to the target, which is extremely cruel. The Supreme Father God is watching us. Children of my Lord, kill all heretics to please my Lord. There were no impassioned words. After several modulations, in the hearts of Shura Naga, he was their creator and the Supreme Father God. Almost everyone had a fanatical belief. There were more than 20,000 Shura Naga. From the beginning, there were only 20% to 30% fanatics. But now there are nearly 80% fanatics. This is unimaginable for ordinary people. In their eyes, he is the creator and the Supreme Father God. What he said is the truth, and what he means is their mission. They must do their best to complete his orders. At this time, Shura Naga basically met Lin Zhao's requirements. It can be said that this is the final form for a long time. Before there is more good fortune energy and more valuable blood, it will basically not be modulated again. There is also the transformation of the 3 previously stripped dragon core abilities one by one, stripping the connection with the dragon ancestor, and then modifying and transforming it into an ability similar to the dragon core ability but more powerful, and then reloading it to Shura Naga to become their core ability. By that time, Shura Naga will be equivalent to a complex of powerful high-level dragons and Naga, and will be more powerful than dragons in terms of strength and potential. Only then will Shura Naga be considered the 3rd evolution. This plan is quite large, and it is estimated that it will take a long time to complete. Under the leadership of Slardar, 10,000 Shura Naga rushed out of the valley and headed north along the mountains and hills. They did not send out any scouts along the way, and just focused on hurrying on. 100 kilometers seems very far, but in fact it is quite far. It took 2 hours just to hurry on. A small group of gnolls riding wolf cavalry emerged from a forest and saw a wide river on the opposite side. On both sides were a river beach several hundred meters wide. The river beach was flat, and the river water was also gentle, which was very suitable for crossing the river. The gnoll cavalry was about to explore upstream, and suddenly a gnoll cavalry pointed to the opposite side of the river and shouted. All the gnoll cavalry looked at the opposite bank and saw countless Nagas, like sub-dragons, rushing into the river from the opposite side of the river. The leader of the gnoll scouts immediately took out a horn, put it to his lips and blew. Woo! The long horn sound echoed between heaven and earth. The Naga crossing the river paused, and the army a few kilometers behind the forest also paused, and Tuhu in the sky was stunned, carefully looking at the ferocious dragon head of the Naga crossing the river, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. But when he saw the Shura Naga crossing the river, and no other troops followed behind, he couldn't help but show a trace of anger on his face. Too much bullying. Thinking that you are invincible with dragon descendants. With a thought, the army quickly set up camp and arrayed, and at the same time, a dull horn sounded in the camp, which could be heard from a long distance. Tuhu could find the Naga, so Lin Zhao could naturally see the jackals not far away. When he heard the heavy horn sound in the distance, he knew that the other party wanted to fight with him where the horn sounded. As you wish. Since they are arrogant in the eyes of others, they should be arrogant to the end. After crossing the river and pausing for a while, the Nagas walked towards the direction of the horn sound. Crack! A big tree suddenly fell down in the lush forest, making a huge cracking sound. The trees in the forest kept shaking, and from time to time, there were cracking sounds when trees fell down. Getting closer and closer, archers prepared to shoot. 20,000 drow rangers lined up and drew their bows to the sky at the same time, with the order of a female drow elf wearing exquisite hollow leather armor. Shoot! A series of crossbow string sounds rang out, and countless black dots rose into the air and turned into a curtain of arrows that sprinkled towards the edge of the forest. Chapter 232 Sagely Shoshin. Ding ding ding. The countless astringent sounds of arrows passing through the trees and soil were mixed with crisp jingling sounds. Tall figures parted the trees and walked out of the forest under the rain of arrows. The dragon scales that were exactly the same as those of a giant dragon could not be penetrated by ordinary arrows. The Shuranagas did not need armor at all. Their dragon scales were the best armor. They only needed 2 handy weapons to transform into butchers and appear on the battlefield. With their extremely hard dragon scales and powerful bodies, many Shuranagas strode towards the square formation like indestructible diamonds. Tuhu pursed his lips and stared at the 10,000 Shuranagas. Although their number was less than 1/10 of his own, he felt so dangerous. More than 10 waves of arrow rain were thrown down, but none of them were killed. It was simply horrifying and unbelievable. It's not that he had never seen such a terrifying family, but that was only seen from the hands of those super elites who were ranked on the Tianju or peerless list on the internet. This was the first time he saw it in reality. How could this be possible? He was unwilling to give up. He glanced at his family, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand fiercely. Kill! The supreme god of the earth. Kill those heretics. 2 phalanxes of 10,000 minotaurs began to advance under the command of 2 leaders who were stronger than their peers. They slowly dispersed to the left and right, and the Drow Ranger followed closely behind. In this regard, Tuhu's ability is quite good. The wisdom of the Minotaur species is average. Few people can command like him. Not only can they execute tactical orders, but they can also change formations temporarily in battle. The 2 sides approached quickly. After entering the range, the Drow Ranger changed the projectile to the charged shot. Although the shooting frequency would be greatly slowed down, it could greatly increase the range and lethality. It was a tactic specifically used to deal with heavy armored infantry. Before the 2 sides were about to fight, the charged shooting that Tuhu had high hopes for was fully charged, and the fully drawn longbow suddenly shot out the arrow, which instantly crossed a distance of more than 300 meters and hit the first row of Shuranaga. Clang, clang, clang. Countless crisp metal clanging sounds rang out, and arrows were bounced off with sparks. Except for a few powerful Drow Rangers, whose arrows could penetrate the dragon scales of Shuranaga. Most Drow Rangers could not penetrate their bodies even if they charged an arrow. Before Tuhu had any expression, the heavily armored Minotaurs in the front row had already collided heavily with the first row of Shuranaga, and countless heavy metal collision sounds rang out in an instant. Then, the front row of neat Minotaurs fell down neatly, without missing a single one. The Minotaurs, whose average strength was between level 2 and level 3, were absolutely suppressed in terms of both levels. No matter how well equipped they were, they could never be the opponents of the Shuranaga, whose lowest level was level 5. As soon as the forwards of both sides came into contact, the Minotaurs fell down in large numbers, like wheat being cut. The collapse was so fast that Tuhu felt like he was dreaming. Where did this monster come from? An elite student from number 1 middle school, who was watching the game, was dumbfounded as he watched Tuhu being completely crushed and had no power to resist. The speed of his collapse was more exaggerated than a bowling ball, which made him think that the game was a fake. He quickly checked the names of the 2 challengers and looked puzzled. Lin Xiao? This name sounds familiar. This guy is so perverted. When did such a monster appear in number 2 middle school? Another elite from number 1 middle school put away his jaw that was about to be deformed by shock. Grindon said, I think Brother Pyoshua may meet his opponent. Several students from the elite class of number 1 middle school gathered together to communicate in a low voice. Everyone could not hide the shock on their faces. One of them said bluntly, Why do I feel that this guy is more perverted than Brother Pyoshua's main family? Be more confident and get rid of the feeling. But don't panic. It's not a big problem. The man who was talking smiled and said, Although Brother Pyoshua's main clan seems to be a little inferior, the number is larger than this man's. In addition to the many subsidiary clans, he will definitely not be able to beat him unless his core clan doubles. But what? Brother Pyoshua is not panicking. So why are you afraid? No. I'm a little nervous. A handsome man with white eyebrows slanting into his temples frowned and watched the virtual battlefield. He quickly simulated a virtual battlefield in his mind. If his clan faced this perverted clan, the result would not be optimistic. He pinched his eyebrows and thought about it, and quickly contacted someone. Check the information of a man named Lin Xiao in the elite class of number 2 middle school for me, and ask if anyone in number 2 middle school knows him. The other side is okay. Turn off the communication. And his expression is solemn. In the virtual plane, the battle only lasted halfway and ended. Tuhu chose to surrender after 2 Minotaur heavy infantry phalanxes were crushed by a steamroller, completely unable to fight. If there was any hope, he would have tried it. However, after his 20,000 fully armed minotaurs were annihilated, the enemy had less than 10 dead. This gap simply made him despair. Perhaps he could fight to the end and kill hundreds of them, but it was meaningless. So he surrendered directly. After coming out of the challenge plane, Lin Xiao received a communication from Yun Xiaoning. He connected to Yun Xiaoning's projection and appeared in front of him, staring at him with an expression like a monster. "What are you looking at?" After a long while, Yun Xiaoning said, "Did you challenge me before to abuse me?" "Ah." He quickly waved his hand and denied it 3 times. "I didn't. It wasn't me." "Don't talk nonsense." He would not admit that he thought so. Yun Xiaoning looked at him deeply for a few seconds, and suddenly his face became serious, and said, "We have no hatred or grudges. Right? It should be." He thought for a few seconds and was sure that it was correct. Yun Xiaoning nodded. "That's good." He hung up after saying that, leaving Lin Xiao alone in shock, and suddenly laughed after a moment. Interesting. He reopened the Fengyun list, glanced at the top 20 on the list, and randomly selected a player from number 1 middle school named Li Xiaoshan to challenge. In the dormitory of number 1 middle school, Li Xiaoshan received the challenge and came out of the divine domain. He picked up a red fruit on the table and stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it, while checking a message and a video sent by a friend. "Xiaoshan, take a quick look at the video." A monster appeared in number 2 middle school. He glanced at it without paying attention, and took a look at the challenge opponent and confirmed that he accepted the challenge. Number 2 middle school? Lin Xiao? Never heard of it. He felt relieved when he saw the name of his opponent, as his will sank into the virtual plane of challenge. He suddenly remembered that he had not watched the video sent by his friend. He thought it was not an important matter, so he would finish this game first and then watch it. Familiar virtual plane. Familiar setting of battle plane terrain. He shrugged and selected all random. Confident men must be random. The plane was quickly outlined and formed. He thought about his own divine domain clans in his mind, and said to himself, "Well, let's hide some strength before challenging Brother Piashue." He pointed his finger and selected a part of the clans in the divine domain. He only selected 10,000 elites with strength above level 3 from the more than 20,000 core main clans, 30,000 from the second main clan, only 50,000 cannon fodder, and only 5,000 auxiliary clans. After thinking about it, he also included a powerful elite creature in the divine domain in the battle list. "Very good. I hope you have enough strength to force me to fight with all my strength." Confirmed to fight. As his mind moved, the projections of the fighting clans descended into the challenge plane. "Let's go!" 5,000 cannon fodder lizard warriors set out first, followed closely by the main force. A large 3-headed snake with a length of 20 meters from head to tail followed with heavy steps. A tall and strong emerald snake hero sat on the back of the 3-headed snake with his eyes closed, holding a crystal staff. A dozen beautiful emerald snake girl priests also sat on the back of the 3-headed snake, surrounded by powerful emerald snake warriors. Emerald snake people are a mutant species of snake people. Normal snake people have a thin layer of snake scales on their surface, with average defense, while the snake scales on the surface of emerald snake people are replaced by a thick layer of emerald scales. Not only is the defense stronger, but the emerald scales themselves are natural emerald gems that can be collected and used as magic materials. If it is just the stronger defense and the economic value of emerald scales, it is not enough to be his core family. The key point is that the physique of emerald snake people is different from that of ordinary snake people. In addition to being stronger than snake people, they can also be immune to several negative effects like stone puppets. And the emerald scales are hard in texture and have super high defense against sharp weapons such as swords and arrows. But correspondingly, jade is hard but brittle, and heavy weapons such as hammers and clubs have a huge extra killing power on them. Jade snake men are born with high mental power, and have a very small chance of being promoted to bloodline spellcasters when they are promoted. It is very unusual for him to have a warlock profession, so he obtained an extremely rare jade priest spellcasting profession, and awakened a very abnormal talent spell, Petrification Ray, which can shoot petrification light from his eyes, like Medusa, to petrify the opponent. Of course, the power is not as abnormal as the legendary Medusa. Generally, it will not have much effect if the resistance is a little higher. But even if it is worse, it is still a petrifying ray. When facing opponents of the same level, it is almost invincible, and has no opponent. After obtaining this Emerald Snake race, Li Xiaoshan immediately set it as his core clan to cultivate it with all his strength. And it has now begun to take shape. Originally, he wanted to challenge Dongfang Piaxue, who is now the number 1 on the list, by surprise, but this new core clan has not had a large-scale actual combat, and he is not very sure in his heart. It happened that someone challenged him, so he could let others test their actual combat capabilities first. Li Xiaoshan's will sank and projected it on the Emerald Snake hero on the back of the three-headed snake, and slowly opened his eyes to adapt to this descending container. This powerful Emerald Snake hero is the container for his usual descent, and he has descended many times and is very familiar with it. Inserting the crystal staff on the side of the throne on the back of the three-headed snake, he snorted lightly, and 2 beautiful Emerald Snake girls beside him came forward and knelt respectfully in front of him. Chapter 233 Li Xiaoshan's Mutated Family. He didn't prepare any tactics at all. The army advanced directly, and soon crossed the complex terrain of 30 or 40 kilometers, and came to the center of the plain. A huge alluvial plain. The lush vegetation covered the plain and blocked the sight, making it difficult to see farther. Li Xiaoshan looked at the sky with lifeless eyes, and suddenly saw a black spot in the sky flying towards this side quickly. He quickly raised his head and squinted his eyes to stare at the growing black spot, and his pupils opened slightly. After a few seconds, he shouted, "Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" At the same time, the three-headed snake he sat on also sensed the threat from the black shadow. The 3 huge snake heads raised their heads and roared to the sky. After a few seconds, the black shadow could be seen clearly. It turned out to be a black dragon that fell from the sky. It opened its dragon mouth thousands of meters away, and a circle of black vortex shrank inward in its mouth. After a few seconds, a thick corrosive dragon breath fell from the sky in a fan-shaped area covering hundreds of meters. The three-headed snake was exactly its coverage area. Li Xiaoshan was startled, and he jumped dozens of meters away to rush out of the coverage of the black dragon's breath. He turned over and saw that the corrosive dragon breath had submerged the three-headed snake, and at the same time, submerged more than a dozen beautiful Emerald Snake girls on the snake. The priest prepared the forbidden air spell, and the javelin thrower was ready. He quickly issued a series of orders, and at the same time, he held up the crystal staff in his hand and raised it high as if throwing it. The top of the crystal staff lit up with emerald green light and quickly turned into a sharp triangular snake head. As the power was accumulated, the crystal staff lit up with a faint light, and the surrounding light contracted towards the central staff, causing the surrounding space to distort. From a distance, it seemed that there was no staff in his raised hand, but a long twist like a black hole. The 5-second power accumulation and distortion reached the limit, and the crystal staff in his hand disappeared with a fierce throw. The black dragon that was hovering in the air, ignoring the countless javelins that were flying by and spewing dragon breath, suddenly shook violently and let out a strange roar. A large amount of bright red dragon blood spilled from its abdomen. The corrosive dragon breath in its mouth quickly retracted, and wisps of black smoke flowed from its mouth. The huge wings suddenly flapped and rose into the distance. Li Xiaoshan grabbed the crystal staff out of thin air in his hand, and stared at the black dragon that was running away without chasing. He was so scared. There was actually a black dragon. He felt something was wrong. I said. Didn't I remind him? Why did he accept the challenge? Can't think it through? Outside the plane that Li Xiaoshan couldn't see, a young man said helplessly to his companion who was asking, "How do I know he will accept the challenge?" "I just reminded him," another young man said. "I guess he didn't see it. What should I do? Just leave it alone and wait for death." Everyone was silent. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sound of war drums rang out on the plains. Li Xiao put his hands in front of his eyes and looked into the distance. So many little murlocs? And goblins? Grey dwarves? Subhumans? He was a little unsure whether those races that looked different from what he imagined were mutants like himself. But no matter whether they were or not, the 10,000 extremely ferocious dragon-headed dragonborns alone made him very uneasy. No matter what kind of dragonborn, as long as they are related to the dragon clan, they are quite powerful. But now the arrow is on the string, and they have come here. They have to fight to know. Surrendering without a fight is not his style. So, under the gaze of many spectators and friends, Li Xiaoshan ushered in the worst battle in history. Compared with the previous challenge, This challenge has a lot more spectators. At a level that Lin Xiao cannot see. There are more than 100 spectators. And a few more spectators will be added every 1 or 2 minutes. In a corner of the plain dome, several beautiful girls are gathered together to watch the battle. And Shen Yuexin is among them. The two beautiful girls pointed and talked to the people below, while Shen Yuexin pursed her red lips and watched the planes representing her boyfriend sweeping the opponent with a crushing attitude. She was very happy, even if this was her classmate. At this time, the long-haired girl next to him said, "I didn't expect that there was also a talent in number 2 middle school. Li Xiaoshen's current strength is almost catching up with Dongfang Piaoxue. But he can't beat him. It seems that Dongfang Piaoxue can't beat him either. I heard that Dongfang Piaoxue has a good chance of being included in the list of 3,000 outstanding people. This classmate named Lin Xiao can easily defeat him. Isn't it possible that he can be included in the peerless list? It's very likely. So powerful. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to find a powerful boyfriend? This one looks good." Shen Yuexin immediately looked over with vigilance, her face unfriendly. The red-haired girl shook her head and said, "No, he's not handsome enough." The little ant's eyes softened a little, and the unhandsome classmate Lin Xiao in their mouths was in a good mood at this time. Looking down at the earth, watching his family bloodbath Li Xiaoshen's family, and his descending incarnation. Li Xiaoshen, who likes to descend and live with his family, is not in a good mood at this moment. Not only is the strength of the dragonborn sub-dragon man stronger than he imagined, but even the fish man who looks like cannon fodder also crushes his cannon fodder. Which is too much. More than 30,000 lizardmen warriors among the more than 50,000 lizardmen cannon fodder collapsed in just half an hour. You have to know that these are more than 30,000 warriors with good equipment. The heads are here, and it is beyond his expectation that they will collapse so quickly. Once the cannon fodder collapses, the main force must support it. Li Xiaoshen held the crystal staff and slammed it to the ground. A circle of light transparent halo exploded and quickly spread to several kilometers away. This is the anti-injury halo of the possessed hero. As long as the friendly forces in the halo are damaged, they will cause half of the damage to the enemy who caused the damage. It is extremely powerful. Damn it. If you want to defeat me, be prepared to knock out a mouthful of teeth. The two torrents approached quickly and collided heavily. The three-headed snake, which was covered in dust and dirt after being sprayed with the corrosive breath of the black dragon, was rampaging on the battlefield, spewing out streams of corrosive acid from time to time. Although this guy is far from being a match for the black dragon, he is so big in size, and has such strong blood that it is impossible for him to be killed by a breath of dragon. The huge body rushed into the group of murlocs, knocking the surrounding murlocs all over the place like a rolling bowling ball, with a mouthful of strong acid. The scales of the murlocs could not stop it at all. Although it was not as good as the breath of the black dragon, it was not something that ordinary races could stop. The rain of arrows and javelins were thrown into the formation, and countless murlocs were nailed to the ground. However, compared with the more than 100,000 murloc cannon fodder, this loss was completely a drop in the bucket, and it hardly caused much ripples. Lin Zhao's murlocs were not the common murlocs. After being modulated by the creation cube, his murlocs had reached the limit of the lower races, comparable to the slightly inferior middle races. It can be said that they were almost at the edge of the supermodel species among the lower races. If a trace of Shura Naga's dragon veins were loaded in the future, and an evolutionary chain was established, it would be a supermodel species. The ancient arena in Lin Zhao's divine domain had been open for more than 30 years before. It was not only for Shura Naga, but also for the time that the murlocs had used it. At this time, except for the newly grown-up group, all the murlocs had entered the ancient arena more than once or twice. Their average strength was above level 2, and more than 30% had reached level 3, the species limit. According to the current more than 230,000 murlocs in the divine domain, he already had more than 70,000 and nearly 80,000 level 3 murlocs under his command, of which more than 15,000 chose to be promoted to murloc warlocks. Lin Xiao dared to say that he was on the second list of Qinjiao, not only because he evolved the big Naga into Shura Naga, but now he was strong in an overall incomprehensive way. He had crossed a certain boundary, and his former elite classmates were now far behind him. Before Shura Naga joined the battlefield, 100,000 murlocs had already blocked all of Li Xiaoshen's family members, and could not advance for a while. Li Xiaoshen hid his strength, and he also hid his strength. He brought 100,000 of the 230,000 Murlocs, about 5,000 intelligent goblins, and none of the Grey Dwarves, and the 4 elements. Prepare for continuous shooting. Another wave of arrows rained down, and a large number of Murlocs were shot to the ground. But most of them were injured but not dead, and few were directly killed by one arrow unless they hit the vitals. Passive beating is definitely not okay. The Murlocs are unwilling to be outdone. Under the command of the Murloc wizard Akins, they began to cast spells together, gathering many Murloc warlocks to cast more powerful spells. Yes, it is a Murloc spellcaster, not a Murloc warlock. Over the past few decades, there will always be some geniuses born under the huge population base. Among the Murlocs, there is a Murloc named Akins, who is much wiser than his peers. After studying in the Tower of Truth for decades, he finally became a formal mage. After that, starting with Akins, Murloc mages were born one after another, and now they have accumulated a considerable scale. The strength of these formal mages has exceeded the boundaries of species. The strongest Archons has entered the extraordinary level, and become a rare 6th level Fishman Master Mage. He is now the spiritual leader of the small Fishman tribe. Unfortunately, he still hasn't become a hero. Even though Lin Xiao has given him a little divine training, he still hasn't crossed a certain boundary to become a hero. Now he is just a divine creature, stronger than his peers, but still not as good as a hero. However, Lin Xiao is very optimistic about him. The fact that he has not been promoted now is only temporary. He will have to wait a little longer. When his strength reaches the 7th level advanced extraordinary level, he will have a great chance of being promoted to a hero. Akins, who has transcended the limits of race, specializes in water magic. He has gathered the spiritual power and magic power of many Murloc warlocks. He is summoning a huge magic circle. Circles of magic fluctuations like water waves appear on the material level, surging towards the distance. The terrifying magic fluctuations made Li Xiaoshan unable to sit still. He jumped onto the back of the 3-headed snake and howled to the sky. The 3-headed snake rushed towards Akins like a madman, knocking away the little Murloc. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and slapped a pendant on his chest. A layer of dazzling magic aura covered his whole body, making his aura even stronger. Chapter 234 D'Enfant Pishua's Proposal. The Jade Priests in the rear quickly gave various buffs to a 5,000-strong elite Jade Snake Men in the Central Army to catch up with Li Xiaoshan. A Jade Snakeman High Priest, who was covered with emerald green scales and was much taller than his peers, raised his jade staff and slammed it to the ground. A layer of light green light shield wrapped him. A large number of Jade Snakeman priests gathered in a circle and began to chant. Strands of green light gathered in the center and injected into the light green light shield formed by the Jade Snakeman High Priest, quickly dyeing the light shield greener and brighter. With the injection of energy, the light ball slowly rose, and circles of invisible waves spread around. A dazzling green light column shot up into the sky and exploded into circles of green halos in the sky. A huge Jade Snakeman face slowly opened its upright pupils. Lin Xiao felt the invisible power in the void sweeping across, and a layer of emerald stone appeared on the surface of countless small fishmen. At this moment, the wise goblin King Ailment, who had been in the back and had not taken action without Lin Xiao's order, snorted coldly and took a step forward. A portal appeared out of thin air in front of him. Behind him, a large group of wise goblin mages wearing robes embroidered with silver edges summoned portals at the same time and walked into it. The next second, more than 100 portals appeared in the sky, and a large group of level 6 mages walked out of them. Even if they did not cast spells, the mental fluctuations generated by more than 100 mages standing together made Li Xiaoshan and many spectators change their faces slightly. They did not see their positions, or they were already in position when the portal appeared in the sky. Ailment, who was in the center, muttered something and stretched out his hand to grab. The huge face of the Emerald Snake Man in the sky was pulled violently by an invisible distortion and quickly deformed and collapsed. The Emerald Snake Man High Priest below groaned, and the green light cover on his body shattered. Countless fragments burned with a boom, turning into a circle of emerald flames that spread out. The surrounding Emerald Snake Man priests burned and turned into emerald torches when they touched them. Hack, a level 7 magic hero. Li Xiaoshan subconsciously grasped the crystal scepter in his hand and threw it. The air quickly twisted, and the light was absorbed into a black hole. And he threw it hard. Truth is above. Slaughter, who was sitting in the center of the army, noticed that his big hand grabbed the huge anchor that looked like a stone pillar and lifted it up. The anchor quickly lit up with dazzling magic auras, and layers of halos lit up. A sharp sonic boom sounded, and the anchor tore through the void in a flash. The next second, the void dozens of meters away from Ailment suddenly exploded, followed by violent shocks one after another, and rolling energy waves surged back and forth, accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Two twisted and wrapped shadows, one large and one small, collided heavily. Boom! The terrifying sound that tore the eardrum exploded, and two twisted balls, one large and one small, separated at the touch of the blasting air wave. The tiny black shadow flashed and returned to Li Xiaoshen's hand. The huge anchor flew hundreds of meters away, flew horizontally in the air and fell down, hitting the ground heavily, killing more than a dozen small fishmen and 7 or 8 snake men on the spot. Slardar grabbed with his empty hand, and the huge anchor flew up and landed in his hand with a faint glow. But he found that there was a gap in the head of the anchor, and most of the spells attached to it were invalid. But it did not affect its function as a weapon. Li Xiaoshen attacked again and again, and Slardar no longer sat in the center of the army. He grabbed the giant anchor and took heavy steps into the battlefield to contain the opponent. The huge size and terrifying power brought unparalleled deterrence. Li Xiaoshen had to give up the original idea of interception and ordered his Emerald Priest Corps to stop the opponent's Mage Corps. But his Priest Corps was far less powerful than the Wise Goblin Mage Corps. Not only did they not have a 7th level magic hero, but the number of mages who reached the 6th level was only a little more than 1/10 of the Wise Goblin Mage Corps. Ailment only allocated 1/3 of the mages to easily suppress the Emerald Snake Priest Corps. Without obstruction, the Mage Corps headed by Ailment could cast spells with peace of mind. Nearly 100 6th level great mages and a 7th level hero cast spells together, directly summoning a large-scale meteor shower, covering most of the battlefield in Li Xiaoshen's desperate eyes. The combined power of this wave of meteor showers reached the legendary level, which could be called a war spell. When the meteor fireballs with explosive effects fell into the battlefield, the explosions hit Li Xiaoshen's troops hard, without the same level magician to block or defend. The power of the legendary spell was fully released, which was a disaster for ordinary soldiers. The ending was doomed. Li Xiaoshen, who was already at a disadvantage, collapsed after this wave of meteor showers. Even though his clan had a very strong fighting will, and could still resist in this extremely bad situation, they were powerless, and were overwhelmed by the swarming fishmen. Li Xiaoshen watched his clan being annihilated with a trace of sadness. His mount, the 3-headed snake, was caught and torn apart by the black dragon. In the end, he was the only one left. He slowly rose up and pointed his gun at Slardar. "I want to challenge you." Slardar had been sitting in the center of the army, and even if he took action later, it was only to contain Li Xiaoshen. He knew very well what he should do as an excellent commander. It is not to open the situation with powerful force. That is what the general should do. And what he has to do is to sit in the center of the army and command. As the commander of an army, the biggest role is to stabilize morale and command the soldiers to do what they should do. Just stand there and let the subordinates see it. So he didn't pay any attention to Li Xiaoshen's challenge at all. He raised his huge palm and waved it gently, and many wise goblin mages began to cast spells. "You look down on me," Li Xiaoshen snorted coldly, and his hand holding the crystal scepter tightened. A rich green light surged from his body, turning him into a huge torch. With a hum, the torch suddenly flashed and disappeared. Slardar, who was surrounded by his men, snorted coldly and shouted, "Disperse." He raised the anchor in his right hand and threw it to his left hand. His huge right hand was clenched into a fist as big as a house, and smashed it hard in front of him. Boom! A huge green fireball hit his fist out of nowhere, and the void suddenly stopped. The next second, the green ball of light exploded, and a wave of air that distorted the void exploded, mixed with the shattered green flames to form a huge distorted ripple that rushed in all directions until it was 100 meters away. The huge green halo spread to a distance of 100 meters and slowly disappeared. Slardar, who had been punching, slowly retracted his fist as big as a house to his eyes, gently pressed his left hand on his fist, and pinched a crystal scepter like a thin needle from it and threw it on the ground. "Wow!" I don't know how many spectators exclaimed at the same time, watching Slardar's every move with shining eyes. And I don't know how many excited voices shouted, "So cool! This hero is so strong!" kill Li Xiaoshan's descending body. The battle ended automatically. Lin Zhao's will return from the projection plane. And he was shocked to find that there were more than 200 people watching this battle. With 112 points of divine power for watching the battle. Defeating Li Xiaoshan automatically replaced the opponent's ranking, pushing Li Xiaoshan to 14th place, him to 13th place, and the little ant to 16th place. After defeating this opponent, Lin Zhao did not immediately challenge the next one, but clicked on the wristband. A handsome man with white eyebrows slanting into his temples appeared in front of him, and said as soon as they met, "I am Dongfang Piaxue. I am Lin Zhao. What's the matter? I just watched your fight with Li Xiaoshan. I can't beat you." Lin Zhao raised his eyebrows, and said with some surprise, "So you want me to let you go?" Dongfang Piaxue smiled. "Of course, it would be best if you really want to let me go, but you will definitely not do so. I am not looking for you for this matter, but for the midterm exam." This surprised him. Lin Zhao remembered that his classmate Gu Xiaoming had also talked to him about the midterm exam. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to check the so-called Wenxiang. Dongfang Piaxue said, "The first and second place on the list doesn't matter to me. All I need is the treasures of the top 3. I don't care if there are more or less other rewards. What I care about more is the midterm exam." He looked at Lin Zhao with a smile and asked in a questioning tone, "We are all from Huyao. Strictly speaking, we are all family members. There is no big conflict. When the midterm exam comes, we can live in peace and face the outside world together. How about it?" This, Lin Zhao seemed to have guessed a little. But after all, he didn't know the specific situation. He didn't agree immediately, but replied, "As long as you don't attack me, or have bad intentions, or conflict with my mission, I am definitely willing to live in peace." "That's good." As he said that, the projection disappeared. And then a friend request came in, and there was also a message. "As a sign of sincerity, I will admit defeat later." What kind of sincerity is this? He was speechless. At this moment, Shen Yuexin's communication came in, and she gave a thumbs up and smiled. "I just saw you." "Great." Seeing her, Lin Zhao felt better. He stretched out his finger and tapped her thumbs up. Grinning, "I have something even better. Do you want to see it?" "What's even better?" She was confused for a moment, and then her delicate face flushed and she spat softly. "Bah! Hooligan. I won't pay attention to you." "No. I was wrong." "Humph. I'm angry now." Lin Zhao changed the subject directly and asked, "By the way, do you know what the Wanqiang in the midterm exam is all about?" "Wanqiang? Don't you know?" Shen Yuexin was indeed diverted, and she asked curiously, "With your grades, didn't your teacher tell you?" "Maybe the teacher thought I knew." "So stupid. I don't know if I should ask your head teacher about this." Hee. "I will definitely ask next time." The little ant covered her face and was speechless. The so-called Wenxiang is a legacy guarded by a very ancient pantheon. That ancient pantheon is now a civilian organization, originating from the remnants of the top school Wenxiang that perished more than 100,000 years ago. It is composed of 6 powerful gods, and its main purpose is to guard an ancient relic left by that top school. Remnants of a top school. 6 powerful gods? Ancient relic? The first thing he thought of was the legacy of Major General Carey in the summer camp. Chapter 235 Wanxiang Ancient Ruins. Shen Yuexin rolled her eyes at him and continued. "Don't think too much. The ancient ruins have nothing to do with us. We are only involved in the surface. The core of the ancient ruins is a matter of the later stage of college. All juniors or seniors will have the opportunity to enter the ancient ruins once to try to get the recognition of the ruins. But no one has been able to do it so far." "No chance at all?" "No." The little ant was very sure, and he was stunned for a moment. She stretched out the Qingyu jade and pointed at his forehead with anger and amusement and said, "Don't think too much. Now you can't go even if you really have the opportunity. Moreover, although you can't touch the core of the ancient ruins, it doesn't mean that there are no benefits. On the contrary, the rewards are beyond ordinary people's imagination. Do you want to hear it?" She suddenly asked this playfully. Lin Zhao rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" "I don't think you want to." "No. I want to." Cut. After flirting for a while, she went on to talk business. "Although we can't enter the core of this Wanxiang ruins, there are rich rewards even in the periphery. The most important of them are the many ordinary treasures and 99 Wanxiang treasures. Ordinary treasures are not counted. There are 3 levels of Wanxiang treasures. The lowest level is called Wanxiang treasures, with a total of 72. The middle level is called Wanxiang secret treasures, with a total of 24. And the highest level is called Wanxiang god treasures, with only 3. From the names and numbers, it can be seen that the Wanxiang god treasures with the least number are the most valuable, followed by Wanxiang secret treasures. And the Wanxiang treasures are the worst. But don't think that Wanxiang treasures are bad. Even the worst Wanxiang treasures have a value comparable to the sum of all the gains you have gained since the establishment of the god's domain. His. Lin Xiao gasped for air. But the next second, he realized that what his aunt said should be what she thought she had gained, not what he really gained. He didn't believe that there would be another crystal wall system origin core, and such a large fragment of the kingdom of God in the treasure. But even without these, if it is really based on the sum of all the gains of any special player of Huiao who has grown to this point, it would be exaggerated. Moreover, this is only the lowest Wanxiang treasure, and there are Wanxiang secret treasure and Wanxiang god treasure above it. If you can obtain the Wanxiang secret treasure, if your own strength and potential are strong enough, you can cross that line in one fell swoop with this gain. Even if you are not ranked in the Tianjia Vice list, you can be included in the Peerless Vice list. In fact, in all the previous Wanxiang openings, 90% of the players who obtain the Wanxiang secret treasure can be ranked in the Tianjia Vice list after digesting the gains. What about the Wanxiang god treasure? Shen Yuexin glanced at him and asked back. Is there any need to ask this? I want to ask what is in the Wanxiang god treasure. I don't know. I don't know. He was very surprised. Shen Yuexin nodded and said, because it has been nearly 200,000 years since the Wanxiang ruins were opened, with a short interval of 2 or 3 years and a long interval of more than 10 years. It has been opened tens of thousands of times. But only 2 people have obtained the Wanxiang divine treasure. His. He gasped again. Shen Yuexin ignored him and continued. One of the 2 seniors who had obtained the Wanxiang secret treasure died unexpectedly, and the other is now a powerful god. Let's talk about something else. Do you know what treasures are in the Wanxiang secret treasure? Shen Yuexin chuckled and said, you want to take the Wanxiang secret treasure? He laughed and said, people always have to pursue something. This sentence reminded her of her classmates saying that he was too ugly, and she blurted out. For example, you, a toad, want to eat me, a swan? Lin Xiao stared at her with wide eyes. Although it was a projection, she couldn't help but shrink. He pretended to be angry and said, wait and don't move. The toad is coming. Shen Yuexin waved her hand quickly. No. The projection disappeared instantly. In the end, of course, she didn't go. She was just joking. She soon projected over again. Then they chatted for a while. She told him clearly about the Wanxiang ruins where they were going to take the midterm exam, so that he had a clear understanding of the midterm exam. After listening, he knew why Gu Xiaoming and Dongfang Piaoxue had told him to live in peace. That was because the Wanxiang ruins involved multiple forces, and the 4 major forces in the main world were involved. There were no rules in it. The strong ones could directly kill others and eliminate them. Lin Xiao was so powerful that they didn't want to conflict with him, so they naturally had to make it clear in advance. According to Shen Yuexin, the rules in this Wanxiang ruins are a bit special. Anyone who enters it must follow the rules. Unfortunately, the specific rules change slightly every time. She simply didn't say it, and you will know it when the time comes. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao applied to challenge Dongfang Piaoxue, who ranked first on the Fengyun ranking. In the virtual plane, Dongfang Piaoxue, with white eyebrows slanting into his temples, put his hands behind his back on the sky of the back void plane and said to him, since I can't beat you, let's compare the core clans. How about using our core clans to fight? Okay. He didn't have any objections. Anyway, they couldn't beat him. When the plane-forming clans entered the field, Dongfang Piaoxue asked, aren't you afraid that I won't keep my promise and fight with all my strength? Lin Xiao glanced at him, clenched his fist and compared. No. I will beat you to death next time if you dare to lie to me. Dongfang Piaoxue. The 2 sides agreed, and the fight was simple. 10,000 Shura Nagas descended and headed straight for the center of the plain. In a huge valley, they saw Dongfang Piaoxue's core clan, the elves with a number of up to 30,000. It's not just the elves. It's impossible for elves to let him stand at the top of the list. Lin Xiao saw through the eyes of his clan that these elves were surrounded by small snow monsters, as big as palms, and surrounded by blue cold air. This is a kind of little elf similar to a flower fairy or an elemental elf. Speaking of it, the Lin Xiao divine realm has been developed for so long, and the flower fairies and other little elves in the realm have now reached a certain scale. They have formed a small settlement in a protected flower sea in the main divine realm. It is like spring there all year round, and flowers bloom all year round, which is very beautiful. The little snow demon in the east should be the companion spirit of these elves. And each elf has one. The elf is that elf. And the little snow demon is also average in individual strength. But when the two cooperate, their strength has undergone a qualitative change. Before the two sides were close, several waves of ice arrows were sprinkled down, and countless arrows were inserted into the ground. The cold air gathered, and the temperature dropped sharply. A large piece of artificial frozen land was condensed directly where the rain of arrows was sprinkled, and the cold air did not dissipate for a long time. More than 10 waves were shot down in a row, and 7 or 8 pieces of artificial frozen land with a diameter of 700 to 800 meters were artificially created into a large piece. Then, these elves actually put down their bows and began to cast spells. 3 consecutive waves of blizzards were sprinkled, and ice explosions and ice spikes bombarded in turn. The cold air overlapped, and the burst in an instant froze the first batch of Shura Nagas in the ice layer. Good guy. This needs a close combat. Before he finished speaking, the first row of ice elves pulled out a javelin from their backs and raised it. The cold air quickly dissipated to the javelin, and a blue magic aura gathered at the tip of the spear, and it was thrown fiercely into the Shura Naga, who had just forced a way out of the ice. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the crisp sounds one after another, the ice spears broke into pieces, and the cold ice fragments and cold mist were scattered everywhere. It must be said that Dongfang Pioshua is really amazing to be the first on the list. This set of combos is explosive in terms of lethality and restriction effect. If it weren't for the fact that Shura Naga was too strong and ignored the freezing deceleration, it would really be possible to capsize. No matter how strong it is without immunity, it will be slowly consumed. Unfortunately, there is no if. Rows of Shura Naga rushed out of the frozen land and killed the elves in front of the rain of arrows full of cold air. Needless to say, the result later. Facing these elites from Huiyao, Lin Xiao felt the same way that Wu Xingling felt when facing them in the summer camp. That is, crushing them. Of course, the gap between his strength and theirs is not as exaggerated as the gap between Wu Xingling and other players in the summer camp. But he does have that feeling. And he is also very strong. From the beginning to the end of the battle, the viewing channel was quiet, compared with the battle with Li Xiuyo in the last round. This battle can most directly reflect his strength. After defeating Dongfang Pioshua, he directly ranked first on the list of the Wind and Cloud. Your core clan is too powerful, and it is completely impossible to beat. After the battle, Dongfang Pioshua sent him a message full of sighs, and was convinced. You are also very strong. If it weren't for the strong resistance of my clan, it would be difficult to beat you. He was really not polite. As long as the frost deceleration and freezing could take effect, Dongfang Pioshua might really grind him to death by kiting. Of course, the premise is that Slarda does not attack. If he attacks, it will be useless. Or the opponent has a hero who can stop Slarda. After reaching the top of the list, Lin Xiao waited for a while, and no one challenged him. So he stopped paying attention. According to his estimation, no one will challenge him next. In a high tower in the north of the floating city with many high towers, many high school class teachers are meeting together to discuss who should be allocated the 4 places to the Wanqiang ruins in the midterm exam of the 2nd grade of number 2 middle school. To be precise, the discussion was about the other 2 places besides the elite class 1, 2 of which had already been determined to belong to the elite class 1. So when other class teachers were arguing and rolling up their sleeves, Jean Cece was silent the whole time, staring at the screen in front of her, not knowing what she was looking at. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly felt someone calling her, and looked up to see the principal's old voice ringing in her ears. The student you are optimistic about has just defeated Li Xiuxin and Dongfang Pioshua from number 1 middle school in succession, and is now the first on the list. She was quite surprised to check a video that popped up on the screen in front of her. And the principal said in her ear, I just took a look. Your student is very good. You have a good eye. Thank you. She clicked on the video, and the picture quickly flooded her field of vision. For a moment, It seemed as if she was in the virtual plane where the battle took place not long ago. This one is about the battle with Li Xiaoshan. When Shura Naga appeared, her pupils slightly dilated. As a female war god with a godhood level of 7 and a war priesthood, she saw the horror of this species at a glance. It's so annoying. I haven't been able to sleep recently. I can't sleep at night. And I can't sleep during my nap at noon. My mental state is not good. My head hurts. I coded 2 chapters in the morning. I barely finished the last one. When I woke up in the afternoon, my head hurt when I thought about the plot. I dare not code anymore. Chapter 236, Jean Cece's True Appearance. Ah! When Lin Xiao heard the request from the head teacher to enter his divine domain in person, he was stunned for a long time, and did not respond for a long time. Jean Cece's request was not just a literal projection, but an incarnation personally descended into his divine domain, which was a bit. Let's put it this way. Very few players from other divine domains would go to other divine domains. Even in the previous class, the teachers will projection descended outside the divine domain to observe, not really descended into the divine domain. Generally speaking, only formal members of the divine system, or couples who have confirmed their relationship, will enter the divine domain of other members. There are naturally reasons for so few. The biggest reason is the conflict of divine domain rules. The formal incarnation of each divine domain player carries the power of the rules of his own divine domain. This is the power that the master of the divine domain is born with. And it is also one of the signs for the divine domain players in the main world to distinguish between enemies and friends in foreign domains. Entering other divine domains will cause repulsion and impact with other divine domains. If it was a player of the same level in the god realm, it would be fine. However, the impact brought by a weaker god power incarnation like the class teacher, whose god level is as high as level 7, is very great. After all, the upper limit of his god realm power is only level 7. And the huge energy gap of a real body incarnation will have a huge impact on his god realm, which is quite dangerous. After all, the difference in strength is too big. If she has any intentions, it will be difficult for him to stop her. Of course, this is just a metaphor, so there is no need to worry about this. But come. Okay. He couldn't object and could only agree. Don't worry. I will suppress my own power. Lin Xiao returned to the god realm and swept his eyes across the entire god realm. After thinking about it, there was nothing to hide. The most invisible thing in his hand was the creation cube, and the others could be seen. After waiting for a while, he sensed a circle of ripples on the edge of the god realm, and a powerful will descended. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ears. Class teacher Jean Cece applied to enter your god realm. Do you agree? Tip: the opponent is too powerful. If he agrees to descend, it may cause a huge impact on the god's domain. Agree. As soon as the voice fell, the powerful will suddenly expanded and became clear. The next second, an extremely powerful energy wave appeared in the void outside the main god's domain. Lin Xiao instantly felt an invisible wave sweeping across the entire god's domain. At this moment, he felt that his entire god's domain was trembling. Then, a blazing sun like the sun appeared outside the god's domain. In his perception, the moment the blazing sun appeared, a large area of the god's domain void around him lost contact with him. Jean Cece has descended. He looked through the crystal wall of the kingdom of God and the main god's domain, and saw a dazzling golden halo appear in the void outside the crystal wall. A circle of faint dark golden divine light spread out 7 kilometers away, with the halo as the center. In his perception, the god's domain within a diameter of 14 kilometers was blank, as if it had been dug out alive. This is one of the innate powers of the true God. Regardless of whether the real body or the incarnation descends, it can instantly force a certain area around the landing point to be forcibly transformed into its own domain. This certain area is related to the level of the godhood, and also to whether it is the real body or the incarnation. The scope of the incarnation domain is the godhood level multiplied by 1. That is, the radius of the domain range is how many kilometers the godhood level is. For example, Jean Cece's godhood level is level 7. So the scope of the domain opened up by her incarnation is 14 kilometers in diameter, with the landing point as the center. If it is below the true God, the impact is smaller, but it can only stay for a short time, and it will still have an impact over time, and it is limited to incarnations, and the real body must not enter other people's god domains. Fortunately, the class teacher knew that this was his god domain, and knew what impact his incarnation would have. As soon as he descended, he quickly put away the domain. But at this moment, it had a huge impact on his god domain. Even if it was put away immediately, Lin Xiao could not immediately sense that area, but had to wait for the god domain to slowly expel the domain traces left in that area before he could regain control. This is the main reason why low-level god domain players reject strong people from entering the god domain. This is because Lin Xiao's god domain is large enough. If it were other students who only have one main god domain, even if she immediately collected the domain when she descended, the impact of that moment would be equally terrible. If the area of the main god domain is smaller than the area of the domain, such as when Jin Cece descended to Lin Xiao's god domain a year ago, he would have fallen because the god domain was stripped away at that moment. Yes, the moment the domain of the true god incarnation descended. Strictly speaking, it was to directly strip away a piece of god domain. Jin Cece's incarnation put away the domain, and the little divine power was also gathered. The huge halo also slowly shrank as she gathered the divine power and the rules of the gods. Her powerful divine thoughts and will spread around, carefully sensing this god domain space that was larger and more stable than she imagined, and nodded involuntarily, saying, "Your god domain is larger and more stable than I imagined. Even if Chu Imo is only a little stronger than you in the stability of the god domain space. But the area of the god domain is not much different from yours." Lin Xiao's mind moved, and a little divinity plus 100 units of divine power condensed into an incarnation. He took a step forward and broke through the space and appeared in that area. From a distance, he could sense that the incarnation of the head teacher was as dazzling as a sun, making him unable to look directly at it. This was after she had greatly restrained her own divine power. If she had just arrived, he would not be able to look directly at it. Jin Cece also knew this and said gently, "Wait a minute. Wait for me to restrain all the divine power." He nodded and waited from a distance. After more than 10 minutes, Jin Cece completely restrained her own divine power without affecting his divine domain. In his eyes, the dazzling halo slowly shrank, and finally revealed a figure that stunned him. It was a slender figure wearing exquisite dark gold armor. The dark gold armor could not cover up the fantastic curves. Under the exquisite helmet were a pair of eyes as deep as blood-red diamonds, which made people unable to help but be deeply immersed in them. The delicate face like a knife was charming and noble at the same time, and the white porcelain skin revealed a hint of divine power that was not completely restrained, which made people dare not have even the slightest blasphemous intention towards her. Damn! So beautiful and handsome! Lin Xiao wailed in his heart. What should I do if my class teacher is too good-looking? Although he restrained all his own power, it still had a small impact on the divine domain, but it would only affect a very small area around him, which was within an acceptable range. Jin Cece did not notice the strange look of her students, or she was used to it. She patrolled around the main divine domain on her own, and Lin Xiao followed her obediently. She did not enter the main divine domain and the affiliated divine domains, but only shuttled in the void between the main divine domain and the affiliated divine domains, observing the situation of the divine domains through the divine domain crystal wall. When he came to the divine domain of the fire element, the huge molten sea exploded with flames all over the sky. A huge figure wearing a crown emerged from the lava and looked over here. Countless flame creatures were summoned to gather towards him. The Flame Lord Culbert discovered something. Jin Cece stopped with interest and looked into the divine domain. In the divine domain, the Flame Lord Culbert was like being stimulated, and his whole body was swollen with flames, stirring up waves of lava more than 10 meters high. Countless flame creatures were summoned by him and began to gather. A very promising Flame Lord, Jin Cece commented lightly and left. Lin Xiaogan waved his hand quickly. The Flame Lord in the divine domain, who was facing a great enemy, was stunned for a moment and slowly dispersed the high breath. Next, the two gods bypassed other subsidiary divine domains one after another. When she saw the little elemental elf Xiao Dingdang in the water element divine domain, she looked at it with interest. The other 4 divine domains just passed by. After looking at all the subsidiary divine domains, Jin Cece came to the top of his main divine domain and stood on the edge of the crystal wall with interest. Slaughter, who was baptizing a group of new Shura Nagas in the Naga city, quickly looked up and looked over. Xiao Qin lowered his head again and baptized the new Shura Nagas meticulously. Slarda, who was even bigger than the black dragon Nigel Ram, moved very gently at this time. His eyes were full of love when he looked at these little Nagas. His delicate movements made people feel that it was more gentle than pinching an embroidery needle to embroider. At this time, Slarda was the Pope of the Church of Truth and Creation, and the spiritual leader of the Shura Naga clan. Now that it was becoming increasingly difficult for the clan to reproduce, every newborn Naga needed to be well cared for and protected. On an island east of the divine domain, the black dragon Nigel Ram was sleeping in his nest. But when Lin Xiao looked carefully, he suddenly chuckled. This guy was not sleeping at all, but was lying in his nest shivering and pretending to sleep. Jean Cece's huge divine thought swept across the entire divine domain, swept across the Tower of Truth and the ancient arena. And finally his eyes fell on the ancient arena that was opening, and he watched with interest. Seeing that she was interested, Lin Xiao also watched with interest. At this time, a melee of 1,000 versus 1,000 was unfolding in the ancient arena. Both sides were a mixed formation of Shura Nagas, Murlocs, intelligent goblins, and a small number of grey dwarves. Lin Xiao saw that the leader of one side was a powerful 7th level Shura Naga, and the leader of the other side was a Murloc. It was still an acquaintance. The Murloc Mage Archons. Both teams included various races in the God's domain, and under the command of the two leaders, they deployed their troops in the huge arena. This ancient arena is similar to the virtual plane they used for the challenge. The biggest function of the 1 million faith power consumed each time it is opened is not only to be converted into experience, but also to transform the terrain. Just like the virtual plane, this ancient arena can simulate various terrains. The difference from the virtual plane is that the space is limited, and it can accommodate at most 1,000 vs 1,000. However, this is a god-level building for a god's domain. Lin Xiao has not seen anyone with such a good thing for so long. The two teams fought back and forth in a complex mountain environment. The Shura Naga team was the main attacker, and the Murloc Mage Archons team was the main defender. The two sides fought back and forth in this complex terrain with a diameter of 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. As the number of people on both sides decreased, the battle became more and more intense, and Archon's team gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, a level 7 Shura Naga is too abnormal, and Akon's team cannot resist it at all without strong people of the same level. Chapter 237 New Hero Tide Lord Akons. Soon Akons' team was eliminated one by one and forced into a small hill in the corner of the arena. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly emerged in the ancient arena, and Lin Xiao quickly locked his eyes on the source of the wave. Akons. Under his gaze, Akons' remaining subordinates suddenly launched a final fierce attack on the enemy like crazy. But Akons did not appear on the battlefield. Instead, he retreated to the small hill behind, raised his arms and shouted, "All power belongs to me. I am the Lord of the Tide. The power of the tide." A wave that made Lin Xiao's eyebrows tremble surged out of Akons' body, and quickly resonated with the water element domain. A huge passage leading to the water element domain opened, and endless clear water gushed out of the water element domain, turning into a surging tide and rushing to the battlefield below the mountain. At this time, the water accumulated in the water elemental domain was hundreds of meters deep. The impact force generated by the outflow of water was like a dam being blown open, and thousands of horses rushed in. The battlefield at the foot of the mountain was directly submerged by a wave, and even the 7th level Shura Naga was washed away involuntarily. At this time, Akons was like the Lord of Water. He merged into the water and turned into a huge water man to rush to the top of the wave, like a commander urging endless sea water to sweep across the entire arena. Then, Lin Xiao observed the elemental Akons with joy, and couldn't help but complain. "Night Bear. I thought the function of this ancient arena to cultivate heroes was fake." When he saw this function, he was still happy for a long time. But later he didn't say that no heroes had been born through the arena, and even no one who broke through the race limit had appeared. He once thought who drew this function introduction, and over time, he had given up hope. I didn't expect that it would take so long. More than 100 years in the God's domain. So long that he had forgotten. For the first hero to be born through the ancient arena. This is simply not bad. Lin Xiao opened the attribute panel of Akons and said so. It's okay as long as it can be born. Hero, Akons divine creature. Level, epic. Title, Tide Lord. Hero aura. Light of the Tide Lord. All friendly forces within the aura range will randomly gain the ability to cast a water spell mastered by Akons every minute. It cannot be accumulated or overlapped. The aura range is 5 kilometers in diameter. Hero General Talent. Epic Hero Constitution immune to instant death damage. Advanced Life Regeneration. Physical damage reduction of 25%. Comprehensive resistance plus 25%. Divine Creature Talent. Divine Creature all attributes plus 20%. Comprehensive resistance plus 20%. Obtain Advanced Life Regeneration. Note, it can be stacked with Hero Constitution. Hero's Unique Talent. Tide Lord. The Lord of the Tide has the power to control the tides of the tidal sea. And all attributes are plus 50 in the water. Hero's Skills. Omitted. Physique. 30 plus 6 points. Omitted. Strength. 26 plus 5 points. Omitted. Agility. 31 plus 6 points. Omitted. Spirit. 45 plus 9 points. Omitted. Evaluation. Water Spirit. Lord of the Tide. Before Arkans became a rare Murloc wizard, he was not promoted to a hero. Later, he was granted divinity and became a divine creature. But he still did not become a hero. Now, in a great battle in the ancient arena, he suddenly awakened and became a hero. Moreover, he became an epic hero who held a certain power as soon as he was promoted. His potential may be higher than Ailment, second only to Slardar. So far, a powerful hero has finally appeared in the first clan of the Murlocs in Linshao God's domain, and the king of Murlocs was born. Although his strength is far inferior to that of the wise goblin hero Ailment, and his spellcasting ability is not as good as Ailment, the potential of Tide Lord Akins exceeds that of Ailment. As long as he is promoted to level 7, he will be stronger than the wise goblin leader immediately, because he has mastered a power. The Tide. I don't know where Akins' tidal power comes from. Maybe it is the accumulation of the race of the little Murlocs? Some kind of feedback from countless water Murloc warlocks? These are not clear. But one thing is certain. This hero is awesome. What is power? That is the embodiment of rules on heroes. It is called a priesthood on gods and power on heroes. For example, if Akins can be deified in the future, he can automatically master the 2 priesthoods of Murlocs and Tides. If the Flame Lord Culbert is deified, he will automatically master the powerful priesthood of Flame. That's what it means. Simple, good and powerful. At this moment, Lin Zhao's true body appeared in the kingdom of God. The sky suddenly became brighter, and the dazzling light illuminated the sky. In the distance, flower fairies flew over and danced on the light bands that fell from the sky. A huge face that could not be seen clearly slowly emerged, and a fierce divine power appeared in this world. All the clansmen who saw and sensed it knelt down and prayed loudly. Lin Zhao looked down at the newly promoted Tide Lord Akins with his will, and his majestic voice echoed between heaven and earth. I give you the name Tide Lord? A full 100 units of divine power burned, turning into a huge golden flame that fell from the sky and injected into the body of Tide Lord Akins. His power soared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon broke through the boundary between level 6 and level 7, and was still growing rapidly until it reached the limit of level 7. He really wanted to consume more divine power to charge to the legendary level in one step. But unfortunately, the upper limit of the divine domain did not allow it. Moreover, this method of recharging divine power is only available to heroes and divine creatures. Ordinary units cannot withstand direct infusion of divine power. There is only one consequence of forced infusion, and that is the annihilation of the soul. Yes, it is not that the physical body cannot withstand it, but that the soul of ordinary creatures cannot withstand the divine power. Only divine creatures, heroes, and legendary species can withstand the infusion of divine power. Generally, players in the gods' domain will only use it on heroes. Although divine creatures can also be used, they all have divinity. The level 6 extraordinary can be easily broken. Just wait for a few years in the main world. Why waste divine power? The value of a hero is far more valuable than a few divine creatures. Not to mention an epic hero with a hero's aura. The birth of Tide Lord Akins will greatly enhance the strength of the gods' domain. A new epic hero was born under Jean Cece's eyes. The class teacher's crystal-like pupil stared deeply at Lin Zhao's incarnation, and said in his heart pounding, I think I need to change my expectations of you. Ah, what expectations? Waking up from his absent-mindedness, he asked subconsciously. Jean Cece looked directly into his eyes with a deep gaze, and suddenly changed the subject. Leave your god's domain first. As she spoke, her incarnation suddenly collapsed. A little divine light shot up into the sky and disappeared. He subconsciously reached out and fished at the place where her incarnation collapsed. Rubbed his 5 fingers together. And the next second the incarnation also collapsed and disappeared. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xiao received a message from the head teacher asking him to go to the office. Seeing her again in the office, he was a little disappointed, because she put on that thick armor again, covering her charming face and blocking his salty eyes. Ignoring his regretful eyes, Jean Cece said in a deep voice, "I have to admit that your performance is beyond my expectations, and I underestimated you. Good guy." Even the voice has changed. "If I just thought you had the potential before, then now I can conclude that you have a great chance of being on the Tianjiu sublist in the 3rd year of high school. And you will be on the Tianjiu sublist with both potential and current strength." Potential and strength? Lin Xiao came back to his senses and chewed on this sentence carefully, looking at the head teacher with a puzzled look. She nodded and explained to him patiently. There are 2 ways to be on the Tianjiu Vice list. One is super high potential, and the other is super high strength. For example, Wu Xinglin, who came from the same place as you and was specially recruited by the War Throne Academy, is on the Tianjiu Vice list with super high potential. And the senior sister Chu Mo, whom you have met, is on the Tianjiu Vice list with super high strength. Of course, even Wu Xinglin, who is on the list with potential, has strength far beyond his peers. And senior sister Xiong Chu Mo, who is on the list with strength, also has potential that ordinary people can hardly match. Jean Cece explained it in great detail, and Lin Xiao understood it. What it means is that no matter whether it is based on potential or strength, the other side is stronger than ordinary people. But everyone sees that one of them is stronger. At this time, Jean Cece said again, "You are now far superior to your peers in both strength and potential. With our Huiyao level, it can be said that you have stood at the top of the same grade, and you are only 1 step away from crossing the top and ascending to heaven. And this step, I will give you." Lin Xiao's face straightened, and he bowed seriously. "Thank you for your support, teacher." She waved her hand and said, "We each get what we need. And it's not about who should thank whom. I will only support you if you have the ability. If you don't have the ability, you can't do it." It didn't say anything later, but everyone knows what it means. The Wanxiang ruins will start in a week, and the students participating in our school will be notified to gather in 2 days. You should prepare well and wait for the notice. By the way, I will send you the basic information of the Wanxiang ruins later, and you should take a good look at it. If you have nothing to do, you can go out first. Coming out of the head teacher's office, just walking out of the tower gate, I saw Gu Xiaoming falling down. The baby-faced boy was stunned for a moment, and smiled and greeted. "Congratulations. You are ranked first on the list." He shrugged and replied, "It's just luck." Gu Xiaoming smiled and said, "I watched the game at that time. That was not luck." Lin Xiao, speechless. What else can I say if I watched the game? Gu Xiaoming seemed to know this, and did not continue the topic. He changed the subject and said, "Dongfang Piuxua has already told me that we can get together in a few days?" Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded. "Okay. Call me when the time comes." "Okay. I'll go in first." He waved his hand and watched Gu Xiaoming enter the tower, turning around and standing there looking into the distance for a while. He suddenly laughed, when he showed his strength that was beyond their reach. Even these descendants of the true gods, who were high above, had to put aside their arrogance and approach this feeling. Real. So cool. Chapter 238 Rules of the Game. He returned to the dormitory in a good mood. As soon as he entered the door, he received an encrypted message from his class teacher. It said that it would be automatically deleted after reading. He touched it with his finger, and a picture slowly unfolded in front of him. Compared with the slightly incomplete information obtained from his girlfriend, the information sent by Jean Cece contained complete information about the Wanxiang ruins, which was very specific. First of all, this activity is somewhat dangerous, whether it is an individual or a family. Among them, individuals can choose to descend in real body or incarnation, which means nothing to explain, just the literal meaning. There are 2 key points in these 2 modes. One key point is strength. The real body is naturally stronger. After all, the real body has descended. The second key point. Before talking about it, let's talk about the game mode. Yes, the participation mode of this Wanxiang ruins is similar to a game. All participants need to project and descend to an unknown plane. Each person initially has a level 0 summoning core. just like a game with a population limit. Then, they can summon their followers within the population limit to descend to the current plane to fight, explore and collect resources to summon their followers, defeat monsters in the ruins to obtain treasures, and kill other opponents to eliminate them. Like some games, all followers occupy different populations according to their strength and size. For a simple example, the Murloc only occupies one population, and 100 people can summon 100. But if it is a dwarf, it occupies two populations, and only 50 can be summoned for 100 people. If it is Shuranaga, it will directly occupy 4 or 5 or even higher populations. If it is a black dragon, it may directly occupy 40 or 50 people. The summoned followers are summoned in their true bodies, so once they die in battle, they will die directly. However, there is a chance to obtain a troop card by killing monsters or collecting treasure chests in the ruins, which can be activated to summon different troop types to participate in the battle. In addition, there is a very small chance to obtain various troop types and monster nest cards. Loading the cards in the summoning core can summon various troop types. If you think the risk is too great, you can choose not to summon the clan, but instead summon various troop cards to fight. But correspondingly, regardless of the troop type card or the nest card, the creatures summoned are similar to puppets, with almost no intelligence, and can only perform some simple operations and instructions. And their combat power is also fixed. There are no powerful troop types, mostly low-level troop types and nests. High-level ones are not only extremely rare, but also have extremely powerful biological guards. It is not easy to get them, and they are generally not as good as the clan. There are a lot of disadvantages, but only one advantage. It is not painful to die, and you can use them as cannon fodder. After reading the information, a familiar memory quickly emerged in Lin Zhao's mind. Isn't this thing the game called Heroes of Might and Magic before he crossed over? Seeing this, we return to the second key point of the Advent mode, because the rules of the game are similar to those of Heroes of Might and Magic. When a player descends, he automatically gains the status of a hero. The hero templates obtained when the real body descends and the incarnation descends are different, according to the game rules. After the real body of the player in the God Realm descends, each point of divinity is equivalent to one strategic attribute, which can be freely allocated to the 4 strategic attributes of physique, strength, agility, and intelligence, and can be increased for all his clans. For example, Lin Zhao's 20 points of divinity are equivalent to 20 strategic attributes, and 10 points are allocated to strength. Then all his subordinates will get a bonus of strength plus 10, which is equivalent to the bonus of a top-level relic. Is it terrible? With its own strong strength, coupled with a terrifying hero bonus, if a master like him descends in real body, he is almost invincible in the early stage. He can sweep all the way with a cannon fodder and quickly accumulate enough resources to summon a powerful army to gain a huge advantage. But if you do this, you have to bear the risk of the real body descending. As I said before, this game is risky and can eliminate other players. Since the real body descends, if you are killed by a powerful monster, a native hero, or other players in the game, you will fall directly. If the incarnation is used instead of the real body, it will naturally not have the terrifying strength and strategic attribute bonus of the real body. The incarnation has as much strength as it does, and the strategic attribute can only be calculated according to the level of the real body's divinity. The level of the real body's divinity is the initial strategic attribute. This is why the class teacher asked him to raise his divinity level to level 4 before the midterm exam. The purpose is to let his incarnation descend. Speaking of this, Lin Zhao found that he still had 8 points of divinity. According to the 20 points, he needed to refine 10 points of divinity to transform into 1 point of 4th level divinity. He was 2 points short of divinity. I will ask the class teacher to exchange 2 points later. He is not sure whether he is descending in his real body or incarnation, but it is right to gather the 4th level divinity first. The information Jean Cece gave him was very detailed, almost covering all the information for this midterm exam. In addition to the game rules information, what Lin Zhao paid most attention to was the information of the participants in the opening of the Wanxiang ruins. As a great opportunity that is well known throughout the main world, the participants are not just Huiya's 10 students, but include many schools of the 4 major forces in the main world, as well as the descendants of top masters and families. According to previous cases, the number of participants in each session is as low as 20,000 to 30,000, and as many as 50,000 to 60,000, covering the 4 major forces. So if you want to stand out in this situation, you must have very strong strength, superior luck, and ruthlessness. When competing with students from other forces, you cannot be soft-hearted. You must take action when you should, even if the opponent is the real body. In the Wanxiang ruins, it is allowed to see blood and completely kill the opponent. After reading all the information and turning the last page, the information disappears automatically. Lin Xiao sat on the chair, leaning his head against the back of the chair and looking at the ceiling, lost in thought. Is he the real body? Or the projection? The data that was just automatically deleted contains detailed information about the Wanxiang treasure. According to the data, the Wanxiang Shenzan can be ignored. The class teacher did not suggest him to take it, but suggested that he at least grab one Wanxiang treasure, and if possible, grab one Wanxiang secret treasure. Tens of thousands of people compete for this treasure that is less than 100 in total. This is difficult. Lin Xiao hesitated about this point, whether he should take a risk. With his current strength, the projection has no advantage. But if it is the real body, there will be enough advantages to go to the end. As long as he seizes the opportunity to grow rapidly in the early stage, the chance of grabbing a treasure in the later stage is still very high. But the risk is greater. As a real body, he is a strong man who is likely to grab the treasure, and he will definitely be attacked by the crowd. Ordinary projections are not his opponents. But if there are enough of them, it will be very troublesome. After hesitating for a long time and not making up his mind, he contacted the class teacher to ask her, and the answer he got made him speechless. She didn't give him any advice, but just mentioned a set of data. In the last session, there were more than 40,000 contestants, of which more than 2,100 came in their true bodies, but less than 100 survived. In the session before that, there were more than 30,000 contestants, of which 1,655 came in their true bodies, but less than 100 survived. In the last session, there were more than 35,000 contestants, of which more than 1,300 came in their true bodies, but less than 50 survived. In these 3 sets of data, the number of people varies. The highest survival rate was less than 100, and the lowest was less than 50. This probability can be said to be quite low. But what really made Lin Xiao make up his mind was that there were Tianjia Vice List players who died in every session. In the first 5 sessions, 2 Tianjia Vice List players died, and more than 40 masters on the Peerless and Rangia Vice Lists died. According to some people's analysis, people have dark psychology. Those super geniuses who are listed in the Tianjia Vice List and the Peerless or Rangia list are easily envied by others. It's okay if the projection descends, and the real body will not die, so people dare not offend. But if the real body descends, the data can prove that the Tianjia level masters die the most miserably when their real bodies descend. These lines of data are like a basin of cold water pouring down his face, directly extinguishing the little impulse in his heart. There is no way. He can only honestly exchange the last 2 mythical quality 5-star cards in his hand from Jean Cece for 2 more points of divinity, and use the creation cube with the existing 8 points of divinity to erase the remaining will. Now there are only a few days before the midterm exam, and there is no time to slowly refine it by himself. When the last point of divinity is refined, the power of 10 points of divinity merges into 1 point, and condenses into his 21st point of divinity in his Sea of Gods, which is also the first point of 4th level divinity. So far, his divinity has finally reached the same level as Wu Zhenlin, and he is not much different from him in this respect. 2 days later, Lin Xiao, who is relying on his divine power to condense his divinity in the divine realm, received a message from his class teacher, asking him to prepare to gather in the afternoon and get ready to set off. The midterm exam that belonged to him and other top students, and was different from other students, was about to begin. This departure was not to go anywhere, but to prepare to separate the projection, and to descend with the teacher to a super war fortress in the subspace, and then go to the crystal wall system where the Wanxiang ruins were located, and the real body did not need to move. This aspect was very convenient, because Huiao Super Academy was in a super large divine kingdom, and they could use the power of the divine kingdom to directly project them to a super void fortress in the subspace, and then transfer to the crystal wall system where the Wanxiang ruins were located. When Lin Xiao's will passed through countless billions of kilometers of void and appeared in the Yin Wang No. 2 super void fortress. He opened his eyes, and found himself directly in a room in a void ship, sitting on a chair, with a round table in front of him, and a dozen familiar or unfamiliar young boys and girls surrounded the round table. He smiled at Shinyueshin, who happened to be sitting next to him, and quietly reached out his hand under the table. She shyly stretched out her soft little hand for him to hold. Hum! A familiar cold snort sounded in his ears, like thunder that made him lose his mind for a moment. When he came to his senses, the soft little hand in his palm disappeared, and his little aunt was sitting there obediently with her hands in her arms, not moving at all. Chapter 239. The former top school in Gintian. Looking up, I saw my brother-in-law, who had appeared out of nowhere, staring at me with a bad face, his eyes full of warnings. Lin Xiao also sat there obediently with his hands in his arms. Damn! Why is my brother-in-law here? Although the standard of this midterm exam is high, with the status of my brother-in-law, he shouldn't bother this big shot to escort me. Right? Is he protecting his sister? Xiao Yu stared at Lin Xiao fiercely, and then saw his little sister sitting there obediently. The two of them had exactly the same movements, and he didn't know what to say for a while. It's not that I really hate him, but I just found out that I have a sister who has not been spoiled for a long time, and found that she was taken away by a pig, and I was inexplicably angry. He snorted coldly, and the voice of my brother-in-law came to Lin Xiao's ears. You guys follow me. After saying that, he walked out of the room with his hands behind his back. He looked up and exchanged glances with Shinyueshin. She stuck out her pink tongue, stood up and whispered, Hurry up, or I'll be angry. They both stood up, and the others at the round table cast surprised glances at them. They didn't seem to see the brother-in-law who had just appeared. There was a corridor outside the room, and there was a row of rooms at intervals on the side. The two came to a room with an open door and entered it. Xiao Yu was sitting inside, not knowing what he was looking at, seeing his sister smiling and asking her to sit down. He ignored her. It was his aunt who pulled his clothes to sit down, which made the brother-in-law look at him unkindly. The two sat for a long time, and Xiao Yu was looking at something, seemingly wanting to make him feel cold. But with her long-drawn brother, he couldn't pretend anymore. She sighed and looked up at the two of them, and finally fell on him. She stretched out her hand with a reluctant look, and threw him a crystal card with a strange pattern. Lin Xiao quickly caught it. It looked cold and hard. He didn't know what it was made of, let alone what it was used for. Okay, you can go now. An invisible force made him stand up and walk out of the room involuntarily. Before leaving, he looked back and saw his brother-in-law took out a handful of crystal cards, probably more than a dozen, and put them in Shinyueshin's hand, saying, Keep this well. When you enter the Wanxiang ruins, you can directly choose an initial option for each card, and you can repeat it. Lin Xiao. Bang! The door closed, and he stood at the door speechlessly looking at the cards in his hand. Obviously, this thing is an extra resource at the beginning. One card represents an extra one. Think about the dozen cards in the little ant's hand. This is equivalent to cheating at the beginning of the game, and cheating more than a dozen times. It has to be said that the gap between the resources of a good family and an ordinary family is too big. At least Lin Xiao's family can't provide him with anything in this situation. It's not a question of whether the family is willing to give it or not, but that there is no way to give it at all. This thing is just a permission, and ordinary true god families cannot obtain additional permissions from the Wanxiang ruins. After flipping through the crystal cards, Lin Xiao shrugged and put them away. It was an extra resource for the start, so why not take it away? Without waiting for his aunt, he walked towards the gathering room with his hands behind his back. Just as he reached the door of another room was pushed open, and the head teacher Jean Cece came out and waved to him. Come here. Then, 6 identical crystal cards were handed to him. When you enter the Wanxiang ruins, each card can get an additional initial option, which can be repeatedly stacked. Ahem. Lin Xiao immediately smiled and took the 6 cards. When he put them away, he asked casually, Does this apply to all of them or only me? These are the permissions assigned by the school, and the permissions I personally own. At this point, her expression became serious, and she said in a deep voice, It is not without cost that I put all the permissions on you. If you cannot get a good enough score this time, the share of resources that the school can allocate to me will decrease, which will affect my evaluation this semester and the resources you can obtain in the future. So you have to go all out? Lin Xiao nodded seriously. I won't let you down. Well, you go back first. Back to the room at the beginning. Shin Yueshi was already sitting there chatting with the only other girl in the team. The other male students also had to chat with each other. They all stopped when they saw him come in. Gu Xiaoming and Yun Xiaoning nodded to him, which surprised him that Yun Xiaoning could squeeze in. Then Li Xiaoshan and Dongfang Piaoxue both nodded to him. They had talked before and agreed not to attack each other in the Wanxiang ruins. Except for them. He didn't know the remaining 8 people. This time, there were 15 students and Lin Xiao who went to the Wanxiang ruins. 10 of them were school quotas. 6 from number 1 middle school. 4 from number 2 middle school. And the remaining 5 were quotas that no one knew where they got from. Lin Xiao guessed that they should be the quotas owned by the families behind them. All 15 people came as incarnations. And all those sitting were incarnations. No one dared to come in person. They were all familiar with each other and recognized each other. But Lin Xiao didn't recognize him. When he sat down, Dongfang Piaoxue, a handsome man with white eyebrows that drifted into his temples, stood up and said, "Everyone knows that the participants of the Wanxiang ruins this time are from the top universities of the 4 major forces in the main world, as well as the top true gods and descendants of aristocratic families. The competition is very fierce. Although we are divided into 1 middle and 2 middle schools, we all belong to Huiyao. When the time comes, we must be united to face the outside world." Li Xiaoshan also stood up and said, "We who came out of Huiyao are strong opponents in the eyes of outsiders. Because of this, we will definitely face more challenges from enemies, especially those who are not from Huaxia super universities. They will definitely not accept us. According to past situations, there will definitely be challengers before entering the ruins. At that time, everyone can share the pressure together to avoid making a fool of ourselves in front of billions of main world audiences." "Billions of viewers from the main world?" Lin Xiao asked Shin Yuexin in a low voice. And she replied, "The rules have changed a bit this time. I heard that a true god with a priesthood such as gambling and betting persuaded the guardian of the Wanxiang ruins to open the Wanxiang ruins to the public this time, and set up an official lottery center to allow people to place bets." "Ah!" Lin Xiao opened his mouth wide in surprise. "This works too? Why not? It has happened in history before. It happens every 1 or 200 years. Many people have made a fortune from this," Li Xiaoshan explained. And he smiled. "This is actually a good thing for us. If we have a good performance in the ruins, we can show it directly in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. This is a qualification, which is very good for our reputation. As long as we are strong enough, we can be ranked on the peerless list or the list of outstanding people immediately after the event. There is no need for cumbersome inspection and verification procedures. Moreover, after entering university in the future, we can easily get sponsorship no matter whether we establish a divine system or do anything else. Moreover, we can also bet on ourselves." Dongfang Piaoxue's white eyebrows twitched, and said to Lin Xiao, "If you are sure, you can bet on yourself according to your own strength and rank, and win big." At this point, a young man with a blue halo in his pupil said, "It is said that there was a big upset more than 2,000 years ago. A player with ordinary strength bet on himself to get the first place. And it turned out to be successful. Not only did he cross the chasm with the resources of the first prize and ranked on the Tianjia list, but the prize money he won from the bet also made his wealth soar, instantly comparable to all the assets of a small god system." Comparable to the assets of a small god system? This example is exciting. Lin Xiao immediately had an idea. Maybe he could do it for himself at that time. Suddenly he thought of something and asked quickly, "By the way, can I bet on myself?" Li Xiaoshan shook his head and said, "Definitely not. But you can ask your family or friends to place bets for you. And don't expect to find loopholes. It is impossible for you to bet on yourself to lose, or a certain amount of time to lose." Lin Xiao. With a topic. A group of young people quickly started chatting. And then everyone introduced themselves. Lin Xiao. From number 2 middle school. Li Xiaoshan. From number 1 middle school. Dongfang Piaoxue. From number 1 middle school. Lin Huanyu. From number 1 middle school. Su Zhen. From number 1 middle school. Yun Yi. From number 1 middle school. Lu Zhou. From number 1 middle school. Wow! All of them are from number 1 middle school. 11 out of 15 people are from number 1 middle school. And only 4 are from number 2 middle school. The gap is quite big. The following time was spent in everyone's idle chat. Although Lin Xiao was the worst in terms of background, He had used his own strength to make them put aside their prejudices. Or it could be said that in the eyes of these elite teenagers, Lin Xiao, who possessed such potential, was destined to be at the same level as them in the future, so they could naturally get along well. After all, there is an old saying in China that has been passed down to this day. Kings, princes, generals, and ministers are all born with a special kind. The ancestors of many young people present also started as ordinary people, grew up step by step, and finally became gods and created a huge family business. Even Shen Yuexin's father, that great existence, was born ordinary at the beginning. But fortunately her father is still alive. If it were another wealthy family, he might not have the opportunity to pursue it. The Void battleship they were riding had just come out of the Yan Wang No. 2 Super War Fortress, and was heading to the Crystal Wall system, where the Wanxiang ruins were located. Normally, going to the Crystal Wall system in the Chaos Void Sea can be directly teleported through the major Super War Fortresses. But the Crystal Wall system, where the Wanxiang ruins are located, is different from other Crystal Wall systems. According to the information sent by the class teacher, as a Crystal Wall system that was once conquered by the top school Wanxiang, it was indeed possible to teleport directly a long time ago. But later, with a great change, the Wanxiang God system, which was considered by billions of gods in the main world to have the potential to be promoted to the 13th super school in the main world, was destroyed. Millions of gods died in that great change. And even the Crystal Wall system collapsed, shrank, and collapsed in that earth-shaking change. Now, the passages to the outside world have basically disappeared, including the passage to the main world. Now if you want to go there, you must first go to a Crystal Wall system to transfer to the Wanxiang Temple on the edge of Wanxiang. There, you can enter the collapsed Crystal Wall system through the 6 powerful tomb keepers of the remaining 6 gods of the Wanxiang God system, with a godhood level of more than 15. Chapter 240 The Secret of the Wanxiang Ruins. The Crystal Wall system that once belonged to the Wanxiang Academy is the Wanxiang Ruins, also known as the Wanxiang Tomb, where millions of true gods from the main world, and several times more foreign evil gods are buried. Lin Xiao couldn't see what the foreign evil gods were from his teacher's information, and there was no relevant information on the internet. But it was certain that they were very powerful. After all, the Wanxiang Academy was almost able to become the 13th Super Academy in the main world. It is said that the Wanxiang Academy was almost able to completely conquer this not-so-large Crystal Wall system. The Void battleship crossed the chaotic void that was unknown how far away. The chaotic void between the Crystal Wall system and the Crystal Wall system was particularly terrifying. The boundless chaotic storm of tens of millions of kilometers, or even hundreds of millions of kilometers, hit the Void battleship, and was blocked by a powerful transparent energy shield. This chaotic void looks similar to the void between the planes inside the Crystal Wall system, but it is more terrifying. There are creatures living in it, just like in the void of the Crystal Wall system, but the number is not as large as in the void. However, people would rather encounter a large number of malicious void creatures in the void than encounter any creatures in the chaotic void, because the weakest creatures that can survive in this chaotic void are comparable to true gods, and the powerful ones are no less powerful than powerful gods. It is said that in the depths of the chaotic void where some chaotic energy gathers, there are still some extremely ancient beings, which even great gods cannot match. To give a simple example, the famous 9-faced dragon god Ao was once an ancient chaotic creature. Yes, it was once. The 9-faced dragon god was just a chaotic creature. Later, for some reason, he condensed his godhood and gave birth to a priesthood. He crossed more than 20 godhood levels in one fell swoop and entered an unimaginable realm, becoming the famous 9-faced dragon god in the chaotic void sea, with great divine power. So when traveling in the chaotic void, the most feared thing is to run into anything. The road they took was a fixed route. Every once in a while, the gods of the main world would clean up the area. Recently, there was a large-scale cleanup when the Wanxiang ruins were opened, so they did not encounter any creatures along the way. In the chaos, distance and time are not counted. They did not know how long they had been outside in the void warship. They only knew that every 3 or 5 days, the warship would enter the back of the chaotic void and jump to an unknown distance. This jump refers to the jump engine in the science fiction novels of the main world. It is designed with mythological technology and reference to the physical parameters of the chaotic void and complex space arrays. It can quickly cross the void to reach distant places. A jump can cross a distance of tens or even hundreds of billions of kilometers. In Lin Zhao's perception, they flew for almost a year, and the distance they crossed might be tens or even hundreds of trillions of kilometers. During this long leap, they were in a deep sleep most of the time. In this fast-flying state, they could not even communicate with their own divine domain. Unfortunately, his brother-in-law was watching him all the time, so it was not convenient for him to play with his aunt. At most, he could chat and walk around the void battleship when he had time, but he was usually asleep most of the time. After an unknown period of time, Lin Zhao was awakened by a series of crisp bells, and heard a reminder that he had arrived. After getting up from the sleeping cabin, he looked at the time. It had been almost 2 years since they set out, which was only 2 days in the main world. After coming out of the sleeping cabin, several people in the corridor also woke up. Everyone came to the main cabin together, and saw that the void battleship seemed to be slowing down along the huge landing ship side. The surrounding chaotic void gradually became clearer, and the terrifying chaotic energy became a little calmer, no longer as violent as before. Look there. Following the direction pointed by Lu Zhou, everyone saw a void battleship that was larger than them rushing out of the chaos. Like them, it was also gradually slowing down. The target direction of the void battleship was the same as theirs. Following the direction of the void battleship, Lin Zhao saw that the void of billions of kilometers ahead was clear, and the chaotic energy was restrained by an invisible force and became relaxed. In the depths of the clear void, he saw an indescribably huge chaotic vortex slowly rotating vertically from their perspective. As far as he could see, there were no less than 20 void battleships of different sizes heading towards the vortex. The purpose of these void battleships was the same as theirs, and it was obvious that their destination was in the vortex. Next, the void battleship slid into the vortex silently, and everyone felt that their eyes were dark. And then the infinite light quickly stretched into a line to form a huge light tunnel, winding to the unknown distance. Then, after about an hour of light tunnel journey, the void battleship rushed out of the light tunnel and appeared in a broken void. Yes, a void full of broken ruins. The void warship glided quietly in the calm void. There were broken floating islands of land and broken building debris floating in the surrounding void. It was like floating quietly in the weightless space. The void warship passed silently. Lin Zhao stood at the edge of the porthole and looked out. In the distance of the void filled with debris, he could see the remnants of divine power like aurora, and occasionally saw the bodies of gods as huge as city islands floating in the void. This crystal wall system has completely collapsed, and even the star realm representing the spiritual world has overlapped with the material world. When a normal god falls, his body will fall into the star realm. Over time, the god's body will gradually petrify. The more powerful the god was during his lifetime, the larger the god's body will be. The body of a weak god may be as big as a building, and the body of a strong god may be as big as a town. For those super powerful gods, such as those with strong divine power, the body of the god can be transformed into a huge continent. Every crystal wall system has a star realm. Even the main world has one. It is a place where life cannot survive, and it is the final resting place of gods after death. Generally, only those who are above the legendary level can enter for a short period of time. The crystal wall system, where the Wanxiang ruins are located, has completely collapsed, and even the star realm has appeared in reality, indicating that this crystal wall system is heading towards destruction. Lin Zhao estimates that one day in the distant future, this crystal wall system will be completely destroyed and collapsed and no longer exist. The void warship flew in a certain direction with familiarity, flexibly bypassing huge ruins, terrifying residual divine power and rule remnants, and even islands formed by huge corpses of gods. From time to time along the way, void warships were seen passing by. Everyone had the same goal. The more they went forward, the more void warships were around. When they crossed a wall of eternal and indestructible divine fire that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers in the void, they saw a huge temple in the distance. As they approached quickly, the temple quickly filled their field of vision. This temple stood in the void, helpless and huge. The equally huge void warship approached the temple and landed in front of the temple door. Lin Zhao approached the porthole and saw that the view in front of him expanded rapidly. The nearly 10-kilometer-long void warship stopped on a floor tile with a strange pattern on the temple. Then a mysterious wave arose, and he found that his vision changed. The floor tile became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and soon the void warship stopped on a line of the strange pattern on the floor tile. This line was just an inconspicuous point in the strange pattern of the Earth's rotation a minute ago. just like an inconspicuous pattern on an 80 by 80 floor tile. And the 10-kilometer-long void warship was parked in that pattern. At this moment, Lin Xiao didn't know whether they were made smaller or the temple was originally this big. But he felt that the temple was originally this big. And what he saw before was just an appearance. At this time, the voice of the head teacher came to everyone's ears. Everyone get ready and gather at the hatch in a quarter of an hour. However, most of the people had woken up at this time. And most of them gathered at the battleship cabin window, looking at the surface covered with mottled traces of battle, and the waves of divine power full of dangerous atmosphere with a shocked look. The brother-in-law stood by the French window, with his hands behind his back, and looked outside for a long time. His eyes were calm and expressionless. But after a long time, he sighed and said to himself, after not seeing each other for many years, Wan Xiang is finally coming to an end. He suddenly turned to Xin Yuexin and asked, Little sister, do you know why the 6 gravekeepers agreed to the proposal of the god of gamblers? The little ant blinked her big eyes, thought about it and replied, Is this crystal wall system going to collapse? The brother-in-law suddenly turned to look at Lin Xiao and asked, Do you know? He stepped forward and stood side by side with Xin Yuexin, pondered for a while, and organized his words, and said, I boldly guess that one of the reasons is that this crystal wall system is going to collapse, and can no longer be maintained. Another reason is, do you want to find a successor? Xia Yu nodded, then shook his head and said, You only guessed half right. They do want to find a successor. But unfortunately, they have not found a real successor until now. Lin Shiqi said, This Wanxiang ruins has been open for so many sessions. There are so many outstanding predecessors in the past. Is there not a qualified one? Of course, there are qualified ones. Every 10 or so sessions, there will be 1 or 2 qualified ones selected by them. Xia Yu suddenly chuckled and said, I was also selected by them at the beginning. I was once the leader among all the competitors. But unfortunately, I was still a little behind and failed to become the final successor. He turned around. His eyes swept over the 2 of them, and said, Don't think about this. The General Tianji deputy list is not qualified to be favored by them. You just need to perform well in the ruins and grab a Wanxiang treasure. Don't think too much. Don't think I underestimate you. The brother-in-law glanced at Lin Xiao and said, Although your current strength is not bad, and you are barely qualified to be included in the second list of Tianjiu, it is still far from the requirements of those great keepers. Unless you can grab and open the last Wanxiang divine treasure, maybe they will give you a chance.